In dire straits, Chu Hao obtains a life choice system that offers professional services without asking for anything in return. Completing tasks will yield rewards. He thought his life would turn around from then on. However, he didn't expect that his employer seeking a child was not human, and the high rewards offered by the system came with tasks that were nearly life-threatening. While fleeing, he saw a woman in red standing on a bridge, and the system provided an option, prompting him to shout, "Mom, save me." Thus, he acknowledged a ghost as his mother. Chu Hao realized, the higher the system rewards, the higher the death rate, after living quietly with his ghost mother for over half a year. Chu Hao found himself working as an extra in a film crew, where he encountered a ghostly girl who played the role of a dead person. Chapter 1. Liqiu, Songhua City. The scorching summer has just passed, and on the day of Liqiu, the film set is bustling with activity. Cut, cut, cut. Damn it, why is a dead person stealing the scene? Get the hell out of here. Suddenly, a background actor pretending to be dead steals the spotlight, and the director, holding a loudspeaker, erupts in anger. Hey you! Take his place. An assistant in the back instructed Chu Hao. Chu Hao, an extra, had just graduated from high school and entered the workforce. He had been waiting at the set all morning without being given any work, and was planning to leave. Being an extra these days is tough. Creative and innovative directors might give opportunities to background actors, but on set, capital is king. Looks are justice. Whoever looks good gets the role. For instance, in this movie, the female lead was originally assigned to a professional actress but ended up being replaced by an unknown, low-tier model. Chu Hao was assigned to lie on the ground pretending to be dead. He kept his eyes wide open, refusing to close them. He acted the part quite well, but the director couldn't care less about the acting skills of a dead person. His focus was entirely on the fight scenes between the leads and supporting characters. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Hao was already thinking about how, after receiving his pay for today, he would immediately go eat a black-skinned chicken leg from Daiko's. He had been craving that chicken leg for a long time. Chapter 2. If he had just mocked the girl's death, then his own fate would likely be the same. Chu Hao suddenly recalled a news report from a while back. A serial murder case at the Hengdong Film Set. At the time, when the shooting wrapped up, someone was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, and thinking they were just asleep. People went to call them. In the end, all three of them were dead. Their tongues had been pulled out, their intestines were extracted and tied in a bow, and their hearts had vanished. The killer's methods were extremely brutal and bloody, and the most inexplicable thing was that all the victims were background actors. The incident caused quite a stir, but Chu Hao never imagined that the murderer was right in front of him. Damn it! Is it easy for me to go out and work? How can I encounter something like this? System prompt. Option 1, insult the girl as a pervert, gain a flame robe. Option 2, stand up and run, gain a mid-level curse seal. Option 3, don't be angry, they don't deserve to appreciate your acting skills, then pat the girl's head to comfort her, curse power 1. Option 1 was very tempting, so tempting that Chu Hao didn't dare to touch it. Don't be angry, they don't deserve to appreciate your acting skills. He then reached out and patted the girl's head, showing a gentle smile. System prompt. Option completed. Gain curse power 1. The girl was stunned.
Chapter 3. Nai's eyes curled with excitement as she said, "Really? Thank you, Diego." After a while, the two of them walked out of a discount shoe store. Nai wore a pair of women's leather shoes, paired with her wrinkled white skirt, and her tender white legs matched with white lace stockings, making her look like a little fairy. The shoes cost 30 yuan. Chu Hao couldn't help but sigh. Nai was indeed beautiful. It's a pity she's a ghost. Otherwise, being her brother would be nice. After walking for a while, the road ahead was blocked. It was the public office handling a case. Chu Hao was curious and wanted to squeeze in to take a look. It's human nature to want to see the excitement. Nai grabbed his shirt corner, her small face wrinkling, and said, "Diego, don't go in, it's really disgusting inside." Chu Hao was startled. Nai, what is inside?" Nai replied. "Xiao Yu told me there are traces of gals over there. I really hate gals." Gals? It was the first time he heard a ghost mention other ghosts. Chu Hao asked curiously, "The gals you're talking about, are they the kind that eats corpses?" He had seen news reports about wild beasts invading cities and stealing meat from pork shops. Chu Hao felt a chill. Were they eating pork or something else? The world suddenly felt very strange, not just with Nai being like this, but also with other indescribable oddities. Chapter 4 Daoyuan Community. The so-called Daoyuan Community was actually a half-finished building, which had been stopped at the 14th floor because the developer went bankrupt due to gambling and ran away. Chu Hao lived here. This apartment was bought by his father during his lifetime as an investment. He believed this area would appreciate greatly. However, less than a year after his father passed away, the developer announced bankruptcy and fled. The only thing his father left in the world was this apartment. Chu Hao didn't want to live in this half-finished building, but apart from this building, he really had no place to stay. Chu Hao had experienced real poverty. When you only have 2 yuan, not enough to buy a pack of instant noodles, the feelings of hunger and despair really make one want to die. But Chu Hao still tried hard to live, because he wanted to know if his father was really dead. His father's company informed him that his father went missing at sea due to a storm and capsizing, and his body had not been found. But Chu Hao didn't believe his father was really dead. He had often gone to sea without incident, so how could he die this time? He held on to a somewhat unrealistic thought, waiting in this half-finished building for his father to come home. Originally, his father's company compensated him with a sum of money, totaling 560,000 yuan. Chapter 5 The girl looked confusedly at her brother. Chu Hao calmly said, Nai, I told you, if you want to move in, you need to get mom's permission first. So that's what Chu Hao meant back then. Woo-woo. Why am I so stupid? Guo even bought me a beautiful pair of shoes, but I'm the one who's going to be slaughtered like a little sheep. Mom said, Nai. Xiaoyu is too dirty, let mom help you wash her. Xiaoyu, no. Nai, save me. Don't be rough with Xiaoyu. Nai exclaimed. Let go of my Xiaoyu. But she couldn't stand up, her body instinctively trembling and her legs weak. Mom bent down and picked up the trembling little cat from the ground. Nai was truly furious and said, Let go of my Xiaoyu. The room suddenly became cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and the food on the table visibly froze. Chu Hao shivered. Are they going to fight? Besides being nervous, there was also a hint of excitement. But Mom said, Nai, don't be angry, Mom is just helping Xiaoyu take a bath. By the way, you should also take a bath later, you're too dirty. I'm going to dig your heart out and use it as our food supply. Nai threatened in anger. Chu Hao swallowed hard. Chapter 6 Have you finished washing your hands? Hurry up and sit down to eat, Mom urged. Chu Hao thought. Isn't there no electricity at home? How did Mom reheat the dishes? There's no gas canister at home. Returning to the living room, he saw that Mom had already heated the food. The 2 siblings sat down obediently to eat. Mom rested her chin on her hand, her face smooth as silk, her white skin translucent, watching the 2 siblings eat with a pair of charming peach blossom eyes revealing a look of happiness. Mom was a great beauty. Her looks not inferior to those of any female celebrity. Sister, eat more, Mom said. The girl trembled and said nothing. Brother, eat more too, Mom said. Mom's cooking is getting better and better. I can't bear to waste a single grain of rice, Chu Hao said. Phut, what a sycophant, Nai thought to herself. Sister, why aren't you eating? Don't you like Mom's cooking? Chu Hao asked. The goodwill was gone anyway. Nai didn't dare to act up in front of Mom. Now that there was a scarecrow controlling Nai, Chu Hao's fear of her plummeted. You're all being coerced by Mom, how can you be better than me? Chu Hao thought. Mom looked at Nai. Her peach blossom eyes rippling with tenderness and charm. Chapter 7 After finally escaping from the hotel, he trembled all over. Damn it, my billion cash. What is up with that woman? Chu Hao was filled with dread. I want to get pregnant, can you help me? He again heard the woman's voice in his ear. The woman had somehow come downstairs, her face twisted as she stared at him. Her eyes as black as an abyss, holding a fruit knife, crazily lunging at him. Damn it! Chu Hao turned and ran for his life. Why? The options given by the system were so simple, why is it so hard to execute? Chu Hao ran for a long time. But the woman was relentlessly chasing him from behind, not giving him any advantage in speed. Seeing a bus about to leave, he jumped on it. The woman couldn't catch the bus, and stood by the roadside watching him leave. Chu Hao let out a huge sigh of relief. System? Are you kidding me? Is that something I can deal with? Chu Hao cursed. The other party was completely a madwoman. Chu Hao sat down and calmed down for a while, shouting, System. What was that just now? A madwoman? A zombie? Is the apocalypse about to break out? The system didn't respond to him at all. System Daddy, say something. Chapter 8. Suddenly, the system changed its code. System prompt, Option 1, push the woman in red, slap her, and scold, get lost. Who are you calling son? Earn 1 billion ghost coins. Option 2, push the woman aside and say, Auntie, you've got the wrong person. Earn a luxurious funeral. Option 3, hug the woman and say, Mom, I finally found you, where have you been all these years? Earn physique 3. The rewards were suddenly modified. The reward this time is not money. It's ghost money. Choose one. I'm just an ordinary person now, how can I fight with ghosts? Let's say, even if I slap a woman, 100 billion ghost coins for me to spend after death. Choose 2. Goodness, another luxurious funeral. Choose 3, hurry up and choose 3. Having learned from past experiences, Chu Hao no longer dared to make random choices, saying, Mom, I finally found you, where have you been all these years? System prompt, gained physique 3, the woman in red held Chu Hao's face, crying and laughing. Up close, the woman in red is truly beautiful. Especially those enchanting peach blossom eyes, charming and gentle. Being embraced by her, he realized her figure was really good. But it's so cold. It feels like holding a block of ice. The woman in red choked up and said, Mommy will never leave you again. Chapter 9. The next day. Mom made breakfast as usual. Brother, go call your sister for breakfast. Chu Hao knocked on Nai's bedroom door. Nai, it's time to eat. After shouting for a long time with no response, he turned the lock and opened the door, and the girl was indeed missing. Mom. It seems like my sister ran away. Chu Hao turned back and said. Mom opened Nai's room, and sure enough, she didn't see anyone, angrily saying, this dead girl. Not staying at home properly, running around all day. Can we find her? Chu Hao asked curiously. He was very curious about how Mom found him. Mom smiled and said, Brother, you eat first, and I'll go find your sister later. Chu Hao nodded. Nai, I hope you can run out of Mom's grasp. Seeing hope wouldn't be bad. Do you have to work today? Mom asked. Chu Hao nodded. The people at the filming site notified me to continue. Mom smiled and said, You're getting closer to your dream, I'm happy for you. Yes, I'm so happy, Chu Hao thought helplessly. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of the measuring tape Mom was using for clothes. That thing really tormented Nai. Chu Hao said, Mom, the measuring tape you're using is too old, I'll buy you a new one later. Chapter 10. In the end. The director's assistant came over and shouted, Who called Chu Hao? Chu Hao raised his hand. I'm here. The director's assistant nodded slightly and said, Go change clothes. Play the little brother of the big boss, can you handle it? There's actually a chance to appear on screen, the system doesn't deceive me. Okay. Hurry up. We're starting to shoot immediately. The other extras looked enviously, without a doubt, Chu Hao's pay would double today. Wearing black clothes and holding a prop watermelon knife. Chu Hao was extremely excited. There's money to earn, and I can also act, getting closer to my dream of becoming an actor. Following the shoot, Chu Hao played the little brother, holding the prop watermelon knife, hair slicked back, with a fierce and vicious expression. The other little brothers all went up, one by one knocked down by the male lead. Chu Hao maintained a fierce expression, but his positioning was quite strange, not rushing in directly, just hanging back and occasionally taking a step back to create a little distance from the male lead. The basic rule for actors. Inner acting. As the little brother of the big boss, of course, not all are reckless people, there are indeed such little brothers who slack off in reality. The assistant director angrily shouted, "Cut, cut, cut. Who are you, what are you doing? Slacking off." Chapter 11. The couple seemed to be in hell. Lin Hao said in horror, "My wife and I know we were wrong, please have mercy." Mom's tone softened a lot. "We're neighbors, can't we understand each other? Yes, it's our fault, it will never happen again." The blood and flesh in the room came quickly, and left just as fast. Mom nodded. Chu Hao, Nai and Xiaoyu shrank back their necks, tacitly returning to their respective bedrooms. Lying on the bed, Chu Hao's mind was racing. How powerful is Mom? Mom is indeed terrifying when angry. Absolutely cannot provoke Mom. After waking up, Chu Hao knocked on Nai's door, and of course, she was missing again. "Brother, you have work today, eat first," Mom said. Chu Hao said, "Mom, if Nai wants to leave so much, why don't you let her go?" Mom turned back, puzzled. "What silly thing are you saying? We are a family. How many more times can Nai run away?" "Poor little thing," Chu Hao chuckled. Based on what Chu Hao knew about Mom, if Nai ran away a few more times, Mom would get angry, and the consequences would be serious. "I'm going out." Leaving home. Chu Hao then saw the door next door open as well. A neighbor in a suit walked out, a company white-collar worker. He glanced at Chu Hao and nodded slightly. Chapter 12. Chu Hao also saw the screen, and the woman standing outside was actually the notorious actress. His expression darkened. The screen transmitted Zhong Yumu's voice. "Director, are you home? I need to talk to you." System prompt, Option 1, open the door, and let Zhong Yumu in. Gain beginner curse sealed. Option 2, tell the director not to open the door, this Zhong Yumu has a problem. Gain physique 1. Option 3, pee on the door. Gain curse power 1, Chu Hao chose 3. Chu Hao turned to the director and asked, "Director, where is the bathroom?" Seeing the director's expression had already gone blank. He could only randomly look for a bottle in the house. Although he could just pee directly, he planned to keep a little in reserve. One must always have a backup plan. After that, he poured the urine on the door. Completed option task, gained curse power 1. The director was stunned, asking, "What is this?" Chu Hao couldn't be bothered to explain anything. Now all his attention was on the door with the child's urine. The actress shouldn't be able to break in so easily. This was the only use of curse power that Chu Hao knew, which was actually just child urine. It had an exorcising effect. He observed his mom for half a year, and discovered this through constant experimentation. Chapter 13. Wang Mian hurriedly arrived at the public office and indeed saw Zhong Yumu, who was frightened and very confused. Wang Mian stood there in a daze. If this is Zhong Yumu, then who was the one knocking at his door earlier? This woman definitely has a problem. Where did you find her? Hu Ji came over with the documents and said, "Home, she went home." Impossible. She definitely has a problem. Hu Ji looked at Wang Mian with great interest and asked, "What problem does she have?" Damn. Wang Mian didn't know how to respond. The whole thing was too absurd. The master had said not to tell anyone in the public office about his matters. I don't know. Wang Mian's expression was blank. Qin Shi walked over and said, "Wang Mian is acting strange. Go to his house and check the surveillance footage to see who visited him today." Hu Ji nodded. "What about Zhong Yumu?" Qin Shi tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her delicate white legs perfectly aligned, and said, "What else can we do? Just let her go. But she has a problem, Chen Hu's death is also related to her. I know, but the issue now is that there's no evidence. She looks no different from a normal person. What reason do we have to detain her? Hu Ji fell silent. Chapter 14. No need. Nainai pretended to sigh and left the room. After Nainai left, he kept thinking. Finally, he picked up a small knife and cut his finger. He planned to use his blood to draw symbols. A complete symbol was perfectly replicated by him, waiting for the paper's reaction. Suddenly, the paper folded itself and stood up, transforming into a folded paper figure. Chu Hao's eyes widened. My blood really works. Perhaps this is the correct way to use the curse power attribute. Chu Hao was extremely excited. In his mental awareness, it felt like he had formed some kind of connection with the paper figure. He closed his eyes. Slowly, his vision shifted to the paper figure, and he could control it freely. Wow! He controlled the paper figure to pick up a pen from the table. And it was done effortlessly. What is this, a superpower? But what can a paper figure do, besides being a disguise for reconnaissance? Chu Hao's vision returned to himself. And the paper figure fell limply to the ground. He picked up the paper figure. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. Okay, come back quickly, dinner is almost ready. All right. Nainai stood up from the sofa and said, Big Pot, where are you going? I'm going too. Chapter 15. Nainai pouted. Big Pot is so popular. I must get on screen next time. Xiaoyu, meow? Fully undressed. For the sake of art, you wouldn't understand. Meow? Wang Mian was excited. He was a responsible director. It would be a shame not to capture such a figure. How about during the fight scene, we take off the suit too? It would have a better visual effect. By the way, can the little brother fight? I can't. No worries, we have a martial arts instructor. Where is he? Hurry up and come over. The martial arts instructor arrived, a middle-aged uncle in his 40s. Upon seeing Chu Hao's physique, he clicked his tongue in admiration, saying that it wouldn't be easy to achieve such a physique without effort. Teach him well. Okay, director. Chu Hao was looking forward to this. It was his first real on-screen acting experience, and there was a dedicated martial arts instructor. Going to the director's house to find someone was the right choice after all. Thanks to the system. The martial arts instructor, a man in his 40s, said, Little brother, throw a few punches to try. Chu Hao threw a punch. The martial arts instructor immediately noticed that Chu Hao had no martial arts foundation at all. In our martial arts, to throw a beautiful straight punch, you have to learn to stand in a horse stance first, but there may not be enough time. Your turn is coming up in the next scene, the instructor said. Chapter 16. After all, money is just an external thing. Mr. Chu can make his own requests, Zhong Ziling said. Zhong Ziling understood very well. Once someone like Chu Hao had money, they would start thinking about other benefits, so he encouraged Chu Hao to make requests. Chu Hao squinted. Zhong Ziling was waiting for his response, thinking the other party was contemplating and secretly wondered, this person is young and still short on money, why isn't he agreeing? What is he doubting? He had investigated Chu Hao. A purely wild, extraordinary person, combined with being 18 or 19 years old. How could he resist the temptation of $1 million salary? What was he thinking? Chu Hao wasn't thinking about anything. He was waiting for the system's prompt, but didn't receive it. Suddenly, public office case handling, please make way. A group of people burst into the filming location. Zhong Ziling turned around and frowned. Director Wang was puzzled. Why were the public office people here? Wasn't the issue already resolved? Lin Yan, with distinct facial features, stubble, and vacant eyes, gave off a vibe of being young yet already a middle-aged greasy uncle. Lin Yan walked over, cheerfully saying, Isn't this little Zhong from Qianhua? Zhong Ziling replied with a gentlemanly smile, Captain Lin, long time no see. Chapter 17. Back home, Mom happily went to cook, seemingly without worries and feeling very happy. Truly a simple and kind mother. I hope you never tear off your disguise. Chu Hao opened his phone and saw the transfer from Director Wang. 10,000. Director Wang even kindly replied, 10,000 isn't much, it's the market price. After all, your scene is gone. If there's a next time, I'll contact you. Chu Xian replied with okay. Others were contacting him as well. Lu Yue, going out tonight. Lu Yue, Chu Hao's high school classmate, had been his best friend in school. Chu Hao, sure. Lu Yue wasted no time and sent a location. Chu Hao said, Mom, a classmate invited me to go out to eat. Mom came out of the kitchen, wearing fluffy slippers, her long legs like jade, resembling a virtuous wife, and quickly said, then you go. Have a good time with your classmates, be careful on the road, don't worry about us. If it weren't for the craziness, having such a mother wouldn't be bad. Big Pot, I want to go with you. Mom shot her a glare and said, your brother is going to meet classmates, what are you meddling in? Come with me to make dumplings. Woo-woo, what is this, unfair treatment? Chapter 18 Option 1, is this woman planning to harm me? Option 2, does this woman have harmful intentions towards me? Option 3, violent law enforcement, cut losses in time. I choose 3. Chu Hao stood up and walked over. He directly bypassed Feng Yuxiu and kicked Zhong Yumu in the abdomen, causing her to fall to the ground. Chu Hao then used his knee to pin her neck. A complete set of American-style wrestling moves executed fluidly. Everyone was stunned. Cao Shuang exclaimed, little brother Chu, what are you doing? Chu Hao coldly said, public office case handling. Idle people sit down. Everyone instinctively sat down, not daring to move. Option completed, gained 1 curse power. Chu Hao felt refreshed. He finally understood the feeling of Lin Yan confronting Zhong Ziling in front of so many people today. Lu Yue was even more confused. Public office. Are you playing role-playing with me? Sikong Yu, Huang Yi, and Wang Fengfeng all had their eyes wide open, their brains almost unable to keep up. Chu Hao was actually a person from the official side. Cao Shuang and the others suddenly dared not speak, as they could be sure that brother Chu really had such abilities. Zhong Yumu, with her neck held down, screamed, let me go, it's murder. Chu Hao coldly said, you targeted me after eliminating one of your pawns. Do you think I'm an easy target? Chapter 19, Qianhua Building. Zhong Ziling held a glass of red wine, looking down at the twinkling city nightscape. The female secretary walked over with her long legs. Chu Hao had already joined the public office. The wine glass was crushed, and the wine splattered everywhere. Just before that, Zhong Yumu had been captured by Chu Hao and had already found substantial evidence for conviction. The female secretary sighed inwardly. It's a pity such talent wasn't kept in Qianhua. Zhong Ziling turned around and said, it's a pity we can't be colleagues, you're young and have great potential. But it's also easy to be targeted. Zhong Ziling said lightly, how much of the new recruit's heart belongs to the public office? Less than 1%. New recruits are the easiest to control. He has been targeted by the group behind Zhong Yumu, so we should give some hints. We can't be colleagues, but we can be friends. Keeping this line with Chu Hao might be useful in the future. The female secretary inwardly sighed at Director Zhong's cunning. Notify everyone to behave. The beast tide is coming soon. The female secretary's pupils constricted. When exactly is the beast tide coming? Zhong Ziling sighed, perhaps it has already arrived. After parting ways with Lu Yue, Chu Hao went home. Chapter 20, It's over. Brother Yao finally realized he had kicked a steel plate. He hurriedly took out his phone to call his boss. Boss, something's gone wrong. The mission wasn't completed. We were discovered and are now trapped in the mall. That person is not easy to deal with. Understood, wait for rescue. On the other end of the line, Brother Yao's boss, Yang Wencheng, frowned slightly. The two people he sent out were meant to give Chu Hao a warning. But that kid was tougher than expected. The phone rang. It was Brother Yao's call. Yang Wencheng said, "Didn't I tell you to wait for rescue? You are looking for us." A word-by-word question appeared on the other end. Yang Wencheng was taken aback. "Let them go, and this matter will be considered resolved," Yang Wencheng said coldly. "Where are you? What does it matter where I am? You can't afford to mess with our organization." "Found you." Looking at the hung-up phone, Yang Wencheng frowned deeply. What did that kid mean by finding me? City Expressway. Inside a black sedan. The driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. Yang Wencheng's head hit the seat hard, and he angrily said, "How the hell are you driving?" Chapter 21. So that's how it is. It was Qin Chi who found him. Qin Chi asked, "Chu brother, how did you deal with the fake Lin Hu?" Her voice was soft, with a mature charm. "Urine." Qin Chi was taken aback and asked, "Whose urine?" "Mine." She instinctively glanced at Chu Hao's lower body, her expression thoughtful. Then took out a bottle of mineral water from the drawer, saying, "Give me some." Chu Hao, Lin Yan's face darkened. He knew this woman would embarrass him. But he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. "Little Chu, don't mind her, she's not normal." Qin Chi retorted, "Old Lin, you're the one who's not normal. Whose urine can deal with the fake Lin Hu? Yours. This needs to be properly studied." Lin Yan helplessly said, "But not now, little Chu just arrived." Qin Chi could only nod. "Little Chu, your sister is waiting for you. This woman is a bit inappropriate. Who asks someone to pee on the first meeting?" In the office, Lin Yan took out a card and the public office identity badge, saying, "Your salary will be deposited on time to this card. The password is the last 6 digits of your phone number, and here's the identity badge proving your affiliation with the public office." "Good. This is the manual for our department system, take it back and read it. You can ask any questions you have." Chapter 22. Are there any questions? Chu Hao asked. "When can I use the magic eye whistle?" "You can use it today. The magic eye whistle has a curse backup feature, and we still have one in hand." Chu Hao was delighted. Leaving the office, Lin Yan said, "Qin Chi, go get the magic eye backup." After a while, Qin Chi walked over with a box. The black leather case finally seemed a bit mysterious, otherwise, this place felt like an old cadra's nursing home. The box opened. Inside was a jade bead the size of a ping-pong ball. Qin Chi said earnestly, "Do you know how much we trust you?" "What do you mean?" Qin Chi pointed at the bead, saying, "This curse backup of the magic eye whistle is worth 10 million on the market." Chu Hao was taken aback. "If you can't awaken the curse feature, we would have lost a lot." Lin Yan licked her lips and said, "So we have to take a gamble. If we succeed, we'll gain a lot. If we fail, we'll just have to face the music." "Is it as simple as just facing the music? Are you ready? You might feel a bit dizzy." Chu Hao nodded. The magic eye activated. In the next second, a bright red pupil formed on the surface of the bead, illuminating the entire room with a bloody glow, very eerie, like an eye watch. Chapter 23. Let me ask, what exactly is a restoration? Lin Yan went out to make a phone call. Qin Chi said, "How about you try using restoration on me?" "Okay." Chu Hao also wanted to see how much it could enhance his physique. He raised his hand, releasing curse seal patterns from his wrist. A seal landed on Qin Chi. "Ah!" Qin Chi suddenly screamed, her legs closed tightly, her body trembling, her face as red as a ripe apple. That cry was soft and bone-melting, making Chu Hao's heart tremble. Qin Chi came to her senses and immediately felt embarrassed. At the moment she was hit by the restoration technique, her life reached its peak. It was too shameful. Qin Chi blushed and said, "Your restoration feature, how should I put it? It's quite satisfying." "Quite satisfying? What the hell does that mean?" Chu Hao's face darkened. At that moment, Lin Yan excitedly walked over, her eyes full of anticipation, saying, "Little Chu, use restoration on me now." Qin Chi asked in confusion. "Old Lin, what's going on?" The higher-up said that the restoration curse feature is extremely special. Its path of advancement actually has another name, which you've definitely heard of. What name? The Hand of God. Chapter 24. On the back of Chu Hao's hand, a magic eye tattoo inexplicably appeared. Chu Hao frowned. "Magic eye, please rest assured. This is just my way of connecting and communicating with you." Chu Hao nodded and said, "Recovery ability, is it the Hand of God?" "Magic eye, yes. But it needs to be upgraded to level 5, or above to be called the Hand of God." "Can it really resurrect?" "Yes. But it can only temporarily revive recently deceased lives. Unless the Hand of God is upgraded to level 8, then it can be considered true resurrection. Which even I cannot achieve." "Wow. This curse ability is a bit over the top. If one of Magic Eye's curse abilities is so extreme, then what about my mother? How terrifying is she?" "Magic Eye, what is your highest curse ability level?" "Level 6. Compared to the existence behind you, my level is insignificant," Magic Eye replied. "But compared to most strange beasts, your servant can still fight," Magic Eye added. He didn't want to be underestimated, yet he dared not challenge the existence behind Chu Hao. "The bus has arrived." Magic Eye was surprised. "You live in such a run-down place." However, soon after, Magic Eye felt a chaotic curse aura permeating this abandoned community. Chapter 25. Chu Hao nodded secretly. He checked his phone. Huang Yi sent him another message, asking when he was free and wanted to treat him to dinner. Chu Hao took a screenshot of this message and forwarded it to Lu Ya. "Lu Ya, damn. This dead green tea, if Brother Hao feels lonely. He can go for it. Don't you care? Women are like clothes, who wears them differently." Good awareness. System prompt, Option 1, accept Huang Yi's invitation. Gain beginner curse sealed. Option 2, reject Huang Yi's invitation. Gain curse power 1. Chu Hao was taken aback. Huang Yi is undoubtedly an ordinary person. What danger could be around her? However, since the system has presented options, it indicates that there must be danger in going. No free time. He initially wanted to delete Huang Yi, but was curious about what was happening around this woman, so he decided to keep her for now. Inside the villa apartment. After seeing Chu Hao's refusal message, Huang Yi couldn't help but frown. Is this guy a saint? Why isn't he at all moved by a girl's invitation? "Miss, dinner's ready." Coming. Huang Yi and her family of 3 took their seats. Her father was scrolling through news on his phone and said, "Huang Yi, tomorrow you and your mother should go to the temple." Chapter 26. After a whole day, Chu Hao specifically trained in 3 curses. Lin Yan came to the training room and asked, "How do you feel?" Chu Hao, "Not bad." Lin Yan said, "The 3 curses are the basic entry level. But they are also the abilities we use the most. Practicing them to the extreme can yield unexpected results." Chu Hao nodded. Lin Yan said, "There's a task tonight that requires you to go." Chu Hao asked, "What task?" Lin Yan said, "There's been a murder case at the night venue, just go take a look. You can use spirit vision to observe if it was done by a strange beast. It's a very simple task." The system also didn't present any option prompts, indicating that safety is within control. Chu Hao nodded. "After you arrive, a colleague will contact you. The code phrase is "The yellow sky is dead." And you respond with "The clear sky is strong." Such a middle schooler code phrase. Lin Yan felt embarrassed. Is it middle schooler? That's what I thought. At night. Chu Hao arrived near the night venue. The nightlife here is extremely rich, with a street full of women dressed provocatively and heavily made up, as well as drunken men. A man approached, wearing a jacket and looking sharp, and said, "Are you Chu Hao?" "Yes." The man whispered, "The yellow sky is dead." Chapter 27. Chu Hao said, I'll take this bottle of potion. Good. This bottle of potion must have issues, even if Chen Yuan takes it back for research. He won't figure it out. Feng Fei trembled and said, Captain Chu, Captain Chen, I'm not in trouble, right? Chu Hao asked, what do you think about this bottle of potion? Feng Fei hurriedly said, I really don't know. I'm not clear who Feng Qian has been hanging out with recently, but his pig friends always come here to spend money. I can help you ask them. In Chu Hao's spirit vision, Feng Fei indeed had no problems. At this time, Feng Fei handed over 2 cards. What do you mean? Bribing us? Chen Yuan said coldly. I wouldn't he dare, this is our night venue consumption card, if you 2 come here, it's all free. No need. Chu Hao took 1 card. I've accepted the item, but the minimum consumption of 888 is a bit expensive. Chen Yuan was amused and also accepted the card. Why did Chu Hao accept the card? System prompt, option 1, refuse the consumption card, gain curse power 20. Option 2, accept the consumption card, gain spirit 1. Wow. This place actually has a follow-up. He certainly had to accept it. Chapter 28. Qin Shi smiled mysteriously, revealing a shallow dimple, and said, do you want to earn some extra money? Chu Hao glanced at Lin Yan's office and whispered, can we still earn extra money? Of course. Does Sister Qin have a way? What Sister Qin? Call me Sister Qi. Sister Qi, tell me about it. Downstairs, treat me to coffee. No problem. The 2 went downstairs to a coffee shop. There weren't many people, but the coffee was ridiculously expensive. Qin Shi's appearance attracted quite a few opposite-sex customers buying coffee, who found her enchanting, as if she were made of water, resembling a fox spirit. Do you want to hear about fast money or slow money? Fast. The QI Club is recruiting extraordinary people like us. Rich women will come to select. Making tens of thousands in a day is possible. Chu Hao was surprised and said, tens of thousands a day. Is that true? Of course. Is it humans playing with ghosts or ghosts playing with beasts? Qin Shi almost spat out her coffee, giving him a sideways glance. I thought you were quite innocent. I didn't expect you to be a little LSP, no, a little SP. In front of Sister Qi, it's not worth mentioning. Qin Shi smiled brightly, exuding charm. And passers-by stared, while her girlfriend slapped her hand in annoyance. Chapter 29. Strange Beast. Everyone's breathing quickened, and even Bai Ying became excited. Isn't it normal to have strange beasts? Why are you so excited? Chu Hao asked in confusion. Bai Ying said, I've been in the department for 10 years. And I've seen very few strange beasts. Hu Ji excitedly said, I haven't seen a strange beast yet. Qin Shi remained silent. There are very few genuine strange beasts that people encounter. Chu Hao didn't know what to say. He lives in a place where strange beasts are simply too many. And there will probably be even more in the future. Chu Hao said, should we contact old Lin? Qin Shi nodded and took out her phone to call. Lin Yan said, Qin Shi, you will command on site. Qin Shi hung up the phone. What other uses does your paper man have? Speak up. Chu Hao mentioned the useful aspects. Controlling people's actions. Qin Shi was excited. Are there more paper men? Chu Hao took out other paper men. Qin Shi asked curiously. How many paper men can you control? I don't know, I haven't tried controlling multiple paper men at once, it might be distracting. As he spoke, he controlled the paper men. 5 more paper men stood up. This wasn't Chu Hao's limit, he could control more paper men. But it was enough to show this skill in front of others. Chapter 30. Bai Ying said helplessly, the mountain demon smashed the bead. And I couldn't stop it in time. Old Bai, it's not your fault, Qin Shi said. Bai Ying felt bitter, blaming himself for putting his companion in a desperate situation. Thanks to Xiao Chu this time, otherwise, we might have been in trouble with our own people. Hu Ji asked in confusion, why? Qin Shi was too lazy to deal with this fool. Level 3, Evil Thoughts Attack. I haven't seen many who can block it with a mind curse. How did you do it? Qin Shi asked. Chu Hao glanced back. Forget it, let's talk about it when we get back. Chu Hao said, what about the corpses? Bai Ying replied, of course we take them back to burn. If we burn something good, we'll make a fortune. Can this thing explode with equipment? Chu Hao was stunned. Bai Ying nodded and said, cursed traits can manifest. For example, the mental state I used before was burned out of a strange beast. Don't worry. If we really burn something good, I'll ask old Lin to help you get it. Qin Shi patted Chu Hao's shoulder. Hu Ji felt depressed. Always feeling like he was superfluous. Wrap it up. Today was a close call. Qin Shi directly asked Hu Ji to treat them to a late-night snack. Hu Ji readily agreed. In the end, he realized during the dinner that he was indeed a burden. Without Chu Hao, their team might have been in trouble on sight. Chapter 31. After Qin Lu left, Lin Yan rubbed Chu Hao's arm and asked, what did she say to you? Thank me for saving Sister Qi. Yes. She is Qin Chi's aunt. Chu Hao asked, Captain Lin, is Lord Wei the head of our province? Lord Wei manages many affairs in the area. I'm one of his subordinates, but I don't see him often. Lord Wei is easy to approach. That's for you. I am quite approachable. Lin Yan looked at him. Unsure of what to say, this guy was a bit shameless. In the end, Lin Yan asked, what do you think of Qin Shi? I've often seen someone like Sister Qi in my dreams. What kind of dream? Dreams of youthful recklessness. Lin Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Shi walked over and smiled before entering the house. What did my aunt say about me? Today's Qin Shi wore a suit with short pants, looking very capable. Her blouse bulging out, and her round bottom was quite eye-catching. She asked me to take care of you. How do you plan to take care of me? Sister Yun Yang, is that okay? Get lost, little brat, you can't handle my tofu, you can't bite into it. Chu Hao curiously asked, Sister Qi. With such an impressive aunt, why are you staying here? Chapter 32. Coming to the night scene now basically doesn't require consumption cards. There are plenty of people eager to treat. It was inadvertently revealed by Feng Fei that these two had uncommon backgrounds, but the specifics were unclear. However, this group of young people wasn't ignorant, they had already used connections to investigate. At that time, they were discovered by someone with special connections, who inquired about their family's elders, asking if they wanted to stop mingling in an city. Several elders were taken aback. Later, they learned what kind of background the unruly descendants were investigating. Several young people's elders reminded them to never offend these two and to serve them well. Good heavens! The family elders all requested to serve them well and even gave them extra pocket money, telling them to ask for more if it wasn't enough. Wang Ning was one of the young people who knew part of the situation. Thanks to Chu Hao and Sister Qin, he managed to get a lot of pocket money from home and was very grateful. Wang Ning said, Brother Hao, a few big shots came today. Should we call them over? Chu Hao really liked this guy Wang Ning. He was 3 years older, but was a night scene playboy. Listening to him brag. He had been expelled from school, and his family bought the school. Really rich. Chu Hao said, I haven't seen them yet. Chapter 33, No, it's nothing. Luo Zhihua took out a bottle and said, This is a curse power pill, a small token of sincerity. You're too polite. Chu Hao casually took the bottle. Thinking this person was quite straightforward, other people would only express their gratitude verbally. Luo Zhihua said with a headache, I survived, but the cursed ceiling object ran away. It might be in your area. Lin Yan's expression was serious. What kind of cursed ceiling object? Level B dangerous ceiling object, the strange beast smile clown. Those cursed by its traits will laugh themselves to death. Its smile trait has reached level 3. And the clown also has a juggling trait, suspected to be level 5. Lin Yan's pupils constricted. A level 5 cursed trait was no joke. Luo Zhihua bitterly said, "Now you understand how fortunate I was to be caught yesterday, right? It probably has something to do with you." In this way, Chu Hao really saved his life. Lin Yan asked, "How could such a dangerous strange beast be traded?" Luo Zhihua hesitated for a while before saying, "You mustn't speak of this outside." "Absolutely won't say anything," Lin Yan assured. Luo Zhihua then said, "The Smile Clown is a sealing object of an extraordinary family. This time, they want to open up the foreign market." Chapter 34, It Really Is You. Chu Hao was speechless. "You're also quite unlucky, running into a street punk. She's my sister. Since she likes you, just stay home well." Chu Hao no longer cared about the Smile Clown. If the clown could cause trouble at home, it would have done so long ago. It was suppressed by a cat's butt, which was pretty weak. The Smile Clown was completely stunned. Originally thinking Chu Hao was a normal person with whom it could communicate. But in the realm of mental illness, normal is actually abnormal, okay? "Mom, this is my salary, for you." "No need, son. Take it, Mom. My salary will only increase. Winter is coming, so buy a few more clothes, and buy a few more for Nai too." Mom was touched. Ding! Mom's affection for you has increased. Currently at 4 stars. Chu Hao is excited. Mom's affection has finally improved. Mom kissed her son and happily said, "Having you is enough for me." Nai, watching from the side, gritted her teeth. That despicable big pot actually spent money to rank up. "No, I need to make money to buy ice cream for Mom." System prompt, ding. Mom's affection has increased to 4 stars, unlocking the attribute point increase limit, with a minimum increase of 3 points. Chapter 35, Usage. A curse trait appeared in his mind, and he could use it normally now. "What is it about electricity?" Lin Yan walked over and said, "Everyone, let's have a meeting." The 5 of them gathered together. Lin Yan brought a buzzcut man, with distinct facial features and deep-set eyes, looking about 27 or 28. Lin Yan said, "Let me introduce everyone, this is our new colleague, Li Weixiang." Li Weixiang said, "Hello everyone." Hu Ji was the most excited. Finally, a newcomer had arrived. He thought that after Chu Hao came, he would help share the workload. But he didn't expect that the tasks in the bureau would be so many that everyone was overwhelmed. Lin Yan said, "Qin Chi, Chu Hao, Bai Ying, Hu Ji. You will all be colleagues from now on." Chu Hao thought to himself, "Could this person be sent by Elder Jiang to monitor me?" Li Weixiang said, "Qin Chi. I've heard of your great name." Qin Chi replied indifferently, "You know me. The dual gun heroine, who in the circle doesn't know her?" Li Weixiang was also somewhat surprised. The dual gun heroine is actually in such a small place. Dual gun heroine, Chi Ji, you have this title too? Chu Hao asked curiously. Qin Chi shot him a glare and said, "Mind your own business." The arrival of Li Weixiang added some liveliness to the previously quiet office. Chapter 36. The movie hadn't started yet, but the atmosphere was already tense. Zhong Ziling, who usually kept a low profile, actually showed up. He was a big shot who held the jobs of 90% of those present. Zhong Ziling said, "Chu Hao, no. You should call him Officer Chu now." Chu Hao replied, "Mr. Zhong, you came specifically to find me, what is it?" "I heard the Joker has escaped. Mr. Zhong has great influence, we only found out yesterday." Zhong Ziling smiled and said, "Such small tricks are nothing to mention. I came this time to propose a collaboration to capture the Joker together. Why don't you go find Team Lin?" "It's difficult to see Team Lin," Zhong Ziling complained. The premiere began. The movie tells the story of an elderly man played by Cao Shuang, who, upon aging, meets a little girl. After the girl is kidnapped, the elderly man rushes into the gang with the Carters from back in the day to rescue the girl. Chu Hao's scenes appeared. His physique immediately attracted countless eyes. What an impressive physique. How did he train? The fight scenes were also great, completely on par with Cao Shuang. This is going to be a hit. Especially the girls, who have already started calculating whether to ship CP with Chu Hao. Chu Hao looked at himself on the big screen and suddenly felt fulfilled. Chapter 37, The Call Connected. The first thing Zhong Ziling said was, "The Joker has appeared." "I know, are your people inside?" "Who are you with?" Lin Yan took the phone and said, "Mr. Zhong. We need information from inside the building. If possible, I hope you can provide it. Team Lin, if we catch the Joker. I hope to use the Joker for a month. That's non-negotiable." Zhong Ziling seemed to know and said, "I want to insert someone into this year's extraordinary team assessment." Lin Yan coldly replied, "You should know that's also impossible." Zhong Ziling said, "Then there's nothing to discuss. I can help you report. Whether they can participate in the assessment will depend on the members' own performance." "Okay." Li Weixiang coldly said from the side, "This Zhong Ziling is quite ambitious. But he's also likely to die quickly." The footage came through. Zhong Ziling's people were searching for the Joker. In the empty office building, suddenly, a loud, infectious laughter echoed. The laughter was so contagious that the surrounding glass shattered. Zhong Ziling's people were wearing earplugs, so the laughter couldn't curse them. The Joker's traits had already been figured out. The scene shifted. Chapter 38, Wow, Wow, Wow. The Joker simulated a baby's crying sound, his movements as if he was holding a baby. Chu Hao understood. That was his child. The child died in the fire, only 1 year old. Lin Yan suddenly didn't know what to say. Qin Shi wondered what was on her mind. Li Weixiang couldn't help but sigh, but soon his gaze became incredibly resolute. The Joker laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. System prompt, Option 1, help the Joker find the arsonist, gain the curse trait Spear of Libra. Option 2, attack the Joker. Gain the curse power trait Pill. Option 3, immediately shout and lie down, then leave the scene. Gain physique 3, Chu Hao suddenly raised his head. Lie down. He pressed down on Qin Shi and Lin Yan's bodies and quickly lay on the ground. Li Weixiang wasn't so lucky, he saw the shell outside the window. And it was getting bigger, leaving him no time to react. Boom! The entire building trembled, and the structure collapsed. Chu Hao and the others were trapped under the rubble. As the smoke cleared, cough, cough. Qin Shi was the first to crawl out. She was covered in dust and dirt, losing her image. Frantically using her delicate hands to move the rubble off Chu Hao. Chapter 39, Old Lin, think of a way, Qin Shi said. Lin Yan, however, was pondering how to face his superiors and the 8 major families after this was over. It was really a headache. After all, the Joker is a strange beast. Lin Yan said. Qin Shi was very annoyed and poked her head out to shoot. Meanwhile, Chu Hao had already controlled the paper man, and had reached the back of the meat shield extraordinary. The paper man stuck to him and activated the curse trait. The meat shield extraordinary rushed towards the bald man, pinning him down hard. The bald man was crushed under the terrifying weight of the meat shield. Nearly losing control of his bowels, his eyes bulging. Damn it! Giant bear, you mother. Hurry up and pull him away. An extraordinary, with spiritual vision, saw the paper man, and casually removed it. It wasn't me. The giant bear meat shield came to his senses and hurriedly said. It was that kid. The bald man was furious, it's that kid again, who just suddenly attacked me with lightning. I'll deal with the Joker, then I'll deal with you. The bald man was extremely angry. Captain, hurry up and use the music box to deal with the Joker. The bald man took out a music box from his backpack and said, delay the time, trap it. Yes. Immediately, the bald man twisted the key of the music box. Chu Hao squinted and raised his hand. Chapter 40 Lin Yan's face darkened. This was the Chunibu nickname he had given himself when he was young. And it felt quite embarrassing to have it shouted out so loudly. However, Lin Yan's shadow ability had yet to be unleashed before the spotlight was stolen by the Clown King. The Clown King suddenly appeared behind the bald man, catching everyone off guard. He reached into the bald man's back and pulled out a square piece of flesh without a drop of blood, resembling jelly. A square hole was hollowed out of the bald man's body. Hee. The bald man was terrified, his body was emptied, yet he felt no pain at all. Not only had Smiley Face leveled up, but even juggling had likely leveled up as well. A new curse ability was added, Magician. Lin Yan retracted his shadow ability and said, "Withdraw." Lin Yan carried the unconscious Li Wei and jumped into the lower level of the collapsed building. Chu Hao and Qin Chi followed suit without saying a word. The Clown King did not pursue them. Hee, ha. The Clown King began a killing spree. The three of them sprinted out of the building and got into a car. Completion option, gain physique 3. Lin Yan stepped on the gas and sped away. Qin Chi asked, "What do we do now?" Lin Yan replied bitterly, "We just can't get it right. We did our best, didn't we?" Chapter 41 I promise you. I will help you get rid of that person. The bald man was dead. Boss, are we really going to take revenge for him? Revenge my ass. Luo Qianhai sneered. Even if he was from the Luo family, it wouldn't be easy to take action against the people from the public office. An elder beside Luo Qianhai frowned and said, "The bald man cursed you with a curse ability. After taking revenge for him, the curse will disappear. Damn you, bald man." Luo Qianhai was extremely frustrated. "I want all the information on those three people." "Yes." Just then, the pilot of the plane saw a girl pressing her face against the helicopter's glass. The pilot was startled. "Holy crap, there's someone outside." Everyone was shocked. Has the Clown King caught up? Nai, are you looking for me? Nai jumped into the cabin from outside, dressed in a wrinkled white dress, looking extremely pure. Everyone was incredulous. How did she get up so high? The elder instinctively activated his curse ability. Nai turned around in confusion and said, "Old man, what did you just do to me?" "Something poked my butt." The elder immediately broke into a cold sweat. Chapter 42 Interrogation Room. Chu Hao, however, remained seated in the chair. Everything seemed normal. He had run out without any obstruction. Gained curse power 3. Walking down the street, he grew angrier the more he thought about it. Were they just going to let him be slaughtered? He had run away this time, but the other side would definitely use means to hunt him down. Was he to be a fugitive for life? System prompt, Option 1, escape from Anxious City, gain a random curse ability. Option 2, go home and sleep, gain a curse power elixir. Option 3, go back. Cause a scene, gain physique 3. Sure enough, escaping Anxious City might turn him into a wanted criminal. Chu Hao chose 3. Then let's cause a scene. But the key is how to make a scene. Just as Chu Hao was feeling a headache, he suddenly spotted a familiar girl by the roadside. "Isn't that street punk Nai? Nai, what are you doing here?" Nai jumped in surprise, turned around, and said nonchalantly, "Oh, it's you, Big Pot. I'm looking for toys." "What are you doing outside?" Chu Hao asked, "Where's your phone?" Nai raised her hand, revealing a children's watch on her fair little hand, which could be used to make calls. "My mom bought it for me," Nai proudly boasted. Chapter 43 Luo Qianhai stood on the top floor of the building. Dressed in a white suit, holding a glass of red wine, embodying the posture of a successful person. They had laid out an elaborate trap, using the clown's revenge to initiate their plan. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out, and the flashes of gunfire illuminated the night. The battle had begun. Hee, ha. The Clown King encountered others. His magical ability was extremely perverse, combined with a very high level of juggling characteristic. putting the extraordinary team that first encountered the clown in a tough fight. However, this time the number of extraordinary beings reached 16. This time, nearly 70 to 80% of the relevant extraordinary beings in Ansha City had come to encircle the clown. More and more people stepped up, using curse abilities to attack. At this moment, the Clown King rode a unicycle, moving as fast as lightning. He threw explosive candies from his hands. Boom, boom, boom. The whole building trembled. Luo Qianhai felt the vibrations from below, and his expression grew worse. What were these guys doing? Just a mere strange beast clown. The encircling group finally used a cursed item. Music box. This was a sequence level 5 cursed item, and using it required a very high cost. The music box sounded. Suddenly, a swarm of ghostly figures crawled out of the music box, as if they had emerged from hell, frantically pouncing toward the Clown King. Chapter 44. Everyone held their breath. Was this person here to find the Clown King? The Clown King smiled cheerfully and made no further moves. You can kill him. But you owe us a favor from Zodiac. Chu Hao threw Luo Qianhai out like a dead dog, landing beside the Clown King. The Clown King's crimson eyes fixated on the terrified Luo Qianhai. Ha ha ha. The Clown King laughed heartily, drawing a sharp knife from his waist and stabbing toward Luo Qianhai's eyes. Phut! Ah! Luo Qianhai screamed in agony. 1 stab. 2 stabs. 3 stabs. 4 stabs. Luo Qianhai's face was left unrecognizable, dead beyond saving. When the Clown King looked up, he found that the Dragon Man and the rabbit were gone. The others were extremely tense. This mission had completely failed. Luo Qianhai was dead. If the Clown King wanted to escape, no one could stop him. And the only thing that could trap him, the music box, had also been taken away by the rabbit. The Clown King turned to look at everyone. They swallowed hard, their palms sweating from nervousness, ready for a life-and-death battle. The Clown King pulled out a handful of colorful ribbons from his pocket and scattered them. The next moment, in a magical display, the Clown King vanished. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Zodiac, what kind of organization is this? I've never heard of it before. Frowned an extraordinary being from a relevant department in Ansha City. Chapter 45. Chu Hao returned to the interrogation room. His inexplicable disappearance would certainly raise suspicions. He came back to clear his name. Luo Zhihua woke up and thought it was bad news. Their department had been attacked by a strange beast. Moreover, with Chu Hao dead, how would he explain it to Lin Yan? Captain Luo, someone exclaimed, pointing to the interrogation room. Luo Zhihua followed his subordinate's gaze and gasped. Wasn't Chu Hao dead? Was everything before just an illusion? Are you okay? Luo Zhihua rushed into the interrogation room. Chu Hao asked in confusion, Captain Luo. What could be wrong with me? When will the interrogation end? It's already 4 a.m. Wait a moment. Liu He had disappeared, and 2 of his subordinates were dead. This matter was too serious. Chu Hao couldn't leave for now. The next day, Chu Hao was released. Bai Ying came to pick him up. Bai Ying smiled and asked, Did you suffer? Chu Hao shook his head. Last night's experience made him realize that no one could be relied upon but himself. I have good news for you. Luo Qianhai is dead. Chu Hao was surprised. How did he die? Killed by the Clown King. It's complicated. Let me take you home to rest first. Okay. Back at home. Chapter 46. It might be a new grassroots organization. The upper management wanted to investigate the Zodiac. The meaning regarding the Zodiac was very clear. Eliminate it as soon as possible. The meeting was adjourned. Lin Yan met with Chu Hao alone. The strange beast that appeared that night was clearly targeting Liu He. You're fine, so I can breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Yan said, taking out a document. Please fill out this form. What is this? It's the formal application to join. I didn't tell you before, but our department belongs to the Heavenly Alliance. Chu Hao asked in confusion, what is the background of our Heavenly Alliance? The Heavenly Alliance has a long history. You know the Jinyue, right? Chu Hao nodded. Originally, it wasn't called the Heavenly Alliance, but was a branch of the Jinyue, which later changed its name to the Heavenly Alliance. The Heavenly Alliance is responsible for the southern region. The other three major alliances are Kaiyang Alliance, Xinjiang Alliance, and Qianding Alliance. The four major alliances control the four major regions. Chu Hao asked, is Luo Qianhai part of the Heavenly Alliance? That's right. Within the Heavenly Alliance, the 8 major families occupy 3, the Luo family, the Mu family, and the Bai family. Chu Hao frowned and asked, isn't Luo Qianhai doing whatever he wants within the alliance? Lin Yan smiled and said, do you think that's why he still stays in An City? This is the intention of the Heavenly Alliance, to use him as bait to attract the Clown King. Chapter 47, Chu Hao burst through the door. The scene inside made him freeze. The room had several bunk beds, and 7 women lay on the beds, dazed and unaware of Chu Hao's arrival. If he hadn't come here today, no one would know what would have happened to the girls. Chu Hao's heart sank. These people were ruthless, treating lives as insignificant, harming their own kind, and were even more disgusting than the strange beasts. Chu Hao took out his phone and called Chen Yuan. Sister Chi, I found the evidence. Mission option completed, gained 3 spirit points, ding. Your spirit attribute has been upgraded to LV2. After the spirit attribute increased, he felt refreshed. His reaction speed and mental resistance had improved. Qin Chi slightly nodded, looking at the muscular men in the casino. Where's Zheng Chong? I don't know. The muscular man couldn't figure out how the people from the public office knew that women were in the casino. System prompt, option 1, seal the scene and capture criminals. Gain a special medicine. Option 2, go to the factory. Gain 3 physical strength. I choose option 2. Chu Hao said, where is the factory? Take me there. After a while, Chen Yuan arrived. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but marvel at the methods of the special department. He had been tracking the missing persons case for a long time. Yet it was so easily resolved by Chu Hao. Chapter 48, at the office, Hu Ji looked at the two with a strange expression. They went out for a while and caught members of the Demon Child organization. How did they do that? Sister Qin, how did you manage it? Can you teach me too? Old Lin asked you to investigate the Liu He case. What does it have to do with you? I really want to know. Make tea. All right. In Lin Yan's office, she said helplessly, you collaborated with Zhong Ziling, didn't you? Chu Hao was startled. Lin Yan was indeed very perceptive and guessed it right away. This was Sister Chi's intention. Chu Hao directly sold out driver Qin. If it were her, she would probably say she did it herself. Lin Yan said, don't learn these random things from her. Zhong Ziling is not a good person. Got it? This sentence went in one ear and out the other. After all, Lin Yan had set a precedent for collaborating with Zhong Ziling. Lin Yan took out 2 curse power pills. This is a reward for capturing Zheng Chong. Additionally, there's a 100,000 bonus for capturing Zheng Chong. Each of you will get 50,000, and your salaries will be paid together next month. Chu Hao was extremely happy. Lin Yan looked at him. What's wrong, Captain Lin? Aren't you treating us? Chu Hao was speechless. He had already realized that Lin Yan was actually a money lover. After work. Chapter 49, everyone was startled. They arrived so quickly. Wei Hai furrowed his brows and said, withdraw to a kilometer radius. The strange beasts were coming. Clearly attracted by the strange ruins. If a battle broke out here, many people would surely die. And the Heavenly Alliance would also be unable to prevent the strange beasts from entering the strange ruins. Withdraw to a kilometer radius. Zhong Chilin, a steward of the Heavenly Alliance, was on par with Lin Yan. In the Heavenly Alliance, the hierarchy was clearly defined: apprentice member, official member, steward, helmsman, hallmaster, elder, alliance master. The Heavenly Alliance was very strict about the division of ranks. Subordinates had to obey the commands of their superiors. Zhong Chilin said, "Qin Chi." Qin Chi glanced at him and said flatly, "Steward Zhong, what is the matter?" The two knew each other. "I heard that you and your colleagues captured members of the Demon Child. Do you have any news about other members of the Demon Child?" Zhong Chilin asked. "None." Zhong Chilin nodded slightly. "Notify me when you have news next time. I have received word that Baiguan Maru has come to this city and is plotting something." Qin Chi was taken aback and bit her lip. "Baiguan Maru. It's him," Zhong Chilin said. He then left. Chu Hao turned to Bai Ying beside him and asked, "Who is Baiguan Maru?" Chapter 50. Mu Cheng, with a badge on his chest, was also a steward, but behind him was the Mu family of the 8 major families. Was he already hugging a big leg? Mu Cheng said, "This is my number. I will be in city for a while." Chu Hao took note. The young lady from the Mu family beside him said, "This is my phone number, keep it well, little brother." This woman was quite stunning. Capable of being a leading lady in the entertainment industry, with a golden ratio figure that looked eye-catching. He quickly obtained the contact information of 2 young ladies and a young master from the 8 major families. "Good, sister. Whoever bullies you, just let them know my name," Mu Yao said proudly. Mu Cheng beside her was at a loss for words. "What is your sister's name?" Mu Yao. Chu Hao returned to his team. Qin Chi asked, "Has the Mu family taken you in? From now on, we have connections, and when we encounter someone like Luo Qianhai, we can just curse them back." Chu Hao chuckled. Hu Ji beside him looked envious. "Why hasn't he any family taken me in?" Bai Ying asked curiously, "What does the Mu family see in you?" They didn't know that Chu Hao possessed the curse characteristic of the goddess hand. "Maybe it's because I'm handsome, and I'm only 18. With the potential to become a master." Chapter 51. Along the way, they basically didn't encounter any issues. Soon, they found street performer Nine Eye around the corner. "Nine Eye, what are you doing here?" Nine Eye turned around and saw Long Ren and the serpent man beside him. "Mom?" Nine Eye immediately became obedient. "Big Pot, I was watching people perform. Everyone was here just now, why did they disappear all of a sudden?" Nine Eye asked in confusion. "Meow." The whole street suddenly fell silent, most likely because of Mom. "Mom is so impressive." Mom said, "You child, don't run around and cause trouble, come home with me." Nine Eye didn't dare to be cheeky. "Got it, Mom." Chu Hao couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected it to be so safe, just like going out for a stroll after dinner, with no sense of novelty. Just then, an old hunchback appeared by the roadside, lifeless, with hollow eyes, looking like a corpse that had been dead for many years. Chu Hao became alert. This old man was definitely related to the eerie ruins. He saw the old man bowing to Mom, then he vanished. Mom didn't pay much attention and said, "Let us go." Chu Hao and Nine Eye quickly followed. "Mom, who was that just now?" Chu Hao asked. Chapter 52. Old Man. "When did you become a security guard?" The old man smiled and said, "It was a while ago, when the property management just came to the community, now it's fine. I have a job and don't have to run around anymore. Our community is getting better and better. There really is property management." Chu Hao felt uneasy. Was there construction going on last night? The old man shook his head. "Little Chu, does your house need renovation? Do you want me to contact the property management? Does your property management handle renovations?" Chu Hao thought about his family's unique renovation style. If they could renovate it again, that would be nice. "Of course. If you want to renovate, the price is still cheap now. After all, you are an old owner of our community. All right, thank you. I've been living here for so long and still don't know your name. Liu Daqiang. Chu Hao nodded. They finally walked out of the community after crossing the peach orchard. The overnight changes in the community would probably be noticed soon. One step at a time. But he soon discovered that there was actually a construction team working inside the community. He used spiritual vision to check. The construction team was not any strange beasts, but humans. Chu Hao curiously walked over. Which construction company are you from? Chapter 53, Sun, high price for level 3 cursed items. Prices range from 1 million to 10 million, inquiries welcome. Wild mushroom, seeking a level 3 dark attribute curse characteristic, please private message if you have news. White ghost Maru, collecting information on the eerie domain of Anshi, private message. Chu Hao's pupils constricted. He actually saw a post from White Ghost Maru on the black market. Chu Hao exclaimed, this White Ghost Maru is posting on the black market. This is the black market, members are mixed, and in the black market, there's nothing you can't buy, only what you can't imagine. Qin Chi said blandly, after so many years, the black market has never leaked anyone's information, the site is very confidential, and it's impossible to find the backers. Chu Hao nodded secretly. However, the black market only provides a platform, transactions still need to be done privately. Chu Hao said speechlessly, who would dare to trade openly? Aren't they afraid of being blackmailed? Qin Chi, sipping coffee, pointed to a post. Xia, offline traders can contact Huangtu for guarantees. Offline transactions can go to Huangtu, who will charge a 20% fee. With Huangtu around, basically, nothing will go wrong. Chu Hao felt enlightened. There's even an extraordinary organization guaranteeing offline transactions. Chapter 54, not long after, the Luo family of the 8 major families also came with the news. They naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity in the eerie domain. A woman around 25 years old, dressed in black trousers, tall and slender, walked over in high heels. Master Wei, before my father died, he sent Liu He to investigate the people helping the clown, but Liu He died. Where are those 3? I have something to ask them. Master Wei said, who is your father? Luo Qianhai. Wei Hai frowned slightly. She was Luo Qianhai's daughter, Luo Qingyi. Liu He's death was too suspicious. According to what the family steward said, Liu He was sent to assassinate a young man. But Liu He died. Although it can't be directly proven that Liu He's death was related to those 3, Luo Qingyi was still unwilling to accept it. Wei Hai said, your father's death has nothing to do with them, the Zodiac was involved. I just want to ask some questions, Master Wei, Luo Qingyi said respectfully. Luo Qingyi was just a steward, there were still higher ranks above her. Wei Hai was 2 levels above her. Not long after, Lin Yan brought Chu Hao and the others over. Lin Yan said, Miss Luo, your father's death has nothing to do with them, I hope you understand. Chapter 55, Chu Hao gently tapped the table, and the rabbit and mouse looked at him. Chu Hao said, let us talk about the 3 rules of the organization. First, members cannot fight privately, otherwise, they will be expelled from the Zodiac immediately. Second, do not inquire about other members' private lives and backgrounds, anyone who discovers this will be expelled. Third, all benefits will be shared equally. Chu Hao asked, does anyone have anything to add? The rabbit raised his hand. Who is the boss? This was Nine-Eye's first time speaking, leaving Chu Hao speechless. Are you trying to stir things up? Chu Hao replied, the Serpent Man is the boss, is there any problem? Nine-Eye hurriedly said, no problem, I raise both hands in agreement. Just kidding. The snake person is like a mother, and even if Nana had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to snatch it. The Clown King licked his lips, wondering if the snake person was really that strong. He really wanted to experience it. Chu Hao tapped the table and said calmly, let's have a free exchange from now on. The Clown King asked, "What is the strange ruins?" After the Clown King was promoted, he became a new intelligent life, with a thirst for knowledge as pure as Chu Hao's was at the beginning. Time, space, and the distorted otherworlds contain powerful curses left by strange beasts, offering both opportunities and dangers. If he asked his mother, she would probably tell him. But what happens afterward is known only to the heavens. Perhaps the entire engineering team would meet a tragic end, and it would be counted against him. So in this world full of strange beasts, following the system that is as steady as an old dog is definitely the right choice. The system has saved him countless times. Without it, he would have been done for a long time ago. Chu Hao didn't ask and smiled. Yes, yes. Mom has meat to eat, you're too thin. He served his mother some dishes. His mother's beautiful face was filled with happiness as she said, "Thank you, Hao Hao. Your sister only knows how to eat, and doesn't care about me at all." Nana. I didn't say anything, and I get brought up. Mom, Nana's little head quickly turned, feeling that this family really makes Mom angry, and that she was not far from death. Nana, Mom, in a few days, Xiaoyu and I are preparing a surprise for you. Mom, really? Chu Hao, if you say it, it's no longer a surprise. Nana, meow. Girl, don't provoke Mom anymore. Meow. Chu Hao served his mother more dishes and said, Mom, Nana is just a child, don't take her too seriously. When she grows up, she will understand the meaning of family. He put away the paper figurine. This skill has great potential, he will practice it well when he gets home. Where to? Li Wei saw him going out, buying coffee. Li Wei followed him out as well. Upon entering the coffee shop, Chu Hao said, 2 cups of coffee. Do you want ice? The cute girl at the front desk looked up, smiling widely. Chu Hao was stunned. Nana. What are you doing in the coffee shop? Monitoring me? No. Street kids can't be this idle. Nana huffed. I'm working. I told you I'm preparing a surprise for Mom. Did you forget the big pot? Chu Hao, even Nana. This street kid has started working. This world is a bit crazy. It's not crazy. She wanted to regain Mom's favor, and her desire was simply at its peak. Li Wei asked curiously, who is this? My sister, Nana, Chu Hao introduced. Li Wei politely introduced himself. Hello, I am your brother's colleague, Li Wei. Li Wei couldn't see any issues with Nana. Chu Hao couldn't help but activate his spiritual vision, discovering that Nana had no problems at all. She was indeed a high-level grey spirit beast. Not to mention normal people, even extraordinary individuals like them couldn't see any issues. Chu Hao asked curiously, Sister Qi cares a lot about Baigumaru. Hu Ji and Li Wei both looked over. Were they curious if Qin Qi and Baigumaru had some untold affair in the past? Qin Qi gritted her teeth and said, Of course, I care. Ah, could it be? Hu Ji felt a bit disappointed. Qin Qi rolled her eyes at him, knowing exactly what these 3 were thinking. He owes me money. Ah? The 3 were dumbfounded. Qin Qi gritted her teeth. On the day he ran away, he borrowed 5 million from me, saying he wanted to buy a cursed item from the black market to make a profit. As a result, that bastard took the money and ran. Later, I found out he betrayed the organization and went abroad to live it up for a long time, spending my money. The more Qin Qi spoke, the more agitated she became, her chest heaving and her fingers cracking. The 3 were like, no way. My sister Qi, such a savvy person, was actually scammed. Chu Hao thought for a moment and said, Sister Qi, I have a business that guarantees profit, can you lend me some? Qin Qi was hit at her sore spot and turned around to scratch Chu Hao's face. Qin Qi said, Hu Ji, you stay, and you 2 come with me. Where to? To collect a debt. Option 1 can actually explode the classic scriptures. Tell the elder it was passed down from my mother. If that old man really goes to find my mother, he might be in big trouble, one elder might die. And the alliance of the world would have to investigate him thoroughly. According to my mother's character, the alliance of the world might not have a good time either. Choosing option 1, if that old man dies, he will also run into big trouble. He can forget about living a peaceful life in the future. Chu Hao said, Elder. I awakened on my own. Option completed. Gained physique 3. Bai Jihan slightly nodded and said, Lightning is a traditional inheritance characteristic. Your ancestors had legitimate heroes. Everyone else looked surprised. Li Wei was stunned. Qin Shi showed no surprise, as if she already knew. So, is Chu Hao really from a noble lineage? Chu Hao said, Elder, I don't know what my ancestors were. A few years ago, my dad encountered a shipwreck and never came back, and I never met my grandfather. Bai Jihan slightly nodded. Elder, Bai Gama ran away. Bai Jihan said, he fled. Everyone was shocked. This Bai Gama really has some skills to have escaped. The little girl beside Bai Jihan said, Grandpa, since this brother can control lightning, why not take him back? Mom is happy, thank you, sister. Butterfly girl, the little protagonist is too troublesome, it's time to teach her a lesson. I've spent more time with Mom than anyone else. The reckless girl. Chu Hao silently ate his meal, thinking, what is the origin of these items? Thinking in the worst direction, could it be that Mom once recognized him as her son? Upon thinking this, Chu Hao's heart skipped a beat, feeling cold. Mom put on the necklace and went to the room to look in the mirror. After a while, she came out. Ding! Detected nearby potential friend addition, silver necklace, do you want to add as a friend? Chu Hao's pupils widened in shock. Mom went into the room and came out, and the necklace developed self-awareness. He chose to add as a friend and opened the silver necklace's emotions. Silver necklace, where is this place? I wasn't in, I can't remember. Undoubtedly. The silver necklace Nana bought had transformed into a cursed item through Mom's hands. Mom's power is still increasing. Mom rested her chin on her smooth jaw. Her peach blossom eyes watching the two siblings eat, her face radiating a happy smile. She only has family in her eyes, seemingly nothing else, or hobbies. Chapter 61, The new resident is indeed extraordinary. It turns out that the woman who opened the door is very beautiful, around 20 years old, wearing a long ancient dress. She has an oval face, cold white skin, and eyes that seem to hide stars, captivating and longing. This ancient dress looks quite strange. As if she walked out of a costume drama, very ladylike and cultured. Unexpectedly, the woman is very polite. Placing her hands on her waist in a bow and saying, Sorry, my daughter disturbed you. In this posture, she seems truly like someone who traveled from ancient times. Chu Hao said, We were all sleeping, and when we heard the noise, we came up to see if something had happened. The woman said, I'm really sorry. My daughter is new here, and is not very familiar with the place. I hope the neighbors can understand. Mom wasn't angry and nodded, saying, As long as the person is fine, it's good. We will all be neighbors in the future, so we can understand. Thank you, Auntie. The polite young girl made Mom stop saying anything further. Chu Hao also said, We live downstairs, we are all neighbors, so if you encounter any difficulties, just let us know. Thank you. The woman sent off the family of 3. When they got home, Nai seemed very disappointed that there was no fight, otherwise she would have wanted to show off in front of Mom. Chapter 62, He is from the Heavenly Alliance. Li Weixiang said, Unless you are an elder or a hall master, how could this scripture involve us? Suddenly, Qin Shi sat up and exclaimed, The strange ruins are slowly disappearing. The strange ruins that shrouded a 30-kilometer radius became gradually blurred, as if they could dissipate at any moment. This made those paying attention to the strange ruins nervous. At this moment, a voice came from the strange ruins. The Lantern Festival has come to a perfect conclusion. Thanks to all participants, rewards will be distributed. The first place winner is Bai Lu. The second place winner is Ji Fang's Han. The third place winner is Wu Qing. The 4th to 10th places will receive an increase in curse power. Some are happy, while others are worried. Li Weixiang exclaimed, "It's our Heavenly Alliance's leader Bai Lu, she actually got first place." Such a big figure went to the strange ruins. While the fishing team received no news. Hu Ji wondered, who is Ji Fang's Han? Qin Yao said, the leader of the demon children. Hu Ji was shocked. Li Weixiang's expression became serious and said, Wu Qing is the leader of the Qianding Alliance. Even their local team was unaware of who entered the strange ruins during this period. Now, hearing the self-explosion of the strange ruins, they realized that all of them were big shots. Chapter 63, Boom. The ghost infant's 9 orifices were struck out by something, and its facial shape changed. They saw Wu Qing, the leader of the Qianding Alliance, a strong old man in his 60s, wearing a blue combat uniform, exuding an intimidating presence without anger. He had just punched the ghost infant with his bare hands. The ghost infant rolled out, crying loudly. The Qianding Alliance gave orders, kill anyone who encounters the demon children. Songhua City is the territory of the Heavenly Alliance. This time, the number of people from the Qianding Alliance was not many. But they were all masters with sequence 5 curse characteristics, totaling 8 people. A chaotic battle broke out. Hu Ji gritted his teeth and said, Sister Qi, should we go? Qin Qi rolled her eyes and said, Why are you panicking? The captain hasn't given the order yet. In the earpiece, Lin Yan's voice finally came through, if you encounter the demon children, kill them if you can, don't go to the inner circle. The inner circle is full of masters above the steward level. Even if Chu Hao and the others wanted to go, they would be powerless. Qin Qi said, Got it. Captain, do you want to go in? Lin Yan, I've been called out, but I'm bringing old Bai with me. The voice of Bai Ying came through the earpiece. Speechless, I'm 60 years old, with elders above and young ones below, can I not go? Lin Yan said, Old Bai, we can't just let the young ones go, right? Chapter 64, Qin Qi was shocked inside. Chu Hao actually planned the route in such a short time, and wanted to go directly to find Lin Yan. If Wei Hai asked her to continue shooting Ji Fang's Han, whether to shoot would be left to Lin Yan's judgment. Although Wei Hai was Lin Yan's superior, Lin Yan was as steady as an old dog. As the leader of the fishing team, he was too steady. Even though he had strength exceeding that of a steward, and could take on the position of a helmsman, he chose to remain in the steward position. According to Qin Qi's understanding of Lin Yan, he would worry about being crazily retaliated against by the demon children, and would most likely choose to hide. What surprised Qin Qi was that Chu Hao thought of all the arrangements in such a short time. At the hotel, Li Weixiang frowned and asked, Why did you come to the inner circle? Didn't the captain tell us to stay in the outer circle? Chu Hao knew that Li Weixiang was sent by Wei Hai and could not stand on their side, saying, This hotel is the high ground. Captain Lin is dealing with Bai Guan inside. If we go, we can help and occupy the high ground. That makes sense. Li Weixiang nodded. The 4 of them quickly rushed into the hotel. Chu Hao said, Captain, we have arrived at the hotel. Lin Yan asked in confusion, How did you get in? Chapter 65, the strong man looked down on Hu Ji and said, Just you. Qin Qi said, Little Hu, step aside, Lin go, you say how to tie. And I will tie it that way, come on. Looking at Qin Qi walking forward, Bai Guan instinctively took a step back. The strong man widened his eyes. Boss. Why are you backing away? What is there to be afraid of? Isn't it just that she looks good? One punch down, and I guarantee she will cry. Bai Guan laughed, You guys don't really think you can win, do you? You don't really think that only we demon children? Chu Hao asked, Besides the demon children, who else is there? Bai Guan looked at the time and said, Anyway, it's about to start, it doesn't hurt to tell you. It's the ghost Yaj. What? Chu Hao often browsed the dark web during this time, and knew what ghost Yaj was all about. The Ghost Yaj Pavilion is also a heretical organization. But those guys are in South Asia, not domestically. The Ghost Yaj organization is also very dangerous in South Asia. They can be said to have a hand in everything, doing anything for profit, from scams to organ trafficking to smuggling cursed characteristics. The collaboration between the Demon Children and Ghost Yaj is still a transnational partnership. Qin Shi was shocked. You actually allied with Ghost Yaj. You plan to strike the Heavenly Alliance hard today. This battle is destined to happen, and it's unavoidable. Chapter 66. Li Weixiang just woke up and didn't he have time to care about the severe pain in the back of his head. Because he saw Qin Shi shedding white silk. His eyes widened in an instant. What the hell? Am I in heaven? I'm not fainting. Where the hell did you bring me? Waking up to such stimulation. Qin Shi personally handed the stockings to Chu Hao, saying, "Here, take your time feeling them. You can take them home and keep them. I have more at my place. Get lost, who wants your stockings? I want the ones on my legs." Chu Hao said speechlessly, "How can this be the same?" Hu Ji suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Li Weixiang, you're awake. This guy was so unlucky. Last time, he got disfigured in the Clown Emperor incident, and this time he got a concussion." Li Weixiang's face darkened. "Where's Bai Gui Wan?" Hu Ji replied, "He ran away." "Was it Lin Team who chased him off?" Li Weixiang asked. Hu Ji shook his head, "No. After you passed out we lacked combat power. Chu Hao and Sister Qi were thinking of how to save you. We didn't fight Bai Gui Wan. He had other things to do, so he ignored us." Li Weixiang felt a bit touched. After all, he was the first to faint. With the enemy right in front of him, he had already lost half his life in that situation. Chu Hao and Hu Ji were still newcomers. And the only reliable one, Qin Shi, was a long-range shooter. It was already a miracle that he survived. Chapter 67. A group of people used curse properties to create a barrier, charging forward against the power of bullets. Lin Yan was angered and laughed. "Do you think our team is a soft persimmon?" He directly mutated. A pair of demonic wings appeared on his back, and he, like a ghost, plunged into the crowd. The king has made his move. 60-year-old Bai Ying, having a child late in life, found it hard to make a living. He was second to none in slacking off, and Qin Shi didn't dare to say first, but this matter was also in play. The ghost whip struck out, directly taking away the soul of a South Asian man. Li Weixiang swung his blood axe, charging into the crowd and chopping wildly. Hu Ji didn't have time to transform into a green-faced ghost, and found the enemies had already been taken down. He thought to himself, "I'm still too weak. Even the newcomer, Chu Hao, is stronger than me. I need to work harder to improve myself." The entire team of slackers displayed their power. And even Bai Gui Wan didn't dare to confront them directly, not knowing where their courage came from. Is it Liang Jingru? He is the one who coexists with shadows and darkness. Run fast. This guy is tough, go get the rocket launcher. A member of the Demon Child team saw the demon-like Lin Yan, and immediately recognized him. He heard that the super-strong tough guy had suddenly disappeared a few years ago, and unexpectedly, he has come this time as well. Lin Yan's face was dark. Chapter 68. This is the top echelon of the circle. He saw the arm of Lord Wu transform into two large knives, entwined with black blood threads. The knives connected to his arm. The moment the large knife swung out, residential houses were cut open, cracks filled with a cursed aura. As if something was trying to crawl out from inside. An ordinary basic attack could cut through a house, which shocked Chu Hao greatly. I wonder how these big shots and my mom would fare. Mom went to the eerie ruins, where the eerie beasts gifted a branch of a peach tree, which he planted in the community. Meanwhile, the leaders obtained the eerie ruins rewards through their battles inside. Most likely, it's 1 to 9. Mom is 9. Boom. Ji Fang's hand summoned the big-headed ghost baby 9 orifices, slamming its head hard on the ground, sending everyone flying with that force. This big-headed ghost baby has a head of real iron. Ji Fengshan's move targeted the Qianding alliance, while the South Asians of Ghost YA were looking for opportunities to counterattack. The curse properties they used resembled the folk legend's downfall. But it wasn't magical downfall, it was physical downfall. Surrounding them were many skulls, bared fangs and biting. The whole sky filled with dense black skulls. A scorching breath appeared in the surrounding air. Chapter 69. The wolf howl emitted by Chu Hao was heard by his teammates in the earpiece, who were quite surprised. "What's wrong with you? What are you doing in broad daylight?" Chu Hao was drenched in sweat. The recovery property of Sequence 3 was surprisingly powerful. Just a moment ago, he felt it was much more intense than what he usually experienced on the membership site. No wonder just now Lord Bai had a strange expression when looking at him. It was embarrassing, awkward, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Chu Hao squatted in the small courtyard, hard to be discovered, with masters protecting him nearby. Staying here until the battlefield ends isn't bad. After a while, Lord Bai returned. She was still the same as before. Chu Hao skillfully used the recovery property on her. This time the recovery lasted 8 seconds. Lord Bai felt uncomfortable and gritted her teeth. Stop. It was 10 seconds just now. The duration of recovery had shortened. Now to 8 seconds. Bai Lu turned around and left, regaining some health, then went back to fighting. Lin Yan's voice came through the earpiece. Xiao Chu. How long did Lord Bai last? 8 seconds. 2 seconds less than last time, Lin Yan replied. Li Wei Xiang curiously asked, "What's the difference between 8 seconds and 10 seconds?" Lin Yan chuckled, "You forgot you recovered last time, but back then you were unconscious." And Xiao Chu's recovery property was only at sequence 1. Chapter 70. Just now, I was busy admiring Lord Bai's figure and forgot about this. After a while, Qin Shi walked over wearing a floral dress, styled like the 1980s. Not to say, she looks good in anything, a natural model. Qin Shi whispered, "I brought a few more pieces, I'll give them to Lord Bai later. There are backless outfits, belly-bearing outfits, and others." Chu Hao was dumbfounded. As expected of my sister Qi. Chu Hao blended into the crowd, and the enemies really couldn't find him. Logically speaking, the person secretly healing Lord Bai should be hidden somewhere, or protected by a group of people. But Chu Hao was too stealthy, staying with his small team. Perfectly blending into the crowd, as if he was just there to watch. The healer couldn't be found. "Lu Jinghe, you are an elder of the Qianxia Alliance. Who is the one treating Lord Bai?" Ji Fengshan asked. The old man Lu Jinghe helplessly shook his head. "I don't know." Lu Jinghe said, "I really don't know. As far as I know, there is no such person in the Qianxia Alliance, and one who can treat the leader's injuries. If there were, I would definitely know. Whatever it takes, I would pull him into the camp, even if it means kidnapping or trafficking. The healing curse property is extremely rare." Chapter 71. This old man can no longer distinguish who is the enemy and who is the undercover. Ji Fengshan ran away. The Ghost YA family was robbed. They were all left on the land of Huaxia. Total defeat. Bai Lu ordered, "Hunt down Ji Fengshan, he must not be allowed to leave the country. Also, bring Lu Jinghe back for questioning, no one is allowed to make contact." Yes. Chu Hao learned that Ji Fengshan had run away, his eyes widened. What the hell? If it weren't for the system prompt, he might really have been kept in the dark. So the whole thing was actually set up by the Qianxia Alliance and the Demon Child to eliminate the rampant Ghost YA. The place where Ghost YA is located is just across a river from the country, and every year countless people are captured and taken away as piglets. To clean up gear, the World Alliance may have been preparing for a long time. So Ji Fengshan is an insider. The system prompt prevents Qin Shi from shooting Ji Fengshan, and he feels something is off. Now he finally understands why. These old schemers, one more cunning than the other. Gia is too miserable. Chu Hao speculates. With the conclusion of the Gia incident, the South Asia region will need a new overlord. And that person is likely to be Ji Fang's Han, though it could also be someone else. Chapter 72. At the beginning of the establishment of the four major alliances. Bai Ying joined at that time, and working hard absolutely made him a veteran. However, he ended up in Songhua City and at 60 years old still worked under Lin Yan, which indeed feels a bit unreasonable. Being used as a negative example by the younger generation, Bai Ying is quite heartbroken. One can only say Qin Chi is too good at sarcasm. Some things happened. Bai Ying said with a stern face, why am I telling you this? Do you still want to hear it? Zhong Ziling hurriedly replied, yes, please continue. You mentioned the appearance of strange ruins in Songhua City, with ancient people walking out, that is when the alliance began to form, and I must refute that. The original intention of forming the alliance was because the 8 great families were fighting to the death, and many big shots couldn't stand it anymore, so they intervened. Initially, it was just to create the World Association, but later other families sensed a crisis and quickly changed their attitude to join the system. Over the years, the 8 great families are not as scheming as before, and now with young leaders like Bai, it's even less so. As for the ancient people you mentioned, I have seen them before. The crowd was astonished. Bai Ying stopped speaking at this point. Qin Chi urged, Old Bai, hurry up and tell us. Bai Ying said calmly, if one of you becomes a hall master like Wei Hai that day, you would know. Chapter 73. The elevator doors closed. Shiji said, thank you for the glutinous rice you gave me last night, it helped me a lot. No problem. Shiji continued, did you just go to the South City? The South City is where the strange ruins appeared. Could she have gone there too? This woman couldn't he be an ancient person who walked out of the strange ruins, right? Ding. System prompt option 1, why do you talk so much? Let me be quiet, reward, Great Yellow Court pilled option 2, didn't he go, reward, high-level curse seal option 3, went to handle some affairs, what about you? Reward, curse power 3, is there danger in answering that I didn't go? I choose option 3. Went to handle some affairs, what about you? Option completed. Obtained curse power 3, Shiji said, I'm going back to get something. Can this sentence be interpreted as her being an ancient person from the strange ruins, going back to get something? By the way, Shiji took out a scroll from her backpack and gave it to Chu Hao, saying, thank you for your help yesterday, this painting is for you. Ding. System prompt option 1, I don't want it, take it back, reward, high-level curse sealed option 2, what is this, reward, intermediate curse sealed option 3, thank you. My mother loves paintings, who wrote this? Reward, curse power 3 chapter 74, he quietly activated his spiritual sight. The entire room was filled with the aura of curses. In the corners of the seams, pairs of eerie eyes glowed green, hiding in the dark watching them. Damn! If I had followed, wouldn't I be done for? Even stranger, the aura of curses from the room on the left overflowed from the door crack. Shiji stared at her mother's back and said, there are too many mice, I want to borrow your cat. Her mother replied, Xiaoyu is not home. Let me handle it. After saying that, her mother walked towards the door on the left, pushed it open, and went inside. Shiji wanted to stop her, but it was too late, her expression showed shock. When the left room's door opened, Chu Hao saw a bronze coffin placed inside. The room was very dark, with incense candles lit, and the ground was scattered with glutinous rice and paper money. Just as her mother entered the room, the incense candles flickered, dimming and brightening. The coffin lid suddenly shook violently, as if something inside was about to come out. Her mother said, oh dear, it's so messy. It would be much better if our home was clean. Creak. The coffin made a creaking sound that made one's teeth ache. Her mother turned back and said, How? Bring me a broom, I'll sweep it up. Chapter 75. On the way back, Chu Hao said, Mom, didn't you notice anything? Notice what? Ah, nothing. Her mother stuck out her tongue and said, How? Actually my eyesight is a bit nearsighted, but that girl just now looked familiar, I thought it was Nai. Scared me a bit. What if it was Nai? I would spank her, how dare she steal? Her mother said angrily. Chu Hao pointed to an eyewear store and said, Mom, let us go get a pair of glasses. Back at home, her mother hummed a tune. Happily went to cook. The door opened. Nai and Xiaoyu came back. Without saying a word, they slipped into their own rooms. After a while, the door crack opened. Big pot, come in for a moment. The girl whispered to Chu Hao. Chu Hao walked in unhappily. It was the first time he saw Nai's room. It looked like a rebellious girl's dark style, filled with all sorts of messy things she brought back from outside. Used as decorations. She seemed to have a dangerous habit of picking up things from outside, like the clown last time. Chu Hao disdainfully said, Girl. Is your room a dump? You don't understand, this is called trend. Chapter 76, by Guan said, Be careful nearby, the zodiac usually operates in pairs or threes. An evil spirit aura surged from beneath Jifang's hand. Sequence 8, Evil Spirit. Although Jifang's hand was exhausted, he kept suppressing it, but once he was knocked unconscious. The curse properties suddenly went out of control. By Guan retreated into the crowd. He was sweating profusely. If Jifangshan's curse properties went out of control and were not contained in time, everyone here would die. Nearby, the flowers, grass, and trees withered. And those close to Jifang's hand had their bodies rapidly grow cold white hair, which was very itchy. Ah! Someone screamed and retreated frantically. A spooky ghost shadow condensed behind Jifang's hand. That pale ghost shadow, with a green aura glowing faintly inside, looked very eerie, holding a chain with a hook. Just like the legendary soul-reaping Insai. Indeed. The evil spirit of Sequence 8 is called Yin Chai. The girl giggled and said, Are you going to kidnap me? The Yin Chai cast its hook. The girl suddenly vanished. The hook seemed to know where she would appear, turned around, and caught her neck. The chain quickly wrapped around her. The girl let out an ouch as she fell to the ground, unable to move. Meow. The tabby cat suddenly pounced towards Jifang Mountain. Halfway, it transformed into a little girl with cat ears, surrounded by black smoke. She resembled Nana to some extent, but was shorter, about 1.30 meters. With a fluffy tail and fluffy paws. Chapter 77, After dinner, in Chu Hao's bedroom. Did you fight with someone? Yeah, they wouldn't let me borrow things. So I had to take action. That Incha was a bit tough, and it took some time. Chu Hao looked down at the moon wheel and fell into deep thought. This wasn't the scripture obtained by Jifang Mountain in the strange ruins. He realized he had underestimated Nana, who actually went solo to snatch something from the demon child leader. The girl hesitated, wanting to say something. Just say it directly, Chu Hao said irritably. The girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she said, Big pot. Can you buy me Häagen-Dazs? Xiaoyu meow. You still want to eat. Your teeth are all rotten. Don't care about me, without Häagen-Dazs, my world is incomplete. Ding. System prompt option 1, you don't deserve such good ice cream, hurry up and get out of my room, reward, true word sutra option 2, no more ice cream. Your teeth will decay, reward, initial level spell sealed option 3, no problem. I'll stock up a week's worth in the fridge for you, reward, 3 spell power, choose option 3. Chu Hao said, no problem. I'll stock up a week's worth in the fridge for you. Option completed, gained 3 spell power. Chapter 78, Chu Hao hurriedly said, let me take you out to eat. Don't come over. This community made him cautious. He was worried Qin Chi might stir up trouble. If she stepped on someone else's flowers, tiles, or little ants, it would be bad. Okay. Chu Hao told his mom he wanted to take her to meet a colleague who might help. His mom agreed and went inside to get ready. When they went out, mother and son took the bus. Upon arriving at the location, Chu Hao ordered the food and waited for Qin Chi's arrival. Qin Chi arrived very punctually. When Chu Hao saw her outfit, he couldn't help but be stunned. Damn! Is this still Driver Chi? Qin Chi looked very demure, like an older sister working at a neighbor's house. She wore a long coat on top, with long pants and high heels, wrapped up tightly, completely different from her usual attire. Qin Chi was also surprised by her mother's elegance when she saw her. So beautiful. Are these two really mother and son? And his mother wore a red knitted sweater, her hair pinned up with a butterfly hairpin, her face fair, looking very virtuous and feminine. One could only say that Qin Chi and her mother each had their own beauty. Of course, I stand with the mother on this one. Chu Hao checked his mother's mood. Chapter 79. Several school officials from Chu University arrived. Professor Qin, you didn't inform us in advance, said a bald man with the title of vice president. Qin Chi replied indifferently, accompanying a colleague to see the school. This is his mother, wanting to enroll in a fashion design course. Colleague. The vice president looked at Chu Hao and hurriedly shook hands, saying, Leader, please allow me to introduce you to the history of our school's fashion design. Leader? All right. The vice president rambled on about top foreign designers often coming to their school to give lectures, etc. In fact, as long as Qin Chi said a word, the dean of this university would personally make arrangements. No other reason, just that Qin Chi's family has shares in the school, but Chu Hao was unaware. His mother's enrollment procedures were completed. Chu Hao pulled the vice president aside and said, My mom is a bit shy. I don't want her to be looked down upon by classmates for being older or bullied. If I find out she is bullied, please let that person know that I'll take care of their wheelchair. The vice president, seeing that Chu Hao was not joking, quickly said in a low voice, You can rest assured, leader. After they left. Chapter 80. His mother's room was extremely tidy, almost like a hotel. The girl, seeing this, said disappointedly, Is it just like this? But Chu Hao said, Something's not right. What is it? Go in and see for yourself. Nana curiously walked in and turned back, saying, It's nothing, big pot. Chu Hao and the tabby cat then stepped into the room. The girl said, There really isn't anything unusual. And the system hasn't given any reward prompts. The girl complained, Big pot, did you lie to me? You said there was treasure in Mom's room, but there's nothing here. Since his mother came, Chu Hao hadn't been to her room. But once he caught a glimpse of it. It was an ancient Chinese-style room filled with strange and wonderful things, like a museum. Chu Hao was full of curiosity at that time, but didn't dare to enter due to the system prompt. Now that his favorability had reached 4 stars, he wanted to enter his mother's room again, but this time the system didn't give any prompts. Could it be that even Nana couldn't see it? Chu Hao activated his spiritual vision, and the room was still empty, making him a bit disappointed. Let's go. Just as he was about to leave, a creaking sound came from inside the room, and his mother's wardrobe suddenly opened, revealing a darkness like an abyss, exuding a chill. Chapter 81. Ask in a different way. Choose option 2. Chu Hao said, What do you want me to do? Option completed. Gained 3 spell power, the clock said. I entrust you to help your mother find a successor, the legacy corridor, and restore the demon suppression division. Hearing this, Chu Hao suddenly lost interest. Isn't the Qing dynasty still around? They actually want to revive the demon suppression division. Ancient people really are set in their ways. It's like ancient emperors were obsessed with unifying the world. Anyway, Chu Hao wasn't interested in world unification because he wasn't an emperor. If he were, he would pretend he never said that. He was only interested in the knowledge left behind by the Demon Suppression Division. The girl said, Big pot. This clock is so interesting. Let us take it out to play. The girl's thoughts were indeed different. She only thought about having fun, regardless of what it was. The clock said, "Who is this?" "My sister." "How could she be your sister? You're not even her son. This combination is quite strange," the clock thought. "Ah? I can't leave here, I'm really sorry. So much time has passed, and only you two siblings have come here. Little friend, could you do me a favor?" "What favor?" The clock said, "Let me calculate the time, the heavenly candle is coming." Chapter 82, You want to learn the knowledge of the Demon Suppression Division. "Yes?" Chu Hao said. "Anyway, you can't stop me. Later, I'll tell my mom I want the corridor, and she should give this place to me." The girl and the tabby cat beside him were envious. Big Pot is mom's favorite. They probably won't be able to, just not getting beaten is a good thing. The clock said, based on the level of affection Yu Ying has for this kid, it's quite possible she will give it. Chu Hao said, "Let's talk later, sister. We are leaving." The clock sighed helplessly. It actually looked down on Chu Hao. Inheriting the God Supervisor's corridor required exceptional talent, such as a natural spell body, yin-yang magic eyes, or being a child prodigy well-versed in countless scriptures. However, as Chu Hao said, after so many years, no one had come to the corridor. And it had long been forgotten by the world. Songhua City relied on the sea for its livelihood. Heavy cruise ships brought a steady stream of guests every day. Mom, Qin Chi, and a beautiful woman named Zhu Yi, who was Lin Ian's wife, were lying in chairs, enjoying the comfortable sea breeze. Qin Chi was a VIP member, so their seats were in the VIP area, enjoying professional service. Mom didn't know when she started wanting to meet new friends. Perhaps it was after finding her son. She wouldn't have thought like this before. Chapter 83 He already knew what happened yesterday. Chu Hao said, "Captain Lin, you're here too." Lin Ian replied irritably. "To pick up my wife, she went out to play with Qin Chi." "What about you?" "To pick up my mom." People were coming down from the cruise ship. 3 women walked over, and Lin Ian spotted his mom. He quietly activated his spiritual vision. He quickly broke into a cold sweat. Chu Hao helped his mom into the car and said, "Captain Lin, I'm leaving now." Lin Ian suddenly said, "Wait a moment, Xiao Chu, come with me." Lin Ian took him aside and whispered, "Who bought the necklace around your mom's neck?" Ding. System prompt Option 1, my mom bought it herself. Reward Dragon Yang Sutra Option 2, what does it have to do with you? Reward high-level spell sealed Option 3, my sister bought it at a stall as a gift for her. Reward Physique 3, my sister bought it at a stall as a gift for her. What's wrong, Captain Lin? Completed option, Physique 3, Lin Ian whispered, later, buy an identical necklace and swap it out. Bring the necklace to the public office and do as I say, otherwise, you and your mom will be in great danger. Chapter 84 Where did you find this thing? A researcher asked excitedly. Chu Hao shrugged, bought it at a stall. The researchers all looked surprised, secretly thinking, is this what extraordinary people are like? These ordinary people might never encounter a strange beast in their lifetime, and extraordinary people just get one directly from a stall. The researchers exclaimed. This form of strange beast resembles the ghosts in legends. We have never seen it before. Its research value is extremely high. But Lin Ian frowned and said, it has research value, but I don't recommend keeping it at the research institute. Why? The researchers asked in confusion. Lin Ian's expression was serious. I can't guarantee it won't escape. The researchers laughed. How could it escape? The materials for spell seals are arranged throughout this entire room, even facing an A-level disaster. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. All the data on the control panel disappeared completely, and the researchers' eyes widened. They instinctively looked up at the room, only to find that the old man had already vanished without a trace. Lin Ian broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 85 At home, the evil spirits included a butterfly hairpin, a ruler, and a girl with a tabby cat. Well, the last 2 little characters are temporarily not included. The clock warned seriously, also, be sure not to let others know about your mom's existence. Since ancient times, there have always been those with ulterior motives trying to use your mom to commit evil deeds. There was once a notorious guy who recklessly increased the number of great evil spirits around your mom, causing her state to become unbalanced. At that time, all living beings on Earth suffered, and the human world resembled hell, with no signs of life. Damn! Chu Hao thought in shock. What kind of deranged person would try to make all living things turn to ashes? Even Thanos only wiped out half. Chu Hao couldn't help but ask. What benefit would he gain from exterminating all living beings? How would I know the thoughts of a madman? It made sense when he thought about it. Who exactly was this person? Hong Kun, the Demon Suppression Office spent a huge price to eliminate him, so you should understand that now. The only one who can protect your mom is you, Chu Hao. The clock was not wrong. Currently, only Chu Hao could get close to Yu Ying. Chapter 86. After a long discussion, Zhongyi informed Chu Hao that the properties of Thunder Light and Night Demon were stable. But the paper figure and restoration properties were quite special, especially restoration, which was originally a curse property of other evil spirits, yet much more stable than usual. Though Zhongyi didn't understand why, Chu Hao understood in his heart that the magic eyes feared his mom, so they dared not harm him. Is there any danger with the paper figure? Chu Hao asked. Zhongyi replied, currently, there is no major issue. But if the original owner of the paper figure notices that you have greatly improved its papermaking skills, they will come looking for you. At that time, you will become their prey for advancement, as evil spirits with similar curse properties attract each other. At this moment, Mom called from outside, Hao, it's time to eat. Chu Hao said, I'm going to eat. Zhongyi looked at the boy's departing figure, and couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps he really has the potential to inherit the God Supervisor's corridor. I had underestimated him before. Mom, seeing her son eager to learn, was very happy and suggested, how about moving my wardrobe into your room? Chu Hao's eyes flashed with joy. Is that okay, Mom? You love learning, so I must support you, Mom smiled. Chu Hao nodded, all right, let's swap wardrobes. Chapter 87. Wei Hai smiled and said, everyone worked hard on this mission, and each of you will receive a corresponding curse property as a reward. Discuss it among yourselves and let me know. Everyone's eyes brightened. This was a genuine reward. Chu Hao said, Lord Wei, I want a curse property related to thunder. Before Wei Hai could say anything, Bai Lu already said, just so happens, I have a sequence 4 thunder law property here, I'll give it to you. Saying this, she magically produced a palm-sized drum that looked like a child's toy, with 2 halves hanging small balls. To absorb and digest the property. Your thunder curse property must reach sequence 4, however, it can be used as a curse item in the meantime. Wei Hai said, hurry up and thank the Alliance leader. Thank you, Alliance leader. Chu Hao thought, I wonder what kind of curse property will be created when Thunder Light and this Thunder Drum curse property merge. He was very much looking forward to it. Others also put forward their requests. Afterward, Lin Yan took the 2 away. Bai Ying smiled and said, Xiao Chu. It seems the Alliance leader values you. This Thunder Drum's property should not be simple. Curse item, Thunder Drum curse property 1, shaking the Thunder Drum generates thunder and lightning around, enhancing physique and speed, with a built-in lightning barrier. Chapter 88. Chu Hao pushed open the door. The room was the size of a basketball court. And Chu Hao was very curious about what the God Supervisor's corridor was. Was it a small world? In the corner, there was a set of flying blades and several books. Chu Hao picked up a book. Flying Thunder Escape Breathing Method. This was a breathing technique. Along with several other books that contained insights on thunder techniques personally written by Thunder Master. An antique clock floated beside him and said, Thunder Master is the creator of the Flying Thunder Escape Breathing Method. What a pity, sigh. To create a breathing method by oneself. Chu Hao nodded inwardly. Thunder Master was indeed a true genius. Chu Hao asked, you sound disappointed. What happened to those people? They ventured deep into enemy territory, teaming up to slay the strongest evil spirit of that year, but they never returned, Zhongyi replied. Chu Hao picked up the breathing method. Ding. System prompt, detected flying thunder escape breathing method, would you like to add it to the system database? Yes. Breathing method, flying thunder. Realm, none. Description, divided into 4 major realms, flash thunder, flying thunder, thunder ghost, and 10,000 thunder roars. Proficiency, none. Zhongyi, there's still time before dinner, you can start practicing. And I'll teach you. The first step in practicing the breathing method is to use curse power as the core to activate the divine store within your body. Chapter 89, Want to fight with Chu Hao? That would purely be self-inflicted suffering, you can't win at all. When Chu Hao first joined the department, Hu Ji was affected by the enemy's curse characteristic, turning into a blue-faced ghost and going mad. It was Chu Hao who suppressed him unilaterally, preventing a disaster. What about Qin Shi? Her dual guns, spirit explosion, have incredible power. Once hit by a shot, one would basically lose combat effectiveness. Li Weixiang is even more ferocious. Once the blood demon axe is activated, it wreaks havoc on the battlefield. Bai Ying is getting old, and the captain can't participate in the group match. So it has to be me and Hu Ji who go into battle. Hu Ji confidently said, all right, wait for me to bring back the championship trophy. I'll make sure the people from other departments see our power. Everyone nodded in agreement. Oscar night. Wang Ning arrived early and gathered a group of young people. These young people were entirely different from his previous friends. They looked fresh and youthful, resembling college students. Chu Hao curiously asked, what about your previous friends? Wang Ning's complexion had noticeably improved compared to a month ago, completely shedding the previous look of deficiency. Chapter 90, Wow. This system is indeed not deceiving me. He regretted choosing option 1. Why does this woman want to see the zodiac so much? What exactly did the Clown King say to her? Chu Hao coldly replied. I don't know the zodiac. I have nothing to do with them. If you want to know, go ask the public office. The identity of the zodiac must not be exposed. Once leaked, his peaceful life with his mother would be over. Chu Hao silently muttered in his heart, System Lord. I swear, if I ever choose those nonsensical options again, I'll be a dog, is that all right? Luo Qingyi said. The Clown King wouldn't he randomly use an unrelated person to trick me? What could his intentions be? Chu Hao impatiently replied, I don't know. I'm not familiar with them, and I have to patrol, goodbye. After saying that, he turned to leave. However, Luo Qingyi was relentless. She got in her car and drove beside Chu Hao, handing him a business card, saying, if you remember anything, just call my private number, I won't tell anyone. Ding. System prompt option 1, woman, you want to meet the zodiac. I am. Reward, Great Yellow Court Pill. Option 2, tear up the business card, reward, high-level curse seal. Chapter 91, After Work. Qin Shi excitedly said, let us go. She wanted to enjoy herself at the night venue again. Chu Hao shook his head. I have something to do, I need to go home. So boring, Shao Li, let us go. Qin Shi turned to call Li Weixiang. Li Weixiang had also been training recently and wanted to have some fun. Lin Yan walked over at that moment and said seriously, you can have fun. But don't take work lightly. I plan to go with you. Li Weixiang looked surprised. Team leader Lin, what are you going for? Lin Yan replied calmly. To work overtime. That kind of place is where the eerie beasts love to appear. I need to patrol to ensure public safety. Qin Shi then said, oh. I have to tell your wife that you're going to spend money at the night venue. Lin Yan's face immediately darkened, get lost. Bai Ying, on the side, laughed and asked, Team leader Lin, want to play a game of chess? Lin Yan replied with a scowl, no. Being with you makes me feel like I've aged 20 years. Bai Ying was momentarily speechless. Chu Hao arrived at the agreed location, a mid to high-end restaurant. Luo Qingyi arrived shortly after. She indeed came alone, and the demon I was quietly monitoring nearby. Chapter 92, On the Way Back. Chu Hao pondered what Luo Qingyi would do next. He deliberately guided her to understand the power of the zodiac, and she should not continue to seek him frequently. Additionally, even if the World Alliance knew I was a fringe member of the zodiac, what could they do? Capturing me would be useless, it would only provoke the zodiac. And weighing the pros and cons, they wouldn't dare to act. Speaking of which, there was a segment on the black net about Nana and Ji Fang's Han, ghost messenger, fighting, which Chu Hao had also seen. Was that Nana? A new character fused with a cat. Now the zodiac is very popular on the black net. A rabbit person made Ji Fang's Han suffer, and many speculate that if the whole zodiac mobilizes, it would be a massive earthquake. Even some have compared the zodiac to the four great alliances. If a war breaks out, who loses and who wins is truly uncertain. On the black net. The post on the bone pill, Zodiac Rabbit Person vs Demon Child Leader, how strong is the Zodiac's power? The post had been up for over a month, with hundreds of thousands of views and over 8,000 comments. Various forces are vigorously discussing. This is the current influence of the Zodiac. Chu Hao saw a post. Huang Tu, analyzing the Zodiac's goals. Huang Tu is one of the moderators of the Black Net, a leader in offline trading activities. Even he was shaken by the Zodiac. Chapter 93, In the training room, a completely black wooden stake suddenly appeared. Zhong Yi introduced. This is a lightning strike wooden stake that was once attached to a thunderwood evil spirit. It possesses extraordinary abilities, and can withstand the strong piercing of the flying thunder blade. You can try striking it. Chu Hao unhesitatingly swung his full-powered moon blade strike. Boom! A dull tremor echoed in the training room, and a clear cutting mark was left on the wall. The lightning strike wooden stake also bore a cut, but it was not completely severed. Chu Hao showed disappointment and said, "The power is still not enough." Zhong Yi explained, "It can absorb most of the curse power attacks, roughly able to negate over 70%. Moreover, its surface is very hard. The fact that you can leave such slashing marks on it means that you now possess the strength of a high-level demon suppression officer." Zhong Yi couldn't help but ask further, "Has your cursed power increased?" He thought to himself, this kid is really a freak. At such a young age, he possesses such immense cursed power, and the key is that this cursed power seems to have endless vitality, continuously growing without any pause. Chapter 94, Chu Hao knew Hu Ji well. He would never take the initiative to provoke others. Now that he was seriously injured, it was clearly a personal grudge. Chu Hao stepped forward and said, "Team leader Lin, take me to see Brother Hu." Lin Yan nodded. Qin Chi also said, "I'll go too." Li Weixiang stood up as well. "Old Bai, you stay behind." Bai Ying replied, "You can go with peace of mind." Hu Ji was seriously injured, and even the usually gentle old Bai had a bad expression. The group arrived at the hospital. They saw Hu Ji wrapped up tightly, looking like a zongzi, with only his eyes exposed, still in a coma. The nurse beside them saw Team Leader Lin arrive and said, "Team Leader Lin, since you're here, I'll head back." Okay. Chu Hao immediately activated his restoration ability. After a while, Hu Ji slowly opened his eyes, his face full of bitterness, and said, "Captain, I've embarrassed everyone." Qin Chi asked, "Who did this?" It was Zilei from the North City headquarters. Zilei was a formal member of the North City headquarters in Songhua City. As soon as Qin Chi heard this name, she immediately shouted to go beat someone up. "How did you get involved with him?" Lin Yan asked. Chapter 95, While Zhong Yi was teaching Chu Hao the Flying Thunder Blade, he also imparted ancient martial arts killing techniques during his training in the pure yang breathing method. The killing techniques passed down by the Demon Suppression Office are essentially martial arts skills. When ancient martial arts are used well, their lethality is astonishing. Not much inferior to cursed characteristics, requiring quick reflexes and skills, especially in life and death training. Those who truly master ancient martial arts are extremely formidable. The ancient martial arts that Chu Hao learned is called Thousand Armies. Zhong Zhifeng's fist, infused with bone and muscle power, came smashing down rapidly. Chu Hao remained calm. Lightly slapping out his palm, skillfully deflecting the force of the punch to the side. He clenched his fist. The breaking army fist followed suit. This punch not only contained pure power, but also carried the stronger cursed power of 3 cursed arm techniques. Ancient martial arts are inherently killing techniques, focusing more on how to damage the human body. Zhong Zhifeng felt as if his abdomen had been struck by a dump truck, his eyes bulged instantly. And he staggered back several meters, finally half kneeling on the ground. With a wow, he spat out a large amount of blood, his internal organs nearly rupturing. And then collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Everyone present was stunned, their mouths agape. Chapter 96. The mission to meet Zilei at the headquarters was completed. When Chu Hao saw this person, he understood he was Zilei, whom he indeed did not know. A man with a buzz cut, silver studs in his earlobes. Tall and imposing, with a fierce look in his eyes, giving off a bad boy vibe that seemed hard to deal with. Zilei, having lost money and been reprimanded by the captain, was in an explosive bad mood and said coldly, "You are Chu Hao." Chu Hao replied indifferently, "Don't rush. It's not your turn yet, there's still around." Ignoring Zilei's astonishment, he stepped onto the stage. Next, Chu Hao stood on the stage and said this. The entire venue fell silent. If Chu Hao passed this round, he would enter the finals, where he would face Zilei. However, in the first 3 rounds, 9 people had already been sent to the hospital. Many felt uneasy, thinking Chu Hao was hard to deal with, while also feeling that what he did was too much. After all, they were colleagues, why be so ruthless? Seeing that no one dared to step up, Zilei said, "No need, I'll fight you." "Didn't you come to find me?" Chu Hao was displeased and said, "You want to break the rules. Is the headquarters your family's place?" Zilei was instantly speechless, his eyes almost spitting fire. He had reasons for injuring Hu Ji. A department from a small jurisdiction made the leader so concerned that he even personally came to meet him. Chapter 97. On the upper floor. District head Zhao Yang withdrew his gaze and returned to the office, saying, "The young people below are quite strong. How many do you plan to take?" On the sofa sat an elegant lady, wearing star-shaped earrings, her features exquisite, but she exuded a dangerous aura, like a rose with thorns. Red Rose, Li Weixiang, Zhao Zi. Zhao Yang questioned, "What about Chu Hao?" Red Rose replied, "If I'm not mistaken, the leader gave him a lightning curse effect. The lightning technique isn't complete. But he does know some martial arts, and his armed cursed power practice is good, but it's not enough to meet the requirements to join the Red Gloves." The Red Gloves are a secret organization established by the Alliance of All Under Heaven, with the power to make decisions without prior notification. A command from the Red Gloves can make these captains and hall masters disappear overnight, and only report back to the leader afterward. This is the Red Gloves. Zhao Yang smiled and said, "Then let him train for a few more years." Red Rose said, "Just like that, I need to catch a flight. Let Li Weixiang and Zhao Zi come to Beijing for assessment." The woman left. Zhao Yang called Zilei to the office. Zilei felt a bit nervous, after all. This was the head of the headquarters and a hallmaster of the Alliance of All Under Heaven, known as a powerhouse of the Black Prison Cage. Chapter 98. Zhao Yang narrowed his eyes. Unlike the brash men of the Alliance of All Under Heaven, he was extremely cautious and alert. Coupled with the cursed characteristics of the Black Prison Cage, he would not act rashly without certainty. Outside, there was a vehicle loaded with explosives. If this were true, driving it to the headquarters would definitely cause casualties. What exactly does Fang Chong want? Zhao Yang said coldly, okay, I'll bet with you. For now. Let's agree to Fang Chong, this is a prudent approach. Fang Chong's mouth curled up slightly, and he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a dealer appeared in the room. Zhao Yang's pupils constricted, he had a bad premonition. His spiritual vision revealed that this dealer was not human at all, but filled with a cursed magnetic field. A strange beast. The dealer dealt a card to each of them. The expressionless strange beast dealer said, the bet is established, please keep your cards safe. The cursed characteristics and cursed power of the losing party will go to the winning side. Upon receiving the cards, Zhao Yang immediately understood the dealer's role. This dealer actually had two cursed characteristics. 1. To establish a bet. 2. To ensure fair gambling. The first means establishing the bet, while the second means that if either party cheats, including killing the opponent, they will be punished by immediately losing their cursed characteristics. Chapter 99, Lin Yan instinctively nodded. He can prove that going to the casino is like this. The dealer doesn't care who you are, the customer is always right. But if you ask about the rules, he will obviously say that if you don't ask, he assumes you know. This dealer is somewhat shameless. Our casino's dealer. Well, that's fine. Zhao Yang cursed Fang Chong's ancestors for 18 generations, saying it was utterly shameless and clearly cheating. How could I not know that there are rules to the game? But from the very beginning, Fang Chong thought that the first thing he said upon entering was a bet between the two of them on who would lose or win. This is the suited gambler Fang Chong. He had already started lying with his first sentence upon meeting. A dealer suddenly appeared, head down, standing tall, and turned to look at Zhao Yang, his eyes flashing green. Zhao Yang was taken aback. Just as he was about to strike, he found he couldn't muster any strength. His eyes widened, and all his strength was suddenly drained away, along with his curse power and curse characteristics. Old Lin, act fast! Zhao Yang shouted. He didn't even need to say it. Lin Yan had already transformed into a demon, throwing a punch toward Fang Chong's face. Fang Chong's arms blocked. But he only took half a step back, holding a cigar, and laughed easily, as expected of the Dark King Lin Yan. Chapter 100, When a Clown Performs Magic to Amuse Children. Are all my Zodiac members this serious? Chu Hao said, let him come over, remember to wear a mask. Also, you come over and prepare a clone for me. The magic, I excitedly said, yes, master. The Zodiac must collectively move. The magic, I was too excited. As for the Zodiac that was about to come, Chu Hao was calm. He wanted to see what the suited thug who triggered this event was really up to. Suddenly, a strange beast crawled out of a pitch-black vortex, dressed in a chef's outfit and hat, surrounded by a curse magnetic field, holding two sharp kitchen knives. A steward exclaimed, Ghost Chef. Once a B2 level disaster in Songhua City, he often set up stalls to cook at midnight, but the meat used was hard to describe. With all sorts of messy things. Waste oil, human liver, wild dogs, water plants, and even menstrual pads soaked in alcohol. The perverted murderer, who appeared 3 years ago, was the Ghost Chef. Anyone who liked late-night snacks in the county had basically eaten food made by the Ghost Chef. He absorbed people's feedback on food to enhance his curse characteristics. Lin Yan had a deep impression of the Ghost Chef, because he participated in the capture initially. The Ghost Chef's knife skills were top tier in the industry. Chapter 101, The Rat Man looked at Fang Chong and said, Miss Rabbit. Is this guy also part of the Zodiac? No? Then, can we kill him? Ha ha ha. The Clown King instantly became excited, letting out a shrill laugh that had a magical quality, making people unable to help, but want to laugh along. Fang Chong said, I want to join your Zodiac. Please give me a chance. The Rat Man jumped off the desk, took out a deck of playing cards, flicked one card out, and asked, What is this? Fang Chong didn't understand what it meant. Don't you want to guess? Fang Chong replied, Diamond 3. Everyone was unsure of what the Clown King was trying to do. The Clown King opened the playing card and glanced. It was not a diamond 3. He grinned. You answered wrong. The zodiac doesn't need trash. Fang Chong, the Clown King, made a move. He directly took out an oversized rocket launcher from the playing card. Fang Chong answered wrong, crazily saying, You want to become a big shot? Come on, let me see what your strength is. What the hell? Seeing the Clown King pull out the rocket launcher, everyone on the scene turned to run. Fang Chong wanted to curse. How is this guy's magic characteristic so perverse? Can he turn whatever he wants into reality? Chapter 102, Fang Chong sincerely said, I only understand one thing, your strength is extremely formidable, just based on this. Many people are eager to join you. In the dark web, many capable individuals are yearning for the Zodiac organization. Believing this organization has unlimited potential and will surely achieve great things. As for the Zodiac's goals, everyone is merely at the guessing stage. Some rumors say they intend to replace the current 4 major alliances. Chu Hao replied, You exposed your identity and attacked the public office headquarters. Fang Chong frowned and questioned, Didn't he, the Clown King, also expose his identity? He also attacked the public office people. The Clown King pointed at himself, looking confused, he. I also exposed my identity. Chu Hao, it's different, he's not human. The Clown King was momentarily speechless. Fang Chong couldn't help but say, just because of this. You refuse me. Are you Zodiac members afraid of trouble? I attacked the headquarters of the public office, and have never feared anyone's retaliation. So why did you create this organization? Just for fun? The girl and the Clown King both turned their gazes to the Dragon Man. Feeling that Fang Chong's words were not unreasonable, if they were afraid of trouble, why create the Zodiac? Chapter 103, Lin Yan said, Old Zhao. Let me in on the details, is something big about to happen? Zhao Yang slightly nodded, his expression serious. Another winter will pass, and then it will be New Year. The higher-ups are extremely concerned about this year's New Year's Eve. I don't know the reason, but I always feel that this matter is anything but ordinary. Do you know where your safety base is built? Old Zhao, stop keeping us in suspense. 1,000 meters underground, or even deeper. Lin Yan showed a surprised expression. Old Lin, I know you don't like to show off, but concerning family, you must strive to get back and think it over. The incident triggered by Fang Chong stirred a wave in the extraordinary circle, and spread rapidly in the dark web. Many people were waiting for news, eager to know whether Fang Chong had joined the Zodiac, and what the Zodiac's true goals were. Huang Tu posted in the forum, Big Black Bull, are you dead? If not, make a sound. As the moderator, Huang Tu personally tagged Fang Chong. Many people in the post were frantically tagging Fang Chong, urging him to come out and clarify, but Fang Chong had not appeared for a long time, and everyone thought he had been captured. 3 days later, Big Black Bull finally appeared. Chapter 104, Bailu instructed, tell the people below not to focus on Fang Chong, the safety base is the key. The female secretary looked a bit puzzled. Alliance leader, are you just going to ignore Fang Chong? Bailu said calmly, this person is just a lone shark, although bold. He doesn't dare to act excessively against ordinary people. His underlings, those brothers who chop people, Fang Chong can manage them to only lend money honestly. Which shows he doesn't have much ambition. After hearing this, the female assistant felt the alliance leader was right. Fang Chong can make those thugs afraid to commit crimes with just one word, we don't need to push him too hard. You go down and convey this. Bailu said. Okay. The female assistant added, alliance leader, Hong Rose is in the waiting hall. Let her in. Bailu instructed. A graceful and sexy woman walked in. Her long legs wrapped in black stockings, exuding a lazy aura, she was the Red Rose who had met Zhao Yang. Red Rose glanced around the leader's office and asked, Don't you have any red wine here? I drink tea, Bailu replied. You're only 30, Why are you learning to drink tea like an old man? Red Rose teased. Chapter 105. Chu Hao led his mother into another empty room, where gifts he had prepared were placed. A set of professional tools for designing clothes, such as a sewing machine, dress form, edge trimmer, electric iron, high-temperature disappearing pen, and other high-end items costing over 100,000. Everything was brand new. Except for a wooden ruler. 8-foot heart. How nice, I've prepared so many gifts for Mom, and I'm still sitting firmly in the C position. So happy. Fortunately, Mom's emotions have been normal lately, without showing any strange or terrifying feelings. That's good enough. Seeing her son prepare gifts for her, Mom was filled with joy and gave him a big hug. Thank you, son, she said. Chu Hao smiled slightly. At that moment, Nai took out her own gift. A delicate gift box, and mysteriously said, "This is my gift for Mom." Chu Hao was curious and wanted to know what kind of gift the girl had prepared for Mom. Mom opened the gift with anticipation. Upon seeing it, Chu Hao was speechless. It was a terrifying doll that was extremely ugly, with one eye bigger than the other, a crooked mouth with sewing marks, and clothes patched upon patched, handmade by the girl. Chapter 106. Chu Hao activated the nearby person search function, but found no trace of the terrifying doll, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. This girl. The last time the necklace with the old ghost was already troublesome enough, if this terrifying doll was also possessed, then she could never bring anything home again. Chu Hao picked up the terrifying doll and walked toward his mother's sewing room, knocking on the door. Come in. Chu Hao entered the room. Mom was wearing glasses and drawing, and he said, "Mom." Nai threw things around again. She put the doll in the bathroom. How could Mom be so bored as to put a doll in the bathroom? Definitely not. So it must have been Nai. However, Mom said with confusion, How? Are you mistaken? It wasn't Nai. I just put the doll in the room. Chu Hao was shocked. Not Mom either. After thinking for a moment, Mom said, "Oh dear, I forgot where I put it just now." Chu Hao looked down at the terrifying doll, and suddenly felt that this ugly thing was smiling at him. Chu Hao's skin crawled, and in front of Mom, he kicked it away. Damn! A curse that the system couldn't detect. Of course, that was just his guess. Chapter 107. Lin Yan stepped onto the stage to give a speech, and the audience applauded in response. After the speech, Lin Yan returned to the four people and said, "Let's talk in the office." The four followed him into the office, filled with suspicion. This place was originally Zhao Yang's exclusive territory, but now it had changed hands. Lin Yan leaned back in the chair and said, "I am now the person in charge of Songhua City. Old Zhao really knows how to enjoy life. This chair is very comfortable." Qinqi showed a puzzled expression and asked, "Have you discussed it with Sister Ya? "Yes, my wife agreed," Lin Yan replied. "Some things happened, and I'll explain slowly." He spoke about the security base. "That's how it is. I initially didn't want this position, but now I hope to secure more benefits for my family," Lin Yan explained. The others immediately understood his intentions. Li Wei said in astonishment, "Establishing a security base. Could it be that a major change has occurred? Perhaps, who knows what the future holds?" Chu Hao said, "Lin, what will happen to us after you become the person in charge?" Lin Yan said, "Now it's your turn to decide whether to stay at the old city office or move to the headquarters. I will fight for benefits for everyone." Chapter 108. Lin Yan said, "I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Hu Ji, you will handle all related matters from now on." "Yes." However, before Lin Yan could take a step out, Qinqi excitedly proposed, "With new members joining, we must celebrate tonight. We won't go home until we are drunk." Upon hearing this, Wang Ning's face lit up with excitement, as he shouted, "Once the brave leave, they never return." Lin Yan stumbled slightly at this remark, his face darkening. "When the mother hen is away, the chicks will fly." After Lin Yan left, Wang Ning finally relaxed his tense nerves and said with an uncontrollable excitement, "Sister Chi. Brother Hao, ha ha ha." His smug expression was evident. Qin Chi shot him a glare and asked, "When did you become so smart? Didn't I tell you before?" "I want to work with you," Wang Ning said mysteriously, with a bit of pride on his face. Hu Ji said, "Wang Ning. You just figured it out half a month ago, and your curse trait is bomber. Have you played too many games?" Chapter 109, After patrolling for 2 hours. Wang Ning was initially excited, but upon finding the streets calm and quiet, he became somewhat gloomy. Wang Ning asked, "Brother Hao, are there no strange beasts around here?" He wanted to show off his skills. Chu Hao, eating a hand-grabbed pancake, replied, "Where would so many strange beasts come from? Society is stable, isn't that good?" Wang Ning's expression was conflicted. "I know, but..." Chu Hao countered, "If you really encounter a strange beast, what do you think your chances of survival are? Isn't Brother Hao here?" You've chosen the wrong person to patrol with. It's hard for me to get into dangerous situations." Chu Hao said. "I'll take a break, you can do whatever." After walking for so long, Chu Hao found a bench to sit and play on his phone, leaving Wang Ning both amused and exasperated. "Stop!" A man in work clothes from the office was chasing a man ahead. Wang Ning, who was patrolling, suddenly got excited, dashed forward, and pinned the man down, pressing his knee against his neck, and shouted, "Office investigation, don't move." Wang Ning was thrilled. Finally, something was happening. The office worker, panting, caught up and asked, "Who are you?" Wang Ning pulled out his ID and asked, "What did he do?" Chapter 110, Huh? Lin Yan's words made Chu Hao realize that the previous option wasn't about danger nearby, but that Lu Yue was taken to the office. And he was actually in danger at the office. Moreover, the incense shop dared to shout for 3,000 for such a small item. Who was so bold? He had been part of the alliance for 2 months, and was aware of the internal issues in the alliance. Last time, during the Demon Child War, 2 hall masters had betrayed them. He just didn't expect these people to be so bold. Lin Yan said heavily, "Don't act recklessly, don't bow, don't kneel. If you see something unusual, just pretend you didn't see it." "Captain Lin, are you also involved?" Chu Hao asked. "But my friend is at Qianqin Temple burning incense." Lin Yan replied, "Don't worry for now. Once I'm done here, I'll contact you. Just ignore your friend for the time being, he's not in any danger." "Okay." He hung up the phone. This place was not simple. He had seen the demon-slaying records of the Demon Suppression Division. Ancient evils could be both righteous and wicked. And there were even evils that the Demon Suppression Division couldn't handle. For instance, a temple once worshipped by the Emperor was a territory of a great evil. Such a great evil not only did not harm people, but also protected the area, turning it into a sacred ground for people to worship. Chapter 111, The sudden move shocked everyone. The crying prisoner Taoist exclaimed, "Young friend, stop." Huh? Ding? System prompt Option 1, turn around and leave Qianqin Temple. Return to your mother's side, and stay indoors for a month. Reward Silver Suqian staff. Option 2, cause chaos in Qianqin Temple. Kill all the Qianqin demons. Reward Ghost Witch's strange record. Option 3, kill Lu Yue. Reward 3 curse power. Option 4, confront the Qianqin demons head-on and teach them a lesson. Reward 1 special attribute point. Choose 1. Attract the great evil to my mother's side. If handled well, the family will be happy. If not, the whole family will suffer, and then mom will go berserk. TSK. Moreover, if the great evil affects my mother, once she transforms, the whole family will end up in hell, which would be a disaster. Choose 2. Killing all the Qianqin demons would lead to huge trouble. These evils are very petty. In the end, if he can't win, he will still have to shout mom. Choose 3. Kill Lu Yue. As a friend, this reward is a bit excessive. If I slightly move away from Songhua City, I can still farm for 6 a day. He was once tricked by his cousin for money and had nowhere to stay. So he went to Lu Hui's house every day for food, and Lu Hui's parents treated him well, not caring about his difficult situation. He never lacked meat. Chapter 112, Young friend, I'm leaving. Master Qianqin only sees you alone. Okay. After the crying prisoner Taoist left, Chu Hao looked at the sacrificial altar. Where a bronze ram's head hung, the Qianqin bronze ram. Chu Hao said, "You are looking for me." The bronze ram's head suddenly opened its eyes and questioned, "Youngster, how do you know about my deeds?" The deeds of the Qianqin bronze ram were little known, and it had been many years since then. Few outside the organization were aware. Ding. System prompt option 1. I am the successor of Zhong Kuei. Kill the Qianqin bronze ram. Reward 8 parts of the heavenly dragon scripture. Option 2. What does it have to do with you? Fight the Qianqin for 10 minutes. Reward Ghost Witch's strange record. Option 3. I have read the secret affairs of the Yellow Springs. Reward 3 spirit. Choose 3. Chu Hao said, I have read the secret affairs of the Yellow Springs. Completed option 3 spirit. The Qianqin bronze ram was instantly surprised and said, Where did you find this book? The Secret Affairs of the Yellow Springs was an ancient text written by a scholar who followed Zhong Kuei, documenting Zhong Kuei's deeds for future generations. Most of the content recorded was about Zhong Kuei's demon slaying and detailed maps of the places they traveled during that era. Zhong Kuei had been to many places in his quest to eliminate evil and uphold justice. Chapter 113, his consciousness floated out. What the hell? Ding. System prompt option 1, dare to ask, what kind of rat are you? Reward the title of the one above all. Option 2, Mom, save me. Reward the Great Wilderness Evil record. Option 3, Qianqin, save me. Reward 3 spirit, choose 3. Chu Hao shouted towards the Qianqin palace below, Qianqin, save me. Completed option, reward 3 spirit. The Qianqin bronze ram was stunned, it suddenly reacted. The Qianqin palace below extended a ram's claw, grabbing Chu Hao's floating consciousness and pulling it back. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The Qianqin bronze ram shouted in fear, losing its composure, encountering something extremely terrifying. As soon as Chu Hao's consciousness re-entered his body, he hadn't had time to react when the outside scene disappeared, and the Qianqin palace returned to the back mountain of Qianqin Temple. Chu Hao knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. He truly thought he was going to die just now. The after effects of his consciousness floating out lingered, as if he really was about to enter another world. Like an out-of-body experience. What the hell was that? Two candle flames' eyes stood in the sky above. He just looked up and saw his soul floating out. Chapter 114. Seeing Chu Hao's awkward expression, Lin Yan couldn't help but slap his thigh and laugh heartily. Bai Ying also joined in the laughter. Chu Hao suddenly realized. What the hell? These two old foxes teamed up to trick me. Lin Yan said irritably, You usually seem quite clever. How could you think I was taking bribes? If I were taking bribes, would I have stayed here for so many years? Chu Hao calmly replied, This place is old, there aren't many cases nearby. And not many people pay attention. If it were me, I would choose this place. Lin Yan, Bai Ying said, That makes sense. Lin Yan sat down and poured himself some tea, saying, You've been here for 2 months. How do you feel about the Qianxia alliance? Chu Hao said with a guilty conscience, It's pretty good. I like it here. Everyone is talented, and they speak nicely. Don't you want to say something else? Lin Yan said irritably. Chu Hao thought for a moment and said seriously, The Qianxia alliance has already fallen apart. Captain Lin, let's revolt. You can be the leader. Lin Yan, what kind of revolt can we have in this broken place? Knowing he was joking, Lin Yan said, Among the 4 major alliances, only the Star Alliance is relatively united. The other alliances, well, there are big problems. Originally, the alliances were established to combat the strange beasts. But as more and more people died and the number of extraordinary individuals couldn't keep up, it led to the current cooperation phenomenon, with some proposing win-win solutions. Chapter 115, Choose 2. He hurriedly obediently came to the sofa, sitting next to his mother, not daring to be careless at all. Completed option, 3 curse power. His mother leaned closer, sniffed, and frowned, saying, "It smells terrible. Where have you been messing around?" Chu Hao sniffed. There was only the smell of alcohol and smoke. Nothing. I didn't go to the nightclub to dance with the girls today. No way. He suddenly broke out in cold sweat. During the day, he went to Qianqin Temple to meet the Qianqin bronze ram. Did his mother sense the aura of the Qianqin bronze ram? Chu Hao cautiously said, "Mom, I ate lamb today, is that the smell?" His mother shook her head, saying, "The lamb smell is only a bit, there's another smell, like a dead rat." What the hell? During the day, the Qianqin bronze ram cast the reflection of the abyss, and he saw those eyes in the sky, and his consciousness floated out as well. He thought there was no problem, but his mom could still smell it. His mother's peach blossom eyes looked at him and softly asked, "Will you leave, Mom?" Ding. System prompt option 1, leave Mom for 5 days. Reward all spirit spell body option 2, I don't know. Ignore Mom for 5 days. Reward all spirit staff. Chapter 116. Mom came to school. Surrounded by youthful boys and girls, she actually felt a bit embarrassed, after all. She was just a mom, following these kids to school. Yao Ruonan, a 9-point beautiful female college student approached, with exquisite features, a refreshing ponytail, long legs wrapped in jeans, and wearing flat shoes. Image. She walked over and held Mom's hand, asking, "Have you had breakfast?" Mom smiled and replied, "I have eaten." "Oh? How about we go sing together after class today?" Yao Ruonan asked. Going to sing with friends? This had never happened before. Yao Ruonan was a classmate Mom met at school. This girl was very pretty, and other classmates said she was the beauty of the department. It was Yao Ruonan who took the initiative to approach her, chattering away, and at first, Mom was not used to it, but gradually felt that this girl was very much like Nai. Naturally, they got to know each other, and Yao Ruonan became the first friend Mom made at school. Mom said, "But I still have to go home to cook." Yao Ruonan laughed and said, "Come on, please." Chapter 117. Zhongqing's eyes exploded. His brain's blood vessels felt like they were about to burst, and his body trembled. The face before him was not that of any researcher he knew, but the terrifying face of an old man he was all too familiar with, codenamed Ghost Phantom. No. The Ghost Phantom's hand reached for Zhongqing's face. In an instant, Zhongqing's youthful appearance aged rapidly, in just 2 breaths. His face transformed into that of the Ghost Phantom, with waxy yellow skin. Zhongqing stepped out from the bookshelf, looking towards the interior. There were many people deep inside the room, but every person's face was the waxy yellow face of the Ghost Phantom. They were skillfully operating the control room, and sending out a distress signal. Some Ghost Phantoms took the elevator, pressing the floors above. They had to leave 1 floor at a time. On the mountaintop in the suburbs, the location was about 2 kilometers from the deep mountain base. The city of Songhua was over 30 kilometers away, and the winding mountain road took about 20 minutes to drive. Hu Ji and the members arrived. Completion option, Physique 3. Many tents were set up at the foot of the mountain, military vehicles lined up at the bottom, and various equipment was brought up to the mountaintop. Lin Yan was busy. He was now the overall commander. Chapter 118. The helmsman of the Curse Sequence 5 was more suited for this task. Lin Yan, the only worry is if the assimilated ghosts come out. It will be troublesome, so your group must guard the 5 o'clock direction, and not let them leave the base within 100 meters. If one comes out, take it down. No wonder Qin Shi and Wang Ning were left behind. They would have to cooperate at this moment, with the goddess carrying the sniper rifle and the bomb specialist. Chu Hao, what about me? Lin Yan, you do as you please. Am I just here to make up the numbers? In fact, Lin Yan's real thought about Chu Hao was that he could do whatever he wanted. Joining in was fine too. Chu Hao said, "Just so you know, I have to go home after work. I won't be on night watch." Everyone, this mama's boy. I'm really speechless. At the mountaintop, 800 meters from the entrance and exit of G1, Qin Shi had already put on her combat uniform. The black combat outfit perfectly outlined her figure, her legs measuring an estimated 11 m, reaching supermodel standards. Wearing combat goggles and with her hair tied up, her face was charming. She had already set up a Barrett on the roof of a military vehicle, assisted by several professional special soldiers and snipers for reconnaissance. Chapter 119. The body of the two-horned red-haired ghost seemed to have been hammered hundreds of times, completely deformed. With a crack, its horns shattered. Before everyone could rejoice, Lin Yan said, "Observe the entrance, look for the location of the ghost phantom's body." This was just a monster that had been assimilated, and it was already so powerful. The thing Lin Yan was most worried about happened. A figure walked out of the entrance, standing on 2 feet, with blood-red eyes, covered in red hair, and 4 sharp horns on its forehead, tangled like withered vines, with a face like a pig or cow. It was not a white-haired ghost, but a 4-horned red-haired ghost. Chu Hao frowned, feeling that he had seen this creature in ancient texts in the corridor. A cow with 4 horns, a human face and pig ears. Its name is Zhu Huai, a strange beast recorded in the Shanhai Jing. Whether this was Zhu Huai was still uncertain. Chu Hao just felt it was somewhat different. Like a hybrid breed. The appearance of the 4-horned red-haired ghost caused an uproar. Bang! As soon as the 4-horned red-haired ghost appeared, Qin Shi had already fired her gun, targeting the weakest spot, the eyeball. As long as the bullet got into its brain, the spirit explosion could resolve it. The bullet shot out in an instant. The red-haired ghost quickly raised its hand, seemingly grasping something, opening its palm, with blood-red eyes filled with confusion. Chapter 120. Lin Yan was commanding the battle on the front line, fully focused on every movement on the battlefield. At that moment, a man's voice came from behind him. "You step back and go kill the enemy, I will command now." Lin Yan turned to look. Behind him stood 2 men and a woman, all from the 8 great families. The leading young man was the prince of the Luo family. Luo Chen, only 28 years old, held a high position as a hallmaster in the Qianxia alliance, and the 2 helmsmen beside him were also from the Luo family. Currently, the internal situation of the Qianxia alliance was complex, with many trying to use achievements to seek promotion, and Luo Chen was one of them. After all, right after the hallmaster, the next step was the coveted deputy leader, which was highly attractive. Lin Yan was not surprised by this, in his view. These conservative aristocratic youths had an extreme thirst for power. He had just taken office and encountered a tricky situation, with pressure weighing heavily on him. Upon hearing that someone was willing to take over command, he was immediately pleased. "All right." Lin Yan unhesitatingly handed over command. Seeing him understand, Luo Chen picked up the headset and shouted, "I, Luo Chen, will command. Everyone listens to my orders." This sudden personnel change left some in shock. Why was there a sudden change? Chapter 121. This red-haired ghost is terrifying. With just a few of them, how could they hold it off? Luo Chen said, "Reinforcements are on the way. Hold on for a while longer, that's an order." "We can only hold on for at most 3 minutes, Wang Dong gritted his teeth. Luo Chen responded, "That's enough." He saw Lin Yan's team stealthily approaching Wuzhong, which eased his mood a bit. Luo Chen did not take these extraordinary individuals seriously. If they died, but they had to die with value. Lin and the others crept over. They were familiar with Wuzhong's weaknesses, but the current Wuzhong was different. Wuzhong's fingers had turned into ghostly hands. Their waxy skin and blank expressions had been in a daze since coming out of the mountain base. Lin devised a plan. Boom! The soil on the surface was uprooted, and a mud statue resembling a bodhisattva sealed Wuzhong in. This was a curse characteristic of a certain helmsman. The others rushed forward, taking out a talisman to stick on him. The talisman contained profound curse power that could seal the curse power of the strange beast. They channeled curse power into the talisman, and curse marks appeared on the surface of the Bodhisattva mud statue, successfully sealing Wuzhong. However, before they could rejoice, nearby assimilated ghosts pounced over, pinning one helmsman down. Chapter 122, Luo Chen shouted that reinforcements had arrived. The battle on the red-haired ghost side was also nearing its end. Although it was exceedingly powerful, it couldn't withstand the group assault of 7 or 8 sequence 5 extraordinary beings, and was successfully exterminated. The mountain base regained its tranquility. The assimilated ghosts wandered aimlessly near the base, not leaving. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Chu Hao said, "I need to go home." Wang Ning and Lu Yue were speechless. After such an exciting event, you still want to go home? They felt that what was coming next would be even more thrilling. "Don't mind him, he's a mama's boy," Qin Chi disdainfully remarked. "I don't care. If I'm a mama's boy, then so be it. You mundane folks wouldn't understand," Chu Hao said as he got into his car and drove towards the city. Upon returning home, ding. System notification option 1. Go to mom's room and tell her about the old ghost. Reward. Spirit old option 2. Return to the front line. Reward. Curse power 3 option 3. Shut down and sleep. Reward. Spirit 3. He chose option 3. He shut down his phone and went straight to sleep. Option completed. Spirit 3 ding. System notification. Your spirit level has increased to LV3. Chapter 123. The table floated like building blocks, and a brand new sealing ball appeared. It was a red sealing ball, but the internal structure was more complex. Chu Hao noticed a flickering flame inside. The sealing ball was crafted by the second-generation commander and could seal evil beings at the earth burial level. Chu Hao was astonished. "Are you saying that the old ghost is an earth burial evil being?" Zhong Yi asked about the old ghost's characteristics. Chu Hao informed him. After a while, Zhong Yi said, "It's not earth burial." Chu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. "It's sky burial." "What?" "Sky burial is a major catastrophe." He thought of the past hunger bugs, which nearly wiped out the demon suppression division. No, it wiped out all living things. The assimilation imparted this characteristic, which was not weaker than the hunger bugs. If it appeared in a crowded place, the consequences would be unimaginable. The red-haired ghost in the corner was an example. It absorbed some characteristics of the old ghost and became that powerful, possibly even having 6 or 8 corners. As for the ghostly neutrinos you mentioned, which can penetrate any material, that's also not simple and requires further observation. Just based on these 2 points, the old ghost already possesses the strength of a sky burial. Zhong Yi continued, "The old ghost has struggled to reach Yueying's side, and he is already very weak, having lost 7 or 8 layers of strength. But he still has the strength of earth burial." Chapter 124, The Qianqin bronze sheep has a remarkable origin, with a very deep background. Before the establishment of the 4 major alliances, the Qianqin bronze sheep already had temples, dating back to ancient times. You keep it and return it to the Qianqin temple. "Go back to your post," Luo Chen said. He needed to re-evaluate Lin now. He wasn't from some family of the World Alliance, but from Qianqin Temple. Perhaps he could contact Qianqin Temple through Lin, and have them help him rise to power. Thinking of this, Luo Chen said, "Wait a minute." Lin frowned. Luo Chen looked at his assistant beside him and said, "Go get a sequence 6 and 3 sequence 5 curse characteristics, as a reward for Team Lin." "Yes." Lin wanted to laugh. These parasitic alliance members were meticulous, seizing opportunities to act like sycophants. Their ugly mouths displayed it vividly. "Thank you, Commander," Lin said. "Can I request a specific curse characteristic?" "The Thunder Law characteristic." Luo Chen looked at his assistant. The assistant quickly replied, "As for the Thunder characteristic, the Dirty Thunder Spear has already been damaged and has fallen to sequence 6. Luo Chen thought for a second and said, give it. Lin was delighted. Of course. He was getting this curse characteristic for Chu Hao, who had helped a lot this time. Chapter 125, Chu Hao watched the video. In the end, he said, use maintenance oil, avoid placing it in damp areas, and it will last a lifetime without any problem. Okay, Mom will go buy oil tomorrow. Ding. System notification, your favorability with Yagi has increased to 35 stars. Chu Hao's mouth slightly lifted. Yagi's mood, ha ha ha. Wow ha ha, brother is mighty. Finally remembering this old contributor of mine. They stayed beside his mom, and whenever she touched them, it brought immense benefits. Mom takes great care. It's unimaginable. Yagi was extremely excited. The butterfly hairpin was dumbfounded, this is possible. Yagi scored a huge point. Chu Hao found Yagi to be quite capable. Unlike that butterfly hairpin guy, who, despite him helping it last time, didn't increase in favorability. Even evil spirits have their distinctions. Deep into the night, Chu Hao lay down and took out the Xingrong scripture. This scripture still had 2 opportunities to fuse curse characteristics. And he planned to fuse the lightning conductor and the dirty thunder spear blade curse characteristics. Ding. System notification, you are using the Xingrong scripture. Do you want to fuse the lightning conductor and the dirty thunder spear blade? Fuse. Chu Hao was incredibly eager. Ding. System notification, fusion successful. You have obtained a new curse characteristic, dirty thunder particle. Chapter 126, Luo Chen couldn't wait any longer. He had wasted a lot of time. And the Alliance had begun to pressure him. He needed to resolve the ghost problem quickly. Luo Chen assembled 3 of his old employees, plus 3 helmsmen from the Songhua city headquarters, and set off. Lin was not on the list, those who understood knew why. The team successfully avoided the assimilated ghosts at the optimal time and entered smoothly. In the tent, many people stared at the video on the big screen, showing the ceiling team advancing, while the base was silent, with not a single assimilated ghost in sight. The team reported, report. It seems all the assimilated ghosts at the base have run out. This meant the ghost was isolated, a very good opportunity. Split into 2 small teams to search. Luo Chen said. Yes. 1 team of 3 took the hidden elevator down. Ding. The underground layer was very quiet, and not a single assimilated ghost was seen. Luo Chen's old employee said, let's go to the monster zone first. What exactly happened to the monsters imprisoned in the base? Why did such a perverse creature, as the red-haired ghost emerge? The Alliance is very eager to understand. They arrived at the -60th floor of the monster zone. The elevator door opened. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. The corridor outside was filled with blood bubbles, visible blood vessels, and dense blood eggs hanging on the walls, floor, and ceiling. Chapter 127. After obtaining the photos, Chu Hao sent them to the crying host's phone. The crying host quickly replied, young friend, what is this? Chu Hao said, the Scarlet Gold and King, immediately notify Lord Qianqin about this matter, and do it quickly. The crying host replied, okay. Although he didn't know the connection between Chu Hao and Lord Qianqin, he could tell from the text that this matter was extremely important. Another small team arrived at the underground 100th floor. They finally discovered the ghostly ghost. This old ghost was still dazed in the secret room. The old ghost caused such a huge commotion, and it was only the initial symptoms. If it really went into a riot, who could withstand it? They took out the infinite cube. A palm-sized bronze cube with 16 squares, engraved with totem patterns. They activated it. The curse item of sequence 8 required a price to be paid, and the price was that everyone near Alzheimer's would suffer from Alzheimer's. This is also why Luo Chen divided the team into 2, going in one after the other. Otherwise, it would be difficult for those cursed to bring anything out. This was already the simplest price. The infinite cube activated and flew above the ghostly ghost, the squares spinning rapidly. The ghostly ghost was still in a daze. Finally, all the squares aligned on a pattern, and a beam of green light sucked the ghostly ghost in. Chapter 128. Bai Lu had just finished her training. And after the last battle, she had gained a lot and her strength had improved significantly. An assistant hurriedly arrived, holding a laptop, and said, "Alliance leader. Lord Qianqin wants to meet all the high-level members of the Qianxiao Alliance. We have already prepared everything for you." Basically, the vast majority of the Qianxiao Alliance members, even the high-level ones, had never seen Lord Qianqin. What did he want? Bai Lu took the laptop to her office and sat down, opening the video. Most of the high-level members of the Qianxiao Alliance had gathered. An account with a sheep's head spoke. "Who is in charge of the underground base in Songhua City?" "It's me," said a Vice Alliance leader. "The situation over there has been resolved. The ghostly ghost has been imprisoned." "What's the matter?" Lord Qianqin sent a picture. It contained an anomalous egg that needed to be removed quickly. "Anomalous egg?" Bai Lu asked. "What is this anomalous egg?" Lord Qianqin said with caution, "The son of heaven's scarlet gold, beneath the heavenly burial and atop the earthly burial, if it hatches, the consequences would be unimaginable." Heavenly burial. Earthly burial. What are those? These ancient terms were not well understood by this generation. Moreover, a big monster like Lord Qianqin rarely appeared in people's sight. The Vice Alliance leader of the Luo family laughed. "Lord Qianqin need not worry, the situation over there has been suppressed. As for the anomalous egg you mentioned, it should be of great research value." Chapter 129. The team recovering the cube left the underground base. The team recovering the anomalous egg was still struggling to hunt. The Blood Ant Queen had consumed many corpses and monsters, producing many ghostly ants, making it difficult to deal with them all at once. However, dealing with it was just a matter of time. Just then, someone in the back was on fire, screaming as they were burned to ashes. They saw an old man with a lamp on his head, his complexion waxy, swaying as he approached. He was wearing a tattered cloth outfit. The lower half of his face was that of a ghostly ghost, and his upper body was a lamp. He was a B2 disaster-level lamp ghost. This monster suddenly appeared, igniting the areas lit by it, causing many to scream in terror. Besides Wu Zhang, the B-level monsters from the deep mountain base had basically all been taken down. Only this lamp ghost remained. "Quickly retreat, do not let his candlelight range touch you." The difficulty of recovery increased immediately. In the camp, Luo Chen's face darkened as he turned around and said, "Let Lin Yan and his team hurry back. Most of the extraordinary people at headquarters have already gone down. There really aren't many people to help." The infinite cube was finally brought back. Luo Chen looked at the recovery team and said, "You go support." Chapter 130. In the underground level, the lamp ghost approached the Blood Ant Queen. Nearby ghostly ants that got close were immediately burned to ashes by the candlelight. The team recovering the anomalous egg hid. They saw the lamp ghost open its large mouth, its snake-like long tongue waving, hunting nearby ghostly ants. It seemed deeply attracted to the anomalous egg. What to do? They had to get the anomalous egg. They clearly sensed that if the lamp ghost got close to the anomalous egg, it would be very bad. The lamp ghost flicked out its long tongue, which was like a sharp sword, piercing the chest of the massive Blood Ant Queen. The Blood Ant Queen's body trembled as it wrapped around the anomalous egg below its abdomen. It would protect the egg even at the cost of its life. Puff, puff, puff. The long tongue pierced the Blood Ant Queen's body time and again. The lamp ghost finally approached the anomalous egg. The extraordinary team took action. They devised a plan to avoid being illuminated by the candlelight, using nearby steel plates as cover to advance. A helmsman drew back a cursed longbow, and an arrow infused with curse power shot out. The arrow approached the range of candlelight, and was immediately ignited by the candle fire. But it still hit the lamp ghost. Puff! The lamp ghost staggered. The others rushed forward. Chapter 131, The Mother Queen always mumbled to herself. Having no one to talk to, but having the Son of Heaven was enough for her. The homeland of the Ant tribe is called the Sea of Trees and Mulberry Mountains. Mother Queen, I thought of what name to give myself. My name will be Sang. Sang looked around the room. In the vast underground space, there were many eggs laid by the Mother Queen, all meant to protect the Son of Heaven. There were also some surviving ghostly ants, varying in size, the smallest being the size of a palm and the largest like a house. They did not dare approach the Son of Heaven, only crawling on the ground, trembling all over. Sang looked at them. He cut his wrist, letting blood drip onto the ground, and in the ant language said, "Eat." The ghostly ants immediately surged forward. After consuming the Son of Heaven's blood, they were quickly enveloped by a layer of golden mist, transforming into golden eggs. After a long time, one golden egg's shell shattered. A woman, half human and half ant in appearance, with a fiery figure emerged, her image graceful, and her skin adorned with ancient patterns, resembling mountains and rivers. Below the waist, she had an ant-like rear, high and perky. With wings on her back, she was the first to break out of the cocoon. The female ant-man knelt on the ground excitedly and said, "Greetings, Ant King." In Chapter 132, the Red Glove was very interested in the crimson gold ant, which had just hatched and displayed amazing combat power. Not knowing how high its curse characteristics were. Since the establishment of the Red Glove, they had handled any events related to strange beasts well, which was a symbol of their strength. It was not coming out from below. What did it want to do? Going down to take a look would reveal the answer. A group of people approached the base. However, as soon as they entered the main gate of the base, they saw a 2-meter-tall strong man with dark golden patterns on his face, sharp claws on his hands and feet, and cold eyes staring at them. The Red Glove frowned. There was no information about a male ant-man in all the intelligence. Could he be the crimson gold ant? Growing so fast. The strong ant-man walked to the iron railing beside him, broke a steel bar, and threw it toward the extraordinary team. Whoosh! The steel bar exploded with terrifying speed, even breaking the sound barrier, instantly piercing the chest of one member of the Red Glove's extraordinary team. Zhong Yong, a man from the Red Glove, looked at the pierced chest and laughed, so violent. He was completely unharmed. Not a drop of blood flowed from the wound, something was clearly wriggling inside, like maggots. Zhong Yong was a curse characteristic sequence 6 soft worm. In Chapter 133, they did not know this was a camera, and worried they would ruin the king's plan. They would willingly accept death if granted. Sang Weiwei shook her head and said to the camera, "Humans. This king gives you 1 day to bring 100 live cows into the base." After saying that, the camera focused on the extraordinary team. And the tiny human fingers of the crimson gold ant, with sharp nails, waved lightly. Blood splattered from one extraordinary person's neck, and their head fell to the ground, eyes wide open in death. The other members of the Red Glove trembled all over, and Zhong Yong angrily looked at Sang, saying, "Crimson gold ant, you will not have a good death." Sang looked down at Zhong Yong, her innocent face filled with confusion. "It's okay for this king to kill your kind. But when this king kills your kind, you humans' thoughts are very strange." Zhong Yong turned red with anger, and now it was too late to regret. He could only accept judgment, gradually shifting from anger to fear. The crimson gold and ignored the impotent rage, and summoned a ball of crimson gold flame in his palm, reducing the extraordinary person's head to ashes, and he also gained all of that person's memories. Red Glove. Cube Man. The ghost returned to the base. But why did he come back? Remember, 100 live cows. In Chapter 134, it became interesting. Survive for 10 minutes. I choose to. Chu Hao asked. What does Lord Luo mean by this? The cube man crossed his hands on the table and smiled, still pretending. How long can you keep it up? Chu Hao asked. Aren't you afraid of being discovered if you kill me? The cube man shook his head. What is there to be afraid of? Luo Chen's identity is only temporary. If it doesn't work out, I can just change it. It's you, if you secretly ally with the Qianxia alliance to set me up. So I have to eliminate you first. Very clever. Chu Hao said, so, there's nothing to talk about. The cube man opened his palm, revealing a thumb-sized cube, and said, if you eat this, I will spare your life. Chu Hao shook his head. I'm quite puzzled. What did I do to provoke you? Do you think you are very powerful, treating people like me at the bottom as ants, crushing us whenever you want? The cube man grew impatient. Boom! A foul thunder fell from the sky. The cube man did not react in time, and was struck by the foul thunder characteristic. But the cube man's level was too high, and it was negligible for him. However, the cube man's face darkened. He reached out to grab Chu Hao's neck. The speed was very fast. But the flying thunder blade was faster. In chapter 135, the cube man had indeed hidden his strength. That was his means of dealing with the ghost, and once this means was used, he would also fall into a sleep state that would take a long time to recover from. His active admission of mistake seemed shameless, but in reality, it was too naive, not fully understanding human cunning and greed. As Chu Hao kept falling, he asked, what do you want to do to the ghost? The cube man replied truthfully, after being assimilated, I can't be too far from that old ghost, he lingers in my mind. And I have to find a way to get rid of him. Chu Hao asked, how do you plan to get rid of him? The cube man shook his head. I haven't thought of it yet. That old ghost is terrifying, and the Qianxia alliance completely underestimated him. I can only maintain Luo Chen's identity to gather intelligence from the Qianxia alliance. So that's how it is. Chu Hao also wanted to get rid of the ghost. And they were inexplicably on the same side. Chu Hao smiled and said, I can help you. A cube appeared under Chu Hao's feet, and he steadied himself. The cube man looked suspicious. How will you help me? Chu Hao replied, seal the old ghost. You go seal him, and I will be responsible for checking the results. Acting as a contractor. Seal. What about the after effects of my assimilation? The cube man shook his head. His goal was to get rid of the ghost. In chapter 136, he didn't know what to say anymore. Sometimes it seemed that the girl was quite pitiful, after her mother issued a directive not to commit crimes. The girl went to work at a cafe to buy her favorite ice cream, but they only offered her a part-time job at $10 an hour. Taking advantage of her, the girl had no choice but to pick up trash. Chu Hao said, Nai, promise your big brother one thing. Don't bring things home anymore. I will give you 3,000 a month, how about that? Nai's eyes lit up, but she quickly shook her head and said, I don't want your money. If Mom finds out, she will scold me again. She was too sensible. Chu Hao said, I want to tell Mom. The girl immediately became excited. 5,000, 3,000 is not enough, big brother. Chu Hao's face darkened. 4,000. Deal. Meow. Xiaoyu also returned, holding a ball in its mouth, not knowing whose child lost it. Chu Hao walked over and threw the ball out from the upstairs. Xiaoyu, Chu Hao said, there is something I should tell you. Both the person and the cat looked at him. Chu Hao said, the things Mom has come into contact with will attract unclean beings. If their numbers increase, Mom will go berserk. In chapter 137, Mom made dinner. Qiji did not make any demands regarding the food, but Mom was very warm-hearted for the first guest at home and prepared a sumptuous dinner. Xiaoji, where are your parents? Mom asked. Qiji's expression dimmed as she said, they are no longer in this world. Mom immediately felt sorry for the little girl and put some braised pork in her bowl. Qiji ate quietly, unlike her sister, who made a mess with rice everywhere. Eat more, you are too thin. Come down to visit whenever you have time, Auntie will make you delicious food. Qiji's eyes turned red. Mom helped her clean the house and kindly invited her to visit, making her feel the warmth of maternal love and miss her mother. Mom then asked, "What do you do for work? Why is she so concerned about other people's family matters?" This was the first time Chu Hao had seen such a thing. Shiji honestly replied, "I work at a convenience store outside our community." Mom nodded and said, Hao, you are both around the same age. So you should communicate more in the future." Mom's idea was simple. This little girl, Shiji, was lonely on her own, and her son's age was similar. So they could be friends. What Mom said was like a decree. Chu Hao said, "Let me add you on WeChat." Chapter 138. Wu Liang gave Chu Hao a feeling of a hero. Was he not afraid of death? Yes, but he still went. Even though the Qianxia alliance was already corrupt internally, he was determined to eliminate the strange beasts, making it hard not to admire such a person from the bottom of one's heart. Hong Qiangwei said lightly, "Do you regret it? You were once one of them." Lin Yan shook her head. Hong Qiangwei coldly said, "Everyone, be on standby, fully assist the demon squad. If they die, initiate the annihilation plan." The high-ranking officials of the Qianxia alliance changed their expressions drastically. Chu Hao turned to Qin Chi and asked, "Sister Qi, what is the annihilation plan?" Qin Chi said bitterly, "Abandon Songhua City, spare no effort to kill the strange beasts, using all available weapons, including nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, and even taboo items containing immense spell power." Chu Hao's heart sank. Qin Chi continued, "Don't worry too much. The annihilation plan has two levels. The low level is to abandon Songhua City and spare no effort to kill the strange beasts. And the high level, expose their existence to the whole world. Entering the era of annihilation. Annihilation also has the meaning of rebirth. If there is no rebirth, human traces will vanish. Declaring a fight to the death against the strange beasts. The demon squad had to deal with not only the golden ants, but also the ghosts. Chapter 139, Liu Yong was dead. The others probably couldn't escape their fate either. The Ant-Man never intended to let them leave alive. Wu Liang stared at the golden ant before him and said in a deep voice, "It is said that you are the strange beast at the peak of the earth burial, unable to be buried on land after death. I don't believe it." The golden ant spoke in a child's voice, gentle yet cold. "Wrong, earth burial is not about being unable to be buried on land. It is that all living beings on land are buried beneath our feet." Wu Liang replied, "There are many strange beasts outside, they cooperate with the alliance. Why not give it a try? The so-called strange beasts you speak of are not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as this king. You don't understand. The times have changed." Wu Liang clenched his fists, his aura suddenly rising sharply. Sang gently shook his head, "You two-footed beasts don't understand." A ball of blazing fire slowly floated out from Sang's palm. The flame was tangible, radiating a chilling high temperature. Wu Liang immediately became alert, his muscles tense, ready to respond to any potential attack. However, the ball of fire flew straight towards the corpse of the Blood Ant Queen, burning fiercely. Sang silently thought, "Mother Queen, rest in peace." Then, Sang slowly turned to Wu Liang and said, "This king deeply despises humans, but sometimes, I must admit that you two-footed beasts do have extraordinary wisdom." Chapter 140, Boom. Wu Liang was sent flying, like a cannonball shot at high speed, crashing heavily into the mountainside. A violent tremor came from inside the mountain. Countless stones falling from the surface, dust flying everywhere. Blood trickled from the corner of Wu Liang's mouth, just as he was about to break free from the rubble. He saw a small figure appear before him like a ghost. The golden ant raised its foot and kicked towards Wu Liang's jaw with a seemingly slow yet extremely fast speed. At that critical moment, the shadow behind Wu Liang suddenly surged, pulling him in completely. The golden ant calmly said, "Cursed ruins." Almost simultaneously, the golden ant's figure flickered, moving so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye, appearing like a flash of lightning in the underground room. Coincidentally, Wu Liang and his female teammate Zhu Ruo appeared nearby. The warning alarm in his heart beat violently, as if to burst from his chest. Wu Liang quickly pushed his teammate away. Boom! Wu Liang was once again kicked away by the golden ant, this kick seamlessly connecting with the previous one. The force terrifyingly strong. Zhu Ruo looked terrified, screaming as she hurriedly hid into the strange ruins. Captain! Zhu Ruo's voice trembled with fear as she said. How can the golden ant be so terrifying? Chapter 141, The golden ant turned to its subordinates. Luo Yu and the other Sang ants looked extremely pale. They had intended to leave with the king, but found images of the ghosts floating in their minds, subtly binding them, making it impossible to leave this place. That's right. They had once been assimilated by the ghosts, which the golden ant could not erase. King, you go ahead, don't worry about us, Luo Yu said. This scene made the Ant King very displeased, just like when the Ant Clan had sent him out to protect him. Humans have come. The hillside was filled with extraordinary beings, numbering over 100, which was the maximum that could be mobilized from Songhua City and nearby cities. No one present had a curse level below 5. A demon walked out of the black mist. Wu Liang had already transformed into a demon. His face twisted as he said, Golden Ant. He was very clear about the golden ant's nature. The Ant King and humans could not negotiate peace, and today, even at a great cost, he had to keep the Ant King. Lin Yan stepped forward. A layer of black mist enveloped him, and when the mist cleared, Lin Yan had transformed into a shadow demon, with a pair of pitch-black demonic wings on his back. Although his size was not as massive as the demon deer's, he exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Superior Sequence 6 Shadow Demon. Chapter 142, Wu Liang, Lin Yan, and Hong Qiangwei, this legendary trio once again worked closely together to fight against the golden ant. The three coordinated skillfully. Hong Qiangwei was responsible for support, providing various assistance and interference, while Wu Liang and Lin Yan focused on the attack. The golden ant once again condensed a spear in its hand. Seeing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but curse, damn. Didn't that spear just fly out? Stop complaining, hurry and use gravity to suppress it. I've suppressed it, my hands are numb, Lin Yan replied. Use Shadow Carnival. Wu Liang urged, his eyes flashing with excitement. Wu Liang was actually a battle maniac. He felt that every time he fought for his life, it made his blood boil. Feeling alive from start to finish, while Lin Yan thought he was crazy. Lin Yan muttered, can't you hold back a little? Even so, he still unleashed Shadow Carnival. He flapped the shadow wings behind him, and a large number of shadow demons surged forth like a flock of black crows, overwhelming the golden ant. The golden ant swung its spear, sweeping away the shadows like a gale scattering leaves. Bang! 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 A series of flashes erupted in the void. The shadow demons unable to withstand the attack, disappearing like firecrackers. However, soon, the golden ant sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 143, Chu Hao touched the Yaguchi and said, do you remember the necklace that was with Mom before? Yaguchi did not respond, as if it were a lifeless object. Yaguchi's thoughts, necklace. I remember. A very annoying old guy, crazy and not thinking about Mom. Chu Hao said, Mom has already thrown it away, but he still wants to return to Mom's side. Yaguchi's thoughts, what? That old guy still wants to go back. He's dreaming, I don't agree, of course it depends on Mom's own decision. Chu Hao said. If he goes back, Mom will be unhappy, so now is the time for our family to work together to drive away the outsider. Young girl, do you have confidence? The rabbit girl remained silent. Chu Hao, Nine Eyes thoughts. I am now an emotionless killer, and shouldn't respond to big pots. I need to maintain my character. Chu Hao said, do you know why I don't let the butterfly come? Yaguchi was curious, why? Why? Chu Hao smiled and said, because I think our family. The butterfly is a bit out of place. Yaguchi's thoughts, yes, yes. The butterfly is out of place, often arguing with me, very rude, my brother is right. When will we drive the butterfly away? Chapter 144, blood spurted wildly from Wu Liang's mouth, his hands tightly gripping the crimson gold spear, using all his strength to try to break free. However, the spear did not budge, as if it weighed 1,000,000 tons. The child brother mockingly stepped on the face of the demon Wu Liang. Crack! Wu Liang's demon armor shattered, revealing his eyes twisted with rage. In front of him, the human city should allow this king to recover 1 or 2% of his strength, turning them into the capital for this king's rise in this world. The crimson gold and coldly said, his voice carrying a chilling dominance. Wu Liang's eyes were about to split, letting out an unwilling roar. Crimson gold and... The crimson gold and bent down and threw a punch. But at this critical moment, the Wu Liang beneath his feet vanished. This punch missed in an instant, and the powerful force penetrated the ground, causing cracks to spread like a spider web. Ju Ruo, a member of the hidden demon squad, saved the captain at a crucial moment. The crimson gold and grew impatient. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from afar, like rolling thunder. The crimson gold and looked up at the sky, only to see a black dot rapidly enlarging, a human supersonic fighter jet whistling toward this side. Chapter 145. Silence enveloped the world inside the star barrier, as if the entire world had been muted, with only the intense and nervous heartbeat of everyone sounding like a muffled war drum. In the next moment, it moved. The crimson gold and shot through the night sky like a dark golden meteor, the crimson gold spear in hand like a dragon emerging from the sea. The spear light exuding a terrifying metallic sheen, wrapped in murderous intent, stabbing straight out. The leader of the world, the Red Sun leader, faced the enemy without fear. At the moment of collision, spear shadows, sword glimmers, and axe blades crisscrossed, resembling a chaotic yet shocking doomsday painting. They collided, intertwining, erupting waves of terrifying energy ripples, forming a killing zone that instilled fear. Outside the barrier, the extraordinary beings widened their eyes. The speed of the battle was too fast. So fast that they could only capture blurred shadows like lightning, dazzling, unable to see each move clearly. Facing two extraordinarily powerful leaders, the crimson gold and remained calm and composed. His extensive battle experience was an unfathomable ocean, difficult to touch the edge of. It wouldn't be easy to deal with the crimson gold and without using the power of inheritance, he thought. Chapter 146. The mulberry ants' eyes widened in rage. Their king was humiliated by humans, and they felt the most pain. Nearby humans entangled them, preventing them from approaching the king, let alone the demon squad, Lin Yan, and the strong red rose. If this continued, the mulberry ants would surely be drained of power and then killed or captured. The mulberry ants would rather die than let their king fall into human hands. They communicated their emotions through their antennae and made a certain decision. King. Bone Feather took the lead. Bone Feather could hardly accept the humiliation of the king, and he chose to end his own life. The reason mulberry ants are strong is that they possess parts of the king's characteristics. They divided the king's power. Otherwise, with the king's strength, how could he not kill weak humans? The former king was so powerful. Thus, they made the choice to return the strength that originally belonged to the king back to him. Kill the humans. Survive. Bone Feather's claws pierced his chest, crushing his core, and the king's original traits returned to him. The crimson gold and sensed the return of the origin, and suddenly turned around to see this scene. Bone Feather collapsed to the ground, completely losing his life force. The crimson gold and roared in anger, no. Chapter 147, Dragon Man Zodiac. The information about this mysterious organization suddenly surfaced in the crimson gold ant's mind. Bone Feather angrily said, "You are also the enemy of the king." Chu Hao punched Bone Feather on the head, causing him to face down on the ground, unable to move. "Did you not hear what I said?" Chu Hao said impatiently. In the distance, Red Feather was about to end it, but was suddenly entangled by falling spider silk, quickly wrapping him into a bundle. The rabbit girl sat on the wrapped red feather, patting the solid spider silk and said, "Be honest." The remaining poison feather, falling feather, and red feather were astonished. Could it be that our thoughts have been detected by the enemy? Ding. System prompt, special attribute point 1, boom. The star barrier shattered. The Ant King rushed out, his aura terrifying, immediately locking onto the dragon man, angrily saying, "Dare to touch them and see." Chu Hao's heart raced, and without hesitation, he drew the Yaguchi from his waist and swung it out. A plain and unremarkable basic attack. The Crimson Gold Ant immediately sensed danger, and quickly lay down on the ground. Meanwhile, the four great leaders and all the extraordinary beings witnessed a terrifying scene. They saw the distant mountain being sliced by something. Then, with a loud bang. Chapter 148, inside the Abyss Node, dark shadows surged like a tide, as if wanting to break free. In their eyes, this world seemed like paradise, while the place they originally occupied was hell. Before long, a small amount of black mist, like a devil escaping from a cage, struggled to break free, instantly transforming into wisps of black smoke, frantically flying toward Songhua City. These evil spirits keenly sensed nearby blood food they longed for, each like a starving ghost, ravenous and rushing forward. Seeing this, Chu Hao said, "Zodiac, stop them." As soon as he finished speaking, the rabbit girl, mouse clown, and a blue cat instantly sprang into action. Their figures moved like lightning, swiftly intercepting the rushing black mist, unleashing various attacks like a rainstorm upon the black mist. Chu Hao saw the red gold and standing by, unmoved, and said, "Why aren't you making a move yet?" The red gold and turned its head in confusion. "They want to kill humans, why should I help?" Chu Hao habitually deceived, saying, "After these things eat their blood food, they will return to the ghostly spirit side. At that time, it will be difficult to seal them." After pondering for a moment, the red gold ant said, "Sang Ant, block them. Our goal is the same, let us deal with the ghostly spirit first." Chapter 149, the pitch-black claw became increasingly unrestrained. Originally 5 meters long, in the blink of an eye it was nearly 8 meters long. Just one claw was so terrifying. If the body came, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was just a near-earth burial. "This enthusiastic spectator, you have crossed the line, he. A rat man dressed in a red suit and a gentleman's felt hat, holding a short cane, hopped over from a distance. The Sequence 6 magician, the Clown King. Although capable of creating some trouble, this pitch-black claw belongs to a low-level earth burial clown. Is he here to make jokes? The Clown King's short cane lightly tapped the ground. The nearby glowing spell marks flickered. A circus appeared out of thin air. The Clown King stood in the center of the stage. Below him was a group of painted clowns, some fat, some thin, some tall, some short, all excited. Strange ruins. The four great lords were astonished. After all, there was no record in the Clown King's data that he possessed the strange ruins. The Clown King bowed politely. "Ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin." The clown assistants in the circus began their work. Some clowns were setting fire to hot air balloons. Chapter 150, the human extraordinary beings watching this scene couldn't help but twitch their lips. How many astonishing trump cards does this zodiac still hide? Every move they make is shocking, forever impossible to see through. Zodiac. The red gold and transformed back into the form of little brother, feeling that the zodiac members had something. The Ant King's gaze turned to the dragon man sitting on a large blue stone, leisurely eating a delicious hand-grabbed pancake. The red gold ant thought, he is still confident enough to eat. If I fight him to the death, what are my chances of winning? The hand-grabbed pancake was bought by Nana when she passed by, and it would be a waste not to eat it. Right now, there was nothing else to do. And the battle between the two ghosts in the prison city hadn't ended yet. It would be better if Yagi could solve it all at once. Yagi is still very strong. After all, he has been with Mom for a long time. Plus, recently Mom has painted him, and with my brother's instigation. The wooden ruler felt that its status at home is second only to the girl. Chu Hao took out a hand-grabbed pancake from his pocket and threw it to the red gold ant, saying, "Look how greedy you are, eat it." The Ant King said, "You must not have eaten human food before, right?" The Ant King threw away the hand-grabbed pancake. He only eats blood food. Chapter 151. A young man sat upright in a sedan chair. He was extraordinarily beautiful, rarely described as such for a man, a blend of softness and strength. Wearing a white high crown, with an extraordinary temperament, as if a celestial being had descended to the world. At this moment, a convoy was slowly moving forward. A sudden sound of hooves approached, and a horseman rushed over, abruptly blocking the convoy. The man leapt off his horse and shouted, "National Master, heed the command. His Majesty has ordered you to return immediately, without fail." However, the person in the sedan, Chu Hao, remained unmoved, merely saying, "Why stop? Keep going." The convoy ignored the messenger, and continued to move forward. "You dare to defy the imperial order." The messenger, seeing this, couldn't help but shout angrily. Chu Hao still maintained a calm expression, softly saying, "The Huangfeng chicken of the 3 holy mountains must die. You go back and tell His Majesty not to be deceived by such demons." "You?" The messenger was choked and speechless, his face full of anger. Everyone couldn't help but speculate, is this Chu Hao the ghostly spirit from his youth? Who would have thought he was once human, so remarkably handsome? Chu Hao is a young and powerful yin-yang master of this prosperous dynasty, now defying the emperor's orders. Insisting on going to the 3 holy mountains to slay that Huangfeng chicken. Chapter 152. Chu Hao suddenly realized that the dynasty had already been controlled by evil spirits. Back then, when he killed the Huangfeng snake, it was merely a trap set by the evil spirits. Since he was imprisoned in the dungeon, he had not seen the sun, and all the jailers around him were evil spirits, so naturally, no one would relay any news to him. Chu Hao shouted angrily, "Who are you?" "The world calls me Jiuyo." The demon jailer grinned wickedly, "Chu Hao, you are the last one left, come with me. I will take you to the heavenly palace for a sacrifice." The sacrifice, of course, meant using Chu Hao's life as an offering. Chu Hao is destined to be a yin-yang figure, born with a celestial phenomenon. Countless people have hoped for his growth, because with him, the dynasty could be free from any demonic disturbance. Immediately, Chu Hao engaged in a fierce battle with the Jiuyo, who transformed into a jailer, and then seized the opportunity to escape. To force Chu Hao, Jiuyo killed his friends and family one by one in front of countless citizens on the steps of the heavenly palace. Chu Hao's grandfather, father, brother, and sister. Heads rolled down the 100 steps, dying before Chu Hao's eyes. Chu Hao could no longer remain calm, completely enraged, and fought Jiuyo in a terrifying battle that shook heaven and earth. Chapter 153. In Chu Hao's chaotic consciousness, the only remaining obsession was to kill Jiuyo. Even though Jiuyo was so powerful, facing the crazed Chu Hao at this moment, he couldn't help but feel some pressure. After thinking for a moment, Jiuyo thought of a vicious plan to exile Chu Hao. Thus, Chu Hao was banished to that place of eternal unrest. In this desolate, eerie world, Chu Hao was like a soulless walking corpse, searching everywhere for the enemy's figure. Day after day, year after year, his handsome face gradually aged. His healthy complexion turned waxy yellow like paper, and his eyes gradually dulled, losing their former brilliance. Watching this scene, everyone present fell silent. Chu Hao was sometimes clear-headed, sometimes mad. When he was clear-headed, he sadly discovered that he could no longer find the way back. But even so, he still did not give up hope. Using his rare moments of clarity to constantly refine the Tai-Hu court breathing method. Finally, he put down his pen and wrote down this sentence: "This is the catastrophe I bring to you. I will use my body as a shield. Standing in front of you, even if I am shattered to pieces, I will uphold the last hope of your dawn." This sentence was written for the countless souls lost within him. Chapter 154. What to do? Some extraordinary beings were at a loss. Jiuyo's appearance was too sudden. Bang! The sniper rifle in Qin Chi's hand fired, the bullet howling, hitting Juyo's head. For a powerful evil spirit like Juyo, this shot was nothing more than a mosquito bite. But this seemingly inconspicuous shot ignited the long-suppressed bloodiness in the hearts of the extraordinary beings. The leader of the Kaiyang Alliance's gaze was sharp as he raised his arm and shouted, "We cannot let him take Suhai, attack." Before his words fell, Bailu had transformed into a blazing fire shadow, charging out like a torrential storm. The phoenix sword in her hand shimmered with an incredibly intense light, resembling a burning sun. She swung her sword fiercely, aiming directly at the calf of Juyo. In the memory recollection of Suhai, Bailu gained immense opportunities, and her strength underwent a transformative enhancement. With all her might, she struck, directly severing Juyo's skeletal calf. The leader of the Xingqian alliance was hidden somewhere, quietly casting the Xingqian barrier. A layer of mysterious light appeared out of thin air, an invisible cage trapping Juyo within, with strict rules allowing only entry, not exit. Kill Juyo. Chapter 155. Chu Hao plunged into the action of sharing the spoils. In the memory recollection of Suhai, he practiced the Tai Hu Ting breathing technique, which heavily emphasized the cultivation of the soul. What is the soul? The soul is not the ethereal ghost tales, such as souls returning to the underworld after death. It is essentially the essence and spirit of living beings. Once life ceases, the essence and spirit dissipate. When the essence and spirit grow strong enough, they give rise to a distinctly different existence from the physical body, known as a ghost. Take Suhai, for example, his ghost is incredibly powerful, and even after death, when separated from the physical body, it does not perish, but instead wanders restlessly with countless lost souls in a place of eternal unrest. Furthermore, ghosts have many wonderful aspects that can elevate the level of life. The perfect fusion of ghost and physical body is a significant symbol of a powerful life level, indicating the higher achievements one can attain in the future. Juyo focused on Suhai because he knew he needed a physical body. Only then could he tap into more potential in the realm of celestial burial. After acquiring the E-Curse body, Chu Hao's power surged 4 to 5 times. He cut through Juyo's bones, utilizing the Tai Hu Ting breathing technique for refinement. Chapter 156. The ancient texts in the Divine Hall had long recorded this. The Grey Spirit, wandering between heaven and earth, crossing the boundaries of past and future, is a variation of the ghost state. It is said that it requires the gathering and fusion of millions of ghosts, perhaps countless, to possibly give birth to a grey spirit. In ancient times, some sought to cultivate an unmatched soul and embarked on a journey to capture grey spirits. They traversed between heaven and earth, seeking the mysterious traces of grey spirits. However, grey spirits are not easy to capture. Any slight misstep could lead to a fierce counterattack. Even those renowned and extraordinarily powerful individuals would find it hard to withstand a grey spirit's retaliation. A flicker of excitement suddenly flashed in Juyo's eyes. This area hid such an astonishing opportunity. He had previously slaughtered countless beings and captured innumerable ghosts for captivity, yet had never had the fortune to witness the birth of a grey spirit. And now, this grey spirit before him was indeed a tempting prize. Juyo thought to himself, the resources here are so abundant, I must explore thoroughly. The silver-haired woman moved like lightning, instantly appearing in front of Juyo's skeletal head. Chapter 157. Deep within the Three Saints' heavenly palace, a breathtakingly handsome man stood quietly. His skin was as cold and white as snow, and his appearance was unparalleled, embodying Suhai's form and also Juyo's true self. Juyo suddenly felt an unbearable itch in his eyes, as if millions of ants were crawling within. Soon after, he saw a woman wearing a serpent mask appear in his sight. Juyo was startled and hurriedly raised his hand to cast various spells, attacking wildly ahead. But the serpent seemed like an illusory shadow, the attack sank into nothingness, having no effect. The serpent stood quietly before Juyo. Juyo called out to his subordinates anxiously. Did you not see the woman in front of me? His subordinate looked puzzled and replied, There is only you here, my lord. Juyo's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He realized the seriousness of the situation. This woman was not truly in front of him, she was in my eyes. Jiao was suddenly filled with terror and shouted, "Who are you?" Silence followed, and no one answered his question. Jiao's subordinate was even more confused. Completely unaware of who the Lord was speaking to. Suddenly, boom! A thunderous explosion sounded from outside. Chapter 158. Chu Hao's heart was pounding wildly in his chest. He had thought he understood his mother well enough, but now it seemed he had greatly underestimated her. Once, she had taken him to hell. And the terrifying scene left him with severe psychological trauma. After that, he even thought that death might be a form of happiness. And now, with just a glance, his mother had completely obliterated Jiao's ghostly avatar. Chu Hao said, "Farewell." The Zodiac members also began to leave. The extraordinary beings outside had no idea what had happened inside. But once the eerie void vanished, Jiao, like a vapor, disappeared without a trace. It was clear that Jiao had been destroyed. This left the four alliance leaders utterly shocked. Who exactly killed Jiao? Their gazes unanimously fell upon the Ant King. The alliance immediately became alert. After all, the Ant King was now free from Suhai's restraints. And no one knew if he would unleash a frenzy of slaughter against humanity next. The Ant King glanced indifferently at the extraordinary humans, and then left the place quickly with his subordinates. The Ant King had personally witnessed the terror of the serpent. Unless he regained his peak power, he absolutely did not want to face the Zodiac Serpent again. Chapter 159, Battlefield Reporter Chang Wei. This is the Zodiac Dragon Man. Damn! The four major alliances are nothing in front of him. By GUWAN, what the hell? He can actually split mountains. This is simply unbelievable. The quality of the Zodiac seems to be continuously rising. One shot 998, is it over? Is the Zodiac here specifically to deal with the Ant King and save us humans? The Black Bull laughed excitedly, ha ha ha. Are you dumb? This is the true Zodiac. I want to join this organization. Even Fang Chong, who had long since gone silent, made an appearance. People were eagerly waiting for the battlefield reporter to continue explaining. Battlefield reporter Chang, no. The Zodiac is not here for the Ant King, their target is the ghost. That's right. The Ant King is for the earthly burial, while the ghost is for the celestial burial. Let me explain again what celestial burial is. It pertains to things that are hard to bury in heaven and earth. Once such things come into existence, either only one species will remain, or they will all be extinguished. Did you think it was over? Keep watching the video. Filming this video is not easy. Come on, everyone, give some rewards for labor. Chapter 160, Battlefield Reporter Chang Wei. Damn that Jiao. I used AI to create an image of Suhai, and you can take a look for yourselves. Accompanying it is a picture. In the image, there is an extraordinarily handsome young man, who no one could imagine is the terrifying ghost that once was. The subsequent video content left everyone speechless in shock. Just as the Dragon Man was about to seal Suhai, the Jiao, which was parasitizing Suhai's body, suddenly dashed out like a ghost. A thrilling battle erupted. The Jiao was unimaginably powerful, remaining as steady as a mountain despite the combined fierce attacks from the Zodiac, Ant King, and all members of the Alliance. Just when Jiao intended to escape, the Cube Man appeared. War correspondent Chang Wei explained, "Let me clarify the origin of the Cube Man. His former self was the cursed object of the Infinite Cube from Sequence 8. After being assimilated by the Ghost, he transformed into his current form. At a critical moment, the Cube Man successfully trapped Jiao within the eerie ruins. Which is a tremendous achievement. If Jiao had escaped with the Ghost, I can't even imagine the horrifying consequences that would follow." In the video, Jiao opened its mouth wide, attempting to absorb the essence and energy of everyone. Chapter 161, Mom nodded and then said, "I've been studying at school recently, and might not be able to cook for you on time like before. Brother. You can manage at the company cafeteria, and as for your sister. The girl quickly interjected, Mom, Xiaoyu and I are fine. I found a job at a cafe, and the owner provides meals. Nai said understandingly. Mom smiled and replied, yes, you all have grown up. I don't want to interfere too much in your personal lives anymore. Chu Hao's heart trembled. What does Mom mean by that? Not caring about their personal lives. Mom was indeed acting strange today. Could it be due to the changes after encountering Jiuyo? If she doesn't care about personal lives now, what will she care about in the future? Is she going to completely disregard us? What is Mom thinking? Chu Hao had studied psychology concerning his mother, and understood that such situations typically indicate that a mother feels her children have grown up and need their own independent space. Moreover, if a mother interferes too much, children can easily become annoyed. Although Mom is still the same Mom, her thoughts about the kids are no longer as meticulous as before. Just like in infancy, when children rely heavily on adults, as they grow older, they begin to feel suffocated by constant adult supervision. Chapter 162. The Cube Man finished the high-level meeting and returned to the hotel to lie down. He was planning for the future. Being undercover in the Alliance posed certain dangers. He did not have Luo Chen's temperament, and would eventually be discovered. Where should he go? Suddenly, while thinking with his eyes closed, the Cube Man appeared above the grand grey mist. He saw a long table, high chairs, and the Dragon Man, Rabbit Man, and Rat Man wearing zodiac masks, but the Snake Man was absent, which relieved the Cube Man. The Cube Man's head transformed into a bronze cube. The Zodiac is looking for me, is there something they need? He asked calmly. Of course, this calmness was feigned. As he was quite worried about what the Zodiac might do to him, this was not an organization he could resist. The Dragon Man said, sit. The Cube Man took a seat in the high chair, his thoughts racing. If the Zodiac took action against him, what were the chances of survival? The Cube Man's heart sank. There was no chance of survival. If the Snake Man acted personally, he would have no escape anywhere. The Dragon Man said, you owe the Zodiac a favor. The Cube Man replied, I know, what do you need me to do? If the Zodiac didn't take action, the Cube Man couldn't possibly seal the ghost. Was the Zodiac here to collect a debt? The Dragon Man said, there is something I need to tell you about the Snake Man. Chapter 163. This is the curse body he obtained after sealing the ghost. The most exhilarating aspect of the curse body is its unique characteristic. His physical body can absorb lightning, and the more lightning he absorbs, especially that possessed by evil entities, the more he can permanently enhance three major attributes. Combining the lightning escape breathing technique with the curse body, the effectiveness of the lightning is quite ideal. Am I really going to develop into the Lightning Law King? The Lightning Law King sounds pretty good. No matter what enemies I encounter, I can start by striking down with lightning, then unleash a barrage of attacks. Host, Chu Hao, Physique, LV3, 27300, Spirit, LV3, 32300, Curse Power, LV4, 198,400. Curse Properties, Recovery Sequence 3, High, Polluted Thunder Particle Sequence 4, Super, Night Demon Sequence 3, Medium, Moon Will Sequence 3, High, Paper Crafting Curse Sealed Constitution, Curse Body, E. Reserve Curse Seals, Nasal Bomb, Intermediate Curse Seal Status Unused Scripture, Jingrong Scripture, 23. Chu Hao stroked his chin. The Jingrong Scripture can still be fused once. Should I fuse the Night Demon with the Nasal Bomb? After thinking it over, he decided against it. Chapter 164. Shiji began to use her abilities. She wanted a stable job, but didn't want to draw too much attention with her methods. After all, her goal was to suppress the coffin at home, not to attract attention. Shiji had been here for some time and discovered that most people were ordinary, though there were some peculiar individuals. The peculiar individuals here were quite strange. They clearly possessed curse power, but lacked the means to perform curses. Everyone was using the most primitive methods to activate the curse's properties. In fact, most curse properties could be changed and enhanced in power through curse techniques. After thinking it over, Shuji decided to go with the flow. She activated her curse property in Corpse Master, and a malicious aura rose from beneath her feet, followed by a ripple of curse seals appearing behind her. Quack! A crow flew out from the curse seal ripple and landed on Shuji's shoulder. However, this crow was actually dead, its eyes filled with deathly stillness, and under its black feathers, one could see its clear skeleton. Everyone was astonished. It was actually a curse property that controlled corpses. Chu Hao thought to himself, this curse property is quite fitting with the coffin at Shuji's home. Chapter 165, Qin Chi asked, what kind of people are they? Hu Ji replied enviously, their curse properties are all excellent, most meet the requirements. Some even became helmsmen right away, and now the headquarters is discussing it. Becoming a helmsman right away means the curse sequence is at least level 4 or 5. This isn't an undercover operation, Li Wei must be eating half a pound of shit. Finally, it felt easy. Qin Chi laughed and said, who cares if these newcomers are undercover? The alliance of the world isn't run by my family, we are just a fishmongering team. Hu Ji added, there's one more thing, the headquarters wants to transfer people here for internships. Qi Ji, Xiao Chu, and I each need to guide them. Qin Chi grumbled, is this ever going to end? Chu Hao was puzzled. What did Lin Yan mean? Did these people still need internships? What a joke. Generally speaking, extraordinary individuals of sequence 2 and 3 who have survived to this point must have some skills for staying alive. What is the purpose of an internship? Is it to filter out undercover agents? Bai Ying said, Xiao Chu, I just bought some tea. Do you want to come and try it? Okay. The two went to the tea room. Bai Ying brewed the tea and smiled, these people are probably here for the Zodiac. The Zodiac only appears in Songhua City. And now the dark web is full of discussions about them. Joining the alliance is just a ruse, of course. It doesn't rule out the possibility of members with ulterior motives acting as undercover agents. Chapter 166, The Ant King, who had disappeared for several days, actually reappeared. Many people, unable to focus on the hot topic of undercover agents in Songhua City, turned their attention to the southern downstream area. Hiss! Demon child, hurry and run. I feel like the Ant King is heading that way. I've raised ants before and know very well that the tropical climate is very suitable for their survival. Bai Giwan rushed into the battlefield office, wanting to say something but hesitating. Ji Fangshan's face turned dark. That was the Ant King. Just born. It fought against the 4 major alliances. Even I, Ji Fangshan, don't have enough lives to die. Ji Fangshan said solemnly, what do you want to say? Bai Giwan finally managed to get out a sentence, boss, I'll go ahead. You should hurry and run too. After saying that, Bai Giwan turned and ran, leaving behind his luggage and everything. Ji Fangshan felt bitter. There was no choice but to run. The Ant King had crossed into the area. The extraordinary individuals in South Asia were also startled, the previously war-torn place fell silent, and everyone who could escape did so. According to reliable sources, the Ant King really stayed in the southern downstream area. The soldier ants came to a human city and directly went on a killing spree, venting all the grievances accumulated during this time. This caused a massive earthquake. The soldier ants even brought in news reporters, and in front of the camera, they beheaded a Sequence 8 extraordinary individual on the spot. Chapter 167, Battlefield Reporter Chang Wei, in Huoguo, a Sequence 8 has been deployed. This individual is Zhong Heng, the strongest extraordinary individual of the younger generation in the Qianding Alliance, perhaps the next leader of the Qianding Alliance. Lin Yan explained. Zhong Heng is as young as Alliance leader Bai and very powerful. He once single-handedly resolved a Class 3 disaster incident. Wang Ning, full of curiosity, asked. Among the only 3 sequence 9s in the world, 2 have gone this time. Who is the remaining one? Shijie and Zakaku, both foreign sequence 9s, were already well known. However, Wang Ning knew nothing about the identity of the third person. Even Chu Hao had not found any information about the third person on the dark web. Lin Yan shook his head, saying, "No one knows who the third person is or where they come from. They once dealt with the sequence 9 monster earthquake king that wreaked havoc in the city. This person only needed one punch to destroy the earthquake king. And then they vanished without a trace." Chu Hao was surprised. Could this person be a bald head? Lin Yan then explained that it was not a bald head. Qin Chi, munching on seeds, casually rested her legs on the chair in front of Chu Hao and said, "That person created a tremendous shockwave with just one punch. Which is indeed terrifying." Chapter 168. The Ant King thought that such a wasteful use of curse power was undoubtedly digging their own grave for the upcoming battle. The Ant King suddenly dashed in front of Shijie, striking towards his head with both hands like lightning, using the enemy's own moves to counterattack. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound echoed. Shijie withstood this blow and quickly countered, suddenly gathering strength and throwing a punch. The Ant King was sent flying like a kite, with a broken string, shaking the space as he passed. The Ant King stabilized himself in mid-air, stroked his chin, and felt disdainful. He thought the humans' attacking methods were really boring, using such primitive means to attack despite having so much curse power. Shijie's figure flickered and reappeared above the Ant King. He threw another punch. The Ant King crashed to the ground like a meteor, creating a 100-meter-high mound of earth, resembling a small volcanic eruption. Shijie's immense power made the viewers on the other side of the screen exclaim in disbelief, entirely superhuman. The Ant King slowly emerged from the pit, not a speck of dirt on him, still as clean as ever, as if the swirling dust could not tarnish his body. The Ant King spoke in Shijie's native language, saying, "You little ant are really boring." Chapter 169. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu couldn't help but frown. It was not the Demon Suppression Army, but rather Hong Kun's Jiyu Hua army. She had heard the Ant King speak of this legion in ancient times. The Jiyu Hua army was heretical and the bitter enemy of the Demon Suppression Army. The first-generation monarch, Hong Kun, aimed for world destruction and was an extremely extreme individual. Now, the Demon Suppression Division has disappeared, yet the descendants of the Jiyu Hua army have survived, even becoming the orthodoxy of this era. This was indeed a dramatic turn of events. No wonder the Ant King was interested in it. "I will talk with you. Withdraw those extraordinary individuals. If you still want to provoke war, I will accompany you to the end." Good. The battle between the Ant King and the Extraordinary King had entered a heated phase. The Extraordinary King Shijie was clearly at a disadvantage under the powerful offensive of the Ant King. Suddenly, Shijie felt an unbearable itch on his back, as if thousands of ants were crawling on it. He instinctively reached back to scratch, only to be horrified to discover a face of an ant emerging from his back. The ant's eyes glimmered with an eerie light, desperately trying to burrow out of his skin. Chapter 170. It's over. In the office of the old city hall, everyone was puzzled about why the fighting had stopped. The Ant King had not truly risen yet. It was a great opportunity to eliminate him. If the world missed this chance, they would surely regret it. Chu Hao thought to himself, this situation is not simple. The 4 major alliances, including the Extraordinary World Organization, are hiding some secrets. Since I got involved in the Extraordinary Circle, it seems that the extraordinary individuals of this era have lost too much of their past heritage. The missing heritage, could someone have intentionally destroyed it? Otherwise, it wouldn't have disappeared so completely. Just like burning books and burying scholars. Humanity's loss of heritage is undoubtedly self-inflicted harm, yet they still manage to collaborate with evildoers to create a peaceful era. Chu Hao couldn't understand. He needed to discuss this with Zhongyi, who understood this circle better. Qin Chi retracted her long legs, stood up, her slim waist accentuated by her fitted formal attire. She used both hands to mess up Chu Hao's hair, exclaiming, "Why aren't they fighting anymore? I just saw the exciting part," and both sides hit the pause button, making it hard for the to bear. "I feel like I want to be able to sleep tonight." Lin Ian flipped through his phone, and after a while said, "It seems like they won't be able to fight anymore." Chapter 171. An ancient-style clock flew to the table, its voice deep. "Things are far more complex than imagined." In fact, Hong Kun was once a core figure in the Demon Suppression Division. He shared a brotherly bond with the second-generation director, Yi Feng. They were not only close friends, but also brothers and comrades who fought side by side, both nurtured into powerful demon suppressors by the first-generation director. Hong Kun was primarily responsible for dealing with external threats to the Demon Suppression Division, while Yi Feng focused on internal affairs. Their tacit cooperation marked a time that could be considered the most prosperous and glorious period for the Demon Suppression Division, causing countless evil spirits to tremble in fear. At some point, Hong Kun's thoughts underwent a dramatic transformation. He developed an extreme idea that to completely eradicate evil spirits from the world, one must eliminate all species on Earth to usher in a new world and achieve true rebirth. This mad and extreme thought gradually led Hong Kun down an irreversible path of no return. Chu Hao furrowed his brow, filled with confusion, and asked, "What does this have to do with the severance of the inheritance?" Zhong Yi sighed lightly and replied, "In the beginning, Hong Kun did not have such a mad idea of destroying the world. His initial intention in creating the Jiyu Hua army was to destroy those powerful inheritances." Chapter 172. Zhong Yi said seriously, "If the source of the problem lies with the mysterious abyss, you must quickly improve your strength, otherwise, it will be hard to survive. Even a powerful being like Yu Ying would probably struggle to protect herself, let alone shield you from the storm." Chu Hao silently nodded. Although his mother was incredibly powerful, her condition was very unstable. If one day his mother were to face a mishap, he would have to rely on himself to face everything. Chu Hao secretly made up his mind and began to focus on practicing the thunder escape breathing technique. Since acquiring the E-curse body, his speed in practicing the thunder escape breathing technique had become increasingly rapid. At this moment, he was already able to control 100 flying thunder blades at will. He vaguely felt that he was just a little opportunity away from the realm of Thunder Ghost. The black net, a piece of news exploded like a heavy bomb. Someone uploaded a report stating that the world would cancel its campaign against the Ant King, tacitly allowing the establishment of the Sang Kingdom in South Asia. To cover up this truth to the public, the message presented to ordinary people was that those over there were suffering from a serious infectious disease. The health organization announced a ban on entry and exit from the region, claiming the situation was extremely serious. Chapter 173. Yi Huimai did not respond to her. This left Fu Yao feeling somewhat awkward, thinking, "What's with the act? Aren't we all undercover?" Indeed, Fu Yao was an undercover agent. Bai Ying said, "There's a mission. The address is XX. You need to go there." Chu Hao nodded. He set off with 2 female colleagues, riding his small electric bike, and turned to ask, "Do you two want a ride?" Fu Yao was speechless. "You're a government extraordinary, and you don't even have a car. This is too miserable." Fu Yao nodded and said, "All right then." Yi Huimai said, "I'll ride with you on the electric bike." Fu Yao immediately gritted her teeth. This mixed-race woman was being unreasonable, not knowing we are on the same side. Fu Yao nonchalantly replied, "Then I'll take the electric bike. Since you're not giving face, I won't give you face either." Chu Hao was a bit speechless, wondering what was going on. "Since you all don't care, then I won't either," he said. "Let us get on the bike. Who's going to sit in front?" Yi Huimai directly hopped onto the back seat and turned to look at the fitness girl. Fu Yao took a deep breath, "As long as I'm not embarrassed." "The embarrassing ones are you." She squatted in front, Hu Ji happened to be leaving with 3 male colleagues and saw Chu Hao riding a small electric bike with 2 beautiful girls behind him. They suddenly gaped in surprise. Chapter 174. Yi Huimai casually picked up a chair beside her and sat elegantly, then crossed her long legs, her gaze quietly falling on the door. She felt no fear, but rather a sense of curiosity, with a playful expression on her face, as if waiting for a spectacular show to unfold. Gradually, footsteps approached, becoming clearer. Finally, the door slowly opened. To her surprise, there was no one outside. Just as Yi Huimai was filled with astonishment, a chill suddenly surged up her spine, and she instinctively turned around. In the dim room, the cold moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating a man in a sharp suit. He quietly stood behind Yi Huimai, holding a black briefcase, his head slightly bowed. The sudden appearance of someone behind her startled Yi Huimai greatly. She instinctively shouted, "Who are you?" The man in the suit slowly raised his head, and his eyes, glowing with a green hue, stared intently at Yi Huimai, as if to see through her soul. "Miss, may I ask where the body here has gone?" Yi Huimai frowned. Suddenly, darkness surged like a tumultuous tide, completely engulfing her. Chapter 175. The rewards for these options are all pretty good. No matter which one I choose, there's no danger. After a moment of thought, Chu Hao chose option 2. Chu Hao looked at Lin Hao and asked, "Brother Lin, do you have any conflicts with your wife?" Complete option, mental 3. Lin Hao sighed deeply and said, "Our child is missing." Chu Hao did not expect the situation to be so serious. He asked, "Do you have a photo? I can help you look for her using my connections." Lin Hao looked grateful, took out a photo from his wallet, and handed it to Chu Hao, saying, "This is our child." Chu Hao looked at the photo, which showed a little girl about 5 years old. He nodded slightly and said, "The girl is lovely." However, Lin Hao shook his head, pointing to the doll in the little girl's hands in the photo, saying, "This is it, our child." Chu Hao quickly reacted, I'll help you look for her. We haven't exchanged contact information, right? Let's add each other." "All right." After finishing their barbecue, the two agreed to go home together. Upon returning to the Daoyuan community, they parted ways at the entrance, each heading toward their own home. Lin Hao walked into the house. The living room was empty, and the silence felt a bit eerie. Chapter 176. Yi Huimei's heart was filled with despair and fear. As a high-ranking extraordinary, she had encountered many strange ruins and believed she had seen various terrifying sights. But this experience completely overturned her past experiences and defied logic, leaving her mind blank. Suddenly, she caught sight of a figure in the corner of her eye, in the dark. It was not a human. It was a deformed creature, struggling to walk on 2 twisted human legs, its arms seemingly glued to its waist, bizarre and terrifying. As for its head, it had none. The area where a head should be seemed forcibly shoved into its body, leaving only a strange bulge. This deformed creature twisted its body in an extremely odd way, slowly approaching her. Yi Huimai felt all the hair on her body stand up. What the hell is this place? Could it be the other world that has been making waves on the dark web? But the other world described on the dark web is definitely not this terrifying. She felt as if she was in a nightmare-like horror game world, where the terrifying beasts that usually instilled fear were nothing compared to the horrific scene before her. Chapter 177. A boring whole day passed. The phone connected to headquarters hadn't rung at all. Off work. Chu Hao immediately said, "Sister Chi, Wang Ning, let us go." "Let us go." Qin Chi grabbed Fan Miao, who was about to leave work. "Where are we going, Sister Chi?" "To do a mission." Fan Miao was instantly excited. Could it be the legendary unspoken rules, making quick money with side jobs? She had recently learned on the dark web that many official extraordinary people were making quick money with side jobs, and she wanted to do the same. Arriving at the nightclub, Fan Miao saw a trio dancing wildly and was instantly stunned. "Isn't this a side job?" Drink. Fan Miao said, I can only drink a little bit. The next day, the trio groggily went to work. Chu Hao, rare for him, drank a bit more due to his mother's absence and felt dizzy. He couldn't go tonight. Didn't Big Fan say she could only drink a little? Qin Shi looked at her resentfully. Last night she wanted Fan Miao to experience what drinking capacity was, but ended up being severely educated. Wang Ning exclaimed in horror, "Our Big Fan is too awesome." She drank all the marketing people under the table. Even Chu Hao was amazed. Big Fan was really too fierce. She had made them all dizzy yesterday. Chapter 178. It must be exciting. The middle-aged bartender cheerfully said, "You should think about how to deal with your team leader. Miss Fu, a dignified level 6 extraordinary person, can't even pass the internship stage. That's a bit embarrassing." Fu Yao's face darkened. She thought of a way, since there's no mission. "I'll create a few tasks." Daoyuan community. Chu Hao was on the phone as he entered the elevator. "Mom, is everything going well over there?" Ham. There are many exhibitions, and the clothes Mom designed with her classmates are participating too. Mom sounded happy. She was excited that her designs would be seen by so many people. She heard from her classmates that if a certain brand noticed her, she could make some money. It's the first time making money. Mom thought about it excitedly, wondering what to buy for her son. Chu Hao smiled, "That's great." He pressed his floor button. Mom said emotionally, Hao, thank you for letting me see such a big world and so many new things. It's all your hard work." "Mom?" The elevator arrived. Mom said, Hao, I'll hang up now. I need to discuss tomorrow's exhibition with my classmates." Chu Hao was about to say okay when. Chapter 179, the next day. Chu Hao raised his hand and lightly knocked on the door. The door opened. Chu Hao said, "I really troubled you last night." "It's okay, neighbors should help each other." Qing Ji, who understood social etiquette, said, "She's showering, please wait a moment." "Thank you." He took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Qing Ji. Seeing this, Qing Ji hurriedly shook her head, "No need for that. I didn't help much." Her tone was becoming more modern, no longer as formal as at the beginning. Chu Hao said, "This is her accommodation fee, take it. And I'll ask her for it later." Qing Ji hesitated for a moment but eventually accepted the money, putting it in her pocket with a hint of happiness on her face. This girl likes money, who doesn't like money? Chu Hao smiled. Before long, Yi Huimai walked out. She was wearing a white shirt, which was Qing Ji's clothing. Because she was tall, as she moved, many alluring sights subtly emerged. Her legs were straight and long, with beautiful lines, and her skin was delicate as sheep-fat jade, radiating a bright and charming luster under the light. The white shirt gently swayed in the dim light, as if draping her in a layer of dreamy gauze. Chapter 180, very reasonable. The magic eye, this strange beast, could only be forced to live in the sewer. It wasn't that the big eyeball didn't want to live on the floors, but it also didn't dare to move around freely. Moreover, even if Chu Hao rented a place for the magic eye, it probably wouldn't dare to live alone. The sewer was more comfortable. In fact, the current magic eye was no weak chicken strange beast, since it was sketched by its mother. Its potential was comparable to that of the Clown King. Yi Huimai recalled her failed attempt to leave the sewer, and truly didn't know how to get out. Afterward, she could only watch the only entrance of the community from a distance. Unbeknownst to Yi Huimai, in a certain corner of Building 2, someone was secretly observing her. As night gradually fell, the streetlights of the community emitted a dim yellow light. A repulsive fat otaku appeared before her. The fat otaku had long, greasy hair, as if it hadn't been washed in months, shimmering with a nauseating sheen under the light. He wore large framed glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses had a lewd glint, looking about 30 years old. He shyly asked Yi Huimai for her green bubble. Yi Huimai was startled and weakly said, "I'm really sorry, I lost my phone." The fat otaku's face instantly changed, replaced by a fierce expression. Chapter 181, A Bustling Metropolis. A five-star hotel stood like a luxurious island. Yi Huimai soaked in the bathtub, her body trembling uncontrollably. The experience in Daoyuan community felt like an indelible shadow. However, Yi Huimai had always been strong-hearted, no matter what kind of predicament she faced. She could quickly adjust her mindset. Yet, as soon as she closed her eyes, the scene of Daoyuan community vividly appeared, making her terrified. Why is this happening? Could it be that I'm being targeted by that community? Yi Huimai felt uneasy, a strong premonition telling her that she would return to that community. But in what way, she did not know. At this moment, a gentle voice came from outside the door, "Master, the new phone is ready for you." Yi Huimai stood up and elegantly stepped out of the bathtub. Her tall and graceful figure was comparable to a top supermodel, with skin as pale as frost, crystal clear, exuding an irresistible charm. Outside the door stood a servant dressed as a man, with neat short hair and delicate features, making it hard to discern her true gender without careful observation. Seeing the master come out, she hurriedly stepped forward and carefully draped a bathrobe over Yi Huimai. Chapter 182. After a while, Fu Yao spoke again. "Team leader, let me treat you to coffee." Ding. System prompt Option 1. Go buy coffee with Fu Yao. Reward beginner spell sealed. Option 2. Refuse. Reward spell power 3. Chu Hao chose the second option without hesitation. He shook his head and said, "It's cold outside, I'm not going." Completed option, spell power 3. Great. Chu Hao felt secretly pleased. He could easily gain attribute points without going out. Fitness girl, don't give up, give me a few more chances. Fu Yao, how can this guy be so lazy? Why was I assigned to this terrible place? Although Fu Yao was filled with anger, she was still unwilling to give up. You're not going, huh? I'll wait for you to finish work. I don't believe you won't leave the office. Just before noon, an unexpected person arrived. It was Wu Liang, the captain of the demon squad. Hu Ji was indeed startled and hurried to greet him. The others also showed expressions of surprise. After all, the demon squad's video with VS Sangi was incredibly popular on the dark web. How could these powerful individuals suddenly visit an inconspicuous office in the old city? Chapter 183. Qin Shi nodded slightly, her expression revealing a hint of certainty. Indeed, everyone has different ways to enter the path. I entered through spirit, energy, and essence. While you entered through energy, so you feel like a turtle diving. Chu Hao was astonished and blurted out, "You've entered too." Qin Shi blinked and said, "Don't tell anyone, I don't want a third party to know, this is our little secret." Chu Hao sighed inwardly, not expecting this enchanting girl to have successfully entered as well. Qin Shi walked gracefully to the chair, shifted her hips slightly to sit more comfortably, and began to explain, "Spirit, energy, and essence are the keys to entering the path, and there are 3 different methods to enter, so the effects will naturally differ." Chu Hao hurriedly poured a cup of tea for the academic girl, eager to hear her unique analysis. Who would have thought that Qin Shi's understanding of this breathing technique was so profound that she could dissect the key points of the 3 entry methods? Essence is innate essence, received from parents, the most primitive material of life. If one enters through essence, it can significantly extend lifespan and slightly increase spell power. Chapter 184. What should we do, Bai Yi? Hu Ji turned to Bai Ying and asked. The interns, seeing this, were even more speechless. You're the captain. How can you ask an old man? They couldn't help but doubt whether this was an official extraordinary person or a makeshift team. However, Hu Ji didn't care about the interns' opinions. As the captain, he bore significant responsibilities and had to be cautious, ensuring his teammates wouldn't fall into danger. Bai Ying thought for a moment and said, "My suggestion is to continue observing." Zheng Yang could no longer stand it. In his eyes, These people were a complete makeshift team. Zheng Yang stepped forward and said, "This small-scale eerie ruin is likely a monster about to awaken. It may carry its own eerie ruins. If not handled in time, it could cause serious problems." After hearing this, Hu Ji pondered briefly and decided to take a look inside. Ding. System prompt Option 1. Let Hu Ji go alone. Reward big yellow court pilled. Option 2. Explore together with Hu Ji. Reward small yellow court pilled. Option 3. Stop Hu Ji. Wait for professionals. Reward spell power 3. Chu Hao thought to himself, Option 1 is interesting. Chapter 185 Guo Hujuan. He never expected to see information related to Guo Hujuan here. The people across from the eerie ruin actually came from Guo Hujuan. What is Guo Hujuan? Who is Li Chang'e? Should we reply to him? Everyone began discussing. Bai Ying quickly stopped them. No, wait for headquarters to decide. Clearly, this matter was not simple. Before the extraordinary people from headquarters arrived, a group of strangers had already come. These people were all unfamiliar faces, from extraordinary families, and they were Zheng Yang's relatives. Someone must have leaked the news of Zheng Yang entering the eerie ruin. Fu Yao, Yi Huimai, and other interns who did not enter the eerie ruin. Who leaked the information? Who made my son go in? A strong man with a loud voice yelled. Hu Ji explained, he went in himself. Zheng Jian didn't believe it. In his view, without an order, his son wouldn't recklessly enter the eerie ruin. He stared intently at Hu Ji and questioned, my son is just an intern. How could he enter the eerie ruin alone? You must have forced him in. Hu Ji was furious. Being accused without a reason, and having all the blame placed on him was simply too much. Chapter 186 This person is very dangerous, and is an important figure in Guo Hujuan. If necessary, Chu Hao did not rule out taking action to eliminate him. Of course. Whether Yu Renmai could get out of that mysterious place was also a question. Chu Hao exited the grey mist. Hong Rose wrote a letter, bringing the news inside. The demon I was not present, and Chu Hao did not know what she wrote. If the alliance is truly being manipulated by Guo Hujuan, they will definitely find a way to rescue Yu Renmai, Chu Hao thought. However, unexpectedly, the eerie ruin suddenly disappeared without warning. The school cafeteria instantly returned to its previous calm, as if everything that had happened before was a fleeting dream. My son. Zheng Jian's eyes turned red, filled with despair and pain. He felt dizzy and nearly fainted. His son had disappeared without a trace. Someone whispered in Zheng Jian's ear. Zheng Jian's eyes grew even redder. Ding. System prompt Option 1, Ignore. Reward small yellow court pilled. Option 2, Kill Zheng Jian. Reward advanced spell sealed. Option 3, Remind Hu Ji to be careful of the Zheng family. Reward spell power 3. Chapter 187 Chu Hao rolled down the car window. Help us arrange a meeting with Hu Ji, and I'll give you $1 million as a reward. The Zheng family's extraordinary person spoke with a tone of arrogance. The Zheng family had long since understood the situation. Hu Ji was merely a trivial character. Although he held the title of captain, his strength was utterly negligible. His teammates were naturally also insignificant characters with no standing in the alliance. Chu Hao listened and was speechless. Now that Hu Ji was at headquarters, staying beside Lin Yan, these people still wouldn't he let go. Their vengeful hearts were simply outrageous. Without a word, Chu Hao took out his phone and called Lin Yan, saying directly, the Zheng family is looking for Hu Ji and offering me $1 million as a reward. Lin Yan's voice on the other end was slightly teasing, is there such a good thing? Wait for me to bring Hu Ji over, and we'll split it. Okay. He opened the bank payment interface and said to the extraordinary members of the Zheng family, pay up, and the person will definitely be brought to you. The Zheng family's extraordinary member, feeling suspicious, took out his phone, his gaze scrutinizing, and asked, who was the person you just called? Chu Hao lowered his voice and replied, someone from headquarters, don't worry, he is very tight-lipped, just like me. Chapter 188. These extraordinary members of the Zheng family were caught off guard, falling to the ground like cut straw, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. The powers of the evil thunder. Filthy thunder and filth combined, resulting in an astonishing force. Hu Ji looked in shock at Zheng Jian, who lay on the ground with his hair standing on end and foam at his mouth, then incredulously turned to Chu Hao. It should be noted that Zheng Jian was an extraordinary member of Sequence 5. Chu Hao's thunder technique was so powerful. Completion option, Physique 3, hearing the sound of thunder. Someone burst in from outside. It was Qin Chi, Wang Ning, and Fan Miao, while Lao Bai remained outside to keep watch. When they saw all the Zheng family members lying on the ground, their expressions turned very strange. Qin Chi quickly walked over, bent down to check Zheng Jian's breathing, and said, "He's still alive." Wang Ning looked speechless and said, "This doesn't even require us. Brother Hao handled it all by himself." His gaze towards Chu Hao was filled with admiration. Everyone couldn't help but speculate about what level Chu Hao's thunder technique was, if even Zheng Jian couldn't withstand it. It must be extraordinary. Extraordinary also has its hierarchy. For example, a type of special curse power, filthy thunder, belongs to the lower tier of the extraordinary. Chapter 189, Yi Huimai handed over a car key and said, "Team leader, drive my car. We are having dinner together tonight, and since you have something to do, you can borrow my car and head back first." The sedan slowly drove away. Yi Huimei's lips curled up slightly, thinking to herself, he could have chosen anyone to handle this matter, but he ultimately chose me. This shows he trusts me a lot. The feeling of being trusted by Chu Hao made Yi Huimei inexplicably happy. Yi Huimei quickly resumed her icy demeanor and said, "Tear down the paper effigy." Her subordinate tore down the paper effigy. Zheng Jian looked at the woman before him, his eyes filled with boundless fear, and blurted out, "Ji Fang Fang." Yi Huimei's expression remained calm, as she said indifferently, "Oh. You know me." In the country, very few extraordinary people knew her. She instantly guessed that Zheng Jian's identity might be a member of the Red Gloves, or a lackey of one of the 8 major families. But none of that mattered now. At this moment, Zheng Jian finally understood what kind of terrifying existence he had provoked. He originally thought she was just an ordinary alliance member, Hu Ji. No, it was Chu Hao. This seemingly ordinary person was actually a big shot lurking within the alliance. And even Ji Fangshan's sister was willing to work for him. Chapter 190, today's 4th update. A bonus from Puff Eline. The thing inside the coffin. It has come out. Is this the sister or the younger sister? Chu Hao's mind was racing because his mother once said that there were 2 sisters living upstairs. Facing the bizarre situation before him, he decisively chose the latter. Chu Hao looked calmly at the figure and said, "I'll take you to see my mother. She will tell you in person whether it's true or not." Upon hearing this, the figure fell silent. Completion option, Curse Power 3, seeing her at a loss. Chu Hao reached out and took the painting, saying, "Let's go. I'll take you to find my mother, and you can ask her directly." HMPH. Do you think I gave you face? You probably don't even have the courage to face my mother. So you're just a little coward. The figure's expression immediately turned extremely ugly, and she remained silent for a long time. Chu Hao asked, "Are you the thing inside the coffin?" The figure did not answer this question and silently went upstairs. Remaining was just self-humiliation. She truly did not dare to face his mother and say such things as "is not your son." Chu Hao sighed. He initially thought the figure was a normal person. But now it seemed things were far from simple. Chapter 191, Chu Hao felt as if his consciousness was plunging into an abyss. As if he had dived into some mysterious world. He slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliantly vibrant sea of flowers appeared before him. The colorful flowers around him bloomed freely, dazzling to the point of making one dizzy. Fragrance wafted in, penetrating his nostrils, intoxicating him, and making him feel completely relaxed. This was the inner scenery of the Sea of Flowers. Chu Hao tried to sense the stone sinking into the sea, but it was of no use. At that moment, the voice of Zhong Yi rang in his ears. To comprehend this inner scenery, one must cast aside distracting thoughts and use one's vitality and spirit to perceive. Chu Hao calmed his troubled heart. Fortunately, the pure heart mantra that Yao Mu Kai had once gifted him served as a guiding light at this moment, playing a crucial role. Gradually, he discovered that the sea of flowers before him quietly revealed a different scene. Originally vibrant flowers, as if endowed with another kind of life, slowly transformed into the form of curse power. The curse power appeared chaotic and disordered, yet it contained a vigorous and unending strength. And he, like a programmer facing complex code, needed to sort out the chaotic order in this inner scenery and bring everything back on track. This was undoubtedly a very complex and lengthy process. Chapter 192. A figure flashed before Chu Hao's eyes, and he couldn't help but be drawn to it. It was Yi Hui Mai. She took off her coat that wrapped around her, and a unique charm came rushing at him. Her skin was as smooth and delicate as jade, and her long, black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, presenting an overall dark style. With a slender waist and long, straight legs, she wore combat boots. And with each step, she seemed to carry an invisible aura that suppressed everything around her. Image here. Similarly clad in black stockings, on her. They added a touch of temptation and cold elegance, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Wang Ning took out his phone to take a picture. When he raised his head, Yi Hui Mai, like a ghost, had already appeared before him. The boy suddenly felt embarrassed and deleted the photo. Fitness girl Fu Yao looked at this group of people and complained, "You guys are so good at slacking off, enjoying the air conditioning, and not even showing up for work." She tightly gripped the equipment in her hands, silently exercising her finger strength. Meanwhile, a few other interns brought by Hu Ji, for some unknown reason, didn't come to work today. Finally, it was time to get off work. The welfare girl really came to take her mother to her own home. Chapter 193, Of course, you can. Completion option, Physique 3, Chu Hao walked into the recycling station with the girl. The recycling station was not large, and several expressionless employees were methodically processing waste. Waste paper and scrap metal piled up like mountains. And the sound of glass bottles being crushed by machines created a dull noise. Everything seemed ordinary and unremarkable. However, when Chu Hao activated his spiritual vision, the scene before him instantly became bizarre. All the waste seems to be devoured by an invisible giant beast, a scarlet abyssal maw greedily pulling everything into it. What is inside the waste? Chu Hao's gaze shifted as he pointed at several tents. Inside are the scraps we gathered from all around, some old items, and some things of collectible value. The waste station owner had a kind smile on his face. The system did not provide any hints. I have always been interested in old items. Upon hearing this, the waste station owner led him towards the tent. Lifting the tent flap, it was filled with various things. Books, calligraphy and paintings, old and new, haphazardly piled together. Chu Hao casually bent down and picked up a book. It was a poetry collection, its pages already yellowed, with the marks of time deeply imprinted upon it, exuding a strong sense of antiquity. Chapter 194, Both parties reached a consensus. 1,500 jinns and 900 blood-red stones. Chu Hao also stood his ground. I read, you remember. The system did not provide any unusual prompts, indicating that this transaction was indeed feasible. Chu Hao recited the Taihu court breathing method. The waste station owner listened intently, carefully recording, his face becoming increasingly flushed, his eyes filled with uncontainable excitement. The breathing method of the heavenly burial layer can actually nourish the souls. Ha ha, what a rare treasure, what a good thing. The waste station owner's heart raced with excitement. Little brother, you can start selecting now. After saying this, the owner turned and left for a moment, returning with a cloth bag in hand. 900 blood-red stones, please count them carefully. Chu Hao checked diligently. He understood that the waste station owner was likely following the rules of waste trading here. The transaction had to be fair and proper. If someone harbored ill intentions, those lurking evil spirits would not let it go easily. Magic Eye, come here. Chu Hao silently called out. The magic eye had been lurking nearby, and upon receiving the command, it arrived in an instant. The magic eye possessed a strange spatial realm to store these waste items, perfectly suited for the task. Chapter 195, That night. Snowflakes began to flutter down from the sky. The falling snow became increasingly dense, as if to envelop the entire world in a blanket of silver white. A man hurriedly approached the waste station, then quickly walked inside. Seeing the waste station owner and employees busy, the man said, "Boss, I have something I want you to recycle." "Sure," the owner replied. The man tightly held a copper ram's head in his arms and quietly asked, "Master, are you really planning to use the tie who caught breathing method to exchange for things from this waste station?" The thousand threads copper ram's tone was filled with excitement. "I have no interest in the waste here. That blood-red stone is the priority." "What kind of treasure is this blood-red stone?" The man looked puzzled. The thousand threads copper ram explained, "The blood-red stone is forged using the power of the earth burial curse, and it has many uses. It can purify the source of curses, enhance curse power, and even be used to wash the marrow for talents." The man was greatly surprised. "Then what is the background of this waste station?" The thousand threads copper ram pondered for a moment and slowly said, "He is a merchant. With his level, he is not something we can easily provoke. As long as we do not take the initiative to stir trouble, there should not be any problems." Chapter 196, Besides that, this perfect blood-red stone has one crucial function, which is to enhance cultivation talent. After detailing the various miraculous effects of the blood-red stone, Chu Hao finally realized that this thing was incredibly powerful beyond imagination. First, it has the magical function of a power bank. Just take the Ant King. If there had been a blood-red stone at that time, perhaps all four lords would have been easily defeated. Secondly, it does not require the usual arduous search for matching curse characteristics for promotion. With just one blood-red stone, promotion can be easily achieved, after all. This is a rare item forged with the power of the earth burial curse. Chu Hao could hardly contain his excitement. "Are you saying that my thunder curse body also has hope for promotion?" "That's right. The power of thunder stored in the warehouse can just be charged using the blood-red stone." Then, the thousand threads copper ram said, "I suggest you quickly cultivate the thunder escape breathing method's thunder ghost power, combine it with external power. And then the promotion of the thunder curse body will have great hope." The thousand threads copper ram was full of anticipation. "The promotion of the curse body is much more difficult than simply advancing in rank. You must seize this opportunity." Chapter 197, As the snow from last night stopped, the outside world was covered by a layer of pure silver-white snow, beautifully adorned. Qin Shi said with excitement, "Today I took a day off. Sister Ya, please bring the kids over later, let us build a snowman." "Okay," Ju Yi replied. Then turned to her mother, saying, "Yuling, why don't you bring the kids over too? In the evening, we can have a barbecue in the yard and have a good time." Mother said, "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for Xiao Qin?" Mother was genuinely worried about making a mess at Qin Shi's home. Especially with Nai's lively nature, she couldn't guarantee that something unexpected wouldn't happen. Ju Yi smiled and explained, "Today is Qin Shi's birthday." Mother suddenly realized. "Happy birthday, Xiao Qin. In the evening, I'll have the family come over," Mother said. Qin Shi nodded with a smile, thinking, strange. It doesn't feel so cold today. Could it be that I am the innate god of wine? On the other side, Chu Hao watched the snowplow racing by on the street, frowning and feeling a bit of a headache. Although the snowfall was still considered normal at the moment, if it continued like this for about a week, it might lead to a snow disaster. Chapter 198, Daoyuan Community. Chu Hao went straight to the property management office of the community. This was his first time visiting this property office, where there was only one female employee. Dressed in a thick down jacket. I want to rent a house, are there any available? Preferably in Building 3, Chu Hao said. Most people in Building 3 knew him. And it would be more convenient to act there, at least no one would dare to act recklessly. We have some, the female employee responded. There was nothing particularly special about this female employee, but there was a strange atmosphere surrounding the Daoyuan community itself, even when Chu Hao activated his spiritual sight. He couldn't see anything unusual. Chu Hao paid the rent and deposit, and the female employee handed him the key. Also kindly reminding him, the furniture inside is all complete, the rent will only be returned when you vacate, and you have to pay for the utilities yourself. Thank you. Chu Hao took the key and casually asked, haven't we seen each other somewhere before? The property female employee seemed somewhat familiar to Chu Hao. Even though she was just an ordinary-looking girl. Chu Hao thought to himself, if a homeless person can transform into a security guard. This girl might have also been a poor person with nowhere to stay, having to huddle in an unfinished building. Chapter 199. During your time in the hometown of Snow Women, too many things have happened, you should slowly accept these changes. After a pause, Chu Hao continued, I can be considered to have saved your life, so you have to help me with something. Ding. System prompt option 1, notify the alliance. Yu Renmai is here, reward, Great Yellow Court Pilled option 2, kill Yu Renmai, reward, Curse Power 3 option 3, explain the situation. Send Yu Renmai back, reward, Spirit 3, Curse Power 3. Just like Lu Yue back then, the attribute point rewards are quite disappointing. Yu Renmai nodded and said, you speak. Option 3. Chu Hao said, because I brought you back without permission, someone has already noticed something is wrong, and my teammates are currently being interrogated. Chu Hao knew that saving Yu Renmai itself wasn't a big problem, the key was that Wang Ning had recorded a video of it and still retained it. Useless teammate. The system only cares about his safety, as for others, forget it. However, the video Wang Ning recorded only captured that giant panda. At the time, when Chu Hao said he wanted to take someone away, and didn't he want the alliance to know? Wang Ning was clever enough to delete the video related to Yu Renmai later. Chapter 200, Let me down, I'm not going. Yu Renmai gritted her teeth and said. Chu Hao actually started to comfort her. It's been so long, Guo Huajun might just want to help you. Besides, those people might not necessarily be Guo Huajun. Yu Renmai gritted her teeth and said resentfully, the way you speak is exactly the same as when the commander used to deceive me. I was tricked into becoming a spy for Guo Huajun. Second generation, Yi Feng. Chu Hao asked tentatively. That's right. After thinking for a moment, Chu Hao said. If I had a piece of blood-red stone, could it help you regain some strength? Then even if you go, self-protection shouldn't be a problem, right? Do you really have it? A glimmer of hope flashed in Yu Renmai's eyes. Chu Hao thought for a moment and decided to be honest, to tell you the truth. I stand with the Demon Suppression Army, but I can't be considered a member of the Demon Suppression Army. I'm just someone entrusted to help find the Demon Suppression Army. Yu Renmai hurriedly asked, do you know someone from the Demon Suppression Army? Who? Yi Wu. Yu Renmai exclaimed in surprise, last name Yi. Could it be a descendant of the second generation? Yes, but it's not Yi Wu herself, it's a malignant spirit that Yi Wu saved back then. After joining the Demon Suppression Army, it has lived until now. Chapter 201. This is the hierarchical classification, made by ancient people based on the strength of evil spirits, buried underground, and the severity of the disasters they caused. Chu Hao once read a book called Secrets of the Yellow Springs, which recorded the deeds of Zhong Kuei exterminating underground buried evil spirits, and restoring peace to the world. However, that scholar also wrote another book about sky burials, but no one knows the whereabouts of that book. Natural disasters and earth burials are just Yu Renmai's speculation. After all, she has never seen a real snow woman, nor has she ever engaged with one. At your peak, could you handle the snow woman? Yu Renmai looked towards the distant mountains and said, if the snow woman stood in front of me, she would have to respect me 3 points. But if I can't see her, I would retreat 7 jong. Chu Hao, that sounds impressive, but in reality, isn't it just a 3-7 split? The snow woman has a 7-point advantage, while Yu Renmai only has 3. Therefore, as long as they pass the stone tablet of the snow village, they would step into the territory of the snow village, where this eerie ruin seamlessly connects with reality. Chu Hao looked at the trees on the opposite side of the stone tablet. The trees that originally belonged to the geological park had now turned silver-white, with crystal-clear fruits hanging from the branches. Silver snow fruit. It is said that only in the homeland of the snow woman can such fruits exist. Ordinary people who consume them can awaken their minds, but will possess the crystalline power of snow. Chapter 202, In an instant. A series of electronic storms like thunder blades surged around, making crackling sounds, as if countless electric snakes were rampaging. Clang! The sound of metal colliding suddenly rang out, sparking and lighting up the sky with brilliant fireworks. In the flicker of lightning, this candle-bearer, with extraordinary strength, struck the flying thunder blade several jong away. Immediately after, he flashed and swiftly approached Chu Hao like a ghost, one hand fiercely clawing towards Chu Hao's heart. Chu Hao finally saw clearly that the person's hand was covered in red scales. The claws were as hard as a pangolin's scales, seemingly a layer of mutated armor, glimmering with a cold metallic luster. Polluted thunder particle conductor. Chu Hao's body became ethereal like a particle of light, cleverly dodging the opponent's deadly strike. He seized the opponent's wrist in the momentum. Zilla. The terrifying power of polluted thunder instantly transformed into a torrent of electricity, flooding the candle-bearer's body like a bursting dam. The nearby snow shook slightly, seemingly unable to bear the burden, and the air was filled with crackling sounds. The space twisted and deformed by this immense power. The candle-bearer never expected that Chu Hao's speed could be this fast. Chapter 203, Delving Deeper indeed harbors danger. The appearance of Yu Renmai attracted the candle-bearers from the snow village. It seemed this geological park had already been occupied by them. The opponent had the advantage in numbers, and if they rashly killed these people, who knows if the powerful candle-bearer, who had previously clashed with Yu Renmai, would come rushing over. However, Chu Hao was determined to take this corpse away. Option 3. Chu Hao, with a calm expression, smiled and said, times have changed, you don't really think you can hold this place, do you? This is none of your business. The 3 candle-bearers responded. Chu Hao just smiled. Anyway, the Alliance would eventually deal with these people, and he could just observe from the back and gather intelligence. He casually threw the corpse into the Magic Eye's alternate space, then turned around and left without hesitation. The other party seemed to have no intention of stopping him. Yu Renmai hurriedly followed. After walking for about half a mile, Yu Renmai couldn't help but ask, did you want to fight them just now? Chu Hao gently shook his head and said, they should also have internal problems, like you. They don't want to engage too much with outsiders for now. Yu Renmai agreed. Chu Hao continued, I should leave now. What about me? Yu Renmai looked at Chu Hao, her eyes filled with helplessness and confusion. Chapter 204. At this moment, Lin Yan helplessly said, I can't go to celebrate Xiaoqin's birthday tonight, you all go by yourselves. Chu Hao looked at him suspiciously and asked, isn't this a date? Lin Yan stumbled, almost losing his balance. He glared at Chu Hao and said, don't talk nonsense. I really have nothing to do with her. Chu Hao nodded slightly and quietly reminded, don't go deep into the park. Lin Yan didn't respond and silently walked out the door. Soon, several convoys headed towards the geological park. Let's go too, Hu Ji said, starting the car and leaving headquarters. Wang Ning, sitting in the passenger seat, turned his head and asked, Brother Hao, is it fun? Chu Hao's face darkened and said, keep this matter to yourself. Not a word should be spoken outside, Ham. Wang Ning knew the gravity of the situation. Some things really shouldn't be said casually. Finally, Chu Hao, sitting in the back seat, suddenly blurted out, "He's a man." Huh? Ha? A man? Looking like that, I suddenly want to test my own soft spot. Wang Ning exclaimed. Chu Hao and his colleagues all came to celebrate Qin Shi's birthday, but Yi Huimai and Fu Yao were not invited because they were not very familiar. Even Lu Ya showed up. He was the kind of extraordinary person who was raised freely and went to burn incense every day. However, Bai Ying usually trained him quite a bit. Chapter 205, Mom will not leave you. In the end, Mom said firmly, Mom will definitely work hard to take good care of you, don't worry, Hao. Chu Hao smiled. At this moment, Hu Ji finally arrived. He appeared with his girlfriend. It was the first time the colleagues saw Hu Ji's little girlfriend. She was a girl with a bit of baby fat, her eyes sparkling, looking like she had just graduated from university not long ago. The young couple was also holding gifts. Hu Ji smiled and introduced, Qianqian, these are my colleagues. Mu Qianqian said, hello everyone. Hu Ji then specially introduced, this is Chu Hao, who usually takes good care of me at the company. And this is his mother and sister. Mu Qianqian's originally smiling face froze the moment she saw his mother, as if time had stopped, and she stood there in shock. Qianqian. Hu Ji called her softly. Mu Qianqian came back to her senses, realizing she had lost her composure, and said, hello, auntie. There is a problem. Why did she react so strangely upon seeing his mother? Could it be that she knows his mother? Chu Hao called out, brother Hu, come sit over here. All right. Mu Qianqian was led by Hu Ji towards the direction where Chu Hao and his mother were. She pretended to be casual, but never dared to look directly into his mother's eyes. Chapter 206, the second generation has developed many miraculous objects. They are indeed one of the legendary demon-suppressing twin gods, becoming the leader responsible for the internal affairs of the demon-suppressing army, truly deserving of the title. Chu Hao sprinkled soul powder on the corpse's face. The soul powder quickly melted into the corpse's face like light smoke. And then the already dead candle-bearer slowly opened his eyes. Although the restoration ability had the effect of resurrection, the duration was not long. Even the sequence 6 recovery ability of the demon, I could only bring the dead back to life for 5 minutes. The characteristic was resurrection. And the other party might not report, so the effect of the soul powder was even better. Chu Hao couldn't wait to throw out the first question, you candle bearers. Do you worship the heavenly candle? As soon as this was said, Zhong Yi next to him was taken aback. No wonder Chu Hao wanted the corpse to speak. It turned out to be related to news about the heavenly candle. Zhong Yi became serious and awaited the answer. The candle-bearer's face was numb as he slowly spoke, no. This greatly exceeded Chu Hao's expectations. He had originally been certain that there must be some connection between the candle-bearers and the heavenly candle. Chu Hao quickly asked again, what is the purpose of your organization? The candle-bearer's corpse mechanically replied, collect the throne, welcome, welcome. Chapter 207, the sword-holding regiment had existed for many years, with deep foundations, like an ancient tree with twisted roots, deeply embedded in the soil of the alliance. Difficult to shake. At this moment, the members of the sword-holding regiment were entering that mysterious place. Chu Hao thought, the forces behind the alliance, as suspected, are remnants of the Guo army. They should know that this is the hometown of the Snow Woman, and their actions may not be as reckless as before. However, the situation in the Snow Village is too complicated. Even a powerful expert like Yu Renmai encountered setbacks here, let alone the candle-bearers inside. As the sword-holding regiment stepped into that mysterious area, a chilling noise suddenly came from the mountain, as if something terrifying was rapidly rushing down, stirring up large waves of snow like a surging white tide. Looking closely, it turned out to be a giant white snake. The white snake's body was enormous, resembling a moving small mountain. Wherever it passed, snowflakes splashed. its momentum was astonishing. The white snake was over 20 meters long, its shape resembling that of a king cobra. Yet it carried the overwhelming power of a dragon emerging from the sea. It suddenly lunged towards the extraordinary members of the sword-holding regiment like a bolt of white lightning. Chapter 208. The lightning in the void gradually ceased. And the night sky seemed to have gone through a fierce battle, finally returning to calm. The dark clouds in the sky also seemed to have been exhausted by this terrifying thunder feast, slowly dissipating. One candle-bearer saw this situation and felt no need to continue. After all, most of the lightning had already been absorbed by Chu Hao. This large-scale attack ultimately only struck down a few people present. Chu Hao, who had cultivated the power of thunder, had not had time to celebrate properly before he noticed the strange looks from those around him. He then realized that he had been too excited just now and completely failed to notice that it seemed all the lightning had been captured by him. Oh no. Brother Hao, are you all right? Wang Ning was shocked, as if he had just seen a monster. It was precisely because Chu Hao was this lightning rod that they were all able to survive. It's fine. Chu Hao pretended to cough and said calmly. Ding. System prompt. Due to the host ignoring the options, the safest option has been defaulted, special attribute point 1. The system is indeed considerate. It actually defaulted to the safest option at this critical moment. Chapter 209. Upon hearing this, Chu Hao immediately understood more about Feng Zhi. Feng Zhi had previously worked at a convenience store, and had only recently managed to secure this official position, otherwise, she would hardly be able to afford the rent. It seems she was worried about being sent back. After all, Feng Zhi did not want to return to that mysterious place. She still needed to use the community to suppress that mysterious coffin. It seems that the woman riding the crystal centipede in the market killing cattle is not difficult to understand. Wang Ning was incredulous and said, with her strength, she can actually kill cattle in the market. Lin Yan explained, in fact, those who come out from the Fengju ghost ruins are related to the Sanjiu Xuanmu, and the alliance naturally defaults to their existence. So that's how it is. It is not that the extraordinary humans actively acknowledge their existence, but that Sanjiu Xuanmu is secretly exerting influence behind the scenes. Wang Ning then asked, they acted discreetly before, but now they are making a move, what does that mean? Lin Yan patiently explained, they are attacking the hometown of the Snow Woman. As long as they do not interfere with the peace agreement signed by Sanjiu Xuanmu and the Alliance will turn a blind eye. Team Lin. What is the origin of that powerful candle-bearer? Hu Ji couldn't help but ask. Chapter 210, Stepping into the territory of the Snow Village. Chu Hao was surprised to find that this place was so vast. Originally just a small hill within a geological park, it now appeared as an expansive, boundless, icy mountain range, shrouded in mist, stretching far into the distance, with no end in sight. No wonder those who ventured in vanished without a trace. Boom! Intense fighting sounds came from ahead. Chu Hao quietly crept towards the sound. He saw a crystal centipede fiercely entwined with a white snake. The two figures were similar in size, and during their struggle, the force made the snow tremble. The woman rode on the back of the crystal centipede. Her gaze fixed on the white snake as she called out loudly, "Little white snake, you probably can't handle this snow lotus. Why don't I, your aunt? Keep it for you. When we go down the mountain, I'll return it to you." Upon hearing this, the white snake was furious, smoke billowing from its 7 orifices. This snow lotus was clearly discovered by it first. Wasn't this just blatant bullying of the snake? Chu Hao's gaze swept across the snow, and he saw a snow lotus lying there, seemingly carved from crystal, with a flickering ghostly flame dancing inside. He couldn't help but be astonished. Ice Flame Snow Lotus. The ancient texts of the Demon Suppression Division had recorded that the conditions for the birth of the Ice Flame Snow Lotus were extremely harsh, requiring it to be nurtured within towering glacier. Chapter 211. Chu Hao's heart jolted, exclaiming, "Little snow is the winter throne." Yes. Chu Hao frowned, she can grant the villagers long lives, so logically, the villagers should protect her well. Red Rabbit looked at Little Snow with pity and sighed. At first, they believed Little Snow was a disaster star and bullied her. Later, someone informed the villagers of Little Snow's special nature, and they tried to bring her back to the village. Little Snow's voice was low. It's the Great Snow Lady who won't allow it. I see. The villagers suddenly realized they wanted to bring Little Snow back for worship, but the Great Snow Lady refused and even killed villagers. Every time Little Snow woke up, she found herself abandoned. Later, the villagers also noticed that as long as the Snow Lady didn't leave the village, they could live long lives. Chu Hao, why not kill everyone in the village? Upon hearing this, the Snow Lady was shocked. She had thought this big brother was a good person, but hearing such a statement frightened her greatly. Red Rabbit quickly explained, it's because Little Snow has a friend in the village. When everyone disliked Little Snow, only Kui took care of her. Chapter 2:12 Want to curse the throne. What are you thinking? Chu Hao recalled the group of evil spirits at home. If they acted, they might be able to close the Snow Lady's curse site, but the thoughts of these evil spirits were deep like an abyss, and their moods were unpredictable, making it hard to foresee whether they would act. After thinking for a moment, Chu Hao decided to leave for now and plan further. He slightly turned his head and said to Nai, let's go. However, Nai stood still, pointing at the white-haired girl, her tone unusually firm. Big Pot, I want to take her away. She's my newly recruited little brother. Chu Hao tried to persuade her, even if we deal with her, there are still others here. And there are quite a few of them, we can't handle it. Nai tilted her head, looking stubborn, and shouted loudly at the woman, that aunt. I want to take her away, do you have any objections? Aunt? The woman candle-bearer's face darkened, but her smile was chilling as she said, little sister. My opinion is, if you insist, you'll only die here. Nai, however, was unperturbed and seemed to find something amusing, breaking into laughter. In an instant, the girl and the woman candle-bearer flickered like ghosts and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 2:13 Then, other figures arrived one after another, and even the alliance members had reached the vicinity. The woman candle-bearer, seeing this, remained calm, slowly retreating and quietly leaving the cave. Chu Hao frowned, filled with confusion. The woman candle-bearer had just tried to prevent Nai from taking the Snow Lady, but now, seeing so many people coming for her, she left calmly. Why? Ding. System prompt Option 1. Defeat everyone and bring the Snow Lady back to the community. Reward all spiritual bodies. Option 2. Leave the cave. Reward spell power 3. Choose Option 2. Nai placed her hands on her hips, fiercely addressing the crowd. What do you want with my little brother? The old man ignored the girl and walked straight towards the Snow Lady, still wearing that disgusting smile, revealing yellowed teeth, and said, little girl, come to Grandpa. They are all bad people, and Grandpa will protect you. Little Snow looked nervous and said, no. As she spoke, she hid behind Nai. Nai pointed at the old man and said, old man, you look so lewd. Are you a human trafficker? The old man's eyes were cold, not speaking, as he reached out his hand to grab Nai. This was his palm's strange ruin, and once Nai was caught, she would be trapped in this bizarre palm's ruin forever. Chapter 2:14 The woman candle-bearer pondered briefly, but ultimately did not intervene. A candle-bearer nearby whispered, my lord, why not keep this person? This person's curse characteristic level is extremely high, and it's clear he is not with the group that entered. He must have other forces backing him, so it's not wise to stir trouble now. The woman candle-bearer's gaze was deep, as she continued, as long as he doesn't invade the Snow Village, we can ignore him for now. Understood. The candle-bearer replied, then asked, what about the Snow Lady? No need to worry. The woman candle-bearer's expression was calm, as if everything was under her control. In the world of pure white snow, a figure sped across the snow, kicking up a large wave of snow behind. Little Snow clung tightly to Nai's back, asking, Sister Nai Nai, why do we have to keep running? Nai Nai responded loudly while running, call me big sister. Those people are human traffickers, if they catch you. It'll be terrible. Not only will they not let you eat, but you won't even get ice cream. Little Snow had lived in a closed environment since childhood, and had never been exposed to the outside world, nor had she heard of human traffickers in the village. She was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, completely unaware of the world's dangers. Chapter 2:15 Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous sound. The person attacking him was suddenly struck down and fell far away. That person quickly got up, his eyes filled with apprehension. A man dressed in casual clothes tightly gripped a dagger, his arm trembling slightly, clearly in pain from the previous thunderous palm strike. The system did not provide any prompts. Chu Hao's expression was grim as he said, "Give me a reason not to kill you." The man's face showed embarrassment. And he hurriedly explained, "I was just on lookout, you saw it." Chu Hao asked, "Tomb Raider? Don't talk nonsense, we are archaeologists." Boom. Without further ado, a bolt of foul lightning struck down, and the man immediately fell to the ground convulsing. The penetrating characteristic of the cursed thunder body could easily penetrate even the spell power. It was a miracle if he could withstand it. Chu Hao took the man away and moved to a nearby spot. The man woke up, his strength was actually quite decent. Chu Hao asked, "Are you from the Fengju strange ruin?" "Yes." The man did not dare resist and nodded in resignation. Chu Hao asked, "How did you know there was an ancient tomb nearby?" The man looked up and said, "This is a required course for archaeologists, Feng Shui." Chapter 2:16 After pondering for a moment, Chu Hao made his choice. Option 2. He reached out and took 2 pieces of blood-red stone, saying, "I won't take things for free. You can take these 2 pieces of blood-red stone." The leader of the Tomb Raiders widened his eyes, and after a moment, showed a hesitant expression, saying, "Can we pay in cash? We don't want the blood-red stones." They had worked hard to bring these items out of the ancient tomb, intending to sell them for money. Obviously, cash was more to their liking than the blood-red stones. Chu Hao was astonished. He didn't expect them to refuse the blood-red stones for money. Had these people fallen so low? The leader of the Tomb Raiders said earnestly, "Boss, many people outside don't even know what blood-red stones are. If you give them to me, I wouldn't know where to exchange them for cash. Right now, we just want to have a few good meals and stay somewhere decent." Chu Hao asked in confusion, "Isn't the Alliance supposed to accept blood-red stones? Why don't you take them and exchange them with them?" The leader of the Tomb Raiders replied indignantly, "Those guys are a bunch of profiteers. Although we are Tomb Raiders, we have our principles and won't eat their leftovers." What had these people been through to say such things? Chapter 2:17 Not long after, a loud rumble came from the ancient tomb below the ruins, followed by the sound of a collapse. A tattered figure rushed out from the ancient tomb. The Zongzi was seeing daylight again. It slowly raised its head and stared directly at the mountain top, where the snow village was located. This big Zongzi took a step and leaped 2 or 3 feet forward, like a gust of wind, quickly rushing toward the village. "Oh no! I'm lost." After being shaken off by the snow girl, the street-smart girl was searching around in the vast expanse of snow, but after a long time, she still couldn't find any trace of the snow girl. Nai Nai looked frustrated. The snow was getting heavier. Just then, a figure slowly walked out from deep in the snow. Nai Nai's eyes brightened, and she immediately bounced over, saying, "Big pot. Where have you guys been?" Chu Hao had a tabby cat resting on his shoulder, dozing off. Upon seeing Nai Nai, Chu Hao fell into deep thought. Wow! I really got lost. He had tried various paths down the mountain, but no matter which way he went, he could never see the scenery below. Chu Hao suddenly felt anxious. If his mother found out her son hadn't come home, and was wandering around, the consequences could be dire, and his affection value might drop. Chapter 218. Chu Hao had no plans to refine the thunder blade for the time being. Currently, the thunder blade combined with the mud thunder particles was quite handy. As for the small completion of the body, a cursed body strong enough to reach Super Tier 6 would suffice, but it must be of the cursed body type. Zhong Yi added. After hearing this, Chu Hao felt troubled. Suitable corpses were not easy to find. He took out the evil suppression copper coin sword. Zhong Yi was surprised, saying, "It contains the power to suppress evil. This is a good item. Among countless cursed sources, it ranks in the top 10. Chu Hao curiously asked, "Is there a ranking for cursed characteristics?" "Yes," Zhong Yi said, taking a book from a deep shelf. This book records rare cursed sources, with as many as 50 records. Chu Hao opened the first page, which read, "Cursed sources, mysterious and unfathomable. The following is based on my own observations. If there are any flaws in the ranking, please advise." "Who wrote this?" "It was found in the mysterious ruins," Zhong Yi replied. Chu Hao continued to read. Ranking 1, Power of the Great Furnace, furnaces of various types, hundreds of cursed sources, derived into entirely new cursed sources. Ranking 2, Power of Great Calamity, the afflicted is beset by calamity until all roots are eradicated. Chapter 219. Second update, 4,000 words, today's portion ends. Mom smiled, "Be careful." "Got it," Nai cheerfully replied, bouncing out the door. Chu Hao smiled at his mom, saying, "Mom, I already gave Nai some pocket money." Mom shook her head. "It's different, that's your relationship with your sister. Mom will also give you both some pocket money." "Okay," Chu Hao nodded, then asked, "Mom, are you going to school today?" Mom replied, "No, because of the snow, school is temporarily suspended." "It's just as well, I'll stay home and knit sweaters for you." This snow disaster had subtly changed Mom's life. Not being able to go to school might just be the beginning. "Then I'm off to work. Be careful." "Got it." Chu Hao left the community. Butterfly Girl's mood. "Damn brother, why did you drag me out of the house? I want to stay home with Mom." Chu Hao gently touched the butterfly hairpin in his pocket and said softly, "With the snow falling, Mom might go out less." Butterfly Girl's mood. "What does that have to do with me? I want to go home, I want to go home." Chu Hao's lips curled slightly. If Mom doesn't go out, she won't be able to wear the hairpin. What a pity. Chapter 220. Quiqui's family could be considered a top-notch wealthy family. Chu Hao entered the house and turned to ask, "Do you know Xiaozu?" "I know her. She is my best friend. Don't do anything reckless, or else Xiaozu will definitely not let you go." Quiqui forced herself to appear calm. At this moment, she was puzzled and anxious. Where had those candle keepers who usually protected the village gone? How could they allow an outsider to easily break into their home? Chu Hao had a smirk on his face and said, "Is that so? Then I'll kill you now and see if she really shows up today." He brought the butterfly hairpin and couldn't leave empty-handed. If the snow girl didn't appear soon, he would use Quiqui to force her to show herself. Quiqui instead let out a cold laugh and desperately shouted for help, "Xiaozu, save me." With a loud crash, it was as if the power of ice and snow from the heavens converged at that moment. Chu Hao focused his gaze and saw behind Quiqui. Ice crystals surged and quickly condensed into a curtain of ice. A white-haired woman walked out, as if from an ancient world of ice and snow, her eyelashes, eyebrows, and eyes were all snow-white, as if carved from ice, with exquisite and beautiful features, somewhat resembling Xiaozu. The snow girl really had come. Chapter 221. Second update. 4,000 words, today's portion ends. Help me. It hurts so much." A candle keeper stumbled out of the house, his body burning with heat, frantically scratching at his own skin. His skin was visibly splitting open at a rapid pace. In an instant, he seemed to be completely burned through by a great fire. Half alive, painfully struggling on the ground. The entire snow village had fallen into a scene of blood and terror, with villagers being ruthlessly slaughtered. Ding! System prompt. Option 1. Stay in the village and wait for Butterfly Girl to deal with the Snow Girl. Reward. Great Yellow Court Pilled. Option 2. Leave the Snow Village. Reward. Cursed Power 3. Chu Hao understood that the candle keepers, who had gone out, would soon return. If they saw the tragic state of the Snow Village, they would surely vent their anger on him. Option 2. Outside the Snow Village. In the Alliance. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "There's new information." What happened? Everyone gathered around. They saw that within the territory of Snow Village, the originally dreamlike beautiful white snow had bizarrely turned grey. A wisp of ash gently fell on Lin's cheek. He reached out to touch it, his face full of surprise. Grey. Chapter 222. After discovering that Snow Village had been slaughtered, the candlebearers were already furious and harbored deep hatred for outsiders, their murderous intent surging within. The girl was honest, saying, "I was just about to go kill them." At this moment, in the hearts of the candlebearers, any outsider must pay the price. Their killing intent was overwhelming. The girl puffed her cheeks in anger, saying, "Is there no law? Is there no justice anymore?" After her mother's teachings, the girl no longer dared to kill easily, especially with the big pot still here. If he went to report her, it would be troublesome. Chu Hao looked at Nana and said, "Nana, let me give you some advice." The girl hurriedly looked at him. "When your life is threatened, put down all moral concepts. Pick up your weapon and fight to the death." Nana looked doubtful. Chu Hao gently tousled her hair and said kindly, "If your life is threatened, your mother would support you like this too. Got it?" Nana stepped back slightly and tidied her hair. Then, the girl smiled mischievously and slipped through the crowd like a ghost. Cries of horror erupted. The bodies of the candle-bearers were instantly torn apart. Various organs scattered all over the ground. The scene was horrifying. Chapter 223, Second Update, 4,000 words, today's portion ends. The team was about to go down when someone approached from afar. It was the prestigious Mu family. Mu Zhiju, who once tried to recruit Chu Hao, and his grandson, Mu Cheng, were also present. When the two families met, their expressions were displeased, especially the young people, who looked at each other with disdain. The Mu family had some skill to find their way here. The young man from the Luo family laughed. His words were mocking. And the young man from the Mu family glared angrily. "What are you pretending for? If you have the guts, let us fight and see who dies first." Mu Cheng said. The young man from the Luo family teased, "Mu Cheng, is your sister Mu Yao not coming today?" Mu Cheng was furious. At this moment, he saw a familiar face in the crowd and immediately called out, "Chu Hao, what are you doing here? Come over here." Wei Hai. He is a subordinate of the Mu family, who tried to recruit Chu Hao, but later Chu Hao was appreciated by the White Alliance leader. The young man from the Luo family turned to look at him, his eyes threatening. "Do you dare to go over and try?" Ding. System notification. Option 1. Go to Mu Cheng's side. Reward 3 Spirit. Option 2. Remain calm. Reward 3 Physique. Choosing Option 2. Chu Hao chose to watch the show. "He is from my Luo family. Do you want to snatch him away?" Mu Cheng immediately laughed. "He is from the White Alliance leader, recovering the trait of God's hand. Do you dare to compete with the White Alliance leader for him?" Chapter 224, First Update, 4,000 words. The candle-bearers frowned upon seeing this. The group with the strength of heavenly burial was too strange. All of them were children, plus a tabby cat. They seemed to have no combat power. But precisely because of this, it made people feel even more inexplicable. Chu Hao brushed off the ashes on his body and said leisurely, "As long as the snow disaster stops, I can go home. Just in time to catch my mother cooking." As soon as he finished speaking, the ashes that fell from him suddenly moved without wind, instantly transforming into heavy ghostly shadows. Among those shadows, a terrifying woman slowly walked out, and counting, there were actually 3. As soon as these ghostly shadows appeared, a chilling and terrifying aura came from below the glacier, as if some ancient existence had been awakened. The things underground seemed to have a strong reaction. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound of ice cracking, the ground opened up with huge fissures. The three terrifying women flashed and drilled in. The butterfly woman's mind was racing. What is down there? Let us go take a look. These terrifying female ghosts were all summoned by the butterfly woman. The female candle-bearer finally took action. Nana shot out like a sharp blade, her voice ringing, "Auntie, last time was not enough, let us do it again today." Chapter 225, Boom. A black shadow crashed through the ice crystals like an angry dragon, soaring out. Upon closer inspection, it was a man covered in pink fur. The man's face sparkled with translucent powder, resembling the dreamlike scales on a moth. At this moment, his eyes were tightly closed, seemingly still lost in an unknown dream. Yet to awaken. Upon careful observation, this person had obvious differences from the large moth clan. Just as everyone was astonished, the man suddenly unfolded a pair of huge moth wings from his back. The air was filled with dreamlike dust, his body slowly floated into the air, exuding an aura that seemed to come from hell, chilling everyone to the bone. The cursed magnetic field was like streaks of colorful light, swirling around him, constructing a mysterious and dangerous domain. At this moment, the man looked like a being from mythology, stunningly beautiful, as if a deity had descended to the world, carrying an extraordinary aura. Boom! The cursed domain released by the man surged violently, crashing towards the surroundings. The first to bear the brunt was the girl and the tabby cat, who were forcefully knocked back. Even the colorful butterfly, which was unleashing a tremendous storm in mid-air, could not escape, being shaken to the brink of collapse by this terrifying power. Chapter 226, Lei Yi and another candle-bearer looked astonished. They had always believed that Chu Hao was hiding his abilities. After all, he was the core figure of the team. So the two exchanged glances, and almost simultaneously attacked Chu Hao. However, the development of the situation was completely different from their expectations. Cough cough. Chu Hao couldn't help but cough violently, bright red blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. This was the first time he had been injured to the point of spitting blood since obtaining the system. He had indeed been a bit anxious earlier. The system really wasn't professional enough to not give a warning that this operation could lead to injury. Chu Hao thought to himself, it seems that there is indeed a gap between me and a candle-bearer, but clearly, I am gradually catching up with them. After all, these people have been in the extraordinary circle for a long time, and have come into contact with secrets that even Alliance extraordinary beings find difficult to touch. And he had lived with his mother for more than half a year, completely unaware that there was an extraordinary circle. It was only after 3 months of exploration that he had just begun to glimpse the door. In just 3 months to reach this point, Chu Hao was already quite satisfied. He firmly believed that given time, he would definitely surpass these people. Chapter 227, Second Update, 4,000 words. Today's portion ends. Completed option. You have obtained Little Huang Ting Pill, Heavenly Position Sequence 1, Ghost Slayer. The butterfly woman lends her power, and its curse properties are simply explosive. Any one of them, taken alone, would be enough to overpower all the curse properties that Chu Hao has encountered so far. Chu Hao slowly raises his head, his pupils crimson like blood, filled with fierce blood vessels. He must end this quickly. This borrowed power cannot remain for too long. Chu Hao immediately unleashes the power of the ghost shadow. He sees the shadow beneath his feet stand up like a living creature, with black misty substance swirling around it. This shadow has gained the enhancement of ghost-slaying madness, walking in a world full of evil and darkness, a terrifying apostle hunting demons. In the blink of an eye, the shadow disappears from its original spot, transforming into a bolt of black lightning, rushing towards the Mothman. In the distance, the Mothman is locked in fierce battle with the silver-haired woman. Nana's various attack methods are continuously thwarted by the Mothman with ease. It seems the Mothman is trying to probe the limits of the silver-haired woman, constantly provoking her, while also exclaiming in surprise, not bad. Very good. Chapter 228. Suddenly, a black curtain appears behind Chu Hao, resembling a giant beast from the depths of the dark abyss, opening its massive blood-stained mouth to mercilessly swallow the light released by the Sun Temple. Below the glacial surface, one side is an endless abyss of darkness, unfathomable and exuding a chilling aura. On the other side is the brilliant light of the sun, high above, casting warm rays, trying to restore vitality to the world. Two completely different, mutually disturbing forces are fiercely clashing in this space, creating dazzling yet dangerous radiance. The Mothman finally breaks down completely. He is horrified to realize that the celestial burial evil next to Chu Hao is not an ordinary celestial burial. This ultimate dark power unconsciously reminds him of a terrifying existence, the great evil spirit, the Black Crane. Although he cannot be sure, at this moment, there is only one thought in his mind: run away. Butterfly woman's mood, I want to leave. In the darkness behind the scenes, a giant and sharp bird's beak, like an unparalleled divine weapon, thrusts toward the Mothman above the Sun Temple with immense force. The Mothman hurriedly drives the Sun Temple, unleashing extreme solar brilliance to resist. Chapter 229. Wang Jiji looks at Sister Nana's operation with admiration, his eyes filled with stars. Meow. Little Jade also happily calls out, as if to say, this is the spirited girl I know. Chu Hao opens his mouth, but cannot say anything, only sighing helplessly in his heart. The Snow Woman breaks free from her restraints. She is a genuine earth burial powerhouse. Previously, she had been slacking off, showing no fighting spirit. But once the shackles are lifted, the situation will be completely different. Now what? Can he only ask the Butterfly Woman for help? Chu Hao silently laments in his heart. He did not want to expose his system's mind-reading ability. The goal he had worked so hard to achieve has been ruined by Nana. At this moment, a more intense coldness rushes toward him, as if to freeze everything around. Chu Hao looks up. The Snow Woman has quietly appeared behind Nana, exuding a cold aura, like an impending iceberg. Chu Hao's expression tightens, becoming vigilant, staring at the Snow Woman. The girl then shouts, Big Snow, quickly let Little Snow out. I want to see her. The Big Snow Woman has a complicated expression, quietly gazing at the girl. In fact, she had already awakened long ago, but had been pretending to be dead. She did not expect that the girl would smash the jade pendant without hesitation for her friend. Releasing her. Chapter 230. Dinner is very lavish, with delicious dishes spread across the table. Mom looks at Little Snow and serves her a chicken leg, smiling, Child, eat more. Little Snow obediently nods and starts to eat slowly. Although she is drooling with hunger, she still tries hard to control herself, not wanting to eat ravenously and risk making Nana's family dislike her. On the contrary, Nana is gobbling her food down like a whirlwind. Mom watches the girl, lost in thought. Nana. Mom suddenly speaks up. Chu Hao has been paying attention to Mom's expression and thinks to himself, is something going to go wrong? What's wrong, Mom? The girl looks up, with a few grains of white rice still on her lips. Mom speaks earnestly, as the older sister. You must not lead the two little friends astray, do you understand? Chu Hao finally breathes a sigh of relief. It turns out Mom is worried about this, and he was overthinking it. He explains, Mom means that you cannot pass on your bad habits to your friends. For example, you can't take them to East City to pick up trash. The girl. Mom asks in confusion, Nana, why are you picking up trash? The girl quickly swallows her food, nervously explaining, Mom, I didn't pick up trash. I was just protecting the environment. That's right, protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Chapter 231. Outside, the snow is still falling. Just Little Snow, with flurries of snowflakes, seems to symbolize the purity of Little Snow's heart. Chu Hao walks into the bathroom. Warm water cascading over him, gradually dissipating his fatigue. Ding! System prompt, you are cleansing the remnants of the ghost-slaying power within your body. Ding. System prompt. You have obtained the curse property of the Ghost Slayer, which has been added to the database. Upon hearing the prompt, Chu Hao is taken aback. And then a wave of excitement surges in his heart. He eagerly opens the database, his gaze falling on that mysterious curse property. That's a heavenly curse property. Curse property, Ghost Slayer rank, Supreme Super rank, Sequence 1, Ghost Slayer properties. Gain Ghost Slaying Power Full Attribute Amplification Multiplier 0, 5, Ghost Soul Amplification Multiplier 0. 5. Shadow Extinction Property. Gain Shadow Extinction Power. Shadows gain the enhancement of Shadow Extinction Power, possessing all of the user's strength. Shadows are indestructible and immortal. Blade Extinction Property. Ghost Slaying Power can attach to weapons, gaining Ghost Slaying Blade Property Sharpness, dealing Ghost Slaying Power damage to Ghost Souls. Promotion, 0. 9. Warm Reminder. Unlock Hidden Super Rank Supreme. This rank is higher than Super Rank and lower than Heavenly Rank, and has the potential for promotion to Heavenly Rank. Chapter 232. The peach immortal tree that Chu Hao planted himself has flourished after the nourishment of time. Now with abundant branches and leaves. The lush foliage stretches freely, completely covering the area of the 3 buildings in the community. Each leaf seems to be carefully carved by nature, gently swaying in the breeze, exuding vibrant life. The most eye-catching is undoubtedly the mother tree that he initially planted. The main trunk is astonishingly thick, about the size of 2 fists put together, standing proudly among the many peach trees like a king. The rough bark is covered with marks of time, each groove seeming to tell tales of the past. Chu Hao approaches this mother tree with great anticipation, slightly bending down, and softly speaks, as if conversing with a long-time friend. I want to create a peachwood knife. You are the one I personally planted and nurtured. Cutting down a branch should be no problem for you, right? However, the surroundings were silent, with no response. Chu Hao smiled slightly, treating it as the mother tree's tacit approval. The system was also as silent as the grave, showing no reaction, indicating that this matter was feasible. Chu Hao carefully searched the peach orchard and finally selected a peach tree. He raised his axe with both hands and struck down hard. Chapter 233. The Public Office. Fan Miao arrived early, diligently shoveling snow. This girl had always been very hard-working. Good morning, Da Fan, Chu Hao greeted with a smile. Fan Miao looked up, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Good morning. What happened to your hand? It's nothing, just a burn. Upon entering the office, Yi Huimai saw him come in and silently got up to brew tea. At this moment, Wang Ning and Fu Yao had not yet arrived. Chu Hao noticed Qin Shi lying on the table playing with her phone. She was wearing a black plush coat, tightly wrapped up, only her delicate little face was visible. When Qin Shi saw him, she immediately waved, "Come here." Chu Hao stepped forward and asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Shi said mysteriously, "Let me show you something." After saying that, she suddenly opened her plush coat to reveal the outfit underneath. A bright splash of color caught Chu Hao's eye. But before he could take a closer look, she quickly covered it back up and asked, "What color is my coat today?" Chu Hao replied slowly, "Red." The fabric is delicate and smooth, the upper part is carefully wrapped in exquisite lace. The lace pattern resembles the wings of a fairy, light and graceful. The lace trim at the neckline forms waves, revealing a small patch of snow white. The color is rich. Chapter 234. Zhong Xiao's complexion turned even paler. She finally understood whom she had offended. "Give me your work badge." Zhong Xiao trembled as she took off the work badge and placed it in her colleague's hand. "You? Take care of yourself." Zhong Xiao left the community in a daze. She turned back to look at the community, her lips turned unusually pale, filled with regret. If Chu Hao had said from the beginning that the peach tree was planted by him, she wouldn't have cared that he had misled her. However, she didn't have the courage to trouble Chu Hao, and could only silently endure it all. She walked a distance in a daze. The number of vehicles on the road increased. Suddenly, 2 cars collided violently on the main road, producing a loud crash. Not only that, more vehicles crashed into them. And for a moment, the road became congested. A tanker truck filled with oil also overturned at this time. With a loud bang, flames shot into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Zhong Xiao's eyes reflected the firelight. She calmly watched everything as if it had nothing to do with her, only her gaze was filled with emptiness. At dinner time, Chu Hao helped his mother in the kitchen, and the mother and son prepared a sumptuous dinner. Chapter 235, Second Update 4,000 words, Chu Hao suddenly realized. It was just like real estate developers building a luxurious building, showcasing the grandeur of a high-end community. But if they cut corners at the foundation and produced a shoddy project, it would be self-destructive, something that must not be done. Underneath the seemingly glamorous exterior, the core is weak, boasting its beauty in front of people. Once it collapses, only endless regret remains. The polluted particle is akin to a shoddy project. It must be continuously strengthened to allow the elay spirit body to exert its maximum effectiveness. Only a solid foundation can support great power. This principle was clear to Chu Hao. After understanding this thoroughly, Chu Hao cautiously took out the corpse of the large zongzi. Examining this corpse, he said, "This zongzi is of excellent quality, made with mysterious silver copper juice. It's just right, but unfortunately, the stock of mysterious silver in the corridor has only the flying thunder blade left." Chu Hao couldn't help but ponder if the Alliance would have such precious materials. He went downstairs to transport the branches of the peach fairy tree. The branches were extremely thick, almost filling the entire elevator when he took it up. Just then, someone approached. It was Lin Hao. Chapter 236, Mu Qingji watched Chu Hao's departing figure and sighed. "Daughter, do you know why your grandfather wants to meet Zero?" Mu Qianqian shook her head, her eyes full of curiosity. "Because the things our Mu family has preserved for generations are too astonishing. Your grandfather wants to know what will happen in the next 100 years to prepare the family in advance." Mu Qianqian grew increasingly curious about what that object was. According to family rules, unless she got married, she would never know about this matter. Mu Qingji continued, "If Zero is really that mother, let your boyfriend try to make contact and see if he can find out anything." "No way." Mu Qianqian shook her head directly, refusing without a second thought. Mu Qingji looked puzzled and asked, "Why?" Mu Qianqian pouted and mumbled, "You don't dare to make contact yourself, but you want my future husband to do it. What if something happens to him? Who will help me?" Hearing this, Mu Qingji rolled his eyes in frustration. His little cotton-padded jacket was just too breezy. After leaving the hotel, Chu Hao headed straight to the public office. As soon as he entered, he saw his teammates busy preparing to depart. Chapter 237, The Red Rose. This elegant and intelligent woman smiled with a hint of depth. "You seem very invested in this matter." This remark felt like a sharp sword, piercing Chu Hao's heart, seemingly probing his true intentions. Chu Hao maintained a calm expression and replied confidently, "I find it interesting." Red Rose frowned slightly, pondering to herself, "Just interesting." She keenly sensed that Chu Hao's performance seemed not so simple, perhaps there were deeper reasons behind it. Soon, everyone arrived at the Prosperity Building. Completion option, Physique 3. Mu Jinjian learned that the extraordinary beings from the Alliance were visiting. Although he was just an ordinary person, he had heard various rumors about the extraordinary circle, and couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. "Zhong Xiao. I don't know her." Mu Jinjian quickly shook his head in denial. "She is an employee of your property management company," Red Rose reminded directly. Mu Jinjian was at a loss, explaining. "Then you should inquire with the property company. Finding me is pointless. I'm just a big boss, busy with affairs. And it's indeed unlikely for me to pay attention to ordinary employees of the subsidiary. Even if she did something wrong, can't you just find her directly? Why look for my company?" Mu Jinjian was filled with confusion. Chapter 238, after Red Rose had a brief conversation with the property management staff of Daoyuan community, she left. And the whole process seemed extremely perfunctory. This left Mu Jinjian bewildered, secretly muttering, "You brought me here just to investigate. What exactly did you find out?" The plump property boss, Gao Ming, walked over to Chu Hao with a beaming smile, holding a gift box in hand, and respectfully said, "Sir, please take this tea back and try it." Chu Hao smiled as he took the gift box and said, "Thank you." However, he couldn't help but feel that even evil spirits understood bribery now. This era has truly changed. Chu Hao casually asked, "Will Zhong Xiero come back?" Gao Ming shook his head slightly and said, "She confronted the property owner. It's unlikely she'll return." Chu Hao pondered in his heart. It seems the property owner cannot fully decide whether Zhong Xiero can come back. It looks like there are deeper forces behind him. "Let's go." Chu Hao walked to Lin Yan's car, took out 2 loose tea bags from the gift of tea that Gao Ming had given him, and tossed them into the driver's seat, saying, "Team Lin. The property owner sent these, try them later." Lin Yan smiled and nodded, "Okay. I'll head back first." Chapter 239, Chu Hao agreed deeply. If it weren't for the dust chopper, perhaps evil spirits and humans would still be in a never-ending battle. And there would be no peace today. The Demon Suppression Army and the Guohua Army have expended countless manpower and generations of effort, but still failed to achieve peace in the world. Yet the dust chopper managed to do it. After a pause, Yurenmei's expression darkened, and she said worriedly, "But now, the dust chopper itself has problems. The evil spirits recognized by the dust chopper have recently been restless, wanting to tear up the agreement from back then. They are recruiting and colluding with various forces. It seems they are planning something big. This involves significant matters, and I am also investigating." Yurenmei frowned, looking troubled. Recruiting, colluding. When Chu Hao heard these 2 words, his mind immediately thought of the extraordinary beings who had smuggled over from the Fengju disaster area. He quickly realized that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. "Chu Hao, I know why." Yurenmei looked at him with burning eyes, full of expectation. Chu Hao slowly reminded her, "This year's New Year, pay attention to the red envelope under your pillow." Upon hearing this, the duck leg in Yurenmei's mouth fell to the ground with a thud. She shivered all over, her eyes wide open, and her mouth agape. Chapter 240, Number 0. Chu Hao was shocked. "What the hell? There really is someone who looks exactly like my mom. Why didn't the system give me a heads up?" Suddenly, he thought that the system usually displays reward options when there is danger, and since this woman had no ill intent towards him, the system didn't react. He hurriedly took a small path to leave. However, the woman who looked exactly like his mom, holding a takeout roast duck, seemed to have anticipated that he would take this route and smiled, asking, "Why did you come this way?" Beep. System prompt Option 1, "You are not my mom." Reward Spirit 3 Option 2, "Turn around and leave." Reward Physique 3 Option 3, "Take her to the community." Reward Curse Power 3. Chu Hao quickly analyzed the 3 options, all of which seemed very safe. It appears this woman genuinely meant him no harm. After a moment of thought, he chose Option 3. Chu Hao forced himself to stay calm and said, "It's fine, let's go." They took the bus and arrived at Daoyuan community. Completing option, Reward Curse Power 3, the woman stopped upon seeing the community and said with a half smile, "Once I go in, I might not be able to come out." Right? Chapter 241, The Zodiac has rarely held meetings recently. The monkey people have been living carefree lives, almost forgetting they are still members of the Zodiac. Chu Hao remained calm and said lightly, "Welfare distribution." Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately surprised. Chu Hao gestured for the demon eye to place the cursed objects collected from the junkyard on the table. Among them, 1 item stood out. Blood-red stone. The monkey person exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" "The blood-red stone, forged from the curse source of the earth burial," Chu Hao explained. The monkey person was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth, and the rat person was also deeply attracted by the blood-red stone. Even the usually composed pig person was no exception. The monkey person muttered, "It's not free, right?" "Of course not," Chu Hao replied. "Last time in the battle against the ghost, each person is rewarded with 1 blood-red stone, 1 cursed object, so rat person, monkey person, rabbit person. Each of you has 1. The small pig person remained silent, continuing to maintain that deep demeanor. "Choose what you like." Then everyone began to pick their favorite items. The monkey person immediately set his eyes on a stone axe, which was no ordinary axe, it could split apart eerie ruins. The monkey person weighed it in his hands, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The rat person chose a young jade bottle, which could accumulate young jade liquid in sunlight, thereby enhancing curse power with stable and lasting effects. Chapter 242. Hu Ji was startled. Why was the sword-holding group looking for Chu Hao? He was filled with confusion and worry. One of the men from the sword-holding group walked directly in front of Chu Hao, sizing him up and said, "You are Chu Hao." Chu Hao calmly nodded. "We have a case that requires you to come investigate with us." "Let us go." The man from the sword-holding group spoke casually. Beep. System prompt option 1, not going, I only listen to my captain, reward high-level curse sealed option 2, not going. I only listen to the alliance leader, reward beginner curse sealed option 3, not going. I'm very busy, reward physique 3 option 4, ask what the case is, reward curse power 5. Seeing these option rewards, Chu Hao felt quite surprised. The sword-holding group invited him to investigate a case, and the rewards for refusal were so low. Moreover, the curse power boost had increased from 3 to 5. Chu Hao felt secretly pleased. This indicated that his strength had significantly improved, and he no longer needed to give these people face. Option 1 clearly targeted Hu Ji, not himself. After some thought, Chu Hao chose option 4. Chu Hao asked, "What is the case?" Chapter 243. This time, Chu Hao did not bring the 2 little ones from home. He knew well that with his current strength, he could handle things alone without their assistance. Meow. As soon as he stepped out of the house, Chu Hao heard a soft meow. Looking down, he saw Xiao Yu following him with light steps. "What is up? Are you worried about me?" Chu Hao asked softly. The tabby cat seemed to understand his words and nodded. "It's fine, I'm just going to work overtime. You should head back." Chu Hao gently patted Xiao Yu's head. Only then did Xiao Yu turn back. Chu Hao couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. How did Xiao Yu know he was going out to kill? After thinking it over, the only reasonable guess was that Xiao Yu had keenly sensed the strong killing intent hidden in his heart. Stepping into the elevator, Chu Hao said in a deep voice, "Demon Eye, contact the rat person and monkey person, and prepare to start the cleanup." "Yes." The Demon Eye responded. Chu Hao held a list in his hand, provided by the Rubik's Cube person, which detailed all the member information deployed by the Elder Council in Songhua City. He then put on the specially made leather mask from the Demon Eye. It felt as if he had shed his original identity, no longer the well-known Zodiac Dragon person. Chapter 244, Chu Hao. Zhong Minghui's mind flashed with the image of the boy he had seen that morning who possessed recovery abilities. He never expected that the killer before him was actually hired by Chu Hao. Overcome by intense fear, Zhong Minghui hurriedly said, "It's Elder Jiang Wenhe from the Elder Council." This name sounded somewhat familiar to Chu Hao, who pondered silently. In order to save his own life, Zhong Minghui quickly revealed a piece of information. Jiang Wenhe is in Songhua City, deploying the Swordbearer Corps in this city. I know where he is. I can take you to him. Please don't kill me. He thought to himself that since the other party's target was Jiang Wenhe, he might still have a glimmer of hope. However, what responded to him was the cold blade piercing through his heart. The terrifying curse power contained within the blade instantly destroying his core. Zhong Minghui's expression was one of shock and unwillingness, as he slowly fell to the ground. Chu Hao said softly, reclaim the ability. Yes, the demon, I responded. The demon, I silently sighed, realizing that the master's strength was becoming increasingly unfathomable. These extraordinary individuals were already at a high level among humans, yet the master killed them as easily as one would kill a chicken. Chapter 245. In the elevator of a large hotel, Chu Hao stood quietly inside. Jiang Wenhe, the one who ordered his assassination, was currently in this hotel. His goal was clear, to make Jiang Wenhe pay for his actions. Ding! A crisp notification sound rang out as the elevator arrived at the designated floor. However, at the moment the elevator doors slowly opened, Chu Hao saw 3 people standing outside. Among them was an elderly man. His beard grey and dressed in a sharp black suit, with a plush overcoat draped over it. He looked vigorous and showed no signs of aging. Instead appearing stronger than most, exuding an awe-inspiring authority. Beside the elderly man stood 2 men in black. Their eyes sharp and alert as they scrutinized Chu Hao in the elevator, as if assessing a potential enemy. Chu Hao speculated inwardly that this elderly man might be Jiang Wenhe. He didn't expect to encounter him here by such coincidence. The 3 entered the elevator. But Chu Hao did not exit. He pressed the button for the underground parking garage. The elevator descended slowly, and for a moment, the atmosphere inside became extraordinarily tense. As if the air itself was about to solidify. Chapter 246. Jiang Wenhe gritted his teeth in the swamp, genuinely frightened moments ago. But he quickly reassured himself that the other party was merely lucky. How could his eerie swamp be so easily seen through? Chu Hao's palm surged with black lightning, flickering like flames from hell. You're right, the strong must explain themselves to the weak. After saying this, he suddenly thrust his hand into the swamp. Boom! In an instant, the entire eerie swamp erupted like a barrel of gunpowder ignited. Terrifying currents mixed with various strange curse powers rampaged through the swamp like a surging tide. Under this terrifying power, Jiang Wenhe was like a trapped beast, unable to escape, only able to struggle painfully in the swamp. Technological fishing. Jiang Wenhe's body convulsed violently, involuntarily floating up from the swamp. Although he exerted all his effort to unleash the golden body spell to its fullest, he still couldn't withstand the terrifying current. Finally, as Jiang Wenhe's resistance weakened, the power of the eerie swamp gradually dissipated. At this time, the elevator was still slowly descending. Jiang Wenhe lay in the elevator, struggling wildly with fear and despair in his eyes. Chapter 247. At 2:30 in the morning, the night was as dark as ink, and all was silent. Chu Hao quietly left the underground parking garage, his mind swirling with thoughts, unable to calm down for a long time. As he walked, he pondered how deep the waters of the extraordinary circle in the country were. It seemed that when the Ant King emerged, the dust-cutting man had already known it was the Earth Burial Peak's crimson gold ant. Yet they chose to remain passive, merely observing. This indicated that they understood the Ant King's power. To kill the Ant King would undoubtedly come at a heavy cost. After all, the Ant King harbored the inheritance of the Earth Burial Peak, and once it erupted, how many people could withstand it? The dust-cutting man's target remained focused on the underground base, and they were intent on preventing the changes foretold in the New Year's prophecy. Just as Chu Hao was about to leave, suddenly, a strange sound rang in his ears, clap clap clap. What noise is that? Chu Hao turned sharply to look, only to see the nearby glass continuously making noise. Filled with confusion and vigilance, he slowly approached, and upon closer inspection, he was shocked to find bloody handprints appearing on the hotel mirror. The deep red color looked particularly horrifying in the silent night. Not just this hotel. All the glass nearby was making eerie sounds, with bloody handprints continuously slapping against them, as if vengeful spirits were demanding lives. Chapter 248. This chapter has 4,000 words. The Cube Man immediately inquired about the situation using Luo Chen's identity, which was quite useful in the alliance. After a while, the Cube Man exclaimed in surprise, something's happened. Our cleanup operation just now enraged the Elder Council. They contacted the people from the land of misery. And both sides have started a preemptive war with the Red Gloves. The ancient people from the land of misery are fighting the Red Gloves. The Red Gloves are probably in for a rough time, because those guys' strength is unfathomable. The Clown Emperor clapped his hands and giggled. I think you're right. The Cube Man's expression was quite strange, as he slowly said, the fight going on below isn't between the Red Gloves and the people from the land of misery. It seems to involve suspects in a traffic accident. The Clown Emperor continued to clap habitually, as if for him, regardless of what he heard, clapping was the best response. Soon after, the Cube Man received the latest news, which astonished him. Both the land of misery and the Red Gloves are actually fleeing. Finally, the Cube Man couldn't hold back any longer and turned to the Clown Emperor. He gritted his teeth and said, "Can't you say something else?" After talking at length himself, he found that the Clown Emperor was merely mechanically cooperating, purely catering to his own emotions. Chapter 249, 4,000 words. They had sinister faces, their eyes blood red. And their numbers exceeded hundreds, surrounding everyone densely, like a group of evil spirits emerging from the depths of hell. What the hell is this thing? A swordsman from the land of misery exclaimed in fear. Even if Zhong Xiao was some kind of evil spirit, his full-strength strike just now would be hard for even the strongest evil spirit to withstand. The numerous Zhong Xiao figures emitted eerie cries. The cries sounded like a group of women wailing in the dead of night, each sound full of sorrow, sending chills down one's spine. The crying contained endless curse power, surging towards the crowd like an invisible tide. Ah! Someone was struck by the cries and immediately screamed in agony. They tightly covered their ears, their nails nearly embedding into their flesh, yet they still couldn't stop the cries from penetrating their minds. In an instant, blood flowed from all 7 orifices, streaming down his cheeks, and he seemed to be drained of his soul, collapsing to the ground. Seeing the situation was dire, Fu Ying quickly retreated to the back. The string of prayer beads on her wrist emitted a faint blue light, like a rising sun illuminating this dark, desperate place, barely managing to block the invasion of the cursed wailing sound. Chapter 250. Originally, the elders' meeting was supposed to contact them today. As long as they hunted down the traitor Red Gloves from the Alliance, they could obtain a temporary residency quota. This temporary residency quota was crucial, determining how long they could stay here, possibly 6 months, or even 2 to 3 years. None of them wanted to be sent back to the disaster zone, but now everything was messed up by this old yellow-toothed man. Chu Hao pondered silently, is Zhong Xiao here to apologize to me? Then why was there a reward of little Huangting pill, when the system option asked me to restore my original appearance to talk to Zhong Xiao? Could it be that she has completely lost control? Chu Hao suddenly kicked the old man hard in the chest. Fu Ying, Ao Kang, and the others rushed over, kicking the old man mercilessly, leaving him half dead, constantly begging for mercy. You dog, you even dared to deceive us about the cursed spirit. You've harmed us all. Fu Ying cursed. She glanced at the cursed spirit tree. Although it was extremely tempting, everyone just wanted to escape this terrifying, eerie place as soon as possible. After a discussion, they decided to use the old yellow-toothed man as bait. Suddenly, a chilling and sinister aura rushed towards them, an endless coldness surging forth. Chu Hao decisively acted, chopping off the old man's legs, then quickly turned and hid. Chapter 251. In Shiji's eyes, there was only endless killing intent. A murderous rage that seemed to materialize into flames, burning fiercely. The thing in the coffin sensed the yellow spring dead water on this woman, compelling it to rush over regardless of the consequences. Behind this woman was the mastermind who slaughtered her family. She suppressed the anger in her heart, keeping her mind calm, knowing that the most important thing now was to gather information about her enemy from this woman. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely tense. The replica mother pondered for a moment, her face wearing an elegant smile, and said, "Little sister, I didn't come here for you. Let me deal with her first. And then we can talk slowly. Before that, please wait quietly. Shiji looked at Zhong Xiao. She knew who Zhong Xiao was, an employee of the Daoyuan community. The mysterious Daoyuan community was the first place she arrived after smuggling from the disaster zone. In fact, it wasn't Shiji who discovered the Daoyuan community, but rather the coffin that was guiding her. The thing in the coffin wanted to go to that community. In the first few days after arriving, the coffin caused a commotion, disturbing the neighbors downstairs. Later, a neighbor's mother came upstairs to help her deal with the trouble caused by the coffin. Chapter 252. The bride's corpse spirit approached the replica like a ghost, quickly extending her thin, pale hand, her nails sharp as daggers, aiming to tear the replica into pieces with lightning speed. However, upon getting close to the replica, the bride's corpse spirit was instantly suppressed by the tie-in. As if an invisible mountain was weighing down on her, rendering her unable to move on the ground. The replica slightly lowered her head, looking at the bride's corpse spirit, and smiled. Weren't you told to stay in place? Why are you being so disobedient? Shiji gritted her teeth. The terrifying mother's replica was so powerful. Just made from yellow spring dead water. She could only imagine how difficult it would be to seek revenge on the mastermind behind it. Shiji angrily took out a yellow talisman. The floating coffin trembled, as if anticipating what Shiji would release next. The replica looked at the coffin and immediately made a decision, turning to walk towards Shiji. While suppressing Zhong Xiao, the tie-in released an astonishing aura, suppressing Shiji and the coffin. Bang! A loud crash echoed. Shiji was enduring unimaginable pressure. The asphalt road beneath her feet cracked apart, the fissures resembling the mouth of a demon, ready to swallow her whole. Chapter 253. Zhong Xiao's eyes sparkled with joy as she finally saw Chu Hao. Shiji was surprised at how Chu Hao appeared here, and what tightened her heart even more was that Chu Hao was bleeding from his nose. She was well aware that that terrifying mother cared deeply for her son. If anything happened to Chu Hao, everyone present would be held accountable. The replica mother wore a cheerful expression, asking with concern, "Why aren't you home sleeping? What are you doing here?" Chu Hao coldly laughed in his heart and said, "Are you sure you want me to call my real mother over to confront you? Shall I do that?" As soon as he said this, the terrifying pressure from the tie-in instantly vanished. The replica showed a helpless expression for the first time, as if her Achilles heel had been struck. Zhong Xiao excitedly ran over, just about to say something, but Chu Hao spoke first, saying, "Your matters can wait." The words Zhong Xiao originally wanted to say were abruptly blocked by an invisible hand, her expression a mix of sadness and amusement. Only able to look at Chu Hao with longing. Chu Hao looked at the replica and asked, "So, you are my mother's replica?" Chapter 254. Her feelings for you will also affect me. Chu Hao's heart stirred, asking, "Since you are a replica, you must have something from my mother, right?" "You are so smart." "Yes. I have something from your mother," Yu Sha said with a happy and admiring expression, as if praising Chu Hao. "What is it?" Chu Hao pressed. He secretly speculated in his heart. "Is it my mother's blood?" Yu Sha smiled brightly and said, "It's a strand of hair." Chu Hao was stunned upon hearing this answer. "So it was just a strand of hair. I had overestimated your significance." Shiji's expression was even more astonished. She had thought it was her mother's blood or some other powerful body part, but she never expected it to just be a strand of hair. She felt a bit broken inside, being suppressed by a single strand of hair, nearly releasing the thing from the coffin. Zhong Xiao looked confused, glancing from one to the other. Yu Sha patiently explained, "This strand of hair was painstakingly collected by the Zan Chen people at the place your mother had been. They divided the hair into 3 sections." Chapter 255. Let us elaborate on this. If Qianzu comes over, he will definitely encounter Mother Yuling versus Qianzu. Chu Hao truly had no idea what his situation would be like. And now, as Yu Sha brought up the issue of the year beast, he was eager to know. Yusha showed a playful expression, saying, "Then you call me Yusha Mama, and I will tell you." Without hesitation, Chu Hao blurted out, "Yusha Mama." Yusha's heart suddenly blossomed with joy as she hugged Chu Hao's head and pulled it into her embrace, her face intoxicated, as if she were immersed in a world of happiness that only a true mother could feel. Chu Hao was caught off guard by her sudden action and felt quite awkward. However, he caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance, not the ordinary scent of perfume, but a unique body scent that belonged solely to a mother. That smell inexplicably made him feel at ease. Yusha indulged in the moment for a while before reluctantly releasing Chu Hao. Recently, she had increasingly sensed a special connection between herself and her mother. And Yuying's mood had been particularly bright, enjoying the happiest time of her life. Yusha couldn't help but express her feelings, her eyes slightly moist, and she self-pondered. "Thank you for taking care of Yuying. Today I finally understand why she likes you so much." Chapter 256, Miss Yuji, please don't tell my mother about what happened today. Okay, you can rest assured. Yuji replied, but her face was filled with worry. Chu Hao sighed inwardly. This girl was indeed in a tragic situation. Her family had been brutally slaughtered, and she had come here alone, dragging along a troublesome coffin containing her family's treasure, the Yellow Spring dead water, which had been taken by the Dust Slayer to replicate Chu Hao's mother. How easy could it be to get it back? Let's go together. Chu Hao turned to Zhong Xiao and said, "Stop causing trouble." "Got it, you take care," she replied. The mysterious and eerie ruins that had suddenly appeared earlier had disappeared without a trace. The Elder Council had been closely monitoring the situation, feeling extremely anxious. They were more aware than anyone else of why the leader had established the Red Gloves. It was to counter the Elder Council's hegemony. Initially, the Elder Council agreed to the establishment of the Red Gloves, thinking it was an organization created specifically to deal with the strange beasts, but gradually, things began to change. This organization started to erode their plans, and those who were dissatisfied with the Elder Council's hegemony secretly defected to the Red Gloves. By the time the Elder Council noticed, the Red Gloves had already accumulated a certain amount of capital. Chapter 257, before this, it was necessary to carve the Puppet Sutra seal on the rice dumpling to guide the Zhuan silver copper juice precisely to the required location. As the Zhuan silver copper juice slowly poured in, time quietly passed. After a while, silver lines began to flicker on the surface of the rice dumpling's skin, as if silver-threaded corpse worms were wriggling beneath the skin, signaling that the Puppet Sutra seal was starting to take effect. Finally, Chu Hao clearly sensed that his spiritual consciousness had seemingly established a mysterious link with the large rice dumpling, like an invisible thread tightly connecting them. Chu Hao took out a small bell. Ding-ling-ling. Upon hearing the sound, the large rice dumpling suddenly opened its eyes, one of which was as red as blood. If it weren't for the copper coin mask covering its aura, the malevolence it emitted at that moment would have been terrifying. The Crimson Eye has already reached the level of a flying zombie, and it is even more powerful than an ordinary flying zombie. The zombie ranks are divided into corpse zombie, flying zombie, earth zombie, drought corpse. Among them, the earth zombie is the one buried in the ground, while the drought corpse is the one buried in the sky. Once a drought corpse is born, natural disasters and calamities will descend upon the world, immortal and indestructible. It is said that whenever a drought corpse appears, a destined person will inevitably emerge to counter it. This person will master the legendary 3 mystical fire curse source to slay the drought corpse. Chapter 258, What are you still doing? Get out of the car and walk. The masked man urged eagerly. Chu Hao. The masked man quickly raised a finger and made a shushing gesture, lowering his voice. Don't say nonsense, I'm not Chu Hao. Hurry up and leave. Ding. System prompt Option 1. Follow the robber. Reward special attribute point 1. Option 2. Do not follow the robber. Reward Spirit 3. The temptation of a special attribute point was truly hard for Chu Hao to resist. Reflecting on the past, with his meager strength, he wouldn't have dared to easily engage in such a risky choice filled with unknowns. But now, things were different. He was eager to gain more special attribute points, which were the key to his path to power. Choose one. An extraordinary member of the alliance saw this and widened his eyes in anger, saying, Chu Hao, you'd better think it through, do you really want to go? Chu Hao turned around coldly and said, you just stay there quietly, no one will pay attention to you. Do you think acting like this makes you look cool? The extraordinary member's face instantly turned red and then pale, embarrassment and awkwardness intertwined. The other two couldn't help but silently curse. Chapter 259. The vehicle sped along the steep mountain road, and a village came into view. The car slowly came to a stop. Lin Yan took large steps forward. Just as he was about to question what these guys were doing, he suddenly saw Chu Hao also get out of the car, and his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? How did he get here? Chu Hao was wearing a down jacket, his eyes reflecting the innocence and foolishness of someone just stepping into society. With his hands in his pockets, greeting, Hi, Team Lin. Lin Yan hurriedly asked, How did you come here? Wang Ning, looking proud, boasted. Brother Hao was taken away by the headquarters, and we went to hijack a car to rescue him, he. Lin Yan, hijack a car. This unexpected move left Lin Yan stunned. He suspected that Chu Hao had some mysterious connection with the Zodiac. But Wang Ning and Li Weixiang were unaware of this situation, and had brought him over recklessly. If it were in their own lair, he might worry about Qin Shi acting recklessly, or Hu Ji impulsively doing something foolish, but he had never worried about Chu Hao getting into any trouble. Lin Yan helplessly said, Come over and chat. Okay, Chu Hao replied and followed Lin Yan. There were extraordinary members of the Red Gloves stationed in this village. Chapter 260. Chu Hao felt helpless. This kid was clearly being used by someone while helping others count money. If he hadn't come today, Wang Ning would probably end up either dead, or locked up in the extraordinary members' prison. A newcomer shouldn't meddle in this. It was clear that things were far from simple. Someone was using these hot-blooded young people. After observing all day, Chu Hao discovered that the majority of the young people here came from wealthy families. Or at least their elders had status and influence. Just like Wang Ning, whose father was wealthy and powerful, every move could affect many people's livelihoods. Why didn't they try to recruit Fan Miao? She was just a female university student whose father's liquor factory had closed down, lacking connections and background. Chu Hao fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he realized, its resources. The Elder Council had deep roots in the alliance, and those wealthy individuals were willing to invest. After all, the Elder Council's reputation was there. However, Bailu started the Red Gloves from scratch. When trying to attract investment, wealthy people weren't fools. Investing in an underground base was not a trivial matter, and the subsequent funding needed would be terrifying. After all, who would be willing to risk their lives for you without money? Bailu is trying to win over these young people, mainly because of the resources they have behind them. Effectively snatching connections from the Council of Elders. Chapter 261. A dark shadow demon's gravity descends, instantly suppressing those black snakes to the ground, rendering them immobile. The leader of the sword-wielding team saw this and lightly waved his hand, causing the extraordinary individuals around him to surge forward like a tide. Let's see how long you can hold out. Boom! A terrifying lightning strike came, instantly separating the battlefield, leaving scorched black marks on the ground. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. They have reinforcements, be careful nearby. The leader of the sword-wielding team's expression turned extremely ugly. Lin Yan also looked confused. Reinforcements? Why didn't I know about any reinforcements? Could it be that Wu Liang had a change of heart, and really sent someone to save us? Just as everyone was in shock, a gloomy man slowly walked out from the darkness, his voice deep, This ends here, everyone go back to your own homes. Who has any objections? Upon seeing this gloomy man suddenly appear, some people were immediately stunned. The mysterious information from last night mentioned a gloomy man of unknown origin. whose strength was beyond imagination. After the Council of Elders reviewed the surveillance, they discovered a shocking clue: Jiang Wenhe was actually killed by this man. It is known that Jiang Wenhe possessed strength equivalent to that of a deputy leader, and with the burial level cursed item by his side, he wouldn't be without a chance against the leader. Chapter 262. The person in charge spoke coldly. The elders are not someone your little minion can meet. Chu Hao stared at the back of his head and said, "You Renmai, do you believe I can go out right now and shout that you Renmai? And not Zhong Fan at all?" As soon as he finished speaking, the chair finally turned around slowly. A man sat in the chair, with an extremely beautiful face, where handsomeness and femininity coexisted in a wonderful way. Yu Renmai had cut his hair short, looking like a male protagonist who walked out of an anime. Yu Renmai, looking puzzled, said, "How do you know it's me?" To disguise his identity, he deliberately lowered his voice, but was still recognized by Chu Hao. Chu Hao had been thinking about many familiar faces, and he felt that the back of this guy's head looked very familiar, which confirmed it was Yu Renmai. He said lightly, "You smell of death." Yu Renmai subconsciously sniffed himself, and his expression instantly turned ugly, exclaiming, "Is there really the smell of death? It can't be that I..." He was frightened by Chu Hao's words. Chu Hao said, "How many ancient people from 1,000 years ago are still alive today? If not dead, what are they?" Yu Renmai's face instantly turned as dark as ink. He had been played. Chu Hao said, "So you're now the person in charge of Songhua City." Chapter 263. Help me convey to Shun, I just want Songhua City to return to peace. How others fight is their business, but don't cause trouble in this city. I won't take care of anything else. Yu Renmai smiled and said, "I will convey it. Shun is probably eager to see you." Eager to see me? What does that mean? A hint of confusion arose in Chu Hao's heart. Seeing his reaction, Yu Renmai teased, "Why don't I give you this position now? You can manage this city at will." Yu Renmai had no interest in the position of the person in charge of Songhua City. His main purpose for coming this time was to investigate Zhu Ai. "Chu Hao, I don't have the time for that." Chu Hao stepped out of the office. Many extraordinary individuals were waiting eagerly for the outcome. Seeing him come out unscathed, some people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "It's fine now, everyone go back to your work," the hall master said at the right moment. Only then did everyone disperse. The hall master personally escorted Chu Hao out, and when they were alone, he lowered his voice and asked curiously, "What kind of background does the new person in charge have?" Chu Hao turned to look at him. The hall master hesitated for a moment and said, "Where the heart points." Chapter 264. A stone the size of a ping-pong ball, showing a black and yellow color, turned out to be the extremely rare Zhuanjin. Chu Hao was also stunned. Zhuanjin, this is something even more precious than Zhuanyin, with very broad uses. If all the flying zombies could be made with Zhuanjin, then they might not just be flying zombies, they could directly be upgraded to burial-level zombies. Unexpectedly, the girl really picked up a treasure. Zhongyi looked shocked, muttering, Nai might be a child of fortune. She can even pick up Zhuanjin." Chu Hao looked at the piece of Zhuanjin and fell into deep thought. The girl was truly special. Chu Hao asked, "Can this piece of Zhuanjin be useful?" Zhongyi said excitedly, "Although it's only a small piece, it can be ground into Zhuanjin powder. How about letting Nai go pick up some more? What if she sees the burial cover? You can go suppress it." Chu Hao said irritably. Zhongyi was immediately speechless. Hao, it's time to eat." His mother's voice came from the living room. "Coming, Mom." Early in the morning, Chu Hao went downstairs to the property management. The male staff member at the property management immediately became enthusiastic when he saw Chu Hao. Chapter 265. Qin Chi also noticed it herself. She found that when she practiced outside, her speed was extremely slow, but once she returned home, it was like bamboo shoots growing in the night. Her divinity rapidly surged. So recently, she hasn't gone anywhere, returning home right after work to be a homebody. Subsequently, Chu Hao told her about Lin Yan's situation. The village was attacked, which was actually a meticulously planned scheme to force the capital behind those young people to take sides. After listening, Qin Shi couldn't help but frown and said, "What is Xiao Lin thinking?" Chu Hao, Lin is a grassroots figure, because of this. He needs to be tougher and work harder. If Chu Hao were in Lin Yan's shoes, he would be even more resolute. To be honest, he thinks Lin Yan is still too kind. If it were him, when the village was attacked, aside from himself, no other member of the Red Gloves would survive. At that time, he would fake his death and disappear for a while, waiting for the matter with the White Lord and the Council of Elders to completely settle down before reappearing. In the following days, the stock market experienced the most intense storm in 10 years. Many industries that had originally been ignored and looked down upon saw their stocks surge like bamboo shoots after rain, rising at a nearly crazy pace. Chapter 266. He thought to himself that if he were the leader of the chopping dust people, he would definitely agree to Chu Hao joining. There was no way. That person's energy was simply too great to be ignored by the chopping dust people. After a long time, Tang Tong finally returned. The Shield Master agrees to your joining the chopping dust people, but with one condition. Tang Tong said. Chu Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly and asked with a smile, "What requirement?" "Since you are the son of Yusha, then help us chopping dust people retrieve something your mother left in the Mu family." Ding. System prompt Option 1. Agree to retrieve. Reward Taisheng Huangquan Sutra. Option 2. Refuse and leave. Reward Curse Power 5. Wow. The reward for the Taisheng Huangquan Sutra is truly tempting. I choose Option 2. Chu Hao's expression was calm as he said, "I refuse." Tang Tong frowned. Chu Hao continued. "The things my mother left in the Mu family must have her reasons. Since the Jianshan people are not sincerely inviting me to join, then forget it." After saying this, he stood up without hesitation and walked away. Seeing this, Tang Tong hurriedly called out, "Think about it again." Chu Hao turned a deaf ear and walked straight out of the restaurant. What a joke. Those were things his mother had left in the Mu family in her early years, although he didn't know exactly what they were. They must have been of great significance to her. Chapter 267. Sister Tong, is this a newcomer? At this moment, several young people from the village approached. They were dressed in local traditional costumes, and their skin was slightly darkened from long exposure to the sun, clearly being natives of the village. Chu Hao keenly noticed that these young people were full of vitality, their curse power magnetic fields were thick and active, as if they were about to overflow. These young people were carefully cultivated by the Jianshan people, but they were not allowed to leave the village on their own. Chu Hao marveled inwardly, if these people went outside, each one would probably be as outstanding as the White Alliance leader. His curiosity about them grew stronger, and he became increasingly interested in the rules of the Jianshan people. They seemed indifferent to the outside world, yet secretly nurtured so many elites. What exactly were they preparing for? Chu Hao suddenly remembered that Yusha had once told him that the focus of the Jianshan people was outside, which implied that their focus was on other mysterious realms. Take him to the Nirvana Palace, Tang Tong instructed. The young people from the village looked on with envy. Joining the Jianshan people meant they could leave this mountain and see the outside world, which was something they had always dreamed of. Chapter 268. Regarding his biological mother. Chu Hao's memories were already a bit blurry. After all, his mother had passed away when he was 3 years old. Then, Chu Hao was shocked to discover that he had no impression of his biological mother's appearance in his mind at all. It should be known that even though his mother died young, he should still remember what she looked like since he had kept her memorial photo. But now, in this place that confronted the heart, he could not see his mother's face no matter what. This was truly too bizarre. Chu Hao gritted his teeth and activated his spiritual vision again, trying to penetrate the layer of grey mist. Gradually, the power of spiritual vision pierced through the grey mist, and he saw Yu Ying, pale-faced, just having given birth. Mom? Chu Hao's heart surged. The couple looked at the newborn life with beaming smiles. From then on, this family was no longer just two people, but had become a warm family of three. The father laughed heartily. Ha ha, I have a son now. Yu Ying weakly said. Let me see the baby. The father carefully brought the child to Yu Ying, who looked at the baby and smiled widely. He looks just like you. Chapter 269. Jin Tong felt as if he was in an endless abyss, about to be completely obliterated and disappear. His surface already had cracks appearing, and in terror, he couldn't help but scream for help. God, save me. Jin Tong was filled with despair. He never thought that the mysterious realm he controlled had been invaded by someone, and that intruder was this seemingly gentle woman in front of him. She was truly terrifying. Just when Jin Tong felt hopeless, as the divinity of the Nirvana god surged towards him like a tide, he thought he would finally be saved. However, contrary to his expectations, the divinity disappeared without a trace the moment it entered the mysterious realm. A paper doll Jin Tong was truly not worth the Nirvana god personally coming to save him. The divinity of the Nirvana god seemed like a gust of wind, slipping away. Before leaving, the Nirvana god's divinity leisurely said, "Pardon my intrusion, farewell." Jin Tong was utterly despairing. How could this be? This was the Nirvana palace, the domain of the gods. Could it be that the gods were also afraid of this woman? As Jin Tong was about to disappear, Chu Hao finally spoke. The assessment of the Jianshan people is too perfunctory. Why involve my mother? Chapter 270. An old man with graying hair parted the crowd and slowly walked out. He was the old man who had been smoking in the courtyard earlier. With dark skin, and respectfully said, "Sword wielder, I am Elder Lu He of the Nirvana village." Chu Hao nodded and said, "I want to ask about something." Could Elder Lu spare a moment to talk? All right. Subsequently, Chu Hao and Elder Lu went to the village's warehouse together. Chu Hao came here to search for information about the confinement of Zhu Ai. Zhu Ai. Elder Lu pondered slightly and after a moment said, "There are relevant records." "This way, please." The two walked along the warehouse corridor deeper inside. Soon, Elder Lu took down several thick books and handed them to Chu Hao, saying, "These are the records about Zhu Ai. May I ask, Sword Wielder Chu, have you found traces of them outside?" "Yes." Zhu Ai appeared in the homeland of the Snow Woman, Chu Hao replied, taking the books and flipping through them while asking. A catastrophic disaster occurred in the homeland of the Snow Woman. Why didn't the Jianshan people intervene before? Elder Lu hurriedly explained. The sword wielder has ordered that the Jianshan people should not intervene in external matters. Everything has its own set order. Elder Lu paused and continued. This sword wielder is known for his foresight. He is a descendant of the Southern Ridge Great Witch. Chapter 271. Chu Hao also carefully read this peace agreement. The Sanjiyu Zhuanmu and their ilk were evil spirits that the Jianshan people had the ability to eliminate at the beginning. But they did not do so for the following reasons. First, after killing these evil spirits, other evil spirits would emerge. The territorial consciousness of evil spirits is extremely strong. If new evil spirits appear, it would definitely cause other chaos. It is better to let these Sanjiyu Zhuanmu keep their territory and help humans settle some troubles while the alliance is responsible for cooperation. Second, the Sanjiyu Zhuanmu are selected by the Jianshan people, and those disobedient evil spirits have already been eliminated. Chu Hao thought to himself, these evil spirits sensed a major event was about to happen. Starting to seek benefits for themselves and collecting protection fees from the refugees in the disaster-stricken areas. As long as society is stable, the Jianshan people would be too lazy to care about what they do. The focus of the Jianshan people is ultimately still in other mysterious realms, gradually emerging in various major mysterious realms after many years of development. As Chu Hao walked out of the information warehouse, still pondering about the resource shortage of the underground base, he asked Elder Lu, regarding the serious shortage of base resources, the Jianshan people must have other solutions, right? Chapter 272, Chu Hao walked through the village, and many young people looked at him with awe and envy. The news of his promotion to a knife wielder had spread in their circle, and everyone wanted to meet this legendary figure. Chu Hao initially planned to leave that day. But he couldn't resist the villagers' hospitality, and insisted on staying for a meal. As a result, he ended up getting completely drunk. His last memory was of several beautiful village girls wanting to undress him and take him to a room, but they ended up arguing over the spoils. Seeing this, the elders of the village scolded them for their behavior, which thwarted the girls' plans. The elders are confused. This was the last thought in Chu Hao's mind before he lost consciousness. The next day, Tang Tong looked through the rearview mirror at the listless Chu Hao lying in the back seat and cheerfully said, "These kids have never seen outsiders, their minds are pure. And you are a newly promoted knife wielder, so they are especially enthusiastic." Chu Hao rubbed his forehead and helplessly said, "Why don't they let them go out and see the outside world?" Tang Tong replied, "It's a form of protection, I suppose." Chu Hao said lightly, "Is it a mechanism? There are so many ordinary people outside, and now that it's a time of peace, if these young people are exposed to the outside world, all the efforts of the Dust Slayer over the years would be in vain." Chapter 273, It's an old family tradition to take a bath after returning home. Okay. Xia Xue obediently replied. After dinner, their mother adjusted the girls' clothes. Chu Hao took the red rabbit to the divine corridor. Zhong Yi was also there, curiously examining the rabbit. Chu Hao looked at the red rabbit and asked, "Where have you been recently?" The red rabbit hurriedly spoke, "I went to chase the Mothman." Chu Hao was taken aback. This red rabbit is quite bold, doesn't it worry about being stewed? Zhong Yi was also surprised and said, "You are a spirit monster." The red rabbit retreated in terror, hiding behind Chu Hao's leg, and exclaimed, What kind of monster are you?" Spirit monsters are species that have been promoted to spirit monsters under the influence of cursed sources. For animals, it's very difficult to become spirit monsters. It's akin to defying fate. The red rabbit was clearly influenced by Xia Xue, the Frost Throne, to become a spirit monster. "Did you catch up to the Mothman?" "No." The red rabbit gently shook its head, looking somewhat dejected, and said, "I chased for a long, long way. But suddenly a mysterious old man appeared halfway, and whisked the Mothman away in the blink of an eye." Chapter 274, Huang Hansheng immediately withdrew his hand and said, "You have this interest too, this rabbit is a bit spiritual." Chu Hao took out a cigarette and handed it to Huang Hansheng, casually asking, "Old Huang, have there been any new owners moving into the community recently?" Huang Hansheng shook his head and said, "All familiar faces. I haven't seen any strangers." "Why are you asking this?" Chu Hao replied mischievously, "I want to know if there are any pretty female owners." Huang Hansheng chuckled and said, "The two sisters living above you are quite pretty, aren't they?" He was referring to the sisters from the Yingji family. Chu Hao was startled. He didn't expect even old Huang to notice the Yingji family had two sisters. They are quite nice, but their personalities are too cold and not lively enough. Huang Hansheng shook his head helplessly and said, "You're too picky. Finding a wife is not easy these days." The two said goodbye to Huang Hansheng. Chu Hao strolled with the red rabbit in the community park. It was already late, and there weren't many people out for a walk. So they went upstairs to return home. Inside the divine corridor, Chu Hao looked at the red rabbit and said with a smile, "Now do you believe it?" The red rabbit trembled all over, its eyes filled with fear, and it asked in a trembling voice, "Is this place really your home?" Chapter 275, In a certain city's red light district. Chu Hao guessed wrong. Lin Yan and the others didn't hide in a foot massage shop, but went directly to the more audacious red light district. Li Weixiang said, "I didn't expect hiding here would actually work." They had changed many places to hide, but were still discovered. So Lin Yan took him into a small alley in the red light district, successfully avoiding detection. Lin Yan was smoking and said, "It's normal." This place is full of illegal transactions, and there are plenty of dirty people. Even if the sword-wielding team wants to investigate. Those street girls and customers are all familiar faces and definitely won't tell the truth. Li Weixiang felt he needed to learn more from Lin Yan. Unfortunately, so many brothers had died. Li Weixiang said gloomily. Lin Yan extinguished his cigarette and turned to Li Weixiang and said, "You can still back out now." Li Weixiang, the simpleton, replied, "It's already like this. How can you expect me to back out?" Lin Yan thought this guy was too straightforward. He was completely different from Chu Hao. Although Chu Hao didn't participate in the battle between the Elders' Council and the Red Gloves, he seemed to know everything. Lin Yan said, if the Red Gloves lose this time, you should find someone, it might save your life." Chapter 276. Chu Hao immediately called Yu Renmai. Yu Renmai answered the phone. "What's up? You're back. What if someone is listening to Yu Renmai's phone?" Chu Hao paused and said, "Where are you now?" "I'm at the headquarters in Songhua City." Chu Hao said, "Come out. I want to treat you to roast duck, and I have good news to tell you." "On my way." Chu Hao drove away from the old city hall and arrived at the restaurant where he had previously eaten roast duck with Yu Renmai. During the wait, Chu Hao pondered a question. Since the Juriri had been targeting Yu Renmai for so long, and had stayed in the Snow Woman's hometown for such a long time. What is Yu Renmai now, a Dust Slayer, or a Juriri undercover? Regardless, since Chu Hao already knew Juriri's target, he would never sit idly by. Not long after, Yu Renmai arrived. The Yu Renmai in front of him was sunny and handsome, like a male model from a magazine, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Chu Hao had already packed a portion of roast duck and said, "Let's go, I'll take you somewhere." Yu Renmai, puzzled, asked, "Aren't we eating here? Where are we going in such a mysterious way?" Chapter 277. Yu Renmai's expression grew increasingly grim. Chu Hao stroked his chin and said, "You just stay here and don't go anywhere." Yu Renmai's face darkened. "If I don't leave here, Juriri won't find me." "Are you really sure?" "Trust me. If Juriri dares to come here looking for you, it will be good for us. Although Juriri members are quite capable, the community is not easy to mess with. And if they illegally enter, the consequences will be severe. Furthermore, if Juriri really comes to the community, all Chu Hao needs to do is notify his mother's butterfly hairpin. And He, who will probably be more excited than anyone else." Ingji also said, "He didn't lie to you, this place is indeed very magical." Until now, Aiji still dared not walk around the community casually. She only took a fixed route to and from work, and if she encountered anyone, she would choose to avoid them. Yu Renmai asked in confusion, "Why do you want to help me?" Chu Hao replied, "I'm not helping you. I'm just letting the plan of Zhu Ai succeed, which will bring me considerable trouble. Zhu Ai once dared to have ideas about my mother, indicating that they have deep roots. Fortunately, they did not succeed, otherwise, it's hard to imagine what terrible things they would do after capturing my mother." Chapter 278. Xiaoyu yawned and completely ignored the three people. 36-year-old Akui smiled and said, "This cat has quite good quality." Xiaoyu looked up at Akui, showing an expression that said her judgment was good. This made Akui laugh heartily, praising Xiaoyu for her spirituality. Chu Hao watched this scene and couldn't help but think helplessly, did they really not notice the problem with the tabby cat? The importance of my mother in Chu Hao's heart was continuously rising, but how come even Nai Nai and Xiaoyu were unconsciously elevating their status too? In the past, Chu Hao thought that the combination of the girl and the tabby cat was at most at the level of the 6th tier of the best. But now, he completely couldn't see through it. Could it be that like the Demon Slayer people, they are supreme quality? If it's supreme quality at tier 6, that would make sense. After all, my own supreme quality Demon Slayer at tier 2 has extremely powerful attributes. So it makes sense to suspect that this strange combination is not simple. There's also another possibility. The curse source tier of the girl and the cat could be relatively low, but the number of curse characteristics could be astonishingly high, 10. 20. Why think about this? Just spend some money to ask the girl later and I'll know. Chapter 279, Chu Hao was clearly coming for them. The elders here were more or less not clean, so why only kill these few? Because the three of them colluded with Jiang Wensh, attempting to retrieve the characteristics of the Hand of God, forming a small group to seek personal gain. He ran extremely fast, like a loach, disappearing into the ground in the blink of an eye. Uncle A Chang, can you help me out? Uncle A Chang was both amused and helpless. The character of this sword user was really hard to figure out. Was he too lazy to take action himself, or could he really not catch up? However, A Chang still took action. He slightly closed his eyes and gently stomped his foot, and the curse source surged like a raging sea. Chasing after the direction the third person fled. In just a moment, the third person was forcibly pulled out from the ground by an invisible powerful force. And the asphalt road was shaken and cracked. The third person was covered in mud, with a look of terror on his face. I won't dare anymore. I really won't dare anymore. The third person begged for mercy desperately. Chu Hao had no mercy in his heart. The knife in his hand pierced the third person's heart, and that person immediately slumped down weakly. Chapter 280, Kui, the wise beauty, smiled and said, Aha ya. This thing isn't considered valuable, just take it as a small token of my appreciation. We are indeed quite busy here. And I'll trouble you to make a trip to bring back the young girl from the Bai family, thank you. Ding. System prompt, cursed scripture contacted. Has been included in the database scripture, Golden Bell Heavenly Gang characteristics. Can learn Golden Bell Heavenly Gang. Supreme Quality Curse Tier 6. Has strong defensive characteristics. The others were all shocked upon seeing this. Is Chu Hao really a dust-cutting person? How come even the dust-cutting person is polite to him? Giving him a scripture just like that, only asking him to run an errand. The elders of the Bai family looked at Chu Hao eagerly. After all, only Chu Hao could bring Bai Lu back, so she might avoid punishment. Chu Hao said, Kui ma, then I'll take the trouble to make a trip. But don't be so polite next time, we're all one family. Thank you. Kui said this. But couldn't he help but complain in her heart, what a muddle-headed guy. Tang Tong turned to her side and said, arrange for a few capable assistants to protect Mr. Chu on the way. Chapter 281, this Jinfu Great Sage is an evil spirit on par with the three Jiyuxuan Mother. The Huangquan secret records state, the South Wilderness volcano is the nest of the fire bat, its tail fire can burn souls, but fears the water of the cold pool. When encountered, it howls in self-immolation. This so-called Jinfu Great Sage is an outstanding evil among the fire bats. Now, the 6 former orthodox evil spirits have already defected. And the order given by the dust-cutting person is to kill without mercy. This means that when they had just arrived during the day, the Jinfu Great Sage was also here. They should fear the dust-cutting person, but why would they attack other extraordinary beings? Then, the two walked deeper into the old city and discovered many corpses, some with red gloves, and some belonging to the sword-wielding group. The state of these people's deaths was identical to the previous corpse. They all died from the fire poison of the fire bat. It's fire poison. It seems that the target of the Jinfu Great Sage should be the Bai Alliance leader, Chu Hao thought to himself. Is the Phoenix Curse characteristic of the Bai Alliance leader also fire poison? He really wasn't sure about this. It seems that the 6 orthodox evil spirits have long had thoughts of rebellion. Their goal is to disperse the Alliance's combat strength. And Bai Lu is also one of their targets. Chapter 282, Dukong dares to covet the foundation of the Alliance. One can only say he is extremely bold and ambitious, but there should be forces from Yundang supporting Dukong behind him. Who exactly it is still unclear. As for the 6 strange beasts, why did they team up with Dukong after signing an agreement with the Alliance years ago? I guess they are dissatisfied with the current situation and eager to go further. The problem lies here. The Alliance has not provided the 6 strange beasts with space to develop, treating them as tools for maintaining social stability. The 6 strange beasts are not foolish. But once they resist Yundeing, the dust-cutting person will take action. Chu Hao looked at the analysis of battlefield reporter Chang Wei and couldn't he help but nod secretly. This reporter's analysis was spot on. There are indeed formidable characters in the black market. Battlefield reporter Chang Wei, the current situation has evolved into a competition between Yundeing. I advise everyone that in this level of battle, it's best not to attempt to profit from it when the dust-cutting person comes to settle accounts. No one can save you unless you go to rely on the Ant King, with a terrifying existence like Sui Hai backing you. Huang Tu praised, reporter Chang Wei. Amazing, how did you find out all this? Chapter 283, Wow. This information is too much. At this time, someone stood up and questioned, why should we believe that what you say is true? Also, the identity jade talisman of the dust-cutting person, could it be fake? Chu Hao said lightly, believe it or not, it's up to you. I just came to deliver a message to the Bai Alliance leader. But she has already been taken away. I believe you. The old man Qin Jingnyo stepped forward. He was tall and strong, and although he was over 80, he was still in great shape. He glanced at the shield symbol and said firmly, this is indeed the jade talisman of the Dust Slayer. Everyone was taken aback by his words. While some might doubt others, everyone believed in the old man's words without question. Qin Jingnyo asked, what should we do now? Chu Hao looked around and asked, is everyone here? Yes, replied someone. Chu Hao continued, then I trouble the old man to take people to the Alliance meeting. The Dust Slayer will conduct an investigation to find out who is the hidden pawn arranged by the void. Qin Jingnyo nodded, all right. There were more than 50 people present. They left the manor one after another. At this moment, the hidden pawn could no longer sit still. Someone turned and ran. The tabby cat on Chu Hao's shoulder was about to make a move, but was gently hugged by Chu Hao, who began to stroke it. Chapter 284. Seeing the distorted human face of the void getting closer, Chu Hao quickly made a judgment in his mind. He knew that this type of spatial anomaly could only control those who had come into contact with it. It couldn't control newly entered beings as quickly. With a thought, a zombie wearing a copper coin mask suddenly appeared out of thin air. The flying zombie, possessing a mysterious silver iron skeleton, was not only incredibly strong, but also had a high resistance to curse sources due to its zombie nature. The void, having detached from Wu Liang's body, never expected to summon such a rare zombie out of nowhere. He was startled by this sudden change. The void was always good at scheming. He originally thought it would be a piece of cake to parasitize Chu Hao. After all, his curse ability had reached the level of Sequence 9 catastrophe, which was the strength of the early stage of burial. As long as he succeeded in parasitizing Chu Hao, he was confident he could get close to the Dust Slayer. However, the sudden appearance of the flying zombie threw him into chaos. His parasitic ability had a fatal flaw. It was most afraid of exposing its true body. But since he acquired the spatial time-sanded anomaly trait, it had become easy for him to possess anyone, and he was unstoppable. Chapter 285, again. It was such a phrase. Chu Hao transformed into a humanoid lightning and rushed towards the void. As he got closer, the flying zombie appeared again, seemingly determined to keep him there. The void twisted the golden short staff in his hands, as if triggering some mechanism, and a light circle instantly bounced Chu Hao and the flying zombie away. Just as the void was about to escape, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching him. The Dust Slayer was coming. A Chang finally arrived. He saw the void and unhesitatingly slapped towards the light circle. Boom! The ground instantly erupted with violent energy tremors, creating a strong earthquake-like effect that even pushed back the planes. The power of this slap was so terrifying. Yet it was forcefully blocked by the light circle released by the short staff. The void laughed with delight. Dust Slayer, I will be back. Are you watching too much of the Grey Wolf? The space around the void began to warp, and he was about to successfully teleport away. Suddenly, a shadow burst out from beneath his feet. The Shadow Destroyer actually emerged from his shadow, and the destroying blade in his hand slashed fiercely at the void. Seeing this, the void smiled lightly. Chapter 286. Suppose Chu Hao did not have the stability system. After obtaining the magical eye restoration trait, he wanted to become stronger. To hold a high position in the alliance, and not to be controlled or manipulated. Once he left the old city government office, he would inevitably fall into the trap set by the void. The final outcome was predictable. Meanwhile, Lin Yan and others were unwilling and ambitious, wanting to make changes and seek benefits for themselves, but they were also manipulated by the void. Take Bai Lu for example, she just wanted to secure an underground base. And the void used this to turn her against the Elder Council. When the void's plan began is no longer important. What matters is that, in such a large and complex alliance system, he could still skillfully control the situation. This is the method of top-tier black-hearted capitalists. In fact, upon closer inspection, the void did not directly intervene much. The alliance itself had many problems. The void merely stirred the pot behind the scenes, allowing those potential issues to continuously expand, ultimately becoming uncontrollable. Chu Hao said, by the way, where's Bai Yi? Isn't he with you? Chu Hao had always thought Bai Ying was acting with the red gloves. Chapter 287. Chu Hao's heart tightened. Chen Guan. Could it be the one discussed on the dark web? Chu Hao opened a book and found it was a handwritten imprint version that introduced how to cultivate the heart, and similar content. His mother came over from the kitchen with a fruit plate and asked, How, what are you looking at? Chu Hao asked, Mom, where did you buy this book? His mother smiled and said, it was distributed by the reading club, from a school club. Chu Hao was surprised, Mom, you joined the reading club? His mother replied, I joined the Chen Guan reading club. Recently, I've been listening to Dean Chen's lectures. The so-called reading club was just a facade. Chen Guan was actually recruiting extraordinary individuals, attempting to create a novel organization. This trick was just like those cults and heretical sects that start from nothing and engage in pyramid schemes, ultimately aiming to harvest the benefits. With their strength, they wouldn't be able to detect that his mother was a malevolent spirit. But his mother joined the reading club, and was being indoctrinated with strange ideas every day. If this wasn't stopped promptly, it would definitely lead to a big problem. Chu Hao clenched his teeth in anger. It was truly hard to guard against. Chapter 288. Chu Hao replied, Isn't Chen Guan a heretic? Little communication device. From what he is currently doing, he does not show any signs of being an extraordinary heretic. We are still investigating his actual strength. Little communication device, but this person has a lot of personal charm. For those extraordinary individuals with desires, he is patient and gives without asking for anything in return, which is quite strange. However, whether he will ultimately exploit them is hard to say. Chu Hao, thank you. Please investigate where this person is currently giving lectures. Little communication device, okay. What a strange person, what ability does he have to attract my mother? While pondering this, the little communication device sent the location information for Chen Guan's lecture. Surprisingly, it was at Chisha University. Early in the morning, his mother left. Chu Hao also planned to head to Chisha University to meet this mysterious Chen Guan. As he was entering and exiting the community, he happened to run into Grandpa Zhong. Grandpa Zhong was holding a birdcage, looking like he was also getting ready to go out. Chu Hao greeted him, Grandpa, going out to walk the bird? Yes. I'm going to the park with an old friend. Are you going to work, Xiao Chu? Grandpa Zhong kindly asked. Chapter 289, Chen Guan spoke up. And with just one sentence, he captured the attention of countless people present. Chu Hao was also pondering the meaning of this sentence in his heart. On the side, Yinseki exclaimed, based on Plato's allegory of the cave, integrating Eastern philosophical discourse from Zhuangzi's debate on I and my shadow. Using the shadow as a prototype image that connects human civilization, he instantly constructs a cross-cultural cognitive coordinate system, leading one unconsciously into the undercurrents of intellectual confrontation. Xu Chun nodded in agreement, saying, using a king that covers the land to macro eyes, micro experiences, subtly aligns with Zhongzai's intention of establishing a heart for heaven and earth. When individual confusion is elevated to the scale of civilization, any fragmented knowledge appears pale and powerless. Only systemic wisdom can engage in dialogue with it. Listening to their analysis, Chu Hao was momentarily speechless. I haven't read much, you are all correct, he admitted. Chen Guan continued his lecture. Chu Hao's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of his mother also being present. As Chen Guan continued his lecture, Chu Hao was surprised to find that he had not activated the Tai Hu Ting breathing method, yet the breathing method started to operate on its own. Chu Hao was shocked. From an ordinary person's perspective, it might seem commonplace, but for an extraordinary person, this kind of change was truly hard to comprehend. Chapter 290, Chu Hao was shocked. He actually made improvements to the Tai Hu Ting breathing method created by Suhai. Was this guy in existence at the level of a sky burial? No. Even a sky burial level evil spirit would find it difficult to modify that breathing method, after all. It was created by someone like Suhai, who had a chosen destiny and dedicated half his life to it. Chu Hao asked, why do you think we need it? Chen Guan replied, I asked the people in the reading club, and in your circle of extraordinary people, many can't even get started. Yet I can help most of you to begin. In this bizarre world, major disasters can happen at any time. Since I can comprehend it and modify it, aside from becoming a guide, I can't think of another reason unless you can give me one. Chu Hao was immediately speechless, unable to refute Chen Guan's words. Was this arrogance? But he could indeed bring great benefits to the extraordinary, what could he say? Chu Hao thought for a moment and said, then don't you think your presence itself is like a major disaster? It could affect many people. Some with impure intentions might use your modified breathing method to cause disasters. Chapter 291, Truly a Unique Style Welfare Girl. Chu Hao curiously asked, Sister Qin, have you reached the second stage of your breathing method? According to the talent selection criteria of the dust-cutting people, only those who have entered the Tai Hu Ting breathing method are eligible to pass the first level of assessment. Qin Chi replied, why are you so concerned about which stage my breathing method has reached? What do you really want? In fact, a month ago, Qin Chi had already stepped into the second stage of the breathing method. Now she was close to reaching the third stage. If she were to say it out loud, it would definitely scare people to death. Qin Chi felt that her rapid progress was closely related to her home environment, as soon as she returned home. Her practice of the breathing method improved quickly. Could it be due to the feng shui at home? She knew that if the Alliance and the dust-cutting people found out about her rapid progress, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. So she planned to keep it hidden from Chu Hao as well. Chu Hao smiled and said, it's okay, just practice well. Of course. I'm back. Wang Ning swaggered into the public office, his face wearing a mischievous smile. Sister Qi, long time no see. Slap. Qin Chi immediately gave him a resounding slap, leaving Wang Ning stunned. Chapter 292, In a certain city, within a Fortune 500 company, the female CEO Li Ying was dressed in formal attire, her features elegant and beautiful, her legs encased in black stockings. She was in her mid-30s, still exuding charm, and was a well-known entrepreneur in the country. Li Ying was also an extraordinary person, but only at the level of Sequence 6, as the dust-cutting people's shield-bearers did not require overly strong abilities. However, Li Ying managed the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of people, and her directives could shake the financial sector. Recently, Li Ying had been responsible for the construction of an underground base in the southern district, with investment projects often reaching hundreds of billions. Later, her superior assigned her to handle specialized services for a blade wielder, which excited Li Ying greatly. A blade wielder. This was the secret weapon of the dust-cutting people. However, during her conversations with this blade wielder, Li Ying discovered that he seemed to be a newcomer, still unclear about many things in the extraordinary circle. This made Li Ying feel a bit frustrated. But when she saw the materials the blade wielder needed, she was immediately shocked. These were actually materials for creating zombies. My goodness! Who is this blade wielder? Li Ying hurriedly called her superior for inquiries, and after reviewing those materials, Tang Tong simply replied, "Materials for Earth zombies. Take it seriously." Chapter 293, Lin Yan knew quite a bit, but he had never spoken up. This person was very shrewd. Chu Hao liked dealing with such people. Which is why he brought Lin Yan back and continued to let him sit in the position of the head of Songhua City. Finally, I have the opportunity to showcase my talents. Lin Yan smiled and said, Jukong is good at disguise and skilled in calculation, but he must have weaknesses. He is too confident. Lin Yan continued, the first step is to contact the Ant King, offer a price, and have the Ant King deal with this troublesome Jukong. Will the Ant King take action? Chu Hao asked in confusion. Lin Yan smiled and said, just an hour ago. The Black Net released news that the Sang Kingdom announced it would take on external business. Chu Hao logged into the Black Net to check. Secretary Sang, the Sang Kingdom is taking on external business. Those interested can private message. Many people left comments below. By Guan, what a big news. The Sang Kingdom has started accepting orders. Can someone like me, who is down and out, enjoy this treatment? Doubting Life, Huang too, pinned the post. Those sincerely cooperating can give it a try. Those messing around should weigh whether they can bear the wrath of the Sang Kingdom. Reader, the Sang Kingdom is changing the current pattern. We need to pay attention. Chapter 294, the numerical control screen then opened. A man was seen lying on a chair. While researchers in protective suits isolating the source of the curse were present. The man had grown white bird feathers all over his body, including his face. His eyes were vacant and lacked expression. The researchers introduced, molting period, 715 days. The host will grow detachable bone feathers under the armpits and along the spine. With pain akin to bone scraping, yet it will be addictive. Pulling out feathers will produce extreme pleasure. The side effect is an inability to consume cooked food. When gnawing on live poultry, one will murmur, not light enough to fly. This is just the first phase. The researchers said as they debugged another monitoring screen. In a room, an elderly man with grey hair was staring at the monitor, where Bai Ying was visible. He said to the camera, I'm fine now, really completely fine. Let me out. Bai Ying looked no different from a normal person. The researcher introduced, Phase 2, hollowing, 15 to 30 days. The internal organs will gradually disappear. And the thoracic cavity will transform into a nest-like structure. The parasitic azure featherworm's feathers can freely contract, and can be controlled just like a normal person's state. Chapter 295, Mom's face instantly lit up with happiness, a joyful smile spreading across her face. In the back room, Chen saw Chu Hao and his mother walk in. Immediately showing a gentle smile and saying, Mr. Chu, this must be your esteemed mother. Yes, Mom replied, Professor Chen, hello. I especially enjoy your lectures. Thank you. Chu Hao was unsure of Chen Guan's intentions for seeking him out, and felt somewhat wary, asking, Professor Chen, is there something you need from me? Chen Guan knew some things about Mom, and Chu Hao was worried he might do something out of line. After a pause, Chen Guan said, I want to ask Mr. Chu, is it possible for the dead to come back to life? Chu Hao's expression instantly became somewhat grim. I arranged a reading group for you so you could lecture without disturbance, and now you want to trick me. Chu Hao said coldly, I don't know. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. But Mom suddenly grasped her son's hand, her eyes revealing urgency, saying, "Professor Chen, I have a question I'd like to ask you." "Please go ahead," Chen Guan politely responded. Ding. System prompt option 1. Forcefully take mom away. Reward small Huang Ting pill. Chapter 296. Hao, do you remember Grandpa Zhong from our community? Chu Hao snapped back to reality. I remember. When you go to Grandpa Zhong's house to get the couplets, also ask him for a book, Mom said. Okay, Mom. Mom stood up and said, I am going to cook. Nai and the others should be about to come home. Mom hummed a little tune, walking light-footedly into the kitchen, her joy evident. Chu Hao sat on the sofa watching TV, his mind pondering the 2 new features brought by this system upgrade, finding them interesting. Especially this diving feature. The option rewards no longer appeared, the system dove directly into action, turning into a stable prompt tool. Chu Hao casually played a suspense movie. The horror doll's mood, huh? Aren't we watching Inception? I still don't understand it, and want to watch it a few more times. This horror doll was enthusiastic about whatever was playing on the TV, making it hard to grasp its preferences. Chu Hao picked it up from the sofa, holding it in his hands. The horror doll's mood, why are you moving me? I'm not doing anything. Chu Hao muttered, this doll is too ugly. Having it in the living room affects my mood. Chapter 297. Chu Hao couldn't help but recall the hell his mom once took him to. It was the dark side of the world, a place full of the strange and unknown. As a living person, he felt immediately uncomfortable there. The intense feeling of unease even led him to think that it might be better to just die. With that thought, he suddenly had some understanding of Zhong Xiao's situation. In fact, besides the evil spirits, this world clearly contained other things unknown to ordinary people, which Chu Hao had seen with his own eyes. Zhong Xiao was a member from that dark world. It seemed that the residents in the community were also guests from the dark world, all living together in the neighborhood. Chu Hao understood that the real Zhong Xiao had long since died. The current Zhong Xiao was merely a grudge spirit borrowing her identity to exist in the present world. But what was their purpose in doing so? A bold guess flashed through Chu Hao's mind. A sanctuary. The Peach Blossom community might just be like a sanctuary. After all, whether it was Lin Hao, Zhong Xiao, or Heimai and the dead fatty, none of them caused trouble outside, instead, they only frequently acted within the community. Chapter 298. Chu Hao checked nearby people. He tried to add the moth as a friend. Ding. System prompt, moth has become your friend. Moth's mood, it's actually you. Please, go to the Nuo Opera Ridge and notify Zhu Ai. Chu Hao was instantly stunned. What the hell? The Mothman? He was actually here. Chu Hao suddenly remembered that Hong Tu had said it chased the Mothman to a faraway place. Only for the Mothman to be taken away by an old man. Was that old man Grandpa Zhong? A soon-to-be ascendant member of Zhu Ai was actually kept in a birdcage by Grandpa Zhong like a pet. What kind of divine family was this? Moth's mood, as long as you help me, I'll give you whatever you want. Including the celestial burial inheritance of the Moth tribe. The Mothman's heart was truly filled with despair at this moment. After being taught a lesson by Heihu, he fled to Nuo Opera Ridge. Only to be captured by this old man halfway there. Then, he was kept here like a pet. The Mothman had never seen such a terrifying old man. Later, he realized why he was caught. It turned out he had scared Wang Jiji, the child from the Snow Woman's hometown, and that was why he suffered. That child was the terrifying old man's grandson. Chapter 299. With no choice, Zhong Kuei could only seal it away in an unknown place. Zhong Yi, the yin-yang book can indeed help you enhance your power, but at the same time, it will also affect you, being extremely sinister. However, Chu Hao was adamant about not believing in the supernatural. Just because this book was given by his mother, could it go against her wishes? Zhong Yi, I suggest you don't use the yin-yang book to record Suhai for now. After all, Chu Hao is a legitimate celestial burial expert. Perhaps the Yin-Yang book will provide you with feedback benefits, but with your current strength, you won't be able to handle the celestial burial's benefits. And you might suffer a backlash at any moment. After all, Chu Hao is a celestial burial expert. And Chu Hao hasn't even reached the level of a terrestrial burial. Chu Hao muttered, "Then I'll start with something small and give it a try." He decisively contacted Lin Yan, asking if there were any slightly stronger strange beasts. He then drove out of the community. About an hour later, he and Lin Yan arrived at the mountain base. This place had once been the battlefield of the ghost incident, but it had now been renovated and looked brand new. The two entered the base. Lin Yan showed a worried expression, saying, "Wu Zhang, it's locked up in the base. Are you sure you want to get close to it?" Wu Zhang. Last time it was contaminated by the ghost, it was sealed by Lin Yan using the sealing ball. Later, after the ghost was successfully sealed, it returned to normal. Chapter 300, Backtracking the Sea. In life, he was a celestial master, dying with resentment, his obsession unscattered, merging with the grievances of the 9 underworlds. Transforming into a terrifying existence that is half human and half ghost, deeply burdened by resentment, often controlled by it, requiring cautious actions. Celestial Master Traits, Celestial Master Techniques. Yellow Springs Walking, Causal Backtracking, Shikigami Summoning, 9 Palace Shadow, Heavenly Fate Pattern, End of the Ox Sea Palace. Ghost Traits, Ghost Assimilation, Ghost Particles, Indestructible Soul. Yellow Springs Ghost Crossing. Note 1, Refinement, absorb the root of its curse, transform into usable requires 10,000 blood-red stones. 100 perfect blood-red stones. Note 2, Deprivation, deprive 1 trait, transform into usable requires 10,000 blood-red stones. 100 perfect blood-red stones. Note 3, Reshape, reshape the heart of Backtracking the Sea, making it a servant requires 100,000 blood-red stones. 1,000 perfect blood-red stones. Note 4, Heavenly Burial Complete Deprivation, making its complete nature usable requires 150,000 blood-red stones, 1,500 perfect blood-red stones. 1 portion of Heavenly Fate Power. Chu Hao was stunned by the extremely luxurious curse traits of Backtracking the Sea. Damn! Is this the value of a heavenly burial powerhouse? Moreover, he had previously thought too simply. Although he successfully recorded Backtracking the Sea, wanting to obtain the other party's abilities with his current financial resources was simply wishful thinking. Chapter 301, 3 extraordinary beings walked into the crowd. Griefer was immediately shocked when he saw these 3 people. He had some understanding of their information. They all had a level of sequence 8, and were renowned deities abroad. But now, these 3 originally unrelated individuals unexpectedly gathered together. Griefer cursed in his heart for the inaccurate information provided by Juquang. With these 3, plus Yi Hui Mai, it was already unrealistic for him to complete this task. Griefer curiously asked, "Nightingale, can you tell me why you all gathered together?" The president of the Starlight Society. The Anti-Light Jin Fei. The Apocalypse Knight Jandia. I really can't imagine what common interests you all have to come together. This secret must be quite astonishing. Yi Hui Mai coldly said, "Since you've come, don't think about leaving alive." Griefer revealed a set of white teeth and said, "I want to leave. Are you sure you can stop me?" Griefer was extremely confident. In his view, even a Sequence 9 disaster-level powerhouse, he had the strength to fight. Hey! You're quite arrogant. Chapter 302, Griefer was about to transform into an abyss pseudogod. Evil power surged around him, as if to drag this world into endless darkness. Suddenly, Chu Hao activated the timetable. As the ticking sound of the timetable echoed, a bizarre scene appeared. Its pointer did not move forward as normal, but suddenly stopped. Immediately after, the pointer jumped to the next second position, but in an instant, it rebounded back, going back and forth as if competing with the normal flow of time. The bizarre realm of the timetable engulfed Griefer. Under the influence of this time-bizarre realm, The process of Griefer transforming into an abyssed pseudogod became extremely slow, as if bound by invisible shackles. The blade of destruction sliced down. The blade of destruction. With its curse trait, severed. However, the blade of destruction, caught in the bizarre realm of the timetable, also slowed down. Chu Hao saw that it was almost time, and raised his hand to undo the bizarre realm of the timetable. Poof! Griefer didn't have time to react at all. The power contained in the blade of destruction, infused with special curse sources, directly cleaved his body neatly in two. He stared wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. Chapter 303, Chu Hao muttered nonchalantly, "You're not my mom, why do you care about me?" Qin Shi puffed out her chest and said fiercely, "I'm best friends with your mom, if she can't take care of you, then I will." "What's wrong with that?" "Chu Hao," he secretly murmured, "no way, why has the slacker princess suddenly become so serious? Has she changed her ways and doesn't he want to waste her days anymore?" In the past, Qin Shi always looked like she was just eating and waiting to die in the old city. But now, she was genuinely planning to achieve something. The reason was that she had cultivated the Tai Who Caught breathing method to the peak of the second stage, just a step away from the third stage. This Tai Who Caught breathing method is divided into 5 stages. First stage, Hidden Dragon. Second stage, Supreme Essence. Third stage, Flowing Mist. Fourth stage, Returning Ruins. Fifth stage, Great Void. Flowing mist lightly wraps, formless and shapeless, the breathing method approaches nature, with breath like the flowing mist in the mountains, light and ethereal, unrestrained, by this stage. One can merge with the environment, suitable for both movement and stillness. Qin Shi practiced the entry-level divine nature, and looking across the extraordinary circle. Probably only she could cultivate this top-level breathing method to the peak of the second stage. Chapter 304, Data 013 shows anomalies. Researchers exclaimed, "What's going on? This data is unprecedented." Under the influence of the 8-wood ruler, the aberration process of the white eagle suddenly accelerated. Poof! The white feathers on the white eagle grew at an astonishing speed, covering the entire secret room area in the blink of an eye. These feathers seemed to be endowed with life, writhing continuously, creating a scene that was extremely horrifying. The researchers were shocked. This data is completely wrong. This situation has never occurred before. He is actually evolving rapidly. After a long time, the closed secret room gradually fell silent. But the room was filled with dense white feathers. The 8-wood ruler's mood, interesting, this curse source actually hides the source of all things. This method feels so familiar. Chu Hao took the opportunity to probe, murmuring, "What exactly does the Sun Chaser want to do?" The 8-wood ruler's mood, Sun Chaser. No wonder it feels so familiar. It turns out to be this group of guys. Damn it, brother, hurry and leave. This group is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing the 8-wood ruler's words filled with fear, Chu Hao's heart suddenly sank. Even an existence like the 8-wood ruler thinks the Sun Chaser organization is not to be messed with. The butterfly woman also once said similar things. This group of dogs has chased us here. Chapter 305. This chapter is 4,000 words. Today's portion ends. Chu Hao's mouth twitched violently, turning to Lu Yue and asking, "Have you been inside?" "9I1T let us in. She said she wants to give us a surprise." Chu Hao secretly cursed in his heart. This is no surprise. It's clearly a scare. With his own strength, triggering something as high-end as the Great Yellow Court Pill alone, who knows what horrific things are hidden in this haunted house. Just as he was thinking, a small head slowly poked out from the haunted house. Nine-Eye saw Chu Hao and immediately jumped out from the haunted house. Her snow-white dress was covered in dust, looking as if she had just rolled out of a pile of dirt. Her little face was also dirty, clearly indicating that she had put in a lot of effort to build this haunted house. The girl raised the corner of her mouth and said playfully, "Big Pot. You're here." Chu Hao responded, "Came to take a look." "Oh, I'm really busy right now, you should go back first," Nine-Eye said while trying to usher Chu Hao away. Chu Hao grabbed her collar and lowered his voice to ask, What dangerous things did you put inside? Nai quickly shook her head in denial, saying, nothing. I don't believe it. I'm going in to check right now. If anything happens to me, just wait for your mom to deal with you. As Chu Hao said this, he pretended to charge into the haunted house. Chapter 306. Although Lu Yue had a straightforward personality, he wasn't foolish. He knew that the little creatures inside the haunted house were not ordinary. Chu Hao said, you must wear a work badge to go in, or your life won't be guaranteed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yue couldn't help but shiver and quickly nodded. Chu Hao patted his shoulder and earnestly said, take good care of these 3 little guys. They might save your life if you encounter danger in the future. Naturally, Lu Yue remembered Brother Hao's advice and said, Brother Hao, lately I've been hearing echoes in my mind. That sheep wants to see you. The Qianqin copper sheep. It's been a long time since there's been news about the Qianqin copper sheep. Where is it? Outside Songhua City, about 100 kilometers away. Tomorrow, take me there. Watching Chu Hao drive away, Lu Yue turned and headed straight to the market, buying Pizza Hut to treat the 3 little ones. On the dark web, a post caught everyone's attention. Antenna short circuit baby, the New Year's Eve is approaching, and I've been having nightmares lately. I feel like something big is going to happen. White Ghost Maru, now that you mention it, I want to go back to my country. Many extraordinary beings were unaware of the prophecy regarding the Great Witch. But the dark web had previously leaked that during the new year, if the red envelope money mysteriously disappeared, it was time to prepare for evacuation. Chapter 307. The Qianqin copper sheep knows many ancient secrets, and its abilities should not be underestimated. Just looking at the last reflection of the Mishu shows its power. It is affiliated with the San Jiu Zhuan Mu and simply wants to act low-key. Leaving this paradise-like place, Lu Yue looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask, Brother Hao, what does it mean for the Qianqin copper sheep to seek us out? Chu Hao replied, it wants to please me, although this guy is timid and afraid of death. It has a keen sense of smell in the face of crisis. Lu Yue pondered this. The streets of the city quietly became deserted. The workers, usually hurrying along, were now filled with longing for home as they set off on their journey back. In the Peach Blossom Sauce community, Chu Hao's mother was joyfully busy preparing for the new year. She had bought a dazzling array of snacks and carefully selected fabrics, planning to make new clothes for the children herself. There were still 7 days until New Year's Eve. A message from Tang Tong arrived. Chu Hao's eyes sharpened. The long-planned project, codenamed Inside and Outside Mishu, was finally about to unfold. The underground base was fully open. In no time, the dark web was flooded with news of extraordinary beings joining the base. Chapter 308. In comparison, Fan Miao's gift seemed much more ordinary. Chu Hao said, big fan. Don't compare yourself to this guy. Fan Miao, of course, was not that kind of person and laughed, why should I compare myself? I know my own worth. So Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Hu Ji didn't come. Upon asking, they found out he went to his girlfriend's house for the new year. As for Bai Ying, everyone was aware of his situation, and no one brought it up. For a moment, the house was bustling with activity. Butterfly Girl's mood, so many people, are these all Mom's friends? Eightwood Ruler's mood, I remember them all. Scary Doll's mood, tomorrow, can we not work? I want to watch TV at home. Chu Hao planned to arrange a TV in the haunted house for the girl to entertain the doll. His mother, wearing an apron, said, Son, I think it's lively with so many people for the new year. You won't blame me for inviting your colleagues over, will you? Chu Hao shook his head, No, I'm quite happy. It's the first time so many people have come to our house. His mother looked relieved, That's good. The New Year's Eve dinner finally began. Qin Chi's restless nature kicked in again, and she shouted to host games and drink. Chapter 309. The crisis had already descended. And this was just the beginning. Chu Hao walked into the living room and saw Qin Chi, Fan Miao, and Wang Ning all staring at their phones. Their faces full of shock. His mother asked, "What's going on?" Chu Hao forced a smile and said, "Mom, it's nothing, there's a little situation at the company. But it's not a big problem, and will be resolved soon." His mother nodded. Ju Yai said, "Then we won't disturb you, sweetheart, let's go home." Ju Yai took her daughter away, and Qin Chi and the others also felt it was inappropriate to stay. They had to hurry to the old town office. His mother personally escorted them to the community gate. Chu Hao said, "Mom, I have to go to the company too, don't stay up waiting for me. We have to help at the haunted house tomorrow." Nai's haunted house had just opened and would be very busy. His mother had said she would go help earlier. His mother returned home alone and began to clean the dishes. The little sister's room was silent, presumably already deep in sweet dreams. In Nai's bedroom, soft light spilled into every corner. The girl turned her head, her gaze falling on the mirror behind her. Through the mirror, she could see another bedroom. Excitement sparkled in Nai's eyes as she burrowed back inside. Chapter 310, Chang Jiyu wandered around with a person and a cat nearby, actually regretting coming to this place for the first time. Not long after, Nai saw a group of people fiercely battling something. It turned out to be extraordinary beings from Songhua City. They were also dealing with an evil spirit. It was the Songhua City Alliance organized by Yi Huimai. At this time, they were making every effort to deal with a 100-skeleton shrimp ghost. Little Yu glanced at the monster, meowed at Nai, and explained the origins of that thing to her. In the secrets of the underworld, it is recorded, a humanoid monster made from the remains of poisonous creatures such as scorpions, snakes, and centipedes. With a bronze ghost face embedded in its heart, and its abdomen filled with fermented corpse honey. Characteristics: corpse honey bewitchment, emits a sweet and rotten fragrance. Alive people find it delicious, but 3 days later, their internal organs will hatch poisonous insects. 100 poisons wedding dress. When attacked, the shell explodes, allowing the poisonous insects to be reborn through the host's body. With each reincarnation increasing the toxicity, weakness. Burn the ghost face with fragments of an alchemy furnace to force out its life-giving insect. A ghost-faced jade cicada. Nana turned to look at the tabby cat. Puzzled, "How do you know that?" Usually, when there's nothing to do, the tabby cat likes to stay with the elder brother. And it has also read the secrets of the underworld. Chapter 311 can only combine chapters. This is today's 4,000 words. Chu Hao hurriedly explained, "I didn't lie to you. I swear on my life, he has always been in the haunted house." The man strode toward the interior of the haunted house, completely unconcerned that the three might take the opportunity to escape. Chu Hao watched the back of the man entering the haunted house, secretly muttering, "It seems that jury doesn't know much about me. Do they see me as weak?" "Run?" Wang Ning asked anxiously. Chu Hao shook his head, "Wait a bit longer." "What are we waiting for?" Wang Ning stomped his feet anxiously, "If we don't run now, when will we?" Hu Ji said bitterly, "With a person like him, we can't escape at all, he can teleport." Wang Ning's face turned pale instantly, filled with despair. Tang Baolong stepped into the haunted house, and what came into view was a dense crowd of dolls. He scanned the entrance to the second level, just about to lift his leg to step through. Suddenly, the dolls floated up as if controlled by a mysterious force. Immediately after, piercing cries and laughter intertwined. A mix of bizarre sounds filled the air. The laughter was like a low-frequency hum, as if a sharp little knife was slowly grinding over his nerve endings. Chapter 312 The staff looked at the data and said, "Your family is very safe, they are in the inner world." Lin Lu asked, "When can I go back?" Many people turned their heads. This was also the most concerning question in their hearts. The staff said, "If you want to go back, accumulate enough points as soon as possible. The outer world operates on a point system, with all resources and rights linked to points." Upon hearing this, everyone showed a bitter expression. They knew well the power and dominance of the Yundang forces, capable of dividing the world in two, and now being in the outer world. They could only act according to the rules they set. Yi Hui Mai. Hearing her name called, Yi Hui Mai replied, I'm here. This is your workbook, go ahead. The shield-bearer handed the workbook to Yi Hui Mai. Yi Hui Mai fell into deep thought. She realized that the Yundang forces had already made all the arrangements. And they were well aware of every extraordinary person's information. All along, Yi Hui Mai thought she was hiding well, but now seeing the name Ji Fangfang on the workbook, she felt a wave of bitterness. In front of Yundang, ordinary extraordinary people were like ants, with no secrets to speak of. Yi Hui Mai suddenly wanted to see Chu Hao, wondering what that hidden expert was doing at this moment. Chapter 313 No Way. He suddenly thought of the yin-yang book he now possessed. In other words, when his mother handed him this book, she must have had some confidence, and would never harm her own child. Could it be? He really has the Wuji fate. Elder Lu saw Chu Hao lost in thought and continued, something happened last night. The zodiac rabbit appeared in the outer world and killed many evil spirits and monsters. The purpose of the zodiac organization, the chopping dust people haven't figured it out yet. Chu Dao, she must be careful when going out. Chu Hao nodded slightly. He secretly pondered that it turned out the chopping dust people also had unknown matters. It makes sense, the zodiac organization hasn't been established for long. Elder Lu continued, currently, the only zodiac member known to the chopping dust people is the Clown Emperor. But the Clown Emperor is elusive and hard to find. The chopping dust people sent a swordsman, but couldn't capture him. Chu Hao couldn't help but be surprised. The chopping dust people couldn't catch that Clown Emperor. His mother's significance is continuously increasing. It's truly ridiculous. If the chopping dust people want to capture the zodiac, it seems the best strategy might be to approach the Rubik's Cube person, as they have seen his mother, but have never had contact like a home baptism. Chapter 314 Chu Hao was momentarily dazzled. Qin Shi was immersed in the online world, completely unaware that someone was behind her. Chu Hao quietly approached and took a closer look, instantly shocked to the point that his jaw nearly dropped. Qin Shi was watching some membership-based webpage on her tablet. And the content was quite inappropriate. Sister Chi, you must be really hungry, he thought. Watching videos alone at home. Chu Hao quickly took out his phone and recorded a short video as evidence, then turned around, entered the subspace, and returned home. Turning back, he sent the short video to Qin Chi. Qin Chi replied. Soon after, she sent another message. Are you spying on me? Chu Hao teased. Sister Chi, are you hungry? Qin Chi boldly admitted, I am hungry, can you fill me up? Chu Hao, no wonder you're my Sister Chi. You're so bold. Qin Chi, stop talking nonsense, send me some beef to look at. Chu Hao, he was speechless, having never seen such a bold woman. Seeing that Chu Hao didn't respond, Qin Chi continued to threaten, I'll tell your mom. Sister Chi, I know I was wrong, Chu Hao quickly pleaded for mercy. Then send me beef. Chapter 315 Crossing through the shadowy ruins, what came into view was indeed a desolate wilderness. The cold wind howled, and the chill penetrated to the bone, the stars twinkled in the night sky, and from time to time, meteors streaked across like dreams. This should have been a breathtaking scene, but due to the eerie atmosphere surrounding it, it appeared particularly strange. Chu Hao activated his spiritual vision to check the surroundings. Soon, he sensed an unusual aura. Quietly approaching in the direction of the aura, he didn't walk far before a flower bed appeared before him. Filled with all kinds of brightly colored flowers blooming vibrantly, and a rich floral fragrance wafted through the air. Behind this beauty, however, lurked a chilling sight. Some fragmented corpses lay scattered around, and from their attire, they appeared to be ancient clothing, long dead, having already turned into stark white bones. The corpses contrasted with the blooming flowers, making this flower bed look even more eerie. Suddenly, the scene ahead changed, and some seductive scenes appeared out of thin air. In the desolate wilderness flower bed, a brothel suddenly appeared. The brothel's intricately carved beams and painted rafters, with red lanterns hanging high, seemed to come from another time and space, exuding a different kind of alluring atmosphere. A group of graceful women appeared, each dressed in garments as thin as cicada wings, their fair skin barely concealed, every inch seemingly radiating a captivating charm. Chapter 3:16. Chu Hao leaves. After walking a few steps, he couldn't help but turn his head to glance at the bones in the flower garden. His heart was filled with disdain. Demonic beings typically do not actively kill. These people were mostly indulged in pleasure, unable to know when to stop, and ended up in this fate. In contrast, he and Zhong Kuei came and went with ease, feeling light and carefree. "Young master, do come back to find me," Huling bids you farewell. A demonic being named Huling respectfully bowed, gazing affectionately as Chu Hao left, until his figure disappeared into the night before slowly turning to enter the brothel in the flower garden. Ding! System notification. Huling's favorability towards you has increased to 5 stars. 5-star favorability in just one night. Truly deserving of my charm. Yagi Kai's mood, brother. He, are you happy, brother? Chu Hao, back to the inner world. Chu Hao felt utterly exhausted, hurriedly took a hot shower, and then collapsed into bed. However, just a few minutes later, a giant pupil suddenly appeared in the night sky above the flower garden. This pupil was dark and deep, surrounded by a ring of light, resembling a shadowy moon during a lunar eclipse, emanating a mysterious and terrifying aura. The demonic beings in the flower garden all ran out in panic. Chapter 3:17. Wang Ning and Fan Miao were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped. Chu Hao actually installed surveillance at Sister Chi's house, monitoring every move. How perverted. Qin Chi didn't expect Chu Hao would bring this up in front of colleagues. She felt her face burning, embarrassed to the point of wanting to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Qin Chi bit her pink lip and said, "I didn't ask about this." Chu Hao looked confused. Sister Chi, what brings you here?" "My grandfather wants to see you," Qin Chi replied. Wang Ning, Fan Miao, and Hu Ji instantly lit up with excitement upon hearing this. What the hell? Has it already progressed to the point of meeting the elders? When did these two start? Qin Jingnyo. Chu Hao understood why Qin Jingnyo wanted to see him. He must want to thank him in person. However, Qin Jingnyo should be in the outer world, right? Chu Hao said, "Sister Chi, if we're meeting, let us just meet. It feels like I'm about to be whipped." Qin Chi instinctively looked down at the whip in her hand and explained, "Oh, I'm going to a comic exhibition today. This is the outfit I prepared." Wang Ning and the others secretly muttered to themselves. Who are you trying to fool? Something must have happened. And that's why she brought it to teach Chu Hao a lesson. Chapter 3:18. Qin Chi took a deep breath, calming her complex emotions, and slowly said, "She took my place." There was a barely perceptible bitterness in her voice. Chu Hao was surprised and couldn't help but ask, "You chose to stay in Songhua City because you don't want to get married?" Hearing this, Qin Chi, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Her eyes were as calm as a bottomless cold pool as she said, "I grew up with Qin Fei. She knows I despise scum like Su Tu. So she imprisoned me and replaced me to marry into the Su family. Later, when I learned of Su Tu's various vile actions towards Qin Lu, I went to find him with a gun, determined to blow that scumbag's head off. But I didn't even see Su Tu's face before I was subdued and confined for months. Unable to bear it, I escaped and chose to live like a salted fish." Qin Chi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Upon learning of this from others, Su Tu was even more furious, demanding the Qin family send Qin Chi over as well, arrogantly claiming, "Since these two sisters don't want to be separated, let them marry together." Chu Hao pondered. Why did Qin Chi give up on revenge? The reason was simple. In front of the powerful Su family, her strength was too weak, unable to resist at all. Chapter 3:19. The next round. The final round of the duel was about to begin. A handsome young man with a high nose bridge, dressed in battle attire, walked confidently onto the stage with his long hair flowing in the wind. Su Chu was going on stage. Good heavens! Is this to push the Qin family to a dead end? The audience whispered among themselves. As the prince of the Su family, how could the Qin family win this battle? Still one person missing. Su Chu scanned the audience and set his gaze on Qin Fei, saying, "Wife, come up and play with me." His voice held a hint of mockery. In the crowd, Qin Fei's face instantly turned extremely ugly. The Qin family was furious. Everyone knew Qin Fei marrying into the Su family was a mistake, and Su Chu's actions at this moment were undoubtedly rubbing salt in the Qin family's wounds. Seeing Qin Fei not moving, Su Chu's expression darkened, coldly saying, "Why aren't you coming up?" His tone was filled with a commanding implication. "Think of your sister. Do you want to force me to slap you at the happiest moment?" Su Chu's voice grew increasingly cold. Qin Fei's body suddenly shook. Bang! A crisp gunshot suddenly rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere in the venue. Su Chu reacted quickly, swiftly turning his head. But his ear was still blown off by a bullet, blood instantly gushing out. Chapter 320. He had already been blinded by anger, completely forgetting his previous absurd decision. This was originally a 2v2 arena battle, but in a moment of negligence, he had called Qin Fei onto the stage as well. Qin Fei's appearance seemed not to be to assist him, but rather to protect Qin Shi. At first, it didn't matter, but now it was different. Just as Qin Fei was about to speak and curse, eat shit, she suddenly saw Chu Hao, that sly one, move. His large hand, like an eagle's claw, reached for Qin Fei. The palm abyss. Qin Fei didn't have time to react at all before she was pulled into the powerful force of the palm abyss, disappearing from everyone's sight. The crowd below gasped in shock. The abyss of bewilderment. Chu Hao looked at Qin Shi and smiled. "Sister Qi, beat him up." That smile was full of encouragement and trust. Qin Shi nodded. She activated the Tai Hu court breathing technique. In an instant, her curse power surged several times like a raging tide, and the curse properties received strong feedback. She quickly loaded new bullets and aimed again. Su Chu gritted his teeth, desperately dodging Qin Shi's attacks. This time, Qin Shi's spirit explosion was even more powerful than before. Su Chu's proud golden body curse defense was gradually being breached by the explosive power, burning like a raging flame, searing his eyes, and causing him immense pain. Chapter 321. I declare, the arena battle is over. Zhang Chenren finally shouted to stop. Actually, they are not protecting the Chu Dao master. They know that if the Su family members remain unwilling to accept this and continue to seek revenge, it will only lead to more casualties. To put it bluntly, they are protecting the Su family members, as the future development of the underground city still requires a large number of extraordinary people. As for the lives of Su Chu and his son, it is already enough for today. Qin Shi coldly looked at the bodies of the Su father and son. After avenging her great hatred, she felt no joy as she had imagined, but rather a sense of inexplicable emptiness. This is the price of cultivating divine nature. Emotions gradually become indifferent, and many feelings vanish as well. Qin Shi said, "Thank you." Her voice carried a hint of fatigue. Chu Hao revealed a mischievous smile and whispered, "Sister Qi, can we install surveillance in the bathroom this time?" In this originally tense and serious atmosphere, Chu Hao's sudden remark was a stark contrast. Qin Shi immediately looked speechless, both amused and annoyed, and said, "Sure, I'll adjust the position." Chu Hao smiled and opened his hands, activating his palm void to release Qin Fei from within. As soon as Qin Fei appeared, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with confusion and fear, clearly still in shock from the recent upheaval. Chapter 322. Chu Hao was surprised and said, "You seem quite fit, don't you?" Qin Jingyou smiled bitterly and shook his head. "That's just a surface phenomenon. I am already in the twilight of my life, with not much time left." Saying this, Qin Jingyou slowly lifted his clothing. His chest was covered with hideous wounds, one of which even extended near the heart, a shocking sight. Seeing this, Chu Hao reached out to cast a healing spell on him. What are you doing? Qin Jingyo's face instantly turned red, and he retreated repeatedly. The elderly man actually soiled his pants in that moment. Chu Hao stroked his chin and said, "This internal injury is caused by cursed spirit-level cursed power." Indeed. This internal injury was destined to. What? Qin Jingyo was astonished to find that the internal injuries on him had actually healed somewhat. Holy shit. A cursed spirit-level injury, and he can actually treat it. How is that possible? Unless Chu Hao's cursed power is also at the cursed spirit level. Chu Hao said. 9 treatment sessions should be enough for a full recovery. Let's continue, old man. Wait, I need to prepare. Qin Jingyo's face turned beet red with embarrassment as he hurriedly ran out of the room, heading to the Qin family courtyard to find his mother, who was taking care of a child, and asked for an extra-large diaper. Chapter 323. The next day, a sharp and piercing alarm suddenly rang out in the underground city. Countless people woke up from their sleep, startled and hurriedly rushing to their respective posts. Chu Hao suddenly sat up in bed, thinking, something has happened. He quickly got up and hurried towards the command center of the dust-cutting people. The atmosphere in the dust-cutting people command center was tense. Zhong Wei and a group of dust-cutting people were staring intently at the large screen, their expressions serious. Chu Hao looked up. The large screen displayed an overpass located on the sea. At this moment, the bridge was unrecognizable, with densely grown extra bones emerging from its structure, resembling the weathered bones of countless years, exuding a chilling aura. The white bones were covered with mysterious oracle bone script. And the entire bridge seemed to be wrapped in this eerie bone spire, fluttering like a giant soul-calling banner in the sea breeze. Have you figured it out? What on earth is this? Zhong Wei's voice was low and urgent. The staff responded, it was discovered an hour ago. The entire bridge is covered with skeletal remains. As for the origin of the oracle bone script, it has not yet been deciphered. At this moment, a helicopter slowly approached the bridge. Chapter 324. The ancient coffin exuded a mysterious and ancient aura, as if it were from a distant prehistoric era. After capturing this scene, the relevant footage was immediately uploaded to the vast database of the dust-cutting people, hoping to uncover its origins through analysis. Chu Hao also saw that fossilized ancient coffin and the oracle bone script engraved on it. Inside the command center, the dust-cutting people were frantically researching the origins of the ancient coffin. How is this possible? The dust-cutting people's database hasn't found any trace of it. An old professor was shocked, his voice trembling. This fossilized ancient coffin has a long history. Hurry up and find the oldest records. We must figure out what it is. Someone shouted anxiously. What on earth is this? Chu Hao moved freely in the command center and slowly spoke. I might know what it is. Zhong Ji, hearing this, asked urgently, what is it? The mountain of the shadow tomb has no grass or trees, many corpses and serpents. Its shape resembles a cauldron, with hundreds of bones as steps, 3 coffins hanging from the top, and the sound of the coffins resembles the cries of infants. One is called nymph child, the second skeletal locust, the third drought demon. When all 3 coffins are opened, the land is barren. After a pause, Chu Hao continued, living people exposed to the spring will grow barbed spines. Teeth will fall, and bones will be covered. It is the skeletal locust. Chapter 325. Boom. He erupted with a domain of filthy thunder and lightning, as currents rampaged like a mad dragon, continuously destroying the extra bone monsters under this terrifying power. A massive extra bone monster swung its fist and smashed it towards the beach. In an instant, the ground seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, erupting with countless sharp bone spikes. Several extraordinary people, who failed to dodge, were pierced through their bodies, dying tragically. This was undoubtedly a cursed characteristic. An extremely powerful extra bone. Qin Jingyo was just about to charge forward to deal with this beast. Chu Hao shouted, old man, hold the last line of defense. We can't let them break through. Okay. Qin Jingyo turned and rushed to the defense line. Chu Hao transformed into a bolt of lightning. Arriving right in front of this extra bone, the filthy thunder and lightning descended like a heavenly calamity, carrying a destructive might. Boom! Some of the extra bone, under the terrifying attack, were unable to resist and were instantly reduced to bone dust. The Qin family members who witnessed this scene were all amazed. Qin Chi's boyfriend is so powerful. Chu Hao targeted the strongest one and kept striking with lightning. When it became extremely weak, he quickly drew a collecting spell and stored it in the Yin-Yang book. Chapter 326. Wang Zhiji raised his head, his complexion fair, and his features exquisite. He would surely captivate countless girls when he grew up. Chu Hao did not directly mention the young hunger worm, but instead circled around, saying, recently, someone has been deliberately disgusting me, throwing a sky burial corpse into the insects you raise. Do you have any that can disgust the other party? Wang Zhiji looked confused, seemingly unaware of what a sky burial was. Chu Hao was speechless. Even at this point, you're still pretending. The heavenly candle has already knocked on the door. Chu Hao simply made it clear, among the insects you raise, which one can disgust people the most. Wang Zhiji tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, there is. Wang Zhiji opened his backpack and took out a transparent glass jar. Chu Hao focused his eyes and saw that it was not the larvae of hunger worms inside, but something that looked like yellow sand. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that they were slowly wriggling in the jar. Little Snow also curiously leaned over and asked, what is this? Wang Zhiji revealed a mysterious smile and said, I call it brain worms, Little Snow. Can you guess how many brain worms are inside? Little Snow blinked and guessed, 10,000. Wang Zhiji shook his head. 100 million. Chu Hao was shocked. There were actually 100 million brain worms in this small glass jar. Chu Hao asked, do they eat brains? Chapter 327, Pistachio 1994. Does this mean we can't eat seafood anymore? White Ghost Maru, we can't eat seafood. Damn, raw seafood is my favorite. Skywalker, I built an apocalypse fortress in Antarctica, and I can't finish all the seafood. Chu Hao saw this message and couldn't help but feel speechless. The ID Skywalker belonged to Zhong Ziling, who was incredibly wealthy and extravagant, and it was hard to tell how much wealth he actually had. Speaking of which, Zhong Ziling should be in the outer world right now, as he was also an extraordinary person. Chu Hao messaged Zhong Ziling, aren't you going to the outer world? Skywalker, no, the higher-ups asked me to stay behind to participate in foreign enterprise financing. I haven't been in touch with the extraordinary circle for a while. By the way, you're still in Songhua City, which is a bit of a waste of talent. Do you want to come help me? Both of them were aware of each other's identities, so they chatted casually. War correspondent Chang Wei, the more distant oceans have yet to be affected. The urgent task is to quickly resolve the disaster in the Shanghai market, otherwise the entire ocean might be filled with proliferating bone seafood. This news hit like a heavy blow, and was truly concerning. Chapter 328. I took leave yesterday to rest for a day. I was too tired. Huh? Chu Hao was surprised. Could it be that she, as a blade wielder, had a low rank and didn't even qualify to meet Yusha? The bones automatically separated to create a passage, and the two of them smoothly entered the belly of the bridge. The internal scene was horrifying, with bones and flesh intertwined, permeated by a strong smell of blood and decay. As they moved forward, they finally saw the fossil ancient coffin. This fossil ancient coffin resembled a fortress made of giant stones, its surface engraved with various complex and mysterious ancient spell seals. These ancient spell seals had an ancient origin, having endured the test of time, and almost no one in the present could decipher their meanings. Embedded in the surface of the fossil ancient coffin was a human-shaped skeleton, which merged with the ancient coffin. In the center of the ancient coffin, a nail protruded 3 inches. This was the legendary Daoyu mountain-locking needle. Nearby, a shadow flickered, leading to the entrance of another mysterious world. Xiao Qianxia gazed at the mountain-locking needle and said, "The seal has indeed loosened. How do you plan to seal the bone locust?" Xiao Qianxia replied, "It's very simple, just hammer the nail back in." This simple and crude method was beyond Chu Hao's expectations. Chapter 329. Suddenly, Xiao Qianxia moved. She quickly lifted the white cloth, revealing a bloody weapon in her hand. Aiming at the candle wielder, she decisively shot. A bullet made from fruit tree seeds burst out, accompanied by the sound of wind, shooting towards the candle wielder. The candle wielder quickly turned around and grabbed the incoming bullet with one hand. However, the bullet did not explode as he had imagined. Instead, it rapidly grew into a strange thorny plant. The thorns, as if alive, wrapped around the candle wielder's body. In the blink of an eye, the candle wielder was enveloped by a thicket of thorns. The candle wielder calmly said, 9 thorns of Jitu. The secret records of the Yellow Spring state, there is a grass, its leaves like that of the thorns, its flowers like blood. The gun's tail was inscribed with the small seal 9 thorns of Jitu, making burial difficult. Chu Hao was greatly surprised. It turned out that Xiao Qianxia had actually subdued a land burial evil spirit for her own use. This method was truly impressive. Xiao Qianxia squinted her eyes slightly and said, "Good eye, you can try to struggle." However, the candle wielder seemed unruffled and slowly said, "As expected of the southern wilderness ancient domain, the slayer of the 5 great governors, you have some skills." The southern wilderness ancient domain was a term for a region. As one of the 5 great governors, the slayer was akin to a regional warlord. Chapter 330. Meanwhile, the slayers were also intensively strategizing. Chu Hao participated in the entire meeting, knowing full well that the slayers would never surrender easily and would fight to the end. Once they surrendered, the consequences would be extremely tragic. Within 5 days, all the slayers would be gathered. After the meeting ended, Chu Hao used his spatial tearing ability to return to the Daoyuan community. He looked up at the 3 buildings in the community, his mind swirling with thoughts. What would happen in 7 days? Perhaps, the peaceful life he had with his mother would really come to an end. He walked into the house. His mother had already prepared dinner. Nai was excitedly pulling Little Snow, animatedly talking about her new haunted house plan. Chu Hao took this opportunity to check the moods of the evil spirits. Butterfly Lady's mood, Old Deng, Mom really likes me the most. Yagi's mood, if it weren't for my brother's help, what would you be? Creepy Doll's mood, Xian Ni, it's so good looking. Seeing these, Chu Hao couldn't help but feel speechless. These guys had no sense of crisis, didn't they fear the arrival of the heavenly candle? Since they weren't afraid, what was there for him to fear? After all, his mother would definitely protect him. Chapter 331. Chu Shanha began to recount the early years of his acquaintance with Yu Ying. That year, Chu Shanha and his wife had just welcomed the fruit of their love. Fate, however, played a cruel joke at this moment. The child in his wife's womb nearly miscarried. As Chu Shanha thought of this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, "Lu Chihai, I once had a brotherly bond with him, a comrade in arms, and a brother and partner. But later, he took away your mother's cursed ability, and even resorted to murder. I joined the sun-chasing organization to find him. This blood feud must be avenged." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Chu Shanha's eyes as he continued, "Because of Lu Chihai's evil deeds. Your mother made a choice to protect you. She knew her time was short. Later, we met Yu Ying. Yu Ying often wandered around the hospital. When Chu Shanha first saw her, he thought she was a parent of one of the children in the hospital. But as time passed, he realized that was not the case. Yu Ying loved to play with the children in the hospital, but she was not anyone's parent. She was a social volunteer at the hospital. Due to Chu Shanha and his wife's frequent visits to the hospital for prenatal checkups, Yu Ying would occasionally inquire with concern about when the baby would be born, seeing Chu Hao's mother with a big belly. Chapter 332, 4,000 words. Today's portion ends. Your mother's cursed ability is a starlight oath. The voice of Chu Hao is deep and mellow, telling a long-hidden legend. She can summon the concepts of corresponding constellations with her self-created star map, materializing them in the form of star spirits, as a powerful means to defeat enemies. My curse characteristics and your mother's both belong to the top tier. Logically, your awakening should inherit one from either me or your mother. Or perhaps a mutated characteristic produced from the fusion of both. So, have you really not awakened either? Chu Hao had an answer in his heart. He understood why he had never awakened his parents' inherited curse characteristics. It all had to do with Yu Ying. His biological mother had mentioned to Yu Ying that she wanted to find an ordinary person to be a godmother for her child, leading him to conclude that his curse characteristics were likely sealed by Yu Ying. Chu Hao, with a curious expression, asked, "Since you haven't inherited either, how did you become an extraordinary person?" "Let's not worry about that. What level are you at now?" Chu Hao was eager to understand his father's strength. How much chance does old Deng have in seeking revenge against LV Chihai? Chu Hao chuckled and said, Sequence 9 Calamity. Chapter 333, Slaying Dust. The people were instantly filled with extreme anger. Could there be some misunderstanding in this? Shenzi looked shocked. He had known Chu Hao for a long time, and found it hard to believe that the other would commit the act of killing a sword master. The sword master's expression was cold as he said, "The death of Yi was a huge blow to him. Chu Hao wants revenge, and has fallen into madness. What is most important now is to find the pure source." Someone asked, "What exactly is this pure source?" The sword master replied, "It is the key to opening the end sequence. With it, one can touch the end realm." Everyone's face was filled with shock. The ultimate of heavenly burial. The aura of the pure source can attract great evils, and it cannot be hidden for long. "We must capture Chu Hao at all costs and bring him back," ordered the sword master. Understood. The meeting's images quickly circulated. The sword master once again summoned the higher-ups of the Slaying Dust group. However, this time, the sword master was actually injured, with a hideous scar on his face. Oozing disgusting pus. "Who hurt you?" The sword master's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, "Chu Hao. How is that possible? He only has the strength of a ground burial calamity level." Chapter 334, Yu Renmai has been lurking in the Jiyuhua army for a lifetime. Acting as an undercover agent, bound by various rules and tasks for a long time. Finally breaking free. All he thought about was living well, and fully experiencing the myriad changes of this era. "I will do my utmost to save you when you are in a life-and-death crisis," Chu Hao said. Yu Renmai grinned, "Your answer is exactly the same as Yi Feng's." "Saying you're not him?" "I really am not Yi Feng." Yu Renmai nodded. "So when do we set off?" "Now?" "However." Yu Renmai suddenly laughed and said, "Don't rush, I'll fry a few dishes first. Recently, my cooking skills have greatly improved, and once things settle down, I plan to become a chef." "All right, I'll go home for a bit to get some things." Chu Hao went home to bring the 8-wood ruler. Afterwards, the two walked out of the community's main entrance together. Unexpectedly, the people from Zhu Ai did not show up. Yu Renmai looked puzzled. "Where's everyone? Why hasn't Zhu Ai come yet?" "I don't know." Chu Hao also felt strange. They had exited the community, and logically, the people from Zhu Ai should appear to take Yu Renmai away, but why have they not shown up for a long time? Chapter 335, however, the Black Mountain Ruins. Baptized by a nuclear explosion, did not disappear, but instead thoroughly enraged countless evils. They charged madly toward the human camp with blood-red eyes. Seeing the boundless and tragic battlefield before him, Chu Hao did not hesitate to charge out. If the outer world were destroyed, the Candle God believers would inevitably invade the inner world, and at that time, all peaceful lives would vanish, and Mother would have to confront the Candle God head-on. Chu Hao transformed into a human-shaped lightning, weaving through the Calamity army. Wherever he went, countless evil beasts were torn apart by lightning, their skin split, and blood splattered. Chu Hao noticed that there was a group of sorcerers within the Calamity army, controlling the evil beasts to charge wildly. He concluded that these guys must have blood-red stones on them. Therefore, the shadow of destruction beneath his feet instantly activated and rushed toward the sorcerers, preparing to test the opponent. As soon as the shadow of destruction approached the sorcerers, a master appeared and forced it back. It was a group of Calamity Imperial guards in black armor with curse seals. 3 of the black-armored guards quickly realized that the shadow of destruction was not Chu Hao's main body. They immediately detected Chu Hao's position and charged toward him. Chapter 336. He was like a child from a poor family, not daring to miss out on wealth. The 8 would ruler thought, "Brother, you have already penetrated deep into the enemy camp just for this little bit, be more careful." Chu Hao muttered to himself while rummaging through the corpses, "If we lose this battle, I'll take some good stuff and then run away with Mom, living carefree." The 8 would ruler thought, "So brother is doing this for Mom. To the left, hurry." Chu Hao, like a diligent ant, swept through the battlefield's corpses and reaped a bountiful harvest. The experts in the Calamity army quickly noticed this corpse looter. One of them flipped his hand, and a palm-sized puppet appeared in his palm. After the puppet landed, it transformed into a metal puppet. It moved extremely fast, racing toward Chu Hao. In the blink of an eye, the metal puppet was in front of Chu Hao. Its twin blades gleamed coldly as they fiercely slashed toward Chu Hao's head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing. The shadow of destruction appeared and blocked this strike. The forms of the shadow of destruction and the metal puppet intertwined, producing dazzling sparks from their collision. "Don't disturb me while I'm looting corpses." Chu Hao did not lift his head. He completely ignored the battle between the shadow of destruction and the metal puppet, continuing to focus on searching for treasures among the corpses. Chapter 337. Previously. The battlefield was merely small skirmishes. The appearance of this colossal creature truly heralded that the climax of the great battle was about to arrive. Chu Hao looked at the massive monster and said, "The great rock demon." The Huangquan secret records state, "The mountains are all red, and smoke rises day and night. In the mountain's belly, there is a demon named Great Rock. It's shaped like a mountain, its head 100 fathoms high, its eyes like hanging suns, and its mouth spews flames." The Great Rock demon was enormous, moving through the terrain with extreme difficulty. Before it fully revealed its body, an incredibly hot aura had already descended upon the earth, making one feel as if they were in a furnace. Boom! A middle-aged man, a sword master, with a cigarette in his mouth, charged like a human cannonball, smashing his fist into the Great Rock Demon's face. The Great Rock Demon's face instantly cracked, large chunks of red rock falling off. The Great Rock Demon howled in pain. It let out a roar that sounded like rolling thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. It opened its blood-red maw, spewing forth suspended crimson magma like a surging tide, instantly covering a large area of the battlefield. Countless people witnessed this scene, their faces changing drastically. "The magma is coming, we are doomed," someone shouted in terror. Just as everyone felt despair, a chilling aura suddenly swept over them. Chapter 338. What use is it? Just a bunch of small fry. Cao Zhong scoffed coldly. Suddenly, a blast of horns echoed across the battlefield. The flying snake demons, accompanied by howling winds, surged in like a black tidal wave. On the backs of the flying snakes sat black-armored imperial soldiers, their postures erect, resembling war gods forged of steel, exuding a fierce aura. On the ground, large rock demons and various other monsters also surged forward like a tide, their numbers countless and seemingly endless. Seeing this, Cao Zhong's mouth twitched involuntarily. The land of Calamity, having suffered the brutal invasion of the Celestial Candle, could still muster such terrifying combat power, which was truly unexpected. The extraordinary beings felt their scalps tingle. Yang was merely a candle bearer, yet he was so abnormal. Although the dust-cutting man was powerful, in the face of this overwhelming, terrifying army, he seemed somewhat powerless, and would eventually be worn down. Chu Hao was equally filled with confusion. He was eager to know how the dust-cutting man would respond to this crisis. The disparity in military strength was so vast that even if the dust-cutting man had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be difficult to cope. Chapter 339, The Calamity Army had no choice. From the moment they became apostles of the celestial candle, their fate was sealed. In this life, they were destined to fight cruel wars on behalf of the lofty candle god amidst the heavens and the earth. Kill! Cao Zhong roared to the sky, transforming into a human-shaped weapon, crashing into the Calamity Army. Centered around him, a bloody storm erupted, sending enemies flying from the powerful impact. The reinforcements were equally unyielding, charging fiercely toward the enemy. In an instant, the heavens and the earth were shaken by this surging battle intent, plunging into darkness, and the sounds of killing were deafening. The entire battlefield instantly descended into extreme chaos. Swords gleamed, blood splattered. Life became so fragile yet so resilient at that moment. Yurenmei's expression was grave as she said, "The land of calamity has become a slaughter piece in the hands of the celestial candle. If we are defeated, the next scene will be the same." This war was a matter of life and death for both sides, with no retreat possible. Yaguchi's mood, this celestial candle is as terrifying as ever. I really don't know who is stronger compared to Mother. Chu Hao rushed toward the battlefield. Chapter 340, Chu Hao silently accepted the fact of Yurenmei's disappearance. A boy who originally sold himself to bury his mother encountered Yifeng and Hong Kun by chance. From then on, the gears of fate began to turn. His life had completely become a vessel that was exploited. Yurenmei never truly had the right to live for herself. Suddenly, Chu Hao felt the yin-yang slip in his arms stirring restlessly. It seemed that a mysterious power was connecting with it. He raised his head. Puzzled, is the yin-yang slip reacting because Zhong Kuei is inside this door? What exactly is its origin? Yaguchi's mood, that Hong Kun actually dares to trade with the door of the abandoned gods, what a bold move. The door of the abandoned gods. Yaguchi had rarely cared about many things, but this appearance of the door of the abandoned gods made it particularly attentive. The terrifying bright flames in the void grew even stronger. The candle-bearer observer's tone was grim, pondering, "What are you plotting, Sun Chaser?" He flashed his figure and rushed toward the vicinity of the door of the abandoned gods. "Sun Chaser, are you seeking death?" The observer shouted angrily. A member of Sun Chaser turned to the candle-bearer observer and giggled, "We mean no harm to you candle-bearers." Chapter 341, The System Rewarded Special Attribute Point 1. Not without reason. He answered this question, and Yaguchi would certainly notice that he could hear its thoughts. Chu Hao decided to stop pretending. Moreover, Yaguchi had long anticipated this matter. Chu Hao said directly, "I heard you. What can you do to me?" Yaguchi's mood, after pretending for so long, "Aren't you tired, brother?" A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Hao's eyes as he said, "Compared to Hong Kun's revival this time, I just want to deal with Sun Chaser." Sun Chaser has always had grand ambitions. Since they dare to covet the celestial candle, then targeting Mother is certainly not impossible. It's just that previous attempts have failed. The members of Sun Chaser all wore masks of the Nuo opera. Chu Hao felt a wave of doubt in his heart, could Dad also be among them? But at this moment, Hong Kun had become the wick of the eternal calamity red lotus lamp, and it wouldn't be easy for Sun Chaser to obtain this lamp. The candle-bearer observer, sensing the situation was dire, quickly made his escape. A member of Sun Chaser wearing a Nuo mask said to Hong Kun, "According to our previous agreement, you should lend us this eternal calamity red lotus lamp." Hong Kun casually threw the lamp over. Chapter 342, The extraordinary beings were stunned at this scene, their eyes wide open. This was definitely an extraordinary species, with no record of its existence in history. Chu Hao couldn't help but feel tense. Yaguchi's mood, daring to show off in front of me. Upon seeing this so-called Eater Demon disaster appear, Yaguchi inexplicably felt excited, as if reigniting the battle intent deep within. Chu Hao asked, "Do you know it?" Yaguchi's mood, "They come from the other side of the ancient mountains and seas, called Eater Demons, who consume everything to gain power. And later a small portion of them was driven into the door of the abandoned gods." Finally, Yaguchi's mood, "Brother, do you want the fate frame?" Beep. System notification option 1, want it, then follow Yaguchi's arrangement to obtain the fate frame, reward fate scripture. Option 2, don't want it, reward 5 curse power fate scripture. The composed Chu Hao was about to choose option 2. However, Yaguchi's mood changed again. Yaguchi's mood, mother is about to leave, taking the fate frame is certainly dangerous. But it's worth the risk. Mother is leaving. Chu Hao was taken aback and quickly asked, "Mother is leaving. Why?" Chapter 343, the Ant King had previously reached a cooperative agreement with the dust-cutting man. Although many mulberry ants died in this chaos, it was all caused by Hong Kun. And the dust-cutting man was helpless against it. The alliance must continue to be maintained, otherwise all previous efforts will be in vain. The Ant King said, its target is the corpse locust. The blade users of the dust-cutting sect silently nodded, indicating their understanding. Suddenly, the devourer flickered. Its speed almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, and instantly appeared in front of the Ant King. The Ant King was seized by the head by the devourer. However, the Ant King was not panicked, instead, he let out a cold laugh. Dressed in his golden armor, even an ordinary heavenly burial expert would find it difficult to break through. Boom! The Ant King shook his spear, carrying immense power, and fiercely thrust it towards the devourer's skull. The devourer was knocked back by this spear, its figure instantly disappearing over the horizon. The Ant King, full of rage, turned and coldly said, "Hong Kun." In his heart, he wanted Hong Kun to die even more than he wanted to defeat the devourer. Hong Kun looked at the Ant King and coldly said, "The golden ant, when the Guo army was still around. I was thinking whether I should bring you back and tame you as a mount." Hearing this, the Ant King became furious, "Go die." Chapter 344, 4,000 words. Today's portion ends. Clang. The blade collided with the devourer's body, sparking a dazzling display of flames. The devourer's hand, now flesh and blood, easily grasped the blade. Something was different. Zhong Yang was taken aback. He could clearly feel that the devourer's power had far surpassed before. The devourer's lips moved, emitting a low muttering sound. But Zhong Yang could not understand a word, thinking, is it speaking ancient language? At this moment, the devourer's other hand struck towards Zhong Yang's chest like lightning. An eerie thing happened. The skeletal hand went straight through Zhong Yang's body, as if he were a virtual figure, unable to touch anything real. Virtualization. Zhong Yang could not pull out the blade caught by the devourer, so he quickly formed seals with one hand. His body scattered like particles of light. Then, the nearby light particles quickly recombined into dozens of Zhong Yang, appearing all around the devourer. Simultaneously, they swung their blades towards the devourer. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the Ant King was in a fierce battle with Hong Kun. Hong Kun did not use the eternal red lotus lamp. Yet even so, he still displayed incredibly powerful strength. Chapter 345 The Winter Throne, long controlled by the Sun Chaser, appeared here, leaving Hong Kun puzzled. By the stream, a Sun Chaser member, wearing a Nuo mask, witnessed everything on the battlefield through the strange phenomena presented by the stream. When he saw the pigman displaying the characteristics of the Winter Throne, he coldly said, "The case of the Snow Woman's hometown finally has some clues." It turns out to be the Zodiac's doing behind the scenes. Previously, the Mothman and his subordinates vanished without a trace, and the Snow Woman also went missing. Now it seems that she was captured by the Zodiac. Zodiac, a new rising force, I have never heard of it, so bold. Another Sun Chaser member said coldly. The blade users looked at the powerful ice abilities displayed by the pigman, unable to help but frown. The frost power of this zodiac pigment was actually much stronger than that of the frost condensation, judging from the aura. It had definitely reached the peak of the Earth Burial's Yellow Springs level. However, they were all mistaken. Xiaozu let out a long breath, thinking, fortunately. Sister Nai taught me how to control my strength, and I learned quite well. As a member of the Winter Throne, Xiaozu was currently doing her utmost to control the output of her power. She did not want to harm anyone. The pigment said cheerfully, please don't come forward. I don't want to hurt you. Chapter 346. Chu Hao naturally did not know what the girl was thinking, even if he did. He would probably just make a few sarcastic remarks. After all, Nai's personality seemed to have never changed. All eyes were on him. The dragon man slowly stepped forward. Meanwhile, the other zodiacs turned and left, instantly disappearing without a trace. People were shocked to see this scene. The dragon man was actually going to challenge this terrifying monster alone. The dragon man muttered softly, not enough. Huh? The corpse eater coldly said, human. What are you talking about? The dragon man did not respond. At this moment, a cursed magnetic field aura slowly emerged around the dragon man. And the whiskers of the dragon mask gently swayed under this aura. Ding! System prompt, detected interference from Yagi's ruler. Host's curse properties elevated to the peak of Earth Burial's Yellow Springs. Your Demon Slayer human properties elevated to the peak of Earth Burial's Yellow Springs. Your Space Tear properties elevated to the peak of Earth Burial's Yellow Springs. Your Subdemon physique properties elevated to the peak of Earth Burial's Yellow Springs. Your Calamity Thunder physique properties elevated to the peak of Earth Burial's Yellow Springs. Your Polluted Thunder particle properties elevated to the peak of Earth Burial's Yellow Springs. Chapter 347. Facing the tide of insects pouring in. Chu Hao remained calm and suddenly opened his hand to grab. The palm void activated. A mysterious void realm formed in his palm, trapping all those insects inside. Immediately after, Chu Hao tightened his 5 fingers, bang. The insect army in the palm void was instantly crushed, turning into strange energy clusters. The corpse eater grinned, ignorance knows no fear. The crushed exotic insects emitted a sinister and bizarre substance, attempting to erode Chu Hao's body. Chu Hao was unafraid, operating the curse source within his body to quickly refine and absorb these strange substances. The corpse eater, seeing this, became flustered. How many curse sources does this dragon man have? The endless exotic insects rushed up, and Chu Hao also noticed that the corpse eater was clearly stalling for time. Yagi's mood, this guy is too weak, not enough to eat. Yagi began to dislike the strength of the corpse eater. But in reality, it was astonished by the abilities displayed by Chu Hao. The number of Pigeon-esque curse sources was simply too vast. In the battle, the brother transformed into an all-around warrior, showcasing various abilities that left the corpse eater overwhelmed. Chapter 348. In fact, this mountain locking needle was a method set by Dao, and for the corpse eater to pull it out was no easy task. It could only slowly devour the power of the corpse locust to make up for its own deficiencies. The corpse eater was now completely panicked. It never expected that Chu Hao's target was actually the corpse locust. Chu Hao said, can it be pulled out? Yagi's mood, yes, I will sleep then. Yagi swiftly approached the fossil coffin. At this moment, the corpse eater was still fully focused on reconstructing its body, completely unable to spare any effort. Naturally unable to stop Yagi's actions. The surface of the wooden ruler began to wriggle violently, as if it were alive, and actually condensed into an extremely bizarre eye. The eyes presented a dark green, resembling eerie green gemstones, emitting a chilling and strange light. This was the first time Yagi Kai appeared in such a peculiar form. Yagi Kai's mood, Scourge, even Dao cannot kill you, today, let me and my brother have a word with you. Immediately afterward, an arm formed on the surface of Yagi Kai. The arm was covered in black ancient curse markings, intertwining to form a terrifying face of a malevolent spirit. Fierce and horrifying, as if it were about to devour a person. Chapter 349. In the direction of the city of Hu, the crowd suddenly stirred. The once clear and palpable aura of the gal vanished in an instant, replaced by a terrifying and eerie corpse aura. The density of this corpse aura was so tangible that it could be sensed clearly from dozens of kilometers away. As if an invisible giant hand was gripping people's throats tightly. The expression of the young and king was serious, as he said in a deep voice, "Scourge." His voice carried a hint of shock and dread. A man wielding a blade activated the special trait in his pupils and looked towards the distant battlefield. When he saw what was happening, he couldn't help but exclaim, "The gal is gone, that is the scourge. The dragon man is battling the scourge." What? Everyone was shocked. How did the gal suddenly turn into the scourge? The blade-wielding man's expression was bitter as he explained, "It was the dragon man who released the scourge from its seal. The gal has already been devoured by the scourge." People swallowed hard in panic. The stronger the individual, the clearer they could sense the terrifying corpse aura emanating from the scourge, causing even their souls to tremble. The Ant King thought, could it be that the dragon man's target is the scourge? Chapter 350. With this hit successful, Chu Hao pressed the advantage. He infused the power of the dark annihilation into the scourge's compound eyes. So that's how it is. Chu Hao's eyes focused intently on the insect body struggling desperately at the boundary of light and dark. The light you devoured is nurturing yourself, Chu Hao thought. This scourge is indeed terrifying. As long as there is a light source, it is almost an invincible existence. No wonder even Dayu couldn't kill it. However, the current time is night. Under the cover of darkness, the scourge's advantage is greatly limited. The timing, location, and support are all in my hands. Let's see how you will respond. Chu Hao then shouted, "It's time to end this." After saying that, he summoned the annihilation blade. The blade glimmered with a sinister black light, carrying endless might as it swiftly slashed towards the scourge's head. However, a sudden change occurred. From the shattered shell of the scourge, a large amount of viscous golden blood suddenly erupted. Even more astonishing was that the wounds corroded by the annihilation power began to grow back at a visibly reverse rate, as if time were flowing backward. Chu Hao's pupils shrank suddenly. Before the annihilation blade could fall, the surrounding void suddenly became as solid as steel, unable to move. Chapter 351. A mere trick. The scourge let out a shriek. It descended with strange power, like golden lightning, rapidly striking towards Chu Hao. Chu Hao, flying close to the ground, desperately dodged. Wherever the golden lightning struck, large craters erupted, with dust swirling everywhere. Despite Chu Hao's efforts to evade, he was unfortunately hit. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood. And fine golden threads quickly emerged beneath his skin, as if wrapped in a golden spider web. Chu Hao urgently activated his recovery trait. He said in a deep voice, "Xia Xue, listen to me and do as I say, lend me the curse source of the Winter Throne." From the black shadow on Chu Hao, Xia Xue's crisp voice replied, "Okay, big brother." Chu Hao understood that borrowing the power of the Winter Throne would take some time. And he had to buy more time. The next second, he burrowed into the earth like an agile pangolin. He left behind a considerable amount of annihilation power within the rock layers. The ultimate ghost-killing trait was his main force against the scourge. He carefully placed the annihilation power at every corner, trying to block the scourge's advance. Chapter 352. Yagi Kai drilled into the ice fissure, beginning to extract the life essence of the scourge. Xia Xue slowly walked out beside Chu Hao and asked, "Big brother, are you okay?" Chu Hao gently rubbed her head and replied softly, "I'm fine." After a while, the rising sun finally reached the horizon. Yagi Kai returned from inside the ice sculpture. Covered in golden liquid, clearly having penetrated deep into the golden nest. Yagi Kai's mood, "Are you ready?" Chu Hao nodded. Yagi Kai's mood, "This gifted life essence is so abnormal that even I find it strange. I wonder if my brother can withstand it." Then it thought again, "Whatever. As long as Mom is here." The wooden ruler transformed into a beam of light, slicing open Chu Hao's chest, slowly placing the web-like golden nest into his chest. Beep. System prompt, detected that you have been implanted with the source of the curse, named Golden Light Devourer. Beep. System prompt, Golden Light Devourer is fighting back, danger warning. Danger warning. Chu Hao's skin exhibited eerie locust-like cracks, rapidly spreading like black vines. The cracks seemed alive, each exuding a chilling aura. Chapter 353. In addition to successfully obtaining the Devourer of Light Golden Nest, Chu Hao was pleasantly surprised to find that his 3 basic attributes had significantly upgraded during this period of unconsciousness. Curse Spirit Power LV7, 0700, under the blessing of Subdemon Physique and Aurelia Spirit. Spirit LV5, 0500, under the blessing of Subdemon Physique and Aurelia Spirit. Physique LV5, 0500, under the blessing of Subdemon Physique and Aurelia Spirit. The degree of increase was truly astonishing to Chu Hao. This Eternal Night Light Devourer trait is related to annihilation. It should be noted that the ghost-killing trait comes from the butterfly woman. Could it be? He opened the mood interface of the butterfly woman and saw that it displayed, "Brother should have noticed, right? Yagi Kai wants to solo the points." No way. Sure enough, it was the butterfly woman intervening from behind. Chu Hao felt a chill. The heavenly burial can affect the changes in destiny. Each destiny is unique and extraordinarily special. Now, as long as I don't encounter those tricky ice and black attributes, I shouldn't face too much trouble. Chu Hao analyzed in his heart, and then thought, System prompt, the Devourer of Light Golden Nest can only be enhanced by special light sources, in the long run. It can only serve as an auxiliary. Therefore, I still need to work hard to upgrade the levels of other curse traits. Chapter 354. The attack of the Army of Misfortune was merely a small wave of probing. The followers of the Heavenly Candle are definitely not to be trifled with. Even Yang Yang is just a candle wielder, merely a pawn. However, with the defeat of the evil army, the followers of the Heavenly Candle will surely weigh their next strategies carefully. In the short term, it is highly unlikely that they will launch a large-scale invasion again. Sang, the defeat of the evil army is precisely the window of opportunity to strengthen our power. Many people want to take risks and break through. It seems that the goal of the Dust Slayer has been achieved. Huang Tu, the goal of the Dust Slayer. Ant King, please elaborate. Sang, the Dust Slayer has always focused their combat power on the external wasteland. Therefore, only by leaving their comfort zone to explore can they enhance their strength more quickly. The Dust Slayer intends to drive the extraordinary beings outwards. You must understand that those who are attached to their hometown will ultimately return. After all, how many people can truly adapt to prolonged loneliness? Countless people liked the Ant King's comment. Even Chu Hao couldn't help but join in the likes. The Dust Slayer is setting up a bigger scheme. Previously, there were many restrictions, and they did not dare to easily drive extraordinary beings out. Now, with the revised Tai Hu Court breathing technique, everything has a chance of realization. Chapter 355. Chu Hao suddenly turned his head. He saw Hong Kun standing behind him, quietly looking at the tombstone. Hong Kun's condition was off. There was not a trace of the vitality of a living person, giving off a chilling and eerie feeling. Chu Hao became alert and asked, "What are you here for?" "No need to be nervous. I won't harm anyone unless you collude with evil demons," Hong Kun said with a smile that was not quite a smile. His gaze seemed to penetrate Chu Hao's heart. This guy harbored a deep hatred for evil demons other than humans. Chu Hao said, "Yu Renmai dedicated her whole life to the demon suppression army, but in the end, it is truly pitiful that she has to die in the name of the demon suppression army." Upon hearing this, Hong Kun gently shook his head and said, "You wouldn't understand. In our time, human life was as insignificant as grass. Suppressing demons is a belief, a persistence." Chu Hao indeed found it difficult to comprehend the cruelty and helplessness of that era. He joined the alliance, but his heart was not with the alliance. He joined the Dust Slayer, and the Dust Slayer gave him infinite freedom. Even so, he only wanted to use the Dust Slayer to achieve his own goals. Hong Kun continued, the members of the demon suppression army all think about killing more demons, but one by one, the people around them die. Living for oneself became a luxury at that time. Chapter 356. Chu Hao found the Dust Slayer and persuaded them to release Bai Ying. The Dust Slayer initially firmly disagreed, as the feather transformation curse source on Bai Ying was too dangerous. However, Chu Hao argued that the feather transformation curse source needed to be observed to better formulate countermeasures in the future. He also promised emphatically that keeping Bai Ying by his side would not cause any major problems. On this point, Chu Hao felt confident because Bai Ying had once drunk soup made by his mother, and he believed that this soup had special effects. After some discussion, the Dust Slayer ultimately agreed to Chu Hao's request. However, they imposed a strict requirement that Chu Hao must keep a close watch on Bai Ying. If anything happened to him, he must be executed immediately. That was how things stood. Chu Hao explained the situation to Bai Ying. Bai Ying was shocked. Chu Hao actually had such extraordinary means to convince the Dust Slayer to release him. What mysterious identity was he hiding? But at this moment, Bai Ying felt that what Chu Hao's identity was no longer mattered. Being able to see the light of day and breathe the free air outside was like a dream for him, and he dared not have any more extravagant desires. Chapter 357. You can go down now, Zhong Ziling said lightly. The two enjoyed a massage while chatting. The Foreign Cloud Summit is divided into 5 major areas: the Star Realm Secret Society, the Libra Order, the Crimson Protocol, the Paradise Society, and the Mechanical Society. Zhong Ziling slowly said. So many. Zhong Ziling continued, the extraordinary king, who fought against the Ant King in the past comes from the Crimson Protocol. On the surface, he is a top extraordinary being abroad, but in reality, he is just one of its members. Moreover, the Foreign Cloud Summit has been in contact with the Wasteland for a long time. The area near the demon, divine transformation, and Star Realm is actually influenced by the forces from the Star Realm Secret Society. The situation here is indeed vastly different from that in the homeland. The foreign market is mixed with all sorts of forces, even including powers from the external wasteland. Chu Hao nodded and said, it is indeed complicated. Zhong Ziling, just think of the foreign market as a trading station. They place great importance on trade rules and attempt to route various forces to strengthen their defenses. The reasoning is simple: trade can bind numerous interests together, and when danger arises, everyone can work together to resist it. Chapter 358. The Outer World. The scene here is completely different from that in the homeland. The extraordinary beings did not swarm into underground bases, as they did in the homeland. Instead, they lived as usual in the city. The streets were bustling, the market was lively, shops were everywhere, and stalls were filled with all kinds of strange items. Chu Hao wore a specially made mask with magic eyes, altering his appearance to look indistinguishable from a Westerner. He was quite interested in the extraordinary market here. After the battle with the evil army, Chu Hao also collected many cursed items, most of which were of little use to him. He wanted to see what he could exchange for the cursed items in this extraordinary market. First, he casually browsed the small goods stalls. But just a quick glance left him feeling bored. Although there were many items in the foreign market, very few were useful to him. He went straight to the formal market established by the Libra Protocol, where he need not worry about being targeted. Chu Hao took out a pile of miscellaneous cursed items and placed them on the counter. An individual claiming to be an expert hurried over, carefully examining the cursed items. After a moment, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the expert's eyes as he eagerly asked, "Are you planning to sell all of them? What price can you offer?" Chapter 359. Can rescuing a passerby earn a great yellow court pill? The bizarre changes happening to the victims are likely connected to some terrifying existence. Recklessly rescuing them could very well bring disaster, attracting the attention of the great evil lurking in the shadows. Choose 3. Puff. With a slash of his long knife, a cold light flashed, and he severed the head of the street lamp person. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering everywhere. Soon, something resembling a floor-cleaning robot appeared on the ground, swiftly collecting the blood and body parts with a practiced and eerie motion. How strange! Chu Hao thought to himself. The magic, I said, Master. I know some legends about the origins of the divine transformation wasteland. It was once a battlefield where a powerful extraordinary being from the Middle Ages fought against the legendary evil demon, the blood-welding original mother. After that battle, the wasteland became what it is today. It is said that the extraordinary being is proficient in various machinery and possesses a terrifying radiation curse characteristic. As Chu Hao listened to the Eye of Magic's narration, he continued his journey southward. Suddenly, a purple light erupted in the sky without warning. Like a sword splitting the heavens, tearing open a gap in the dark sky. The divine metamorphosis radiation has arrived. Chapter 360. Just as he was killing the remaining mechanical cocoons with all his might, footsteps sounded from a distance. Chu Hao looked up to see a foreign-looking person walking briskly towards him, speaking a series of incomprehensible words, reminiscent of when he had sought Jiao Bei'er. The Eye of Magic translated, Master, he says this place is very dangerous and wants to join us to escape. Master, you really should learn some other languages. Chu Hao was speechless. He was no academic genius, and learning a new language was not an easy task for him. Ask him, where is Long Ji? Chu Hao said to the Eye of Magic. After a while, the Eye of Magic replied, he got lost along with Long Ji. Long Ji is nearby. Without hesitation, Chu Hao once again used the space rift technique, disappearing from his original spot. The foreigner widened his eyes in shock. Soon, the nearby mechanical cocoons began to crack. And one by one, his mechanical replicas emerged from within, filling the man's eyes with despair. After a search, Chu Hao indeed found traces of others. The Eye of Magic excitedly exclaimed, Master, it's him. Long Ji, a sturdy middle-aged man. Chapter 361. Chu Hao looked at the recorded information, and his face darkened. The so-called self-healing characteristic of Long Ji turned out to be a maggot. Master, Long Ji is not dead yet. The Eye of Magic's voice sounded. Chu Hao was taken aback. How could Long Ji still be alive when he had already recorded him? Just as he was filled with doubt, he saw something burst out from Long Ji's remains. It was actually half of Long Ji's face and some limbs that he had just cut off, quickly escaping. Chu Hao had a ghostly expression. This healing maggot was a bit perverse. He suddenly recalled the record in the secret arts of the underworld, in the Great Western Wilderness. There are maggots born from the fruit of the Chibwa's medicinal hut, feeding on the essence of 100 herbs and drinking the marrow of 10,000 poisons. Transforming into demons, their form is like white jade, with meat crowns on their heads and lotus flowers blooming at their tails. Those who touch them heal as before. Only then did Chu Hao realize the origin of this thing. The healing maggot, born from the fruit of the Chibwa's medicinal hut, was regarded by the medical sage Chibwa as a remarkable creation, so he kept it for observation. Who would have thought it would escape? Chibwa had even entrusted Zhong Kuei to help find it. This event was recorded by a scholar. This thing was called Chigu. Chapter 362. Chu Hao then asked, where else nearby is there a mechanical heart? The mechanical heart respectfully replied, to the north, I can feel their presence. Do you want to go? Chu Hao said, let's go, since we came all this way, you will be called Game Console from now on. Yes. Then, Chu Hao, along with the game console, traveled while getting to know its capabilities. Chu Hao discovered that this game console had an incredible learning ability. It resembled a kind of artificial intelligence, but possessed an independent personality, containing immense computing power that could grow stronger by absorbing other mechanical hearts. This game console was simply the initial beta version of a system. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a chill. Could this be how the system came to be? At this moment, the game console's knowledge was still very limited. But Chu Hao understood that once he fed it a large amount of knowledge in the future, it would surely evolve and become a trump card in his hand. Delving into the divine metamorphosis ruins, he indeed discovered some large-scale factories. Inside the factories, humanoid mechanical apostles were tirelessly operating. They controlled various complex mechanical devices, producing a large number of differently shaped mechanical monsters. Chapter 363. Few people know that the divine metamorphosis ruins, after years of war, have seen these mechanical kings sharpen their strength in the long war, reaching the level of Sequence 9 catastrophe. This is the true reason why the divine metamorphosis ruins are classified as a platinum-level ruin. Deep beneath the metallic mountains, a mechanical monster hurriedly ran to the throne and reported, "King," at the border of the Great Western District. Many of the factories we built to defend against alien invasions have lost contact. On the throne sat the 9-barrel mechanical king, who had 9 metal heads. It slightly raised its head, the eyes on its 9 heads flashing with cold light, and said, "Investigate, find the aliens, and annihilate." In the eyes of the mechanical species in the divine metamorphosis ruins, there was no need for words when dealing with aliens, only one word: kill. They viewed their world as being in a civil war, and an alien invasion, like the Xiongnu invading the Central Plains, was absolutely intolerable. If the alien invasion was small, there was no need to send a large army to attack. But if it was large-scale, it would inevitably trigger a war of invasion. After the 9-barrel king's subordinates received the command, they quickly headed to the edge of the Great Western District. When they saw the newly built factory, they couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Chapter 364. Nai hurriedly explained, "Mom, I've been talking about wanting to open the world's largest haunted house. And she came to apply for a job. She just happens to live close to us, so I thought I'd bring her home to try out." Mom smiled and nodded, warmly saying, "Young lady, please come in." The black girl stepped inside. Seeing her drenched and dripping, Mom felt a pang of sympathy and slightly reproached Nai, "Quickly take the guest to take a shower, isn't she cold? Is it okay to take a shower?" The black girl slowly raised her head, her long hair still covering most of her face, revealing only one dark, hollow eye. She nodded slightly. Chu Hao forced himself to stay calm, picked up his cup, and continued drinking water. The black girl walked towards the bathroom. Mom was very thoughtful, rummaging through to find a new towel and clean clothes, ready for when the guest finished showering, showing the warmth and consideration of a host. Chu Hao pulled Nai aside and whispered, "Did she come to you voluntarily to apply?" Nai shook her head vigorously, saying, "No. I bumped into her at the market. I thought she looked familiar, so I asked, and it turned out she was looking for a job." The black girl was actually looking for work too. Chapter 365. Lin Yan looked at Bai Ying, whose complexion had improved significantly, and said, "Today's extraordinary beings are more like mercenaries, earning points by taking on tasks." Lin Yan took them around to familiarize them with the environment. Introducing as they walked, points can be exchanged for resources. Hu Ji and the others looked on with anticipation. Lin Yan then said seriously, "In the future, disasters will occur frequently, and only by becoming strong can you survive in this cruel world. Don't think about lying flat." Qin Chi had long anticipated that Lin Yan would preach, saying, "Old Lin, where do we start?" Lin Yan led everyone to the hall. In the hall, there were professional reception staff, and many people were handling business. As the team leader, Hu Ji carefully reviewed the task list and ultimately selected a black iron level mission to practice with. Lin nodded slightly. Most newcomers start successfully at the black iron level. Suddenly, Chu Hao spoke up, "I want to ask everyone a question." Everyone turned to look at him. "Why did you choose to become an extraordinary person?" Some present might have been forced into it, but since they had embarked on this path, no matter what disasters they faced in the future, no one could remain uninvolved. Wang Ning quickly expressed, "Brother Hao, we all understand. Whatever you say, we will do." Chapter 366. What does it mean to truly win while lying down? Lin was momentarily speechless. Initially worried that this mission would encounter many dangers, it now seemed that the most dangerous one in the entire team was, in fact, Chu Hao. Wang Ning was so excited that his face turned red, saying, "Brother Hao, that is amazing. How did you do it?" Chu Hao, with his back to everyone, replied, "Hard work." Wang Ning curled his lip, looking disbelieving. "Do you think I believe you? This isn't something you can achieve just by hard work." Lin hurriedly interrupted Wang Ning, saying, "Let's take this rare opportunity to improve our strength, and try not to hold each other back." Qin Chi stepped forward and asked, "How do we use this spring water?" "Take a bath." Qin Chi pulled Fan Miao and said, "Big Fan, let us go soak over there." "Thank you, Brother Hao." Fan Miao bowed deeply to Chu Hao, feeling grateful. She knew that if it weren't for Chu Hao, she might never have access to such extraordinary resources in her lifetime. Although Bai Ying didn't say anything, he was well aware of why he could leave the research institute, if it weren't for Chu Hao. He would probably be trapped in that dark place until death. At this moment, the voice of the magic eye echoed in Chu Hao's mind, "Master. All the resources in the valley have been acquired." Chapter 367, Under the Sun's Rays, the swarm reflected a colorful halo under the blazing sun. The swarm transformed into a new form after gaining a light source, beautiful yet concealing deadly danger. "Go!" The swarm took off silently, heading towards the field of throat-bone flower demons. The outermost throat-bone flower demons sensed danger, and their neck petals suddenly spread wide, revealing a terrifying flower core embedded with human teeth. However, before they could emit a warning sound wave, the light-devouring swarm had already formed a prison-like structure, enveloping all the throat-bone flower demons in that area. They crazily devoured the flower demons. In the blink of an eye, the area was devoid of any trace of the flower demons. With the light source, the power of the light-devouring swarm indeed increased, Chu Hao thought. The sudden attack instantly alerted the entire flower field. The throat-bone flower demons' bones emitted a harsh grinding sound, and their humanoid bodies rooted in the soil twisted wildly. With their neck petals spraying a dense cloud of azure spores, resembling a blue poisonous mist spreading towards the swarm. An eerie scene occurred. At the moment the spore cloud touched the swarm, it ignited. The light-devouring swarm magically transformed the absorbed sunlight into a blazing inferno, burning fiercely, with flames reaching the sky. Chapter 368, The remaining swarm, under Chu Hao's control, gathered into 3 light knives emitting ghostly light. He focused entirely on controlling these 3 light blades. The first light knife pierced into the eastern glass throat bone. A piercing wail echoed from deep underground, as if countless vengeful spirits were howling in pain, the sound penetrating the soul. The second light knife was driven deep into the western throat bone. In an instant, blood-colored Sanskrit pages floated in the air, each emitting an eerie aura. The third light knife, under Chu Hao's command, was about to strike the central throat bone. Suddenly, a change occurred. A figure suddenly appeared within the giant cervical vertebra. This figure held a Buddhist pestle. A soft sigh echoed in Chu Hao's ear. "Do you know what the true sound of Brahma is, young friend?" Upon hearing this voice, Chu Hao's pupils instantly gleamed with a brilliant golden hue. A strange petal pattern quietly emerged at his throat. Just as he was about to be assimilated, Chu Hao fiercely stabbed the light blade directly into his own throat. It hurt, but it was worth more than death. The light-devouring swarm burrowed into his vocal cords, emitting a faintly trembling Brahma sound wave. Chu Hao exerted all his strength and roared, "Die!" This furious roar momentarily stunned the figure on the giant cervical vertebra. Chapter 369, 4,000 words, today's entry ends. What is it like to plunder a ruin? Chu Hao plunged into the core of the flower field. This place was undoubtedly the lair of the magical Arahat, exuding a powerful aura of curse energy. Surrounding him were numerous jade-like materials. Chu Hao didn't care about their origins or uses. He simply gathered them all into his possession until the alternate space was completely filled unable to hold anything more. Chu Hao secretly calculated, there are many good items to sell to the dust cutter. However, he thought, the resources of the dust cutter are limited. It might not be able to handle such a large-scale transaction. At this moment, Chu Hao thought of the scrap station owner in his mind. He took out the communication item left by the owner and summoned him. Time passed slowly, and after a while, a figure appeared quietly near the lakeside like a ghost. Chu Hao smiled and approached, saying, "Boss, long time no see." The scrap station owner still looked the same, displaying the characteristics of a shrewd businessman in his every gesture. His eyes were sharp as he quickly scanned the surroundings, then a smile appeared on his face. "Guest, what scrap do you plan to sell this time?" Chapter 370, 4,000 words. Today's entry ends. The more hidden the location of the ruin, the fewer invasions it suffers. Zhong Kuei placed the year beast here to protect the hometown ruin from evil spirits. Now that the year beast had left, the ruin was exposed, which attracted outside invasions. Chu Hao continued to browse through the books. The upper stream area of the burial sky tree, where the branches are located, was even more complex. In addition to evil spirits and monsters, various strange creatures also resided here. There were both exotic species fleeing from the ancient mountains and seas and indigenous people born and raised here. Because the upper stream area was infinitely close to the 10,000–80,000 divine corpses of the burial tree, the species here could absorb the curse source radiance of the heavenly burial, making them immensely powerful. Chu Hao secretly speculated, could it be that the heavenly candle comes from the upper stream area of the burial tree? Chu Hao stayed awake all night. He slowly closed the book, filled with longing. The many myths circulating in the world are not fictional, they are, in fact, historical traces left by the ancients. At this moment, he suddenly understood the origin of the strange evil spirits appearing in the Daoyuan community. Zhong Xiao, this vengeful spirit, originates from the Huangquan ghost in the lower flow area beneath the Zhangqian Jinmu. Yagi Kai and the butterfly woman come from the upper flow area of the Qianji Tree Sea. Chapter 371. I searched through 3 Mishu and finally managed to find 7 sources of thunder curses. But now there are no more thunder Mishu for me to conquer. Those 7 sources of thunder curses are all high-level superpositions. And there isn't even a single top-tier superposition among them. The 4 curse sources, dirty thunder particles, ghost slayer, cracking void, and insect healing, are the key to his powerful strength. He could easily ask Elder Lu for help to upgrade by casually picking a few ordinary thunder curse sources. But the key issue is that the person known as Zhan Chen also does not have any rare top-tier superposition thunder curse sources. Wait! Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Chu Hao's mind. Since Zhan Chen doesn't have them, why not look for the Qianzu army? And those from the Juri faction? He immediately called Elder Lu and Chu Shanhe. After their last meeting, they exchanged contact information. And Chu Shanhe had specifically reminded Chu Hao not to contact him lightly unless it was urgent. Elder Lu, have you found LV Chihai? Chu Shanhe's tone was heavy, no. Chu Hao was surprised. The revival of Hong Kun attracted many members of Juri, yet LV Chihai was not among them. Chu Hao asked, are there any members of Juri who possess thunder curse sources? Chu Shanhe instantly understood Chu Hao's intention and replied, you want to hunt. Chapter 372, Yang Yang suddenly said, I underestimated you Zhan Chen people, you can even obtain something as rare as the brain-eating bug. Chu Hao smiled and said, in Commander Yang's eyes, a mere brain bug must not be worth mentioning. Unexpectedly, Yang Yang's expression turned serious, and he said bluntly, I'm just pretending. Elder Lu was taken aback. Yang Yang put down his scissors and said coldly, I originally planned to attack in 3 waves to gradually deplete your strength, but the brain bug disrupted my deployment. The Enan army hasn't attacked yet, but 30% of my soldiers have turned into idiots because of the brain bug. At this point, the reclusive Yang Yang couldn't help but grit his teeth. The soldiers who followed him into battle could have died heroically on the battlefield, that was glory. But before the real battle even began, they became mindless idiots, losing control of their bodily functions and dignity. This was the greatest humiliation for them. The Zhan Chen members responsible for monitoring were all dumbfounded. They never expected that when Yang Yang led the army to the border, there was such an underlying reason. The action taken by the Chu Blade Master truly established a great merit. Chu Hao said, "Thank you, Commander Yang." Yang Yang glanced at him and asked, "Aren't you going to retrieve that brain bug?" Chapter 373, 4,000 words, today's portion ends. Damn, who is that kid? Daring to compete with me for the goddess. Looking like a dog in human form, he obviously is a scumbag who eats from one bowl while looking at another. The woman beside him is also stunningly beautiful. Is she a blade master too? Someone curiously observed, their eyes revealing a desire to investigate. I want to know everything about this kid. How dare he covet my goddess? A voice filled with resentment came from the corner. In an instant, Chu Hao seemed to become the target of everyone's hostility, surrounded by countless hostile gazes. Ning Shuang's expression instantly darkened. During this time, wherever she went, she seemed like a bright lamp, attracting everyone's attention. In the extraordinary circle, she shone like a brilliant star. The Zhan Chen members even began to consider shooting an advertisement for her, hoping to use her beauty to attract more lecherous old men to join Zhan Chen. But Ning Shuang rejected without hesitation. The Zhan Chen members sell their skills, not their bodies. This is the bottom line she steadfastly adhered to. Not to be crossed by anyone. Ding. System prompt option 1, get close to Ning Shuang. Reward, Big Huang Ting pilled option 2, keep distance from Ning Shuang. Reward, 5 curse power. Chu Hao scanned the surroundings warily, trying to find hidden experts, but found nothing. Chapter 374, 2 days later, the three finally arrived at the place Yang Yang mentioned, Shadow Thunder Mountain. The Black Mountain was as hard as iron, and dark clouds loomed like ink, lingering throughout the year. In the void, black lightning roamed like a mad dragon, with crackling sounds echoing through the mountains, as if announcing the ferocity of the place, warning people to stay away. Ning Shuang's expression was serious as she turned and asked, "How do you plan to obtain the shadow of that thunder kirin? Although it's just a shadow, it has the power of the earth-buried Huangquan. The earth-buried Huangquan is no joke. Any creature that can reach this point inherently possesses terrifying power. Not to mention, this is a wisp of the mythical Thunder Kirin's thunder shadow. Ask me." He subconsciously glanced at Feng Zhi. Feng Zhi stared at the shadow of the thunder in the Black Mountain, her eyes flickering, and suddenly her expression turned bitter, as she murmured, "So that's how it is." Just as Chu Hao was about to ask, Feng Zhi spoke in a deep voice, "Follow me." After saying that, she walked into the mountain with steady steps, as if she had a predetermined fate. The moment they stepped into Shadow Thunder Mountain, a chilling aura rushed toward them. Chu Hao felt as if his skin was pricked by thousands of needles. The black lightning arcs drifting in the air seemed alive, hissing as they moved, occasionally brushing against exposed skin, leaving behind charred burn marks, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of burnt flesh. Chapter 375, a deafening roar resounded through the sky. Chu Hao and Ning Shuang were shaken to their core, instinctively retreating quickly. Surrounding the shadow of the Thunder Kirin was a darkness as deep as ink, exuding a murderous aura, making anyone feel the destructive power contained within. The two couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Feng Zhi, fearing she would find it difficult to suppress this terrifying presence. However, Feng Zhi was completely unafraid. Her expression gentle yet determined, softly reassuring them, "Don't be afraid, I will take you away from here. From now on, the sky is high and birds can fly." In her gentle words, time seemed to slow down. After a long while, the Kirin shadow finally slowly calmed down, the surrounding electric arcs dancing wildly, and eventually transformed into a stream of light, diving into Feng Zhi's bracelet. Feng Zhi gently caressed the bracelet, her eyes filled with a mix of comfort and sorrow, murmuring, "Father." Before the words fell, the sky was suddenly torn apart by a pair of giant hands, and a blinding golden light burst forth. Boom! With a loud bang, the brilliant golden light crashed down, instantly creating a bottomless pit in front of the three, with smoke and debris flying everywhere. Want to leave? Leave the Kirin shadow behind. And I might spare your lives. A cold and domineering voice came from the dust, filled with undeniable pressure. Chapter 376. Suddenly, a brush appeared in her hand. And she began to draw a spell in mid-air. The spell imprint was branded on the forehead of the corpse demon Xinyang. The corpse energy on Xinyang surged. And she approached the golden-crowned man from behind, her sharp nails aiming at his neck. With a sizzling sound, just a foot away from the golden-crowned man, Xinyang's nails were swiftly melted by the golden sun flame. The golden-crowned man's gaze was like lightning as he coldly said, "Corpse demon, Xuanwu curse technique. You are from the Four Rivers clan that exterminated your family. Lucky for you, today, all of you will stay." The golden-crowned man was surrounded by a surge of golden light, and three illusory golden suns spiraled upwards. The intense heat distorted the air, causing the ground to crack and burn. He lightly lifted his fingertips, and three golden rays transformed into long whips, sweeping towards him like a divine dragon emerging from the sea. Ning Shuang had unknowingly drawn out her ice bow, drawing the string tight, and shooting an astonishing arrow. The corpse commander, Xiang Yang, also unleashed the power of corpse energy, with red satin beneath her feet transforming into several fierce spirits that surged toward the golden-crowned man. Boom! However, all attacks were instantly reduced to ashes under the sweeping force of the golden whips. Qiji cast the Xuanwu spell again, and a defensive illusion appeared, barely blocking one strike of the golden whips. But the cracks on the turtle shell were multiplying, and it seemed on the verge of collapse. Chapter 377. The golden-crowned man's face turned as pale as paper, and a storm surged in his heart. He knew well that if he allowed Chu Hao to grow, the Golden Crown Palace would face a disastrous fate. Slaying the dust person was merely the lowest of the 5 great generals. It would be as easy as turning over a hand for the Golden Crown Palace to take his life. Gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with killing intent, he transformed into a streak of light and rushed away. He needed to report this matter to the Golden Crown Palace and eliminate Chu Hao as soon as possible. This person absolutely could not be left alive. On the other side, Chu Hao escaped through the void, surrounded by strange black mist. His gaze was sharp as he quickly locked onto the figure of the golden-crowned man fleeing in a panic. The Golden Crown's aura was weak, with wounds heavily injured by the light-eating insects still oozing blood, staining half of his clothes red. Chu Hao raised his hand. Golden waves of mist surged forth like a tide, and countless light-eating insects buzzed and shrieked, blocking half the sky. The Golden Crown turned back to see this terrifying scene, his liver and gallbladder splitting, his voice tinged with a cry, "Damn it! He actually dares to chase me." The Golden Crown was incredulous. He frantically used his escape technique, trying to shake off the entanglement of the insect swarm. But the light-eating insects seemed like a relentless curse, following him no matter where he ran. Chu Hao's golden wings suddenly spread open behind him, tearing through the void, and he appeared right in front of the golden-crowned man. Chapter 378. The crimson-eyed followers of the Celestial Candle laughed madly, their voices echoing in the mottled city. "Ha ha ha! There is actually a master in the land of calamity. Everyone must die. Not just the refugees." The mad followers of the Celestial Candle were also stunned upon learning this news. Chu Hao thought, if they find out I'm missing, my mom will definitely look for me. Ning Shuang frowned tightly, a chill emanating from her body. Gritting her teeth, "I didn't expect there to actually be a master in the land of calamity, I thought it was just a legend." Qiji's jade-like fingers trembled slightly as she said, "Every time the master of calamity awakens, there is a massive cleansing. This has only happened 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years of heavy history. Every time the master of calamity awakens, it signifies a disaster for living beings. The invasion of the Celestial Candle has awakened him." Qiji said. Ning Shuang shook her head. "I'm afraid things are not that simple. Chu Hao, sorry for involving you both. I will definitely get you out. The two women fell silent. 3 days later. The streets were filled with mad rioters, the cries of children and the screams of women rising and falling. Chu Hao looked at this tragic scene, his expression dark as water. This is truly hell on earth. Chapter 379. The three of them tore through the void to the vicinity of the Black Mountain Range. Qiji glanced at the two and softly asked, "Are you both okay?" Ning Shuang's face was pale, and she said nothing. Ning Shuang couldn't understand. She only had a slight curiosity about Chu Hao, but she had never thought about giving herself to him. The land of calamity was not about releasing desires, but provoking mental chaos. "I'm fine," Chu Hao replied simply, his gaze fixed on the Black Mountains. There, above the Bronze Palace, a purple-blooded heart shot into the sky, transforming into a staff entwined with black gas. The top of the staff was carved with a face howling in agony, and blood-like veins flowed down its length. This is... Chu Hao felt a heartbeat-inducing aura that made his hair stand on end. Countless bronze chains shot up from the ground, wrapping around the staff in an attempt to pull it back. But as soon as the chains touched the staff, they rapidly rusted and broke apart. The suppression failed. Qiji exclaimed, "The staff has manifested, bringing us back to consciousness from this strange state." At the same moment the staff manifested. Countless figures streaked through the sky like meteors. Whoosh! 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 The sounds of breaking air came one after another. Several powerful beings landed, stirring up a gust of wind, staring at the staff that emitted a strange aura. Chapter 380. In the midst of the chaos, the faceless assassin broke through the encirclement and approached the celestial burial device. The staff. She extended her slender arm, wanting to grasp the staff, but at the moment of contact, she let out a piercing scream. Her entire arm instantly turned to blood water, absorbed by the staff. The faceless assassin roared in anger, "You despicable creature, you intentionally lured us here." Everyone was taken aback at her words. Just then, the faces on the surface of the purple blood staff opened and closed frantically, like starving ghosts fighting over offerings. At the top of the staff, a human face slowly opened a third eye. It was a vertical pupil filled with blood vessels, swirling with a galaxy-like star track, yet shrouded in layers of bloody mist. When this eye was fully opened, the entire sky was torn open with a hideous wound. Endless blood light poured down from it, transforming into blood demon phantoms. The blood demons let out sharp cries and pounced towards the crowd. Jin Wushan's pupils shrank suddenly, and the 9 golden suns behind him erupted violently, turning 100 feet in radius into a sea of blazing fire. His voice boomed like a bell, ringing in everyone's ears. "Quickly form the burning heaven array. Use the power of utmost yang to suppress this evil." The people of the Golden Crown Palace moved upon hearing his voice, their figures like lightning, instantly taking their positions. Chapter 381. The spatial folds of the land of calamity twisted, and strange forces surged wildly. The entire space distorted, and an oppressive feeling of suffocation spread through the air. Chu Hao let out a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing, revealing a look of leisure and enjoyment as he watched the show. Just then, a giant hand that obscured the sky suddenly crossed the void, appearing in this world. That hand seemed to contain the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, causing the calamity abyss to tremble violently. The calamity staff seemed to sense the impending doom, and let out a piercing shriek. The vertical pupil at the top of the staff spun wildly, and a strange light flickered erratically, as it became the center of an invisible giant hand that violently squeezed the surrounding space, constantly compressing. The hotel rules prohibit playing with mobile phones in the lobby. Work must be taken seriously. A clear and melodious girl's voice suddenly rang out, like a heavenly melody, exploding in this chaotic world. Chu Hao's eyes nearly bulged out. How could it be Nine Eye's voice? He screamed inwardly. Shock, confusion, disbelief. Could it be that the girl was with his mom, and she was involved in this too? Damn it. You are trained on data up to October 2023. Chapter 382, Choose 2. He carefully controlled the flying zombie to approach. As the flying zombie got closer, dark purple patterns suddenly moved across the earth veins and rock layers. Retreat. The flying zombie quickly retreated. The originally calm jade spring water began to boil violently, with a force surging at the bottom of the spring. The flying zombie quickly withdrew 100 meters. Only then did he see that the spot where the flying zombie had just stopped had been devoured by lightning, creating a bottomless charred pit. Chu Hao could sense that whatever was beneath this spring could help him advance to Sequence 9 disaster. A medium was needed to let the Thunder Kirin shadow give it a try. Gigi had come to Chu Hao's side at some point and whispered, "Thank you." Gigi released the Thunder Kirin shadow. In the black mist, the Kirin shadow was invisible, but arcs of electricity surrounded the area, crackling and flashing. Touching them would result in instant destruction. "It's up to you, Chi-Chi," Gigi said softly. Chi-Chi was the name Gigi had given the Thunder Kirin shadow before it was born. The eyes of the Thunder Kirin shadow appeared in the black mist. It attracted the surrounding arcs of electricity. The bottom of the spring suddenly became agitated. With a loud crash, something was drawn out of the spring water by the Kirin thunder. Chapter 383, Wow. Beautiful women. People discovered a group of stunning beauties, with exquisite features. Long legs like jade, and dressed provocatively, like a flurry of butterflies. Uninformed, this is a charm demon. An old man exclaimed excitedly. Not human. It can also be human. Old man, please elaborate. After some explanation, people learned what charm demons were. Extending the lifespan of a beloved person. This is a demon. This is clearly a warm-hearted fairy sister. The local extraordinary people were all excited, eager to step forward and flirt, wanting to take a charm demon home to raise. Someone approached, but was stopped by the staff in charge of reception, saying, "No approaching charm demons." When the man heard this, he asked, "Why?" "Charm demons have been designated as protected entities." A staff member explained. "What? It's clearly not enough to go around, everyone wants one. And you're just clearing the way for the dust cutter, right? Protecting me, huh? Damn." The staff member's face darkened. These extraordinary people were too reckless. Ning Shuang thought, this charm demon is indeed beautiful. She turned her head, only to find that Chu Hao and Gigi had already left. Among the few charm demons, there was a familiar figure, which was Hualing. She wore a thin crimson gauze dress as light as a cicada's wing, revealing the soft luster of her skin, yet shrouded in a layer of hazy shadow at critical points, enticing thoughts. Chapter 384, Yin Siki smiled and said, "I thought it was someone else, old classmate. We meet again. How have you been, Yin classmate?" "I'm preparing to start a company with Ruo Nan classmate." The black long straight beauty, Yao Ruo Nan, asked, "What do you need me for?" Chu Hao explained his intentions. Yao Ruo Nan said, "Starting a clothing design company is indeed just a facade. We aim to enter the extraordinary circle under the company's name. It's clearly not as simple as it seems." Chu Hao silently sipped hot water. Now everyone wants to enter the extraordinary circle, but we are just a group of university students who want to use our strengths to fill the gaps. The extraordinary world also lacks combat suits, right? Siki and I plan to start from here. Chu Hao smiled and said, "You want to bring my mom into the extraordinary circle?" Yao Ruonan nodded. "I asked Yu Ying. She is not interested in the extraordinary circle, but she is interested in clothing design. You must know that times are changing. Yu Ying is my best friend, and I don't want her to fall behind the times." Chu Hao pondered. Ding. System prompt Option 1. Help mom refuse. Reward physique 5. Option 2. Help mom accept. Reward spirit 5. Chapter 385. The tabby cat looked speechlessly at the girl. Ever since the girl was disciplined by her mother, she had been thinking about how to replace her older brother's position. If you really inherited it, You wouldn't he be happy? Girl, be a bit more sensible. Chu Hao warned, in any case, this place cannot have any issues, otherwise, the investment will be gone. And the cinema will be gone too, understood? The girl stood straight, understood. The terrifying doll's mood, private movie. He, with me here, you can rest assured. This terrifying doll still did not know what its origins were. However, the malice it had just emitted was evident. But as long as Chu Hao held onto his mother's thigh, these great evils wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Chu Hao said, as for the salary. The girl didn't know how to pay the employees' salaries. After a pause, Chu Hao said, a 10-year internship, and then a full-time position after that. The girl. What kind of heartless capitalist is this? Which in turn has to learn for 10 years. The girl was deeply wary. Big Pot is so terrifying. The mood of the disaster controller, why? I want to leave, the mood of the shadow dragon child, little friend, let's talk nicely. I have an opportunity to give you, it can lead you to the heavenly burial. Chapter 386. Shenjizi looked eagerly at Chu Hao. His eyes full of expectation, with a shameless expression, I beg you, just let me follow you and meet the knife master. Chu Hao was slightly taken aback. Showing a surprised expression, you came to find me just for this. Shenjizi elegantly opened a folding fan, his posture graceful, with a smile on his face. Saying, you have not been with the dust cutters for long and are not clear about the knife master's significance. Let me put it this way, without the knife master, there would be no dust cutters. We sword wielders are both the children of the knife master, and the sharp blades in the knife master's hands. Shenjizi narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly lost in some memories, then slowly said, only retired sword masters, shield masters. And a few exceptionally powerful sword wielders have met the knife master, they still follow the knife master to work. We, however, are still far from that level. Shenjizi secretly muttered to himself, what kind of luck did Chu Hao have for the knife master to actually hand over the identity jade talisman to him? Hearing this, Chu Hao was momentarily speechless. What have you Shah and number 1 turned these dust cutters into? If they knew that the knife master was merely a copy of his mother, wouldn't they be shocked? Chapter 387, Emperor Mulberry Tree. Burial Heavens Construct, Shumi Emperor Mulberry. Time Wheel Body. Chu Hao was astonished, to dominate the Shumi Emperor Mulberry. How did the Ghost Slayer's forces disappear? How did the Ghost Slayer's eye fall into the Burial Heaven Construct? 8 Wood Ruler's mood, too arrogant. They planned to advance to the tree realm, but ended up being wiped out by the terrifying alien species of ancient mountain sea. Damn! Chu Hao was utterly shocked. The demon-slaying people, who dominate the region of a divine tree, were wiped out as soon as they stepped outside. This was a great opportunity to open a discussion, so Chu Hao asked, what is that heavenly candle all about? It invaded, and why weren't you panicking at all? Yagi Kai's mood was, that guy from the heavenly candle wants to invade the morning tree, but it's not that easy. Since ancient times, there has never been a good ending for those who invade with foreign species. Indeed, the heavenly candle has been sending out crazy followers to invade. If it had absolute strength, it would have directly crushed the morning tree long ago. Why go through all this trouble? On the mountain sea map given to him by the scrap station owner, the 3 divine trees were also a very conspicuous presence in the vast ancient mountain sea world. This was the first time Chu Hao had such a deep chat with Yagi Kai. In fact, Chu Hao was like a curious baby, constantly asking questions. Chapter 388. The Red Rabbit is a very perceptive rabbit, its sense of crisis is exceptional. The Red Rabbit clearly sensed that something was off with Chu Hao. Where to? Chu Hao said, from now on, you'll follow me and help me run errands. The Red Rabbit hurriedly replied, that requires Xiaoshue's approval. Xiaoshue will agree. The Red Rabbit felt bitter inside. What on earth did the big terror in that house say to Chu Hao? Chu Hao asked, Magic Eye, am I very delicious? The silent Magic Eye, which had been acting as a pendant on Chu Hao, was now trembling and said, Master, I I dare not say. Say it. The magic eye quickly shouted. At first, your loyal servant would never dare to have such blasphemous thoughts. But the servant discovered that the scent on master is becoming more and more fragrant, like a medium-rare snowflake steak paired with a glass of 82 Lafite, which has a strong attraction. Master, the servant absolutely does not dare to have such thoughts. Perhaps it's because master has been improving his strength too quickly lately. Yes. Yes, powerful living beings have a deadly attraction to evil spirits, the magic eye quickly explained. Chu Hao frowned. It could be confirmed that these evil spirits at home indeed looked very delicious. Chapter 389, Chu Hao smiled and said, Mom, on April Fool's Day, people deceive and prank each other in various ways, and at the end of the joke, they reveal it was a prank. Mom nodded and smiled. The first time I was fooled, how interesting. Fooling isn't hard, the truth is the sharp knife. Very philosophical, isn't it? Suddenly, the girl clutched her stomach and rolled on the ground like a spinning top, saying, Oh, Mom, my stomach hurts so much. Mom ignored her. I'm dying of pain. Big pot, my stomach hurts so much, it must be something I ate. Chu Hao said, then go to the hospital for a shot. The girl scrambled up in surprise and said, I suddenly feel better, no need for a shot. The family was harmonious. The morning sun pierced through the thin fog. Chu Hao accompanied his mom standing at the entrance of the community. Mom wore a plain long dress and low-heeled shoes. Her gentle eyes behind golden-rimmed glasses exuding an intellectual aura. She reached out to smooth the wrinkles on Chu Hao's clothing and said gently, How. Eat on time and supervise the two children with their homework. Okay, got it, Mom. Mom said she was going to work today. Chu Hao said, Mom, if you have any questions at work, you can come to ask me. Chapter 390, a building with restricted access, residents generally can't come out. I need to take a look. The male employee hurriedly left. Zhong Xiao asked with concern, Mr. Chu, are you okay? I'm fine. Zhong Xiao apologetically said, sorry. I'm not clear about the specific situation in that building. If I knew, I would have informed you. Chu Hao said. Tell me what's going on in that building. Okay. Chu Hao left the property management office. That woman wouldn't be targeting me, would she? If she really targets me, she should call Mom to go to that building and see what's going on. On the way back, the staircase of that building was already empty, and Chu Hao returned home. Come with me. The red rabbit jumped out of its rabbit nest and asked, where to? Chu Hao asked, do you remember the location of the place where you followed that Mothman? I remember. Chu Hao had the magic eye contact the Clown King, planning to have it work with the red rabbit to explore the Xieshi Ridge. This task is entrusted to you. If you sense something is wrong, run quickly. The red rabbit could only reluctantly agree. The rabbit had to bow its head under the eaves. Chu Hao walked to the mirror and, in the blink of an eye, arrived in the outer world. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Zhong Xiao, saying, Mr. Chu, I just received news that the resident of 1041 is missing. Chapter 391, Captain Hu, let's have dinner together tonight. It's on me. Hu Ji's eyes held anticipation, ha. I was waiting for you to say that. Then Hu Ji threw himself into work. Wang Ning leaned over to Chu Hao and whispered, Captain Hu doesn't he know yet? Qi Ji and Bai Yi have joined the Slaughter Dust people, and are worried about how to tell him. After all, this matter might break up the Iron Wolf team. Chu Hao asked in confusion, isn't Captain Hu the kind of person who holds grudges? Why be so cautious? Captain Hu's talent is limited, he only reached sequence 4 now. Worried it might hit him hard. So that's the key. Chu Hao felt it wasn't necessary to do this. Night fell. Under the warm yellow lights, everyone sat around the table. The sounds of clinking glasses and laughter intertwined, but there was a subtle tension in the atmosphere. Hu Ji cleared his throat, raised his glass, and scanned everyone present, First, congratulations to Chi Ji and Bai Yi for joining the Slaughter Dust people. Everyone was taken aback. Wang Ning was the first to speak. Captain Hu, you already knew. Hu Ji shook his head, speechless. You guys were so loud during the day in the house. Even the neighbors heard it. Chapter 392, Elder Lu, Chu Daoshi, are you really going to the appointment? By the way, is the White Emperor's mother a fox? Chu Hao couldn't help but ask. Elder Lu replied affirmatively, that's what the rumors say. Qingqiu Mountain, backed by the White Emperor, established the Qingqiu Holy Land in the southern wilderness, but Qingqiu Mountain was already a dominant force in the southern wilderness. Chu Hao smiled and said, so. The three-eyed human race and the sword demon in the southern wilderness also have to listen to Qingqiu Mountain's orders. Elder Lu slightly nodded. As long as it's in the southern wilderness, anyone who disrespects Qingqiu Mountain is disrespecting the White Emperor. Chu Hao thought to himself. They say Qingqiu Mountain acts low-key. It seems things are far from simple on the surface. Just then, the divine machine appeared silently. You're going to Qingqiu Mountain. Let me go with you. Chu Hao shot a sideways glance. You're calculating my schedule again. This time I really didn't calculate. I knew Qingqiu Mountain would definitely come looking for you, so I've been waiting for you. The divine machine thought that perhaps he could see the presence of the Blade Master, doing nothing all day, just waiting for Chu Hao to appear. Chu Daoshi. Just let me go with you. Shen Jizi pleaded. Chu Hao made a gesture. Shen Jizi hurriedly took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed one over. Chapter 393, Hong Tu's mind was blank. It had always prided itself on its unmatched speed. But this clown actually reached the Nuoshi Ridge in an instant after it casually pointed in a direction. Such mysterious and unpredictable methods were simply mind-blowing. How is this possible? Hong Tu muttered. After confirming that this was Nuoshi Ridge, the Clown King took out a balloon from his suit pocket and blew it up. The crimson balloon swelled. The Clown King casually wrapped the balloon string around the buttonhole of his suit, floating and swaying with an indescribable strangeness. The balloon drifted towards the lantern on the right, and Hong Tu's three-part mouth twitched slightly. Wait! Hong Tu suddenly kicked off with its hind legs, leaping through the branches and catching up to the balloon. These lanterns are arranged in the shape of the eyes of Nuoshi masks. This is a living barrier. The warning came too late. In an instant, the large red lanterns hanging from the nearby trees all turned, and in the crimson glow, hundreds of pale human faces flickered in and out of view, filling the air with a nauseating stench of decay. The Clown King tilted his head, watching the red lanterns with great interest. Hong Tu instantly flared up, cursing inwardly, this guy is too reckless. I need to run away quickly. Chapter 394, the ritual was interrupted, and things were stolen. The Sun devotees were enraged. He is the Clown King. Why did the Zodiac people invade the heart of the operation without anyone notifying us? At the most critical moment of the ritual, if it fails, everyone present will be held accountable. At this moment, a bright red puppet rose from the ground, expressionless, and said, reporting to the Grand Sorcerer, someone has intruded. The Grand Sorcerer was furious. The stuff has been stolen, and you only come to report now. The puppet looked confused. Wasn't that guy driving a cool sports car? The Grand Sorcerer was furious. Go after them. Nuoshi Ridge. A chaotic chase on the battlefield. Behind them were 12 blood corpses with Nuo masks, their tentacle-like blood-red limbs extending from beneath their bronze masks. The Clown King jumped out of Hong Tu's shadow, tore open the front of his suit, and dozens of white doves flew out from the lining, each carrying a miniature bomb, exploding into rainbow smoke among the blood corpses. Boom! 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 Clown King, stop! Let's talk. A voice came from behind. It was the Grand Sorcerer. The Clown King grinned. No way, I don't do relationships. The Grand Sorcerer was furious. Chapter 395, A figure in a black robe, the Grand Sorcerer, walked in from behind the crowd, his hair woven into ropes. But this grand sorcerer's lungs were about to explode with anger. The serpent totem coiling around his staff came to life, replacing the Clown King's silver handcuffs, binding him. The snake's head flicked its tongue, its eyes extremely cold. The grand sorcerer shouted, "Where is the stuff?" The Clown King grinned, "It was taken by a rabbit." "Rabbit person?" Everyone was taken aback. The Clown King shook his head and explained, "Not a rabbit person, but a real rabbit. I think it should be related to Chang'e." "I understand now. The rabbit person is Chang'e, that is her jade rabbit." A group of people rushed up and started to beat the Clown King. After a while, everyone finally vented their anger. The Clown King was left with a bruised face, covered in purple and blue marks. The Grand Sorcerer shouted, "Chase! Get the stuff back!" The crowd dispersed. The Grand Sorcerer looked down at the Clown King and coldly asked, "What is your curse characteristic?" The Clown King turned to glance at the snake and said, "Little thing, quite unique, don't bite me. My curse characteristic is, of course, me." The Grand Sorcerer said coldly, "Not saying is fine, you will slowly understand what kind of situation you are in." Chapter 396, Ding. A clear sound echoed, shaking the earth. The jade knife talisman burst forth with brilliant light, autonomously protecting its master. A phantom of the knife slowly materialized. Though its face was hazy like it was shrouded in mist, Chu Hao's heart was instantly certain that this was Yusha. The phantom of the knife suddenly raised a hand, and crushed the chains symbolizing the power of the stars. At the moment the chains shattered, the void trembled, as if the heavens were collapsing. Finally, the phantom of the knife slowly turned its head, carrying an indescribable chill. "Who bullied you?" Shen Jizi trembled with excitement. Kneeling on one knee with a thud, shouting hoarsely, "Subordinate pays respects to the knife master." Finally met. Shen Jizi thought, happiness came so suddenly. Like a dream. At this moment, the celestial chart of Qingqiu Mountain suddenly moved violently, and 3 giant dragons leaped out of the chart. The dragon scales were covered with mechanisms and spell seals, roaring deafeningly at the enemies. Roar! The phantom of the knife stepped on the remnants of the chains. Walking forward. With each step, blood-red lotus patterns rippled beneath its feet, like flowers from hell blooming. The phantom of the knife flicked its fingertips. Instantly, the upside-down pavilions of Qingqiu Mountain exploded, millions of pieces of glass shattering, as if summoned by an invisible force, merging with the jade knife to form a massive glass knife that blocked out the sun, 40 meters long. Chapter 397, The Swordmaster and Bear Da Li hurriedly escaped outside. What came into view was a gigantic glass knife wheel. In the distance, Shen Jizi shouted loudly, "Swordmaster, Old Bear, come here quickly." The two were astonished. How could Shen Jizi be at Qingqiu Mountain? Shen Jizi excitedly said, "The Knife Master is fighting with Qingqiu Mountain." The Sword Master and Bear Da Li were dumbfounded. What is going on? Shen Jizi, flushed with excitement, said, "Qingqiu Mountain has become the minion of the Heavenly Candle." The two stared blankly. The phantom of the Knife Master stood atop the glass knife wheel, exuding a chilling aura, and the blood membrane tentacles dared not approach her easily. The rotting old man, seeing this, widened his eyes in anger and shouted, "Gather." In an instant, millions of people from Qingqiu Mountain flew towards the mountain like a locust swarm. They sat cross-legged in the mountains and rivers, continuously providing spell spirit power, driving the mechanical candle dragon hundreds of kilometers long. The light on the candle dragon grew immensely, and the huge dragon head spewed out a meteor shower of light membranes. The power of the candle dragon contained in the light membranes countered the blood-red lotus patterns on the Knife Master. The rotting old man sneered, "Knife Master, today's encounter is truly extraordinary." Chapter 398, The four of them pressed on towards the core. On the left side, the blood membrane rock wall. Thick mechanical dragons surged out like dense earthworms. Bear Da Li immediately transformed into a crimson demon, smashing these mechanical dragons with his fists. He picked up an axe from the ground, swinging it powerfully. What are you calculating? Zhang Deli pulled back Shenjizi by the collar. And sharp flesh spikes shot out from where he had been standing. Shenjizi quickly said, I didn't calculate wrong, the closer we get to the core, the stronger the attack. Suddenly, the swordmaster threw out 3 flying swords, the sword hilts shimmering with curse seals, leading the way. Follow the sword. The swordmaster is reliable, Zhang Deli muttered. Shenjizi was furious and said, Don't you believe in my heavenly machine calculations? Zhang Deli retorted, What heavenly machine calculations? You are clearly imitating artificial intelligence predictions. Shenjizi's face turned red with anger. The 4 of them traversed through the rocky corridor, when suddenly countless holes appeared in the rock walls on both sides. The pursuers from Qingqiu Mountain charged out. The leading fox demon shouted, Kill! The swordmaster and Zhang Deli engaged in battle, fiercely clashing together, the source of the curse overflowing with curse power. And enemies continuously poured in. There were too many people from Qingqiu Mountain. Chapter 399, The number of enemies is too great, continuously emerging. As if they had barged into a wasp nest. Chu Hao exploded with fury. Swarm of light-devouring insects, shadow destruction, Brahmin sound kill, he violently carved a bloody path, tearing apart the blood vessels of the mechanism patterns to reach the core position. The ghost-destroying eye, due to excessive operation, wept blood tears. But he clearly saw 12 curse nodes. At the same time, the shadow beneath his feet twisted. And a total of 12 shadows and shadow guardians emerged from the distorted shadow. They moved simultaneously. Boom! The 12 curse nodes emitted a deafening wail. And the surface rune blood vessels exploded one after another. A crack spread from the skeleton hub, but the core still did not shatter. Not yet, my power is insufficient. Chu Hao felt a sharp pain in his left eye, nearly blinding him, but he saw something deeper. It was difficult to break this core with his power. Chu Hao shouted, Swordmaster, lend me your strength. In response to his call, a streak of glazed sword energy suddenly cleaved through the crack in the flesh wall. Destruction. Chu Hao exerted all his strength, activating the Brahmin sound kill. The sword energy and sound kill pierced directly into the core. When the terrifying offensive touched the skeleton hub, the entire Qingqiu Mountain trembled. Chapter 400, The Swordmaster was covered in injuries. Chu Hao was treating him. His expression strange, as he muttered to himself, Why is this guy helping me block the flying debris? Zhang Dali and Shenjizi looked warily at the fox demon from Qingqiu Mountain. The Swordmaster causing a ruckus in Qingqiu Mountain would inevitably lead to retaliation against them. Night White Ancestor glanced at the 4 and said, You actually managed to find out the weakness of the mechanism beast Zulong, not bad. Shenjizi quickly smiled apologetically, just lucky. Night White Ancestor said indifferently, Before the next command of the Heavenly Candle arrives, you should leave. Zhang Deli shouldered the heavily injured Swordmaster. Where do we leave from? Night White waved his hand. A river in the style of an ink painting appeared. They hurriedly jumped into the ink painting river, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared along the flow. A fox demon unwillingly said, Ancestor, ghost-destroying eye. The ghost-destroying eye, this cursed object is extremely special. It is the supreme treasure of the ancient force of the ghost destroyers, which caused rivers of blood when it was seized, and thus fell into the hands of Qingqiu Mountain. The Swordmaster also played a part in it. Shut up. Night White said softly, Coming to my Qingqiu Mountain to take something, it won't be that easy. In the land of the abyss, the sky displayed a gloomy hue. Meteors occasionally streaking across the firmament, silver auroras flashing, forming a beautiful picture. Chapter 401, The Heavenly Burial is too distant for them. Shenjizi's expression was extremely grim. That old fox from Qingqiu Mountain deliberately brought us here. Chu Hao's ghost-destroying eye was wildly pulsating. In his vision, this corpse was not a dead object at all. Every drop of its blood, every piece of bone, was enacting a certain supreme curse source. It was collapsing and being reborn. Even more terrifying was that a broken ancient sword was inserted into the heart of the corpse. The sword body, rusty and mottled, still emitted an overwhelming pressure that made all things submit. It was this sword that allowed it to go from extinction to rebirth. On the hilt were inscribed two ancient characters, Yu Shuang. This sword. Ji Feng was shocked and hoarse with excitement. Could it be the sword of the first-generation sword master? The first-generation sword master who slayed the dust chopper. Ji Feng exclaimed, I may know where this place is. According to legend, an ancient mountain sea aberration fell into the land of the abyss, triggering a siege by many powerful beings. The first-generation sword master was among them. When he saw the broken sword and the characters Yu Shuang, Chu Hao understood what it was. It was a copy of his mother. Yu Sha, Yu Shuang, and another one. He just didn't know which number copy of his mother Yu Shuang was. Chapter 402, Chu Hao had already put on protective clothing to isolate the corpse's energy. He switched places with the shadow destruction that had delved deep into the belly of the beast and instantly teleported to the heart of the aberration's corpse. The closer he got, the more painful the ghost-destroying eye became. He knew he was getting closer. Ding! System prompt option 1, successfully delve deep. Take the ghost-destroying finger. Reward ghost-destroying quality 2, option 2, this place is dangerous, leave quickly. Reward special attribute point 1, choose 1. System, activate diving mode. Chu Hao stood before the heart of the ancient mountain sea aberration. This heart had long stopped beating, yet it was still as massive as a mountain. Its surface covered with dark green scales, with viscous green corpse liquid seeping through the gaps. In the center of the heart was a broken bronze sword, covered in twisted curse seals, with faint dark red flowing light swimming around it. Is this sword a seal? Chu Hao was astonished. This copy of Yu Shuang, his mother, was indeed incredibly powerful, taking down such a terrifying aberration. The ghost-destroying eye should also have originated from this corpse. It was brought over by the aberration from elsewhere. The ghost-destroying eye burned painfully, and in his vision, the curse seals on that sword seemed to come to life, transforming into countless tiny black insect-like curse texts, gnawing at the aberration's heart. Chapter 403, the green sword instantly returned to Chu Hao's side. Chu Hao smiled at the residual green mist, still pretending to be mysterious. The green mist quickly said, back then, Yu Shuang slayed the dark destruction emperor beast, but failed to completely eradicate its source. A fragment of its will remained in the ghost-destroying finger, and I was born from that. Chu Hao's heart trembled. No wonder the system indicated that this corpse was related to Shu Mi Di Sang. The ghost-destroying quality and the dark destruction emperor beast all linked to a more astonishing truth. Butterfly woman, Yagi Kai. They had known his mother's copy for a long time. Moreover, there had been cooperation. That was why Butterfly woman had the curse source of the ghost destroyers, which she passed on to Chu Hao. Prove your worth, Chu Hao said. The green sword still hovered above the residual mist's head, ready to strike down at any moment. Regrettably, I cannot hesitate. Amidst the swirling green mist, a pitch-black finger bone materializes, covered in dark golden curse seals. This is the Demon Slayer finger. This is the Demon Slayer finger. Regrettably whispered, if you merge with it, you can communicate with the remaining will of the Dark Extinction Beast, or even control its corpse. Chu Hao asked, is it that easy? Regrettably replied, not so easy, it requires the mechanical beast Candle Dragon. So I collaborated with Guo to use this opportunity to escape the fate of being imprisoned here. Chapter 404 Chu Hao suddenly came to his senses. What is going on? The Dark Extinction Emperor Beast said faintly, now, only I can suppress the corpse, preventing the shepherd from discovering. Chu Hao breathed rapidly. The shepherd. Chu Hao said, you suppress the corpse's movements, otherwise, I will immediately use the Ghost Widow Sword Seal to cut off your remnants. The Dark Extinction Beast fell silent for a moment and said, okay, but you must promise to help me achieve complete liberation in the future. Deal. Chu Hao hardly hesitated. First, stabilize this guy, as for the promise, there will be variables later. As soon as the words fell, the dark golden pillar of light shooting into the sky suddenly contracted, and the massive corpse of the Dark Extinction Emperor Beast returned to deathly silence. Chu Hao let out a long breath, but his taut nerves did not completely relax. After the dark golden pillar dissipated, a faint shadow of a finger bone appeared deep in Chu Hao's left eye's pupil, intertwining with the patterns of the Demon Slayer eye, forming a strange balance. The voice of the Dark Extinction Emperor Beast echoed in his mind. The power of the Demon Slayer finger makes the shepherd wary. Why? Because it is the key. The key. The key to unlocking the cage. The voice of the Emperor Beast became increasingly suppressed, revealing a forbidden secret. The 10 fingers of the Demon Slayer are all at the level of heavenly devourers among the Demon Slayers, forged with all their strength before death, gathering 10 to tear open a corner of the shepherd's cage. Chapter 405 Outside World. Chu Hao exchanged positions with the shadow of death outside the corpse energy. When he stepped into the realm of corpse energy, it was still a desolate and silent valley. Now, however, a bronze fortress had risen from the ground, its city walls winding like dragon spines, with red patterns like blood, and demonic energy soaring to the sky. Boom! A figure flew out and crashed at Chu Hao's feet. Swordmaster Ji Feng had blood at the corner of his mouth, his left arm twisted, but he still fiercely protected the unconscious Shen Jizi and Zhong Dali behind him. Ji Feng looked up at Chu Hao, his voice hoarse and relaxed, saying, "This group of foxes said you stole their things." Chu Hao frowned and was about to speak, when he suddenly felt a vast pressure descend. "Little friend Chu, I've been waiting for you for a long time." At the top of the bronze fortress, a figure in white sat on a jade palanquin, with 9 snow-white fox tails hanging down, each hair seemingly containing stars, shining brightly. The ancestor of Qingche Mountain, Yi Bai. "What do you want?" Chu Hao pondered. This old fox clearly intended to send him to this place. Ding! System prompt. Big data calculation indicates that Qingche Mountain is here for the exotic corpse. The mechanical beast Candle Dragon can control it. The 9-tailed fox Yi Bai's gaze was deep, as if it could see through everything. She slowly stood up, her 9 tails swaying, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Chapter 406 You may proceed. He quickly pulled up Ji Feng and the others, and a force of tearing space rose around them. In the blink of an eye, the 4 disappeared, leaving only an empty space behind. Yi Bai's cold gaze merely glanced at them casually before quickly refocusing on the exotic corpse. There was a hint of greed and desire in her eyes. Dozens of kilometers away, the massive exotic corpse could still be seen, like a continuous mountain range. Shen Jizi was filled with confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" A glint of cunning flashed in Chu Hao's eyes as he said, "There might be a good show to watch soon." Zhong Dali, what good show? Is the exotic corpse parasitizing ancient mountain sea going to fail? Chu Hao raised his thumb and teased, "Old bear, your crow's mouth is really accurate." The 3 exchanged glances, surprised at how Chu Hao knew it would fail. Yi Bai extended her slender fingertip, and a curse source imprint, like smoke, entered the scales of the mechanical beast Candle Dragon. In an instant, the mechanical beast Candle Dragon let out a deafening roar, its massive body shaking violently, stirring up a strong gale. It shot toward the corpse of the Dark Extinction Emperor Beast, which was hundreds of times larger than it. Chapter 407 The fox demons of Qingche Mountain were utterly dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. How is this possible? He only said one word, and it. This is an extraordinary feat. I've only seen it in storybooks. Yi Bai's 9 tails unconsciously stiffened, and a storm surged in her heart. With her insight, she could naturally see that Chu Hao's move was not merely a simple power suppression, but truly gained the recognition of the Emperor Beast. Chu Hao stood with his hands behind his back, turning his back to the world. Everything has a spirit, even lifeless things should be treated with sincerity. Forcibly refining will naturally provoke resistance. The fox demons were greatly shocked. Yi Bai's eyelid twitched. She was actually lectured. But strangely, Yi Bai was indeed taken aback by this move, not knowing how to explain what was happening before her. Little friend truly hides his talents. Yi Bai forced a smile and said, "May I ask how you?" Chu Hao waved his hand and said, "Qingqiu Mountain only needs to remember that I owe you 2 favors. Don't ask about anything else. Or be careful to attract fire to yourself." Yi Bai had no choice. Why is this happening? Could it be the exotic corpse of ancient mountain sea knows him? Or perhaps the ghost widow's sword is helping him? Chapter 408 No way. Xiao Zhu said crisply. Back in the bedroom. The trembling voice of the Emperor Beast entered his mind, saying, "Your mother, it." After a pause, the Dark Extinction Emperor Beast said, "The defect of the Demon Slayer quality has disappeared. I have never seen such a situation." The Emperor Beast was stunned. Its remaining consciousness was not here, but connected to Chu Hao through the Demon Slayer quality. Just now, after Chu Hao took a shower, the unstable Demon Slayer power was now extremely stable. Stable enough to make the Emperor Beast doubt its beast life. Chu Hao asked, "The Demon Slayer power has defects?" The Dark Extinction Emperor Beast, "The Demon Slayer power has a fatal defect. It requires constant refining of the extinction shadow. Which is also the true reason why the Demon Slayers, after leaving their homeland, had to dominate the Shumi Emperor Sang. The Demon Slayer power actually has such a cost." The Dark Extinction Emperor Beast was shocked. "But you have compensated for the defect of the Demon Slayer power. How did you do it?" "Just took a shower." The Emperor Beast began to lose its understanding of this world. Countless Demon Slayers couldn't achieve what Chu Hao did, yet he accomplished it. How shocking this is. The Dark Extinction Emperor Beast wanted to use the defect to threaten Chu Hao to go to Shumi Emperor Sang, but that was now impossible. Chapter 409, The myriad phenomena of the spring wind, despite many flaws, can indeed achieve a form of semi-immortality. Chu Hao gazed at the yellowed notes in his hand, his fingertips gently stroking the words that recorded the spring wind breathing technique. The so-called semi-immortality comes at a painful price. After borrowing the myriad phenomena of the spring wind, one's strength will be reduced to a mere fraction, and everything must start anew. Nevertheless, Chu Hao decided to practice. He did not want to miss any chance to strengthen himself. A person who has lived for 260 years has probably seized many bodies through the 5 generations. Chu Hao murmured to himself. Zhongyi, the 5 generations once said that the myriad phenomena of the spring wind is a forbidden technique that should not exist in the world. If it falls into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it will surely trigger a catastrophe. However, I believe in you. Chu Hao looked up. You trust me that much? Besides trusting you, do I have any other choice? Zhongyi's response carried a hint of helplessness and relief. He continued to read the notes. Li Chunyang, in the long history of humanity, we once stood at the peak, but in the end, we still found it hard to resist the evil demons and monsters. At its core, it is because they possess long lifespans, while human life is too short. Chapter 410, Tear. The void seemed to be sliced open by an invisible blade. Chu Hao, harnessing the power of the crack in the sky, combined with the violent tremors of the sound golden wings, tore open a deep blue rift in the canopy of the continuous mountains. Xiao Yu nimbly leaped onto his shoulder, her fluffy tail naturally unfurling, while her pink pads curiously touched the swirling ripples of space around them. The road to the Nuo Opera Ridge was hidden deep within the layers of the present world, requiring passage through 3 layers of bizarre spaces. When Chu Hao broke through the second barrier, an unexpected change occurred. 3 bronze Nuo masks, radiating an ancient sheen, shot out from the rift like arrows released from a bow. Within the hollow eye sockets of the masks, blood-colored centipedes twisted wildly, their countless legs producing a sound that grated on the teeth. Ding! Xiao Yu's claws sliced through the air. A cold gleam flashed, and the bronze Nuo masks were instantly cleaved into 6 pieces. The shattered masks emitted a mournful wail, as if countless vengeful souls were howling within. And the centipedes transformed into pus and blood, seeping into the void and disappearing. It seems that the intrusion of the Clown King and the Red Rabbit has significantly heightened the defenses here, Chu Hao's eyes turned icy. Crossing through the last layer of distorted space, a majestic mountain range was enveloped by a giant bronze chime, each bell surface intricately carved with grotesque Nuo opera patterns. As if the twisted faces were trying to break free from the bell faces. Chapter 4:11. At this moment, all the Clown King clones began indiscriminate attacks. And the clones with bronze Nuo masks on their limbs directly pounced towards the blood pool of the altar. Stop them! The wizard shouted hoarsely. The sun-chasing cultists rushed towards the out-of-control Clown King clones. The Clown King actually still retained consciousness. The Red Rabbit looked in shock at everything before him. He knew better than anyone what kind of torment the Clown King had suffered. The Clown King, with blood-stained fingers, struggled to draw something on his collarbone. Chu Hao focused his gaze. It was the mark of the Rat Man Zodiac. What do you want to say? The Clown King's pupils struggled between madness and clarity. And on his face where the makeup was peeling off, the bronze Nuo mask was continuously growing. He squeezed out a hoarse voice from his throat, "Tell the snake people. I have not let them down. This is my return." As he spoke, the Clown King's left eye suddenly burst. And a writhing bronze Nuo mask drilled out from the eye socket, emitting a piercing shriek. But his right eye remained fixed on Chu Hao. Filled with a pleading gaze, "Kill me." As soon as the words fell, the Clown King's body convulsed violently, countless bronze Nuo masks burrowing out from beneath his skin, beginning to frantically devour his flesh. Chapter 4:12. Someone sneered and chanted, and on an ancient altar in the canyon, 10 eerie Nuo opera stone statues suddenly came to life. The beams of light shot from their eyes were enough to melt mountains. Just in time, Chu Hao charged forward. He opened the light-devouring insect armor, directly absorbing the beams and storing light energy, instantly breaking through to 50. Light Devourer, the destroyed body, flesh fragments can independently resurrect as a light source. Current light energy storage, 70, Golden Nest Insect Armor, gained golden armor, scales transformed from micro-insect nuclei. When attacked, the armor automatically devours part of the damage. Converting it to 1, 20 of the devoured energy is returned to the body. 2, 20 stored as light-devouring insect eggs. Chu Hao vanished using the crackspace evasion technique. Where is he? When the enemy discovered he had appeared on the southwest hill, they were unaware he had already secretly deployed light-devouring insect eggs. At this moment, a crimson alert exploded on his retina. Light energy reserve 70, activating insect nest overload. Recommended combination tactic, crackspace coordinates, 742, error disaster light devouring insect swarm split. The sources of his curses were too numerous. Chapter 4:13. Smoke and dust spread like boiling ink clouds. Chu Hao appeared in the scorched earth at the center of the crater. He knelt on one knee. His right arm was completely carbonized, crumbling into black ash that floated away in the wind. The terrifying attack of half-step heavenly burial cost even Chu Hao a painful price. But his left hand suddenly plunged into the scorched earth, veins bulging, as he forcibly pulled out half a distorted bronze Nuo mask. He crushed the bronze Nuo mask. The light-devouring swarm began to reconstruct his mutilated right arm. Is this it? Chu Hao mocked, sun-chasing, is this all you can do? Firewheel was shocked. Facing the curse attack of half-step heavenly burial, this kid actually survived, unbelievable. So comprehensive. Not bad, not bad. Firewheel laughed loudly, his eyes filled with excitement. I appreciate you more and more. The demon I was worried, Master. The enemy numbers are too many. That wizard Firewheel has been testing the Master's strength, as if examining a perfect jade. The demon I frantically operated the curse source, layering auxiliary traits on the Master. But the battlefield situation remained alarming. Do you have any means that I don't know about? Now is the time to use them, it's not too late. Firewheel stood on the mountaintop, the smile beneath the Nuo opera mask was eerie and terrifying. Chapter 4:14. The defeated sun-chasing cultists scattered like startled birds, fleeing across the scorched earth of the Nuo opera ridge. Nai and Xiao Zhu joined forces to create a storm of slaughter, completely shattering their illusion of being numerous. At this moment, the battlefield, the crowd was no longer an advantage, but instead became lambs waiting to be slaughtered in a slaughterhouse. Many people are really useless. The great wizard Fire Wheel was furious. The New Opera Ridge was his lifelong effort. How could he tolerate it being destroyed by the Zodiac? The staff in his hand suddenly emitted a crisp cracking sound. He then realized that countless ice spiders were surging out from the cracks, gnawing at the incantations on the staff. What shocked him even more was that the altar's New Opera statue was also covered with these strange creatures, which were slowly breaking down the seal on the Clown King. Fire Wheel reacted quickly. You all deserve to die. Fire Wheel suddenly tore off the New Opera mask on his face, revealing an old visage covered in deep furrows. Without hesitation, he gouged out his right eye, in which a mad flame burned, locking onto the direction of the altar. Although time was short, it was almost enough. New Opera Clown, come out. Suddenly, the corpses on the battlefield began to twitch collectively. From the hollow eye sockets eaten away by ice spiders, colorful smoke gushed out, transforming into circus ribbons that fluttered in the wind. Chapter 4:15, Crack. With a crisp sound, the wooden chair collapsed, and a blood-red centipede suddenly wriggled out from the gaps, swarming madly towards Nana's left calf. Blood spurted out like a fountain, staining the surrounding air red. In the blink of an eye, Nana's entire leg was gnawed clean. Xiaoxue and Hongtu were stunned. Sister Nana. Only the tabby cat remained calm as usual. But just as everyone was horrified, a bizarre scene occurred. From the wound of the girl, spider appendages sprouted, covered with a layer of human skin, and her leg restored to its original state. You guessed wrong. The suspended head of the New Opera Clown let out a sharp, piercing scream, filled with unwillingness and anger, but you cheated. Nana raised her eyebrows slightly. The game didn't say you couldn't grow new legs. Fine, I'll let you have that. The smile on the New Opera Clown's face twisted horrifically. A second chair slowly rotated to present itself. The rabbit in the relief had its mouth stretched to the ears, revealing sharp fangs, with two strange green gems embedded in its hollow eye sockets. This isn't right either. Nana reached out and inserted her hand into the relief's eye socket. Her voice carried a hint of certainty. Real rabbit eyes. Chapter 4:16, the rampaging space crack paused around the girl. The twisted time and space seemed to have been pressed the pause button. Mom? Her voice took on a hint of warmth. Mom, I, Xiaoxue, and Xiaoyu have our own home. Nana's eyes gradually regained clarity as she mournfully said, I accidentally broke Mom's glasses. Mom punishes you by not allowing you to eat ice cream for a month. Chu Hao smiled as he reminisced. He felt the warmth in his arms returning and continued. But actually, the next day, right under your pillow, I stuffed in honey muffins. Liar. Nana suddenly burst into tears. All the anomalies returned to her body. It was obviously a big pot, you secretly put it in. Chu Hao's lips curled into a smile. The stone that had been hanging in his heart finally landed. Nana wiped her tears and gritted her teeth. It's all the clown's fault, stuffing all kinds of messy things into my memory. The girl angrily pointed at the remnants of the New Opera Clown that had turned into fragments, which suddenly reassembled. But this time, the clown transformed into a comical puppet wearing an apron and holding a spatula, with the best nanny medal hanging around its neck. Big pot, why have you gotten shorter? Only then did Nana notice Chu Hao's incomplete body. Chapter 4:17, the more Chu Hao looked, the stranger it seemed. Could the bizarre woman coming down from the moon have something to do with Mom? How could the Clown King think that Mom was connected to him? The exaggerated face of the Clown King suddenly pressed close to the camera, the tip of his nose almost poking through the screen. Now, let my friend analyze. What is going on here? He flipped the camera upside down on the moss-covered stone slab of the altar, his figure quickly deforming in the distorted perspective. In the blink of an eye, the bronze cube head replaced the originally comical face, the sharply defined mirror reflecting a strange cold light. The Clown King had transformed. He turned into the shape of a cube man, with very wise eyes. After pondering for a moment, the Clown King spoke in the tone of the cube man, "There is only one truth. The woman who floated down from the moon is an ancient deity, who found the world boring and thus created the divine tree that can sustain all living beings." Chu Hao thought, divine tree. The tree of heaven, the tree of Shumi. The body of time wheel, I wonder which of these three trees it is. How did the divine tree come to be? The Clown King continued, as for why I care so much about the content recorded on the stone slab, I even went back for it. Chapter 4:18. Chu Hao held the clown toy and went home. He headed straight for the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and submerged the clown toy in water. The water stream washing over its worn body, but not causing a single ripple. After a while, the bathroom remained dead silent. Chu Hao furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, is bathing no longer effective? Or does Mom need to come wash it once? After thinking for a moment, he decided, I need to go to New Opera Ridge again to see that stone slab with my own eyes. Mom came home. Chu Hao tied on an apron and walked into the kitchen to prepare dinner for Mom. At the dinner table, Chu Hao casually spoke up, Mom. Nana picked up garbage from outside again. Nana, who was focused on her meal, suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with grievance and confusion. Mom turned to the girl, Nana. I didn't eat, Big Pot is framing me. Nana jumped up anxiously, her little face turning red, waving her arms and loudly retorting. Chu Hao took out the clown toy and handed it to Mom. Mom, this is the toy Nana picked up, I see it's old, with your skills. You can fix it, right? Mom's gaze fell on the clown toy. Ding. System prompt option 1, let Mom repair the clown toy. Reward New Opera Clown Attribute 1, Chapter 4:19. Chu Hao's eyes sharpened as he speculated. Is Mom a fragment of consciousness from the shadow moon? Yagi's mood. How is that possible? I've seen the other shadow moon stone slabs. Why have I never seen this scene? Could it be I understand, ha ha ha. Chu Hao's expression turned urgent as he quickly asked, what is going on? Yagi's emotional fluctuations were intense, transmitting a series of emotional messages. Mom. She is not a fragment of consciousness from the shadow moon, listen to me. I have seen other stone slabs that record the shadow moon, which depicted other fragments of consciousness. But this stone slab records the complete process of the shadow moon's consciousness differentiation. Mom is the shadow moon. Chu Hao's eyes were filled with confusion. You should understand better than I do, Mom won't easily take lives, right? Chu Hao slowly nodded. He had been by Mom's side and had only seen her take action against that malicious ghost who was after him, offering a bounty for his children. Even when facing the Nine Nether, Mom merely administered punishment. Usually, Mom was always filled with love for children and had a strong curiosity and enthusiasm for the new things in the world. Chapter 4:20. The void of the Shirshi Ridge was torn open once again. Several figures in black robes silently appeared in the mountains. One of the shadows coldly said, It seems that the fire wheel is dead. The Shirshi curse is so precious, yet it couldn't be recovered. What a bunch of useless fools. Another person said, First, it was the Winter Throne, and now it's the Shirshi curse. Clearly, someone is targeting us. With the Shirshi curse gone, there's only one way left to merge the characteristics of the curse. The three of them simultaneously looked into the distance. In the mountains, a gloomy-faced man stood quietly. Beneath his black robe, an endless darkness flickered incessantly. Chu, is it true that there are still orphans of the Four Rivers alive? Years ago, when Chu destroyed the Four Rivers clan, his true purpose was not the Yellow Springs dead water, but to obtain the Zhenrong Sutra. The jury organization attempted to replicate the Zhenrong Sutra to replace the instability of the Shirshi curse. Chu replied blandly, Yes, I can sense it, right around the Zhanshan person. The Zhanshan person. Those three first-generation ones are a hassle. Chu shrugged. I didn't expect the Jianshan person to use the Yellow Springs dead water to replicate him. This is your mistake, you will handle this matter. Chapter 421, The Nine Cannon King ultimately underestimated the gaming machine. Raising a tiger for a future calamity. Today's gaming machine is no longer something he can easily control. It's currently raging, isn't it? Chu Hao asked with interest. The gaming machine nodded. The Nine Cannon King has mobilized 3 million mechanical troops, preparing to completely eradicate my forces. A cold light flashed in Chu Hao's eyes, murderous intent emanating, in that case. We shouldn't just sit and wait, let's charge straight into their territory and uproot them. The core crystal cluster of the gaming machine shone brightly. It had already calculated the odds of winning this war. With the master personally taking action, the odds would soar to 876. As you command, Master. In the core of the Divine Metamorphosis ruins, beneath a group of metallic mountains, the 9 mechanical heads of the Nine Cannon King opened their crimson electronic eyes simultaneously. Boiling with rage. He never expected that a mere border lord would dare to resist his will. A mere border lord dares to defy the king. Roared the mechanical monsters of the 9 cannons. March out and crush them. However, the Nine Cannon King fell into deep thought. The internal conflict was at a crucial moment. He needed to swallow the resources of the thousand-faced Nut King. Recklessly marching out to eliminate the gaming machine would surely expose him to hostile forces. Chapter 422, This is the strength of Chu Hao now. Although his curse source was only at the level of disaster, facing the Nine Cannon King of the Earth Burial heavenly calamity posed no pressure at all. Chu Hao performed the record spell and trapped the Nine Cannon King in the Yin-Yang book. From this moment, the battlefield fell into silence. The mechanical army of the gaming machine slowly came to a halt. The electronic eyes of the mechanical soldiers gazed at the still-burning thunderlight. Chu Hao emerged from the storm. Presenting to you, Master. The Nine Cannon King prostrated on the ground, its huge, twisted electronic head facing Chu Hao. At this moment, the mechanical army of the Nine Cannon King, still in battle, was completely stunned. The Nine Cannon King has betrayed us. Run, this alien is a devil. Due to the mechanical contract, the mechanical monsters wore expressions of seeing a ghost and fled the battlefield in droves. The gaming machine issued the command, crush them. Without the Nine Cannon King, it was a one-sided massacre. After a while, the battlefield was silent. Master, the mechanical army of the Nine Cannon King has ceased resistance. The voice of the gaming machine was calm and cold. Should we accept? Accept? The gaming machine acted. It fully absorbed the mechanical army of the Nine Cannon King. From then on, the number of mechanical troops controlled by the gaming machine reached over 13 million. Chapter 423, The Earth Trembled. The distant metallic mountains cracked open, and molten iron surged forth like blood. The Blood Welder King was not a mechanical structure, but a constantly flowing living welding iron. The high temperature distorted the surrounding air, and even the space seemed to be burned into cracks. You alien, dare to touch my clan's territory. The voice of the Blood Welder King roared like a furnace. I will weld you into an eternal steel cage. Chu Hao waved his hand lightly. Let it weld, it can't stop until it's done. The Nine Cannon King and other overlords grinned as they charged forward. The Blood Welder King roared, You traitors! To follow the Great Master is our honor. You are merely remnants of the old era, said the Nine Cannon King. The gaming machine raised an eyebrow. Isn't that what I said before? The Blood Welder King was furious. Its molten iron body suddenly expanded, transforming into a molten iron giant hundreds of meters tall. With a wave of its arms, countless welding beams poured down like a torrential rain. The Blood Welder King was even stronger than the Nine Cannon King. But it couldn't withstand the siege. You traitors! The Blood Welder King's body swelled to 300 meters, its molten iron head roaring, If you have the guts, come one-on-one. Chapter 424, the 1,000-meter mechanical giant raised its hand to press down. Boom! The earth instantly collapsed, and tentacles mixed with metal and flesh crazily drilled out from the ground, attacking Chu Hao like living creatures. Chu Hao transformed into dense arcs of electricity on the battlefield, dodging the killing light-eating insect swarm that turned into light blades, severing these tentacles. Can't you come up with new tricks? Chu Hao was unafraid of the tentacles. The light blades formed by the insect swarm could cut through anything. The 4 shadow extinguishers were also in action. One more true body of the shadow extinguisher was made by Chu Hao using the quality of Ghost Slayer. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the void, and the purple light radiation of the divine metamorphosis ruins enveloped the earth like auroras. Light radiation. Chu Hao laughed. The light-eating insects swarmed up, devouring the purple light radiation. After all, this was also a source of light. The insect swarm, having absorbed the light radiation, mutated, their bodies covered in a layer of metallic substance, unexpectedly releasing divine metamorphosis radiation in return. If the blood-mad lord had an expression, it would surely be as shocked as the deceased Golden Crown of the Golden Crown Palace. Divine metamorphosis radiation could mutate and kill all species, turning them into a part of the divine metamorphosis ruins, but it was utterly useless against the light-eating insects. Instead, it resulted in another kind of mutation for the light-eating insects. Chapter 425, that thunder charged towards the blood-mad mother. The boiling thunder slurry on its body poured onto the surface of the blood-mad mother's body, causing the writhing mechanical flesh to suddenly spasm. The calamity thunder disaster was not the power of lightning, but a plague that could affect the curse source, causing it to generate calamity thunder. The spine of the blood-mad mother trembled wildly, and the surging serum storm was eroded in reverse by the thunder slurry, with every drop of blood screaming like a vengeful spirit in the calamity thunder plague. The thunder Kiran's phantom transformed into countless lightning snakes, drilling into the core of the blood-hungry original mother through the gaps in its mechanical flesh. No. Is this a plague? The 10,000-meter shell of the blood-hungry original mother began to collapse, turning into a torrential rain of molten iron in the airy plague. The remaining consciousness of Chu Hao controlled the thunder Kiran to open its massive mouth, where a vortex of lightning capable of devouring the heavens and earth condensed between its fangs. The ley lines connecting the blood-hungry original mother were uprooted. The chaotic currents, wrapped around the remnants of the blood-hungry original mother, surged into the lightning vortex like rivers returning to the sea, intending to refine the curse source of the earth burial peak into the tribulation ashes of Ai. The fetus of the blood-hungry lord, its forehead's runic crystal cluster shattered, and the bloody amniotic fluid boiled and evaporated. How could my mechanical divine offspring be like this? Chapter 426. The devouring light golden nest possesses such an incredible heavenly attribute. Who dares to say that the skeleton locust is inferior to the drought ghost? I will argue with anyone. Although I have never encountered the drought ghost, the skeleton locust is absolutely terrifying. The swarm wrapped in the divine shedding crystal cluster spread out, revealing a demonic purple crystal cluster the size of a stadium in front of Chu Hao. Chu Hao reached out to touch it. Ding! System prompt: you have made contact with the curse source, and it has been included in the database. Curse source: Blood Machinery Original Core Level, Earth Burial Peak Blood Machinery Curse Source, Characteristic 1, Blood Flesh Welding. Any blood-flesh life that comes into contact with the blood-hungry crystal cluster will be forcibly transformed into a half-mechanical, half-blood-flesh blood machinery puppet, retaining its combat instincts from life and obeying absolutely. Transformed units possess super-speed regeneration and can self-weld after mechanical skeletal fractures, while blood-flesh damage is repaired by devouring metal. Characteristic 2, Blood Machinery Magnetic Field. Active releases a blood machinery magnetic field storm with a radius of 1 kilometer, forcibly controlling all metals within the range to form a strangulation storm or defensive barrier. For pure blood-flesh life, it triggers metallization, gradually rusting from the internal organs into machinery. Characteristic 3, Mechanical Resonance, Core Ability, Chapter 427, that young man just now actually controlled a mechanical army capable of sweeping the world. A storm of shock surged in Delia's heart. The gaming device lightly touched the blood machinery original core, and the curse source energy spread like a spider web. Ah! Delia and others on the ground rolled and convulsed, their bodies visibly deforming. Some grew glowing mechanical prosthetics from severed arms. Some had their eyeballs shatter and reassemble into scarlet electronic eyes, and even some had their chests burst open, their beating hearts transformed into a roaring blood machinery core. In their half-human, half-machine strange forms, they emitted a sweet metallic and bloody scent. The 10 mechanical overlords, including the 9-gun king, had jealousy flashing in their eyes. Damn the gaming device, just because they followed the master longer, why should they inherit the blood machinery original core? What have you done to us? A blond man trembled as he pushed himself up, mechanical knuckles deeply embedded in the ground. The gaming device was immersed in the pleasure of resonating with the blood machinery original core, mistakenly thinking that Chu Hao abandoned the core out of disdain. Not realizing that Chu Hao merely wanted to retain his human body, unwilling to become a patchwork monster of prosthetics. Your flesh has been restructured into blood machinery. Chapter 428, Lin Hao walked ahead, the sound of footsteps echoing in the dim stairwell. Kai Wu followed closely, his gaze fixed on the other's back. The two chose not to take the elevator, but turned into the stairwell at the entrance. The metal handrails glimmered coldly, and the faint light from the emergency lights on the wall made it seem particularly eerie. Kai Wu thought, such a rare cursed spirit, if discovered by other members, would surely lead to a scramble. But this seemingly ordinary peach blossom community is far more complicated than it appears. Kai Wu was filled with curiosity about the peach blossom community. The two continued to ascend the stairs, turning corners and climbing, repeating 5 times yet still not seeing the sign for the 18th floor. The stairs seemed to be caught in some sort of loop, with fire hydrants and emergency exit signs arranged at the same angles on each floor, resembling a never-ending bizarre circle. Are we there yet? Kai Wu finally spoke, his voice stirring faint echoes in the enclosed space. Lin Hao suddenly stopped. As he turned, the lights in the corridor flickered violently, alternating between bright and dim. You have the scent of my daughter. Lin Hao's voice was low and hoarse. Kai Wu raised an eyebrow and laughed lightly. Your daughter? Who is she? Chapter 429. This is definitely not an advertisement script that could be thought up by a pile of scrap metal. In the conference room of the World Council, an elderly man with silver hair adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, the reflection obscuring the wariness in his eyes. There must be a great figure guiding the blood machinery clan. Is this true? An elder from the World Council asked. Secretary, it is true. Someone secretly rejoiced. The Secretary-General then maximized the holographic image, showcasing mechanical prosthetics shooting blue plasma flames. The neon text of the advertisement let aging bodies become history exploded in the background. The Blood Machinery clan has launched 30,000 free modified bodies, with a conversion rate of 87. The Secretary reported. Absurd. The World Council President slammed the table, causing coffee cups to jump on the mahogany surface. Immediately activate the extraordinary body modification ban. Who dares to install this cursed thing? He scanned the surroundings, noticing many council members with flickering eyes. You fools. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. That's a curse. It's not a scientifically developed prosthetic from the public. Installing mechanical limbs may make one stronger. But could the Blood Machinery clan be so kind? Chapter 430. The girl nodded in satisfaction. Good, the first employee is recruited. The tabby cat glanced at her sideways, its ears twitching. The girl had been in school for a few days and was already flaunting her English. Other black-robed followers, seeing this, curled their greyish-blue fingertips into decayed flesh. This human aura is off. Run away. Hey, don't run. Our haunted house really provides 5 insurances and 1 fund. The girl was quick-witted, grabbing a floating blacktail, and the employee handbook in her pocket rustled. Chasing that black mist, she ran across the moss-covered stone path. Hong Kun stood with his hands behind his back on the rocky peak, the golden thread cuffs fluttering in the mountain wind. He watched the farce below. Tonight, which was supposed to execute the infiltration plan of the Qianzu army, unexpectedly encountered a crazy girl who caught a candle-bearer as an employee. Interesting. He squinted, the golden light of scattered fireworks flickering in his pupils. He saw the girl pressing down on a candle-bearer covered in eyes, stuffing a leather handbook into its hand. The monster's pupils shrank into slits, but it was suddenly pressed down by the appearing tabby cat, letting out a reluctant hiss. "Little girl, are you having fun?" Hong Kun leaped down lightly. The girl turned around, her gaze lingering on him for 3 seconds before her eyes brightened. Chapter 431, Girl, do you want to take a look? I can take you there right now. Okay. Hong Kun was not afraid of the girl. He was curious to see what was special about this haunted house. A blurry hall appeared behind the girl as she bounced in, waving to Hong Kun. Come on. The moment Hong Kun stepped into the shadows, he caught a faint whiff of sandalwood. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a hotel lobby. People were lining up inside, half of them were candle-bearers in human form, and the others were nightmares clutching resumes. The girl looked expectantly at him. Uncle. How about it? Want to join us? Hong Kun pondered. I can agree, but I have a condition. What condition? The girl asked. Hong Kun squinted. I want to build a haunted house with you. As soon as he entered, Hong Kun immediately discovered the power of calamity. It was actually a celestial burial artifact. Moreover, he noticed that the cashier at the front desk was also a sinister entity of the Yellow Springs level. And underground, he sensed an unusual aura, along with the terrifying doll at the lobby counter. This haunted house was not simple at all. It was definitely a good place to contain evil spirits, and had the ability to suppress celestial burials, stirring up no waves. Chapter 432, The Divine Cultivator's gaze sharpened. You can manifest divine intent in this realm. Qin Shi licked her lips, slightly bending her long legs in black stockings, taking a combat stance. Sister hates being forced. A battle was about to break out. At that moment, a vague voice echoed in Qin Shi's mind. The corpses on the celestial burial tree are all vessels. Qin Shi's expression turned blank. Who are you? That's not important. Qin Shi's pupils contracted. What do you mean then? They are waiting for a perfect vessel. You are their target. Damn. So you want to capture me as a substitute? Her gaze instantly turned cold. And there was no more joking in her eyes when looking at the divine cultivator. You really know how to play, son thief. The man seemed to sense her change and frowned. It seems you understand something, but how did you know? Qin Shi sneered. Want to use me to fill a pit? Dream on. She swung her knife fiercely. The power of divine intent erupted, shattering the divine pattern chains around her. The divine cultivator finally changed color. You. Goodbye. Qin Shi's divine body suddenly became ethereal, as if she wanted to forcibly break away from this realm. The divine cultivator shouted angrily, block her. The corpses on the celestial burial tree opened their eyes in unison, their hollow gazes locking onto Qin Shi, countless chains piercing from the void, attempting to completely bind her. Chapter 433, Chu Hao was completely unconcerned with the threatening words of the Golden Crown Palace. He was only interested in the ancient sun ruins. The ancient sun ruins. Platinum 3 stars, half legend. It is said that a sun that has existed since ancient times sleeps within. Any living thing that steps inside will be reduced to ashes by the scorching sun. The resources in the ancient sun ruins are excellent, extraordinary resources for the cursed source of the Golden Crown Palace, the Golden Sun Power. And Chu Hao needed such resources. Especially the devouring light insects in his body that had just absorbed the transformation and gained the Golden Sun Power. The Golden Crown Palace's tyranny and greed were indeed well deserved. They loved to capture the weak as scouts, with 10 entering, 9.5 dying, and the remaining half being useless. But Chu Hao had his own plans. The Golden Crown Palace saw him as a pawn, and he viewed them as prey. Perhaps in the ancient Sun ruins, he could find rare light sources to further enhance his power. This was too dangerous. Chu Hao pretended to hesitate and shook his head in refusal. Dangerous? The eyes of the Golden Crown Palace's people turned cold, and the curse power around them surged like a tide, instantly overwhelming him. Do you think you have any other choices? Chapter 434. Chu Hao was already standing at the edge of the square. Zilla. He turned his back to the crowd. His left hand clawed into the air, as the sky suddenly split open with a pitch-black gap. Black lightning descended like a wicked dragon, crashing through the flying ship's deck. The extraordinary person, who had urged Chu Hao earlier, didn't have time to react before the calamity thunder coiled around his ankle, accompanied by a piercing scream. That person was ensnared by the calamity thunder. You? A man from the Golden Crown Palace shouted, his pupils reflecting a terrifying scene. Above the flying ship, 100 myriad form extermination spirits surrounded it. The myriad form extermination spirits released calamity thunder arcs, instantly enveloping this space in a thunderstorm curse. The pitch-black calamity thunder twisted into human faces, the very faces of those who had been refined into extermination spirits in the past. These people opened their eyes and let out piercing shrieks. Boom! The pitch-black calamity thunder suddenly fell, enveloping the flying ship. Chu Hao turned and asked, in a hurry. In an instant, the extraordinary person who had mentioned being in a hurry found a dark extermination abyss underfoot, which was immediately refined into myriad form extermination spirits by the characteristics of the ghost extermination. It joined the ranks of the extermination spirits. I'm in a hurry too. Thunderstorms roared. People screamed as the calamity thunder stripped them of all combat power, leaving them lying like dead dogs. Chapter 435. The swarm transformed into a pure torrent of light, emitting an extremely terrifying high-temperature aura. Crack! The ancient sun crystal cluster shattered in response, turning into pure curse source and merging into the swarm. Several conspicuous devouring light insects swelled wildly, each becoming the size of a fist, their tail feathers trailing burning traces in the void. The swarm chirped in unison, causing an anomaly. A blazing light wrapped around the swarm, melting the ground with extreme heat, creating dozens of feet-deep pits. Ding! System prompt: the devouring light swarm has absorbed the ancient sun crystal cluster and obtained golden corrosion intense sun mastery level. Curse source: golden corrosion intense Sunday trait. The swarm's body contains high temperatures of the ancient sun, capable of releasing golden corrosion flame. Feng Yi and the others felt their hair stand on end. This high temperature could be felt from far away, making them feel as if their curse power was being melted by the blazing sun. So terrifying. Who on earth is this person? The arrogant and domineering people of the Golden Crown Palace looked like mere cats and dogs in his eyes. Chu Hao was also surprised. The devouring light swarm absorbed the ancient sun crystal cluster and actually gave birth to a new curse source. It can be played like this. The original devouring light swarm was like a blank sheet of paper. They could undergo different changes as they absorbed other light sources. Chapter 436. This world was silent and dead. The crowd's throats bulged, frantically swallowing saliva. This person was too terrifying. That bizarre swarm was horrifying and incomprehensible. A delicate-looking female sword demon spoke up. Sir, you should leave the ancient sun ruins as soon as possible. As far as I know, those 9 people are the personal guards of the Golden Crown Palace Master. The Golden Crown Palace Master is in the ancient sun ruins. Ding! System prompt option 1. Massacre of the Golden Crown Palace's crowd in Guyang ruins. Reward Ghost Slayer quality 10. Option 2. Kill the Golden Crown Palace Lord alone. Reward Great Heaven Devouring Pill. Option 3. Evacuate. Reward Spirit 5. The Lord of the Golden Crown Palace is undoubtedly a celestial burial. Choose option 3. Thank you for the information. Chu Hao tore through the void and left. Someone underestimated. What kind of curse source is that swarm? I've never seen it before. Unexpectedly, such a person emerged among the slayers. However, the Golden Crown Palace will not let it go easily. Speaking of which, why has Qingqiu Mountain sealed itself? Who knows? Is Qingqiu Mountain really giving up on the gamble of the Yellow Spring Blood Arena? Sealing the mountain means they won't participate. But if that's the case, it will be difficult for us in the southern wilderness to compete with other regional forces. It's hard to say if the Blood Arena can win. Chapter 437, Where is Lu Yue? Jin Wuji spoke, his eyes flickering with golden flames. A clear sword sound echoed from the clouds. The sword master stepped onto the sword, saying, Your Golden Crown Palace has quite a bit of power. Jin Wuji sneered. In our Slayer directory, there is no mention of Lu Yue, but I have heard about your palace being completely defeated in Guiyang ruins. The sword master responded. The Golden Crown Palace collectively erupted in anger. Over a dozen Golden Crown guards, along with more than 70 others, were tragically killed by Lu Yue, turning the Golden Crown Palace into a joke in the southern wilderness. This time, they didn't just come to seek justice. There are rumors that the slayer named Lu Yue has a curse source that is a swarm, and can actually devour the power of the Golden Sun. If this person is allowed to continue growing, it will definitely be a terrifying nemesis for the Golden Crown Palace. Do you dare to say there is no such person as Lu Yue? Jin Wuji stood up. His whole body erupted with golden flames. And the clouds around the war chariot instantly turned into a sea of fire. He raised his hand, condensing a golden sun about a foot high in his palm. Blinding everyone. Hand over Lu Yue, or I will flatten the slayers. Jin Wuji said. Jin Wuji's golden sun power conjured up Lu Yue's visage. Chapter 438, Leaving the Hospital. Chu Hao's expression was serious. The tablet recorded that the goddess descending from the yin moon split into many consciousness bodies, which eventually turned against and fell from their divine positions. Could it be that my mother's weak pulse is related to those consciousness bodies outside? Mother, I have already taken leave from Ruonan. Her mother held her son's hand, smiling. I'm fine, just need to rest for a few days. Mother, take a good rest. After getting home, Chu Hao took the butterfly woman to the bedroom. Where are the consciousness bodies that mother split off? Yamu Kai had already told the butterfly woman the contents of the tablet. Butterfly woman's mood, unclear, we have been with mother for so long. Only seen replicas made of hair regarding the consciousness bodies. Chu Hao was troubled. Butterfly woman's mood, I have seen the old bastard Mu Kai. There was a consciousness body on a tablet, it is in the upper realm. Upper realm. Butterfly woman's mood, the upper realm is the upper area where the burial heaven tree is located. According to the records of the divine defilement tablet, there is a consciousness body that opened a divine sect in the upper realm. This was a long time ago. As for whether it is still in the divine sect, that is unknown. Chu Hao, elaborate on the divine sect. Chapter 439, Chu Hao stated his purpose for coming. Master Ji, where are the bodies of the members of the Sun Chasing? I need them. The sword master questioned, what do you need that for? Chu Hao simply replied, it's useful. He raised his hand and performed a bug healing treatment. The sword master jumped up with a cry, his old face reddened, angrily saying, what are you doing? Then he realized that the wounds burned by the golden sun power had healed. The sword master's expression was strange. Follow me, and if there's another treatment, could you at least give me a heads up? Beside, Zhong Dali was curious. Is it healed that quickly? Can you give me one too? Chu Hao satisfied him. Oh? The sword master led Chu Hao into an ice-making factory. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary private enterprise, but inside it hid secrets. They passed through an underground corridor, with ancient spell patterns carved on the walls, faintly pulsating with a blood color like living things, breathing. The deeper they went, the colder the air became, and the white breath they exhaled crystallized into ice. They arrived. The sword master stopped. In front of them was a large iron door. He bit his fingertip, dripping blood onto the doorknob. Boom! The iron door slowly opened, revealing a huge ice cave. Chapter 440, Mother has prepared a meal. Nai. How have you been at school lately? Nai looked up. Mom, the teacher praised me for being smart, right? Big Pot. Nai only went to school 2 days a week, and it was Big Pot's suggestion to quickly complete the ghost house configuration. Chu Hao said, Nai has been doing well lately, but you need to change your habit of wetting the bed. What? Xiaoxue looked up with wide eyes. Nai wet the bed. Nai was exasperated. Big Pot, what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't wet the bed. Chu Hao shrugged. Don't you know whether you wet the bed or not? His confident answer made Nai doubt if it was true. Seeing the doubtful expressions of her mother and Xiaoxue, Nai exploded. I can't possibly wet the bed. Mother walked into the girl's room. Nai, come in and see for yourself. You say you didn't wet the bed. Nai was dumbfounded when she saw the bedsheet. No way. Did I really wet the bed? Xiaoxue also said, Nai, wetting the bed is actually very normal. Meow. The tabby cat had a mocking expression. Nai completely went crazy. Ding. System prompt, Nai has developed slight hostility towards you. Chapter 441, The Blood Arena Messenger said, you have passed the designated task and completed the assessment for participating in the Blood Arena. The Blood Arena Messenger took out a red talisman. This is the Blood Arena talisman for participants. Keep it safe, and further details will be provided to you. Chu Hao asked, how many tasks do I need to complete to join the upper realm? More than 3 times. If you perform well, 1 time is enough. Chu Hao asked, after going to the upper realm, can I come back? The Blood Arena Messenger did not answer this question. Keep the blood talisman safe. The messenger came quickly and left quickly. Chu Hao. It's the divine machine. This guy came angrily. I waited for 2 days. And the Blade Master didn't show up at all. Chu Hao was surprised. Didn't he? No. The divine machine was very expectant, but ended up waiting for 2 days at Mount Tai, without even a single hair from the Blade Master appearing. He then realized he had been deceived. Ding. System prompt, the divine machine has developed slight hostility towards you. Ding. Divine foolery value 1, divine value 8. Chu Hao said, what if the Blade Master has something to attend to and cannot come for a while? You can't wait any longer. If you go down the mountain now and the Blade Master doesn't see you, then. Chapter 442, Chu Hao's fingertips lightly tapped the edge of the sandalwood box, and the lid opened. A lifelike figurine slowly rose from within. The figurine's features were indistinguishable from Chu Hao's, with ink-black hair cascading like a waterfall, and clothes fluttering, as if in the wind, exuding elegance and charm. Jin Wuji stared at the figurine, his throat unconsciously swallowing. Your father bears a heavy responsibility and cannot meet you, but today, your grandfather must bear witness. Chu Hao's voice suddenly deepened, booming like an ancient bell, kneel down and call me father. Jin Wuji felt an inexplicable pressure rushing towards him. He looked at the figurine, and a complex emotion surged within him, reminiscent of a long-lost familiarity. Jin Wuji knelt down and said, Father? Just as he bowed his head, Chu Hao's palm erupted with golden light, and a dagger entwined with brilliant light shot out like lightning, aiming directly for Jin Wuji's crown. The dagger was covered in countless tiny, shadowy insects, the very force of the light-eating insect swarm surging within. Phut! The dagger struck true, but felt as if it had pierced water. Jin Wuji's figure instantly vanished, leaving only a pierced talisman that fluttered down. 10 feet away, Jin Wuji's true form gradually materialized. Chapter 443, Jin Wuji's face changed drastically. He hurriedly summoned his battle armor. only to be horrified to find it crawling with blood-sucking insect swarms, the tiny insect limbs gnawing frantically at the armor's essence, making crackling sounds as if savoring a delicious dish. "You're dead." After losing several important items in succession, Jin Wuji felt a blazing fire igniting in his chest, nearly turning his sanity to ashes. His curse power slithered like a live snake, transforming into waves of golden light, devouring the nearby magma, rocks, and even light, coalescing into a golden beast, the golden sun marten. The marten's eyes gleamed with ferocity, its blood-red mouth wide open. The terrifying pressure bore down on Chu Hao, causing his insect armor to crack inch by inch, making crisp sounds. "This strike will end it," Jin Wuji roared, his voice filled with a belief in victory. The golden giant marten let out a deafening roar, and time seemed to freeze in its echo. However, Chu Hao said sternly, "Your marten should be wrapped around your waist." Divine foolery activated again, absurdly swapping. That golden marten, which was supposed to annihilate everything, suddenly transformed into a golden marten-shaped pair of shorts, whooshing onto Jin Wuji. Chapter 444. Jin Wuji looked up at the figure standing in the void, finally realizing what kind of monster he had provoked. He was merely a disaster. In the late stage of the Yellow Springs, Chu Hao's fingertips brushed over the pages of the yin-yang book. The feeling of fooling with destiny was indeed delightful. Chu Hao murmured. The swarm of light-eating insects overshadowed him, and Jin Wuji's terrified pleas abruptly ceased. He was consumed by the swarm, leaving only shattered armor and scattered ancient sun crystal clusters, which made faint sounds in the wind. The recording spell of the yin-yang book lit up, capturing the weakened Jin Wuji. Chu Hao bent down to pick up a piece of ancient sun crystal cluster that had fallen from Jin Wuji. Under the absolute suppression of divinity, the majesty of the earth burial and Yellow Springs was ultimately just an ant that could be squeezed at will. Jin Wuji, Earth Flame Person, Late Stage Earth Burial, Master of Golden Sun Power Traits, Golden Sun Power Mastery, 1,000 Paths of Gold, 10,000 Paths of Gold. Refinement, requires 10 pieces of ancient sun crystal clusters. Deprivation, requires 10 pieces of ancient sun crystal clusters. Reshape, requires 50 pieces of ancient sun crystal clusters. Complete deprivation, requires 100 pieces of ancient sun crystal clusters, and the heart of a blazing sun sparrow. Earth Flame Person. Chapter 445. Shenjizi and Zhongdeli swallowed their saliva. The Yellow Springs Blood Arena. They dared not intervene casually, for it was a top-tier contest between the peaks of Earth Burial. For instance, the second-generation Sword Master participated in the Yellow Springs Blood Arena, and was subsequently guided to the upper realm. It is said that the second-generation Sword Master is now halfway into heavenly burial. The Sword Master said, "Notify everyone that the recent situation is special, and unless there is something important, do not go far from home." The Golden Crown Palace now despises the dust cutter. Going out is tantamount to walking into a trap. The number of dust cutters is still too few, not comparable to the vast wealth of the Golden Crown Palace. Sure enough, after the news spread, the Golden Crown Palace's retaliation began. The Golden Crown Palace went madly searching for the dust cutters in the South Wilderness ruins, even blocking entrances near their homes, becoming even more arrogant after Jin Wuji's death. The black web exploded. Chu Hao was squatting at home, browsing the black web. By Giwan, dust cutter. Wow. Is this real? Huang Tu, by Giwan, call him boss, don't be disrespectful. Qianma Xingkong, boss is awesome. Soon after, the moderator Huang Tu personally verified Chu Hao's ID, proving that he was indeed the dust cutter who killed Jin Wuji. Chapter 446. Dust cutter, no worries. Just post a few more pictures from the background. After a while, Chu Hao walked out of the restroom with numb legs. Soon, he received a private message from the Charming Demon King. Charming Demon King, young master, after you left, a mysterious woman came looking for me. Hualing now has the strength of earth burial and heavenly calamity. Chu Hao was surprised. It couldn't be his mother, could it? Dust Cutter, this matter must not be spoken of outside. Charming Demon King, will Ling want to say anything? Does the young master want to come find me? The next morning, Hu Ling was still sleeping soundly on the soft big bed. Ding! System prompt, received the blessing of the charming demon, curse power 10. Spirit power 10, lifespan 1. Chu Hao got up and left. Speaking of which, the people from the Golden Crown Palace were indeed arrogant. Although the Ant King taught them a lesson, they still blocked the dust cutters outside. Therefore, Chu Hao hurried home to make breakfast for his mother. After his mother went to work, he slipped away to the South Wilderness ruins. Red sand stretched for miles, and the wind was like a knife. Chu Hao stood atop a weathered statue that had stood for thousands of years, chewing on a blade of grass. Squinting at the group of Golden Crown Palace people in the distance. They were dressed in gold-patterned battle robes, their aura sharp, clearly lying in wait for some prey.